The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family unexpectedly has a Godzilla martial soul, innate full soul power directly mutated. Yu Xiaowei was cursing in the sunset forest. It's been half a month. Not even a 5,000-year-old beast can be found. This broken world doesn't even have a phone. It's boring to the point of madness. Who would have thought he crossed over as the son of Yulumian, awakening his martial soul at 6 years old? It turned out to be a tadpole with only hind legs. The whole family thought it was a useless martial soul, but the soul power test exploded directly. Innate full soul power. Yulumian cried on the spot. After absorbing the first soul ring, the tadpole directly evolved. Thick hind legs, coral dorsal fin, massive tail sweeping. Isn't this Godzilla? The most incredible part is that when he summons his martial soul, all the awakened blue electric Tyrannosaurus in the family mutated. 5 legs, 3 heads. So ugly it's hard to look at. From then on, the Yu family added a rule. On awakening day, he must be kicked out. Now, at level 30, stuck at the 3rd soul ring, his body can withstand a 5,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, a fireball erupted in the distance. A fire attribute soul beast roared. Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Isn't this just what came? Ahead, Yu Qianheng was dragging Dugu Yin in a mad dash, with a scarlet fire scorpion spewing a pillar of fire behind them. Damn it, how did we bump into this thing? Dugu Yin was crying. It's all my fault. Who can win, Godzilla or the scarlet fire scorpion? Will Yu Xiaowei snatch Yu Tianheng's soul ring? In this plot, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus is just a little brother in front of Godzilla. Godzilla hard withstood the 4,500-year king of the Earth's magma. Yu Tianheng was dumbfounded. The fire pillar blasted Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin away, and the king of the Earth lunged with its massive claws. Suddenly, a humanoid Tyrannosaurus fell from the sky, grabbing the giant claws tightly. It withstood the fire pillar while laughing maniacally, kicking the scorpion away 10 meters. Yu Tianheng looked up and almost fainted. Uncle. Yu Xiaowei grinned. Yo, second nephew, running quite happily, huh? Yu Qianheng instantly remembered the fear of being dominated, supporting Dugu Yin as they fled 200 meters. This is a 4,500-year king of the Earth. Uncle, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaowei's first soul ring lit up. His body swelled, muscles bulged, and nuclear radiation waves spread. The king of the Earth's shell cracked, staggering as it walked. The king of the Earth was furious, and magma erupted, blasting a 2-meter-wide fire pillar. Yu Xiaowei directly stood inside like he was taking a shower. Is this it? He leaped onto the scorpion's back, grabbing its tail but couldn't shake it off. Opening his mouth, he released white-hot light, sizzling and burning its head. In 5 minutes, the king of the Earth's head was melted away. A purple soul ring rose, and Yu Xiaowei sat cross-legged and absorbed it. Dugu Yin dropped her jaw in shock. At his age, he's already a soul zone? Yu Tianheng's mouth twitched. This monster has been beating me since I was a kid. Will a Godzilla martial soul evolve after absorbing a 5,000-year soul ring? Will Yu Xiaowei cause trouble for the family's martial soul awakening again? In this plot, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus really can't compare to Godzilla. Yu Xiaowei actually transformed into a dragon after absorbing a 4,500-year soul ring. Yu Tianheng's worldview shattered. That's the 3rd soul ring. For 1,500 years, Yu Qianheng rushed over like crazy, but just entered the battlefield when he was knocked out by nuclear radiation. He could only watch helplessly as Yu Xiaowei was enveloped in white mist, his joints cracking. Afraid he would explode, Great-Grandpa would have to peel his own skin. As the white mist dissipated, Yu Xiaowei stood up, taller than before. He waved at Yu Tianheng. Second nephew, come here. Yu Tianheng was so scared he kept retreating. That radiation was too enchanting. Yu Xiaowei smiled, summoned his martial soul, and absorbed all the radiation into his belly. His right hand suddenly began to change, turning into Godzilla's claw. What's going on? Yu Qianheng was bewildered. Our family members only transform into dragons after absorbing subdragon species. Is the king of the Earth a subdragon? This logic doesn't add up. On the way back, Yu Qianheng couldn't help but ask, Uncle, what's the 3rd soul skill? Yu Xiaowei grinned. Before I could beat 3 of you, now I can beat 10. Yu Tianheng's face turned the color of pig liver, while Dugu Yin snickered behind him. Suddenly, Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up. Are you looking for Dugabosh treasure? Isn't that the ice and fire yin-yang eye? Fiery apricot blossom, 8-pointed profound ice grass. A bath, and he could take off. He threw a flirty glance at Dugu Yin. Let me take you there. More reliable than your useless boyfriend. Yu Qianheng panicked. This guy is full of bad ideas. He definitely wants to steal the immortal herb. Dugu Yin looked at Yu Xiaowei licking his lips and felt goosebumps all over. What will happen when the Godzilla martial soul pairs with the ice and fire immortal herb? Will Dugu Bo come out and beat someone up? In this plot, Yu Xiaowei is about to snatch Tang San's opportunity. Exciting. Does Yu Xiaowei dare to ask Poison Douluo for the immortal herb of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye? Crazy. Dugu suddenly appeared, with messy green hair, the pressure making it hard to breathe. Yu Xiaowei instantly activated his martial soul. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings dazzling his eyes. Dugu was shocked. This soul ring configuration is off the charts. I saved your granddaughter. Shouldn't I get some benefits? Yu Xiaowei rubbed his hands and smiled. I heard you have treasures. Dugu's gaze turned cold. The poison pressing down made him feel chill at his feet. My uncle is Yu Engine. Yu Xiaowei brought up the thunder Douluo, confronting him. Is your granddaughter's life not worth a treasure? Dugu sneered. Follow me. But I must warn you, you might die inside. Yu Qianheng was left behind, watching Dugu Yin, his face turning dark with anger. Dugu climbed the mountain like walking on flat ground, 10 meters per step, while Yu Xiaowei, embodying Godzilla, chased after him using hands and feet. At the mountaintop was an inverted conical depression, shrouded in thick white mist. The scent of sulfur wafted over, and Yu Xiaowei's heart raced. The ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye is right below. 8-petal immortal orchid, fiery apricot blossom, and the rare wonder mushroom of heaven. Will Dugu act maliciously? Can Yu Xiaowei get the immortal herb? In this plot, Poison Douluo's treasure is about to be stolen, and Tang San will cry in the toilet. The Godzilla martial soul can even suppress the Poison Douluo's green phosphor snake emperor. The immortal herb of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye is being snatched crazily. Dugu jumped off the cliff, wanted to give Yu Xiaowei a show of strength. But as he looked up, he saw a shadow crashing down. It was Yu Xiaowei jumping directly. Are you crazy? Dugu was about to transform to catch him when he saw Yu Xiaowei open his mouth and spray out white-hot light, using the recoil to land steadily. The water pool was half white and half red, distinctly clear like a Taiji diagram, surrounded by immortal herbs. Yu Xiaowei's eyes locked onto the wonder mushroom of heaven. This is the treasure for cultivating an indestructible body, perfectly suited for Godzilla. This is it. Yu Xiaowei yanked it down, first eating the flower core and then chewing the petals, his rough actions making Dugu's eyelids twitch. This herb shouldn't be eaten randomly. Before he finished speaking, Yu Xiaowei had already sat cross-legged at the pool's edge to cultivate. That place was the point of extreme cold and heat colliding. Normal people would explode in minutes. Dugu was so angry he trembled, but could only transform into the green phosphor snake emperor, using defensive soul skills to protect him. What made him even more frustrated was his snake emperor martial soul was actually suppressed by this kid's mutated martial soul. The soul trembles, goosebumps fall everywhere. Yu Xiaowei's body reveals Godzilla traits, muscles bulging, tearing through his clothes. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings flicker chaotically, clearly evolving. Will the poison Douluo take the opportunity to strike? What can the Qirong Tongtianju turn Godzilla into? In this plot, Tang San's chance is intercepted again, making him so angry he wants to throw hidden weapons. The poison Douluo was actually tricked by a 12-year-old soul master for herbs. Just because Godzilla's nuclear radiation can detoxify. Yu Xiaowei lets out a strange howl, his body inflating and deflating, with explosive sounds. Crimson flames erupt. Godzilla possesses him, scales wrapped in fire. The nuclear radiation field expands, even covering the Bai Ling Snake Emperor. Dugu is stunned. Soul power being suppressed is one thing, but the decades of poison on him actually receded? What kind of power is this? Dugu is anxious, while Yu Xiaowei pretends to be clueless. Must be innate. Who knows? He turns to leave, but Dugu stops him. Show your martial soul again. One look, one herb. While Yu Xiaowei makes a big demand, and Dugu's face turns green with anger. 9 soul rings light up. The tidal Douluo's pressure comes down. Yu Xiaowei is bent over, bones creaking, but he still doesn't show his martial soul. My uncle is Yu Engine. Dugu backs down and withdraws his soul rings. This kid is only a soul master, yet he can withstand the pressure of a tidal Douluo. Thinking about how nuclear radiation can alleviate his poison, he can only grit his teeth and concede. They'll give you an herb. Yu Xiaowei knows what's up. That old man definitely wants to detoxify. Nuclear radiation has this effect. What huge profit! What price will Yu Xiaowei set next? Is Dugu fairy herb enough to pay the bill? In this plot, the poison Douluo is completely under control. It's so satisfying. Yu Xiaowei wants to snatch Tang San's chance to become a god. He also wants to break Yu Xiaojiang's legs. One look at the martial soul, 2 herbs, 1 less, and it's not acceptable. Dugu nearly dies of anger on the spot, but he can only hold his nose and accept it. Who told him that Godzilla's nuclear radiation can detoxify his poison? Back at the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Xiaowei starts writing in his diary. The Earth King's soul skill is named atomic fission. So domineering. I tricked that old man Dugu out of several fairy herbs. So satisfying. My sister is actually still thinking about you, Xiaojang. I must break that guy's dog legs. Tang Sen hasn't gone to Shrek yet. Perfect, he'll steal his chance and leave him with nowhere to go. His father Yulomian walks in and immediately fires off 3 questions. You went hunting for a 4,500-year soul ring by yourself and absorbed it? Aren't you afraid of bursting? As he speaks, he starts wiping tears, sneaking glances at his son's expression. Yu Xiaowei laughs. Next time I'll bring you along. Okay? Yu Luomian's expression changes instantly. Your uncle wants to establish you as the chief disciple. The future family master is you. Yu Qianheng complained yesterday. Little uncle's soul power is even stronger than mine. I can't beat him even 10 times. Yu Luomian is so excited he nearly spits, immediately planning a path for his son to become the clan leader. Yu Xiaowei's goal is clear. Become a title Douluo in 10 years. Defeat Tang San, crush Bibi Dong. Now he has to add one more thing. Prevent his sister from getting together with Yu Xiaojang. Does Yu Xiaojang know someone wants to break his legs? Can Tang San's chance be preserved? In this plot, Yu Xiaowei has to go all out. It's so thrilling. Yu Xiaowei wants to break Yu Xiaojang's legs. His sister Lu Erlong is going to explode. The younger generation of the family wails. The chief disciple is actually the Yu Xiaowei who has beaten up the whole family. All the students in school avoid him, comparable to a plague. Finding Lu Erlong watering flowers, Yu Xiaowei quickly apologizes. I was wrong for not breaking Yu Xiaojang's legs. Lu Erlong shakes with anger. You dare. Children born of close relatives are either disabled or deformed. Yu Xiaojang has someone else in his heart. He's just a scumbag. Yu Xiaowei speaks fiercely. I will be the clan leader in the future, absolutely not allowing you to be together. Lu Erlong breaks down on the spot, collapsing to the ground crying. Why does everyone have to target Xiaojang that I in class? When it comes to the mandala snake, Yu Xiaowei gets angrier and angrier. That Yu Xiaojang, back when Bibi Dong was bullied, he didn't even dare to ask and just ran away. Now he's been stringing his sister along for 20 years. Bang! He punches the table, stands up, and leaves. He rushes directly to the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, throws out a silver badge. I'm here for the battle. Level 38. The staff is stunned. A level 38 silver spirit? The first in history. Wasn't the previous level 29 silver spirit also him? Is Yu Xiaowei going to the spirit arena to vent his anger? Will he encounter Tang San? In this plot, Yu Xiaojang's legs probably can't be saved. Level 38 Soul Master challenges Level 41 Soul Sect. Feng Xiaotian is left dumbfounded. The Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena is in an uproar. Yu Xiaowei throws out the silver spirit badge. I'm here for a level 40 match. The staff is confused. You're only level 38. Fighting a level 29 against a level 30 is like beating a child. Now at level 38, I'm still fighting those useless guys. Yu Xiaowei's words leave the other person speechless. They can only arrange an opponent. The result comes out, directly sealing his fate. His opponent is Feng Xiaotian. 1 hour later, on the central battle platform, while Yu Xiaowei howls, flames surge out, his body covered in scales, height increasing, right hand turning into a dragon claw, spikes arching out of his back, tail whipping loudly. The VIP box explodes. This is called martial soul possession. This must be the true form of the martial soul. Level 38? It looks like level 78 to me. Feng Xiaotian looks at the wolf head on his shoulder, then at the humanoid Godzilla opposite him, breaking down. You call that martial soul possession? Yu Xiaowei reveals his soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple. The second soul ring is actually 1,000 years. Feng Xiaotian's 4 soul rings rise beneath him, feeling uneasy. He is a level 41 soul sect, with higher soul power and more soul skills. But looking at the configuration on the opposite side, it looks like a cheat. With the referee's command, Feng Xiaotian turns into an afterimage and charges forward. The first soul ring lights up instantly. If you want to take the initiative, can a level 38 soul master win against a level 41 soul sect? Godzilla's martial soul versus the Gale two-headed wolf. Who is stronger? In this plot, Feng Xiaotian looks like he's going to fall. It's too thrilling. Can a level 38 soul master withstand Feng Xiaotian's 18 consecutive slashes? Feng Xiaotian strikes first with a wind blade formation, 10 wind blades slicing through. Yu Xiaowei directly stands firm and takes it. Ding ding dang. A series of sounds, leaving a few white marks on his scales. Feng Xiaotian is dumbfounded. That defense must be a cheat. White hot light. Yu Xiaowei opens his mouth and sprays a hotline. Feng Xiaotian is so scared he lights up both his soul rings, spreading blue wings behind him, twisting to dodge, but his left arm still gets scorched. Flying up into the air, Feng Xiaotian merges the dual-headed wolf's light and shadow. Boosting attack, defense, and agility by 50%, he's ready to unleash his ultimate move. Gale Demon Wolf, 18 consecutive slashes. The speed was so fast that it left after images, and the sword light slashed towards Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei's second spirit ring lit up. Body of the demon god. Both attack power and speed doubled. He narrowly avoided the 17th slash, and the 18th slash crashed into the ground, sending debris flying and the shockwave shaking the private box. As the dust settled, Feng Xiaoshan's face was pale. I lost, I admit it. The audience erupted in applause. Who would have thought that a 38th level soul master could defeat a 41st level soul sect? Yu Xiaowei summarizes battle notes. Feng Xiaotian is fast, and his attack power can pierce through armor. With his strength, he is probably not far from being able to crush Tang San. Who will be the next target of Yu Xiaowei? Can Yu Xiaojiang still keep his legs? This plot, the Godzilla martial soul, is simply invincible, making people feel excited. Note, the 18th slash of the Gale Demon Wolf's 18 slashes is too fast to dodge. It can only be received directly. Activating the body of the demon god can take it without injury, but if he trains it to the 36th slash and receives 19 consecutive hits, he may suffer serious injuries. Important note. Defense is very weak. Fighting him not only makes it impossible to use a nuclear radiation domain, but also requires holding back power. Otherwise, if he hits me once, I will have to beg him not to die. Summary. Agile attack type, with two obvious weaknesses. The pre-action of the Gale Demon Wolf's 18 slashes is too large. As long as the skill is interrupted, I can make him call me dad. Today wasn't satisfying enough. Next time he'll plan to find someone strong in attack to fight instead. After Yu Xiaowei put down his pen and thought for a moment, he picked it up again to add a line. Feng Xiaotian is a good person, can get along with him. Just as he was writing fervently, a petite figure in a white dress quietly walked in. Seeing Yu Xiaowei still with his head down writing, she came up and covered his eyes, playfully asking, "Guess who I am?" Chapter 9. Eternal Left Leg Soul Bone. Seeking subscription, seeking recommendations. Rong, stop messing around. Yu Xiaowei smiled as she brushed aside Ning Rong's little hand. "TCH, you're really boring." Ning Rong muttered, then leaned forward, curiously looking at the diary on the table. "What are you writing? It looks like a ghost scribble." Yu Xiaowei didn't answer, but closed the diary and flicked her forehead with her fingers. "Why are you out so late? Did you get your father's permission?" Ning Rong, covering her forehead, immediately placed her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Who do you think I am? I sneaked out, and I guarantee no one knows." Looking out the window, Yu Xiaowei curled her lips. This silly girl, could she really be out so late without her father's consent? It's just that the person protecting her couldn't enter the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. They were probably waiting outside. Xiaowei Gu, take me out to play. Please. My dad makes me practice every day. I'm so bored I could die. Ning Rong said, shaking Yu Xiaowei's arm incessantly. Stop shaking, I'm getting dizzy. Yu Xiaowei rubbed her little head, messing up her hair. It's so late. Where do you want to go play? Let's go to the Tiendo auction house. The cat girl you bought for me last time, my dad said he really liked it. Going to the auction house again. Miss, did you bring any money? Last time I spent over 300,000 gold soul coins, and when I got home, my old man almost broke my legs. Do you know that? When it comes to money, Ning Rong raised her chin and took out a red card from a bracelet like Soul Guide, waving it in front of Yu Xiaowei. I brought my dad's card. Yu Xiaowei leaned back and gave her a thumbs up. Ning Ku is truly a great filial daughter. In the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, in the council hall, Ning Fengji sat in his chair, as usual, drinking tea while looking over the sex intelligence. Fengji, Rong has gone to find that kid again. A strong and powerful voice sounded, with a tone of dissatisfaction. As the voice spoke, an old man with white hair and a youthful face walked in from outside, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down next to Ning Fengji. Sir Uncle, don't mention Rong for now. Take a look at this. Ning Fengji smiled as he handed over the paper in his hand. Is there good news from the sect? Did Rong level up again? Seeing his cheerful expression, Chen Xian took it with a look of surprise. He carefully examined the words on the paper, but as he read, his expression turned serious. A new silver soul in the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Level 38, a strong, attack-type soul master. Suspected to be a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. The martial soul manifestation is special, resembling the true body effect of a martial soul. The soul skills are unknown, but it is confirmed that there is one soul skill that spits out white flames and another that enhances strength and speed. Record. Easily defeated the first genius of the Shenkong Academy. Level 41, Soul Master Feng Xiaotian. After reading, Chen Xian asked solemnly, is this that kid? I saw him at level 29 last week. Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and smiled. Who else could it be? The blue lightning tyrant dragon family. With martial soul manifestation similar to dragon transformation, and you should be familiar with these two soul skills. I didn't expect that Yulo Mian would have such a good son, leveling up 9 levels in a week. If this speed continues, that kid could become a title Douluo in 2 months. Looking at Ning Fengji's expression and recalling the rules of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he continued with a conflicted face. But this kid is always causing trouble. Last time he even brought back a cat girl. Fengji, I know your thoughts, but entrusting Rong to this kid seems unreliable. Just then a tall, emaciated old man walked over from the back hall. His muscles and skin were shriveled, his eye sockets sunken, and coupled with his bald head, he looked like a giant skeleton from afar. He hoarsely retorted, I think Xiao Wei is just fine. This kid has a good nature, strong abilities, and a good family background. How can he not be worthy of Rong? What kind of charm has this kid cast on you? I think he is just not capable. Gu Rong snorted coldly. I'm thinking of Rong's happiness. At his age, can you find a better soul master than Xiao Wei? Chun Xin was momentarily speechless, but he still stubbornly argued. Anyway, I just don't like this kid. I see you're itching for a fight. Just right, I'm feeling restless today. Let's go find a place to settle this. Let's go then. With that, the two angrily stormed out. Ning Fengji watched their departing figures with a helpless expression. These two old men have been bickering their whole lives, never having a moment of peace. He picked up the paper on the table again, lost in thought. The sky had completely darkened. Yu Xiaowei and Ning Rong were eating and playing along the way. And after a while, they arrived at a peculiar circular building. They arrived right at the prime time for the high-end auction, which lasted for 2 hours, and only buyers with a deposit exceeding 1 million gold soul coins could participate. Young Master Yu, Miss Ning, you two have arrived. Just as they reached the entrance of the auction house, a man dressed in a black suit came forward to greet them. As frequent high-spending guests, the staff responsible for receiving them were specially assigned, dedicated solely to serving the two of them. Yu Xiaowei casually tossed out a gold soul coin, following the usual practice. The man who received the coin had a broad smile on his face, respectfully gesturing for them to enter the private room of the Ning family. Originally, the Tindo auction house did not have private rooms, but ever since Yu Xiaowei had fought a few times here, nearly tearing the auction house apart, they had renovated several private rooms to keep the nobles at a distance. Indeed, after this adjustment, the most they would do was exchange a few barbs, and there were no more fighting incidents. Once inside the private room, Yu Xiaowei and Ning Rong comfortably settled onto a large sofa, leisurely watching the auction below. A few minutes later, a waiter brought in a fruit platter and snacks. At that moment, the item being auctioned off was a set of protective armor, reportedly crafted by the renowned master craftsman Lu Gao. Watching the heated bidding from below, Yu Xiaowei shook his head with little interest. The items on the continent were too scarce. The auction house was bustling every day, but they kept selling the same old things: soul guiding devices, protective gear, and slaves, with no fresh offerings. Soon, the armor downstairs was sold for 110,000 gold soul coins, regardless of the item's effectiveness. Just the name of master craftsman Lu Gao was worth that price. The host on the podium was about to announce the next auction item when a maid hurriedly approached him from behind the stage and whispered a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, the host's expression turned ecstatic. He immediately raised the microphone and excitedly announced, "Esteemed guests, tonight we will be adding a rare treasure to our auction. Especially those of you with talented descendants should pay attention. In 1 hour, we will auction off a left leg soul bone from the 10,000-year soul beast, the shadow hunting lizard." Chapter 10. Dugu Bo's visit, seeking follow-ups, seeking recommendations. When the host shouted soul bone auction, the entire auction house fell into silence. One could hear a pin drop. Moments later, the hall erupted like a boiling pot, buzzing with excitement. Soul bones are an extremely special item on Douluo continent and are something that all soul masters dream of possessing. Unlike soul rings, the probability of soul bone production is extremely low. Generally, only powerful soul beasts that have encountered some special circumstances before death can produce soul bones. Because of this, soul bones are exceedingly valuable. Various families and sects have bounties for soul bones, yet often go many years without obtaining one. The last time the Tindo auction house auctioned a soul bone was 20 years ago. That piece, a head soul bone of only 5,000 years, fetched an astronomical price of 400,000 gold soul coins. It is worth noting that a single gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to cover their living expenses for several months. The upcoming soul bone auction caused a tremendous stir, and people from various families in the private room quickly relayed the news back to their clans, urgently reallocating funds to compete for this soul bone. The auction house also opened access, allowing some buyers who were not qualified to enter and sit in the general area. Although these individuals were not qualified to bid on something as precious as a soul bone, witnessing this auction feast would encourage them to promote the auction house vigorously. This was the auction house's true objective. In an instant, the entire auction house was bustling with people, and the adjacent private rooms were equally filled with visitors. Yu Xiaowei took out a black card from his soul guide device. This was the soul coin card of Yu Luomian, which he usually didn't use. He always took it with him when going out to play. Last time when he bought Catwoman, he encountered that fool, Avalanche, who raised the price. What could have been bought for just over 100,000 ended up costing over 300,000 gold soul coins. He completely drained that card. When Yu Luomian needed money a couple of days later, he found only a few dozen gold soul coins left in it and angrily scolded him. Just as Yu Xiaowei was about to go home to ask for money, Ning Rongrong stopped him. Brother Xiaowei, are you planning to notify your family? Yeah, what's up? I don't have that much money. My dad is also broke, so I definitely have to go find my uncle. Ning Rongrong leaned closer and whispered in his ear, I have money. If you notify your uncle, he will definitely confiscate the soul bone again. It will be better for us to buy it and let you use it. Hearing her words, Yu Xiaowei was tempted. Previously, he and Ning Rongrong had their eyes on a soul guide device, but they didn't have enough money. So he went to find Yu Engine. In the end, they managed to bid on the soul guide device, but it was confiscated as soon as they got home. The reason was that the two kids were too weak in cultivation, and using such a high-level soul guide device was a waste. Sword Douluo, Chan Xian, and Bon Doa Gu Rong were so angry that they went to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family to reason with them. Rong, how much money does your dad have as card? This time, consider it as my loan, and I'll pay him back once I earn money. Ning Rongrong thought for a moment, and then held up 5 fingers, smiling as she asked, Guess? 500,000? No, guess again. 5 million? Ning Rongrong pouted and shook her head, saying, Guess again. It can't be 50 million, right? Yu Xiaowei was shocked. Is the 7-treasure glazed tile school really that wealthy? 50 million gold soul coins is almost as much as the annual income of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. And that's just for Ning Fengji's soul coin card. My dad's card, can be recharged infinitely. Well, this time Yu Xiaowei truly felt envious. He originally thought it was impressive enough that his father gave him a card with hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. Comparing people can really be infuriating. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. The entire Heaven Do Grand Auction House was packed, with everyone eagerly anticipating the auction of soul bones. Most of the prominent families in Heaven Do City had sent significant figures, except for the Blue Lightning and 7-treasure glazed tile schools. This realization made the other families secretly pleased. Without any elders present, these two young ones couldn't possibly compete with them for the soul bones. Everyone, please be quiet. An energetic old man stepped onto the auction stage and tapped the table with a small hammer. I'm the old man Lei Tianhe. Today, I have the honor of hosting the soul bone auction for you all. Thank you for your support, esteemed guests. I won't waste time on pleasantries. Let's get to the main event of the evening. With that, Lei Tianhe waved his hand, and a beautiful woman in a long dress walked up, holding a wooden box. Lei Tianhe took the box, unlocked it, and revealed its contents. Inside was a dark leg bone, roughly the length of a small calf. Under the spotlight of the auction house, it reflected a cold, eerie light. Ladies and gentlemen, this soul bone has been appraised by our treasure appraisers and confirmed to be from the 10,000-year soul beast, the shadow-hunting lizard. This type of soul beast possesses astonishing attack power and explosive strength, and its attacks are accompanied by toxins, along with a natural skill, swamp mire. Our appraisers concluded that absorbing this soul bone gives a 30 chance of gaining a multi-attribute enhancement auxiliary soul skill, a 30 chance for a single attribute amplification auxiliary soul skill, a 20 chance of acquiring a toxin-infused attack soul skill, a 10 chance for a strong attack soul skill, and a 10 chance for a control-type soul skill. The auction for the 10,000-year left leg soul bone officially begins now, with a starting price of 500,000 gold soul coins. Each bid must increase by no less than 50,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Lei Tianhe shouted start, the previously noisy auction house fell silent. Everyone from the major families looked at each other, and for a moment, no one made a bid. Yu Xiaowei was also waiting for someone to make a bid. He estimated that the transaction price for this soul bone should be around 5 million gold soul coins. To be honest, after looking at the soul bone, he felt a bit disappointed inside. Although it was a soul bone produced by a strong, offensive-type soul beast, which met his needs, its quality was not good. Moreover, although it was said to be a 10,000-year soul bone, its completeness was only slightly better than that of a few thousand-year soul bone. Even if he absorbed this soul bone, the improvement it brought would be limited to before he reached Soul Saint. After he reached level 70, it would probably be of no use. More critically, once he absorbed a soul bone, he couldn't exchange it again unless he went to Tang how to snatch the blue-silver Emperor's leg bone. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Here he was, a mere soul master, daring to covet the treasure of the Hao Qian. At this moment, someone finally couldn't hold back and started bidding. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the bidding voices began to rise and fall. When the price was called out to 2 million gold soul coins, the bidding voices gradually slowed down. It was about what Yu Xiaowei had estimated. For such an incomplete soul bone, the interest from the major families was average. Mainly, those medium and small families were very enthusiastic, but their financial resources were insufficient. 5 million gold soul coins should be their limit. Brother Xiaowei, aren't we going to bid? If we wait, it might be snatched away by someone else. Ning Rongrong, who had never been concerned about cultivation, did not notice the problem with his soul bone and kept urging Yu Xiaowei to make a bid. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the box door. Who is it? Yu Xiaowei frowned and asked. The box he was in was booked by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and there were dedicated personnel guarding the entrance. So how could a stranger come to knock? The person outside lowered their voice and said, I am Dugu. Chapter 11. A fair and reasonable transaction. Seeking follow-up. Seeking recommendations. What does Dugu want here? Yu Xiaowei was confused. He only had a fleeting acquaintance with this old man. Although he had taken the opportunity to extort 3 medicinal herbs, he didn't know which ones were valuable and which were not. So he simply agreed with Dugu to directly pick the herbs and chew on them during the next treatment. Their transaction was entirely based on mutual consent, with no commercial fraud involved, and there was no situation of being pursued for debts. However, when a titled Douluo came knocking, he didn't dare to ignore it. When the door to the private room opened and he saw the elderly man with thinning hair, Yu Xiaowei blurted out, Old Senior, what happened to your hair? I also want to know, ever since you treated me, I've been losing hair by the handful every day, and even Yin has started to complain that I've become ugly. Dugu entered with an impatient expression and casually sat on the sofa, causing Ning Rongrong to quickly stand up, hug Yu Xiaowei's arm, and hide behind him. Indeed, nuclear radiation can cause hair loss. Yu Xiaowei explained with a mix of laughter and tears. However, to treat the poisoning issue, you must accept nuclear radiation. Behind him, Ning Rongrong gently poked him and whispered, Xiaowei Gu, Grandpa Bowen has also been looking for the reason for his hair loss lately. It wouldn't be you who did it, would it? Yu Xiaowei quickly changed the subject. Senior Dugu, are you here to see me? Didn't we agree to meet every 7 days for treatment? It's not good to be exposed to nuclear radiation for too long. That's not why I'm here. Dugu waved his hand, then nodded towards the soul bone on the auction stage. I'm here for that. Yu Xiaowei asked in confusion, Senior, if you fancy it, why don't you just bid? Why come to us, 2 juniors? Well, Dugu awkwardly rubbed his hands. I happen to see this soul bone that is very suitable for Yin today. And coincidentally, I saw you here, and coincidentally, I didn't bring much gold soul coins today. So you just happened to come to borrow money from me? Yu Xiaowei replied with a strange expression. Who would believe that? A dignified titled Douluo can't even come up with over 1 million gold soul coins. That's right. I have no money. I came here just to watch the excitement. Dugu's old face turned red. It was already embarrassing enough to borrow money from juniors. And the key point was that he hadn't even managed to borrow any. However, Yu Xiaowei changed the subject and pretended to ponder mysteriously for a moment. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Dugu said anxiously. Downstairs, only the people from the Fire Leopard sect and the Windsword sect were still bidding, and both sides were taking longer to consider, clearly indicating that the bidding was nearing its end. If he couldn't borrow money this time, he would completely miss the opportunity to get this soul bone. Yu Xiaowei stepped aside, revealing Ning Rongrong behind her to Dugu. You're looking for her? She has money. She is? Dugu asked in confusion. You didn't even know whose private room this was before you knocked on the door? Isn't this your families? I came here because I saw you were here. Yu Xiaowei showed a look of as expected. Dugu is a person full of poison, solitary, and proud. He usually doesn't get along well with the other major families and is probably visiting the auction for the first time. Ahem. Yu Xiaowei cleared his throat and introduced. This is the jewel of the Qibao glazed sect, the granddaughter of Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, Ning Rongrong. So, Senior, you know what to look for now, right? After saying that, he even winked at Dugu looking at Ning Rongrong. who was hiding behind Yu Xiaowei and cautiously watching him. Dugu sighed and rubbed his forehead. He had originally thought that this beautiful little girl beside Yu Xiaowei was also a descendant of the Yu family, but he didn't expect her to be Ning Fengji's daughter. Today was truly a huge embarrassment. Young friend, I wonder if you could. Dugu stammered, his face turning bright red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing his expression, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh inwardly, though he maintained a serious demeanor as he approached. Senior, how much do you need? Just tell me, and I'll make the decision for Rongrong. You? Dugu looked at him suspiciously. Yes, don't you want that soul bone? I can bid for it on your behalf, and you can pay me back later. This. Senior, don't hesitate. Look, the host is about to ring the hammer. We won't have time soon. As Yu Xiaowei said, the Fire Leopard sect had offered 45 million gold soul coins, and the Wind Sword sect had not responded for a long time. If they hesitated any longer, the soul bone would belong to the Fire Leopard sect. Dugu gritted his teeth and decisively said, All right, you help me bid for this soul bone. Whatever the cost, I'll pay you back later. Consider it a favor owed to you. If you need help in the future, just come to me. Deal, senior. I like your attitude. Yu Xiaowei laughed heartily, high-fiving Dugu 3 times, then turned to Ning Rongrong with a bold expression and said, Rongrong, the bid is 3 million gold soul coins. Let's see who dares to compete with me for the soul bone today. The smile that had just appeared on Dugu's face instantly vanished. However, before he could stop her, Ning Rongrong had already pressed the bidding button. Yu Xiaowei. A furious roar echoed throughout the entire private box. As Ning Rongrong announced the price of 3 million gold soul coins, the entire venue fell silent. Even Lei Tianhe was stunned by this price. Although this was a 10,000-year soul bone, it was severely damaged, and their auction house's estimated price was only around 2 million gold soul coins. To reach 45 million would already be beyond their expectations. Yet just now, the Ning family's box had actually called out a sky-high price of 3 million. In the Fire Leopard sect's box, a middle-aged man with fiery red short hair was furious and cursed loudly. Didn't you say that the Ning family only sent a little kid? Who the hell is bidding this price? Had the people from a Ning family gone crazy? They want to compete for a soul bone of this quality. A young man beside him asked, Grandpa, should we still place a bid? Bid for what? For such a worthless thing to be 3 million gold soul coins. Do you think our family is a bunch of fools? What if it's just a kid pressing buttons randomly? Do they even have that much money? The middle-aged man sighed. The auction house also had rules. Once the bid was placed, the money had to be paid, regardless of whether she had the money now or not. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would make sure the payment was completed. Forget it. This soul bone is destined to have nothing to do with our family. Lei Tianhe also regained his senses and quickly shouted, The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School bids 3 million gold soul coins. Is there any higher bid? 3 million gold soul coins for the first time, 3 million gold soul coins for the second time, 3 million gold soul coins for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This 10,000-year soul bone now belongs to you. In the Ning family's box, Dugu grabbed Yu Xiaowei by the collar and lifted him up, gritting his teeth and saying, You little brat, you set me up. Yu Xiaowei was not afraid at all, spreading her hands and saying, Senior, it's a fair and reasonable transaction, mutually agreed upon. The younger generation is waiting for you to return this 3 million gold soul coins, along with a personal favor from you. Chapter 12. The creditor comes knocking, seeking follow-up reads, seeking recommendations. Brother Wei, is that fierce old man, the poison Douluo? He's so ugly, even uglier than Grandpa Bone. Brother Wei, why did you give him the soul bone? I spent 3 million gold soul coins. Couldn't you have used it yourself? By the way, Brother Wei, I love a piece of firewood. And what does it mean to cook raw rice into cooked rice? Hey, Brother Wei, why is your face so red? Yu Xiaowei covered Ning Rongrong's mouth and said with a headache, Grandma, please don't make noise. My head is about to explode because of you, and besides, this is adult business that you, a child, should not interfere with. Aren't you a child too? Ning Rongrong pouted, tilted her head, and stopped talking to him. Damn, Dugu, seeing her expression, made Yu Xiaowei so angry that his teeth itched, and he cursed inwardly. That old coward, too afraid to hit anyone, just shouted loudly in the private room for him to eat I love a piece of firewood, turning it into a done deal. It was intentional, absolutely intentional. The old man just wanted Ning Rongrong to hear it. Damn, how could you, Dugu, be a titled Douluo and come up with such a petty trick? After cursing bastard 100 times in his heart, Yu Xiaowei sent Ning Rongrong back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, then returned home by himself. The next day dawned. As soon as Yu Xiaowei opened his eyes, he saw Duluo Chenshin standing by his bed, staring at him with wide eyes, nearly causing him to jump out of bed in fright. What the hell, his bedroom was in the heart of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. And if a kid like Ning Rongrong could come in, how did Chenshin get in? Gee, Grandpa's sword. Good morning. Chenshin did not respond, just stood there quietly without saying a word. Yu Xiaowei felt his legs weaken under the intense gaze. He forced out a smile that resembled a cry, and said, Grandpa's sword, please don't scare me. I'm a timid person. Timid? Chenshin's voice was like a sharp blade, cold enough to send shivers down Yu Xiaowei's spine. Hee. A little piece of firewood? Good lad. I see your courage is almost soaring to the heavens. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yu Xiaowei's forehead as he stammered. And no, it's not like that, Grandpa Sword. Let me explain. Chenshin ignored his excuses, directly lifting him up and heading straight for the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Poor Yu Xiaowei was only wearing a nightgown, flying through the clouds with Chenshin on a sword early in the morning. And the key was that his soul power was sealed, making it impossible for him to keep warm. By the time they arrived at the Seven Treasures glazed sect, he was shivering like a quail. Come on, let's go meet the sect master. Chenshin expressionlessly dragged him inside the council hall. Ning Fengji was sitting in his chair, drinking tea, and upon seeing Yu Xiaowei's appearance, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sitting beside him, Gu Rong approached with a look of concern, unsealing Yu Xiaowei's soul power and draping his own coat over him. Yu Xiaowei sniffed hard and said pitifully, Uncle Ning, if you want to kill me, just say it directly. Don't let Grandpa Jian torture me like this. Old Jian, look at what you've done. What if Xiaowei gets frozen badly? Gu Rong, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, shouted at Chenshin. With his body, can he really freeze into a problem? Chenshin replied nonchalantly, completely unconcerned about Gu Rong's furious glare. Watching the two men at odds, Ning Fengji could only smile wryly. All right, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. We brought Xiaowei here for a serious matter, so please stop arguing for now. 3 pairs of eyes focused on Yu Xiaowei, who immediately stiffened and began to guess wildly what Ning Fengji wanted him for. Then Ning Fengji asked seriously, Xiaowei, what do you think of Rongrong? As soon as this question was asked, both Chenshin and Gu Rong also stretched their necks, looking at him with serious expressions. Huh? Yu Xiaowei stared blankly at the 3 serious-looking men in front of him. Is this it? Just because of this? And you dragged me out of bed early in the morning and froze me all the way here? He was roaring wildly in his heart, then let out a heavy sigh. As soon as he sighed, Ning Fengji and the others felt a pang in their hearts. I think Rongrong is quite nice. And we get along well, Yu Xiaowei said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately brightened up. Ning Fengji smiled and said, Xiaowei, you know that Rongrong is my only daughter. The age difference with her brothers is too great, and she doesn't have any playmates usually. If you have time, please spend more time with her. As he spoke, he took out a red crystal card from his pocket and stuffed it into Yu Xiaowei's hand. You can take this money. It's not right for you to spend your own money every time you take Rongrong out to play. My family doesn't lack this little bit. If Rongrong throws a tantrum and spends money randomly in the future, you could just tell me. Yu Xiaowei was completely confused, holding the soul coin card in his hand. If he still didn't understand Ning Fengji's meaning, then he had lived 2 lifetimes for nothing. This old man must be crazy to want a son-in-law. He is only 12. Thank you, Uncle. Yu Xiaowei politely thanked Uncle Ning and said, if there's nothing else, I'll head home first. All right. Jianshu, you go send Xiaowei home. No need, it's not that troublesome. I can go home by myself. So, does this mean your dad wants you to come find me to play when you're free? Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was nervously tugging at her clothes, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she gently nodded, although she was only 11 years old. As the legitimate daughter of the 7 Treasure glazed tile school, she was aware of the sex rules. Since Ning Fengji had made it so clear, it would be foolish of her not to understand. Forget it, I won't think about it, let it be. Rongrong, let's go find Dugu to collect the debt. Yu Xiaowei took Ning Rongrong's little hand and set off towards the direction of the sunset forest. At this moment, in the eye of ice and fire, Dugu, whose hair had fallen out by half, was sitting cross-legged by the spring, cultivating. Due to his poisoning, he felt somewhat comfortable only in this place where the ice and fire energies clashed. However, the duration of his illness had increased significantly lately, and the symptoms had also lessened quite a bit. Yu Xiaowei's treatment had indeed proven effective. But thinking about that kid who had tricked him and caused him to incur a huge debt made him furious. Yet he couldn't do anything but vent with his words. After finishing his cultivation, Dugu walked around with his hands behind his back, looking at the dazzling fairy herbs he attempted to pluck one to taste it. But after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately gave up. The last time he tried medicine, he almost killed himself, and he didn't dare to try again this time. Strange. How did that little brat figure that the chrysanthemum would be useful to him? Could it be that he really knew about the herbs here? Dugu muttered as he stroked each fairy herb, his movements gentle as if caressing his beloved. Suddenly, he paused, frowning and looking up. Someone had breached his poison formation. Just as he was about to go take a look at who had the audacity to do so, a teasing voice came down from the cliff. Dugu Sr., it's time to pay back your debt. The echo in the valley kept reverberating, and Dugu's forehead bulged with veins. He wished he could rush up and beat Yu Xiaowei right then. Who the hell borrows money one day and demands repayment the next? Chapter 13. 9 Treasure Glass Tower. Seeking support. Seeking recommendations. You little brat. Are you sure you want to use these herbs of uncertain efficacy to settle your debt? Dugu looked at Yu Xiaowei, his face filled with skepticism. I don't believe you. You just want to trick me again. After being tricked twice, he had become shrewd. Whenever Yu Xiaowei opened his mouth, it was 100% bad news. Senior, look, I've even brought the creditor to you. As long as you give me 2 useless herbs, we can settle the debt with both principal and interest. In the end, Yu Xiaowei added, fair trade, no deception. You only gain without loss. Dugu squinted, remaining silent as he calculated in his heart. Although these herbs were extraordinary, he couldn't consume them, and the massive debt of 3 million gold soul coins was hard to repay. Why not just use them to offset the debt? Once this thought arose, he couldn't help but start considering the benefits of this debt offsetting method. The more he thought, the more he felt it would be entirely beneficial for him. Whether Yu Xiaowei would trick him again was no longer within his considerations. All right, I agree, but let me declare in advance, most of the herbs here are highly toxic. If you eat them and something goes wrong, I will not take any responsibility. Senior is wise. Yu Xiaowei was waiting for the sentence, seeing his spirited demeanor. Dugu felt a sudden sense of anxiety for no reason. He thought for a moment and took out paper and pen from the soul guide. Words alone are not enough. Let's put it in writing. When your uncle comes looking for trouble later, I will have proof that it was you who brought this upon yourself. Without saying a word, Yu Xiaowei took a pen and paper, waved his hand, and began to write swiftly. Today, I received 2 herbs from Poison Bo to settle a debt. The debt of 3 million gold soul coins has been cleared. Note, if I, the undersigned, experience any accidents due to the use of the herbs, I will be solely responsible, and Dugu will have no relation to it. After signing his name at the bottom, Yu Xiaowei handed over the note. Dugu carefully checked it and frowned, asking, why is it your name that S signed? Isn't the debtor this girl? Hey, signing my name is the same as signing Rongrong's name, right, Rongrong? Ning Rongrong nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Dugu looked at them with interest, then pointed at the blank space left by Yu Xiaowei and asked, I can give you 2 herbs. 10 herbs. Do you think I'm giving you blue silvergrass? Dugu laughed in anger at most 3 herbs. It seems the senior lacks sincerity. Rongrong, let's go. Senior, we may not meet again. Please find someone else for your poison. I am powerless to help. Yu Xiaowei shook her head and sighed, pulling Ning Rongrong as if to leave. Stop. Dugu shouted angrily. After pacing back and forth a few times, with a heart like a knife cut, he extended 5 fingers, 5 plants, that's the maximum. If you still don't agree, I would rather return this 3 million gold soul coins. Senior is so generous. Yu Xiaowei chuckled and quickly stepped forward to high-five him. After a moment, Yu Xiaowei pointed at 3 types of fairy herbs and said to Dugu, who was sitting by the pond with his eyes closed, Senior, I have temporarily selected these 3. The rest I will leave with you for now. You want to go back on your word, will you? Dugu opened his eyes and looked at the direction Yu Xiaowei was pointing with a displeased expression. The herbs Yu Xiaowei picked included a large white flower with 8 petals, sparkling like ice crystals in the center, a plant resembling a red cabbage, and finally, a golden tulip. The 8-petal ice crystal grass, the fiery apricot flower, and the gorgeous golden tulip. These are the 3 most recognizable fairy herbs from the original work. Besides these, the only other herbs Yu Xiaowei could identify were an 8-petal fairy orchid and a coxcomb phoenix sunflower. He wasn't sure about the names of other fairy herbs he remembered. The 3 he selected could be taken with Ning Rongrong today, avoiding any issues with storage. Upon seeing the 8-petal ice crystal grass and the fiery apricot flower, Dugu's expression changed drastically, and he angrily shouted, You little brat, are you messing with me? These 2 are the most poisonous herbs I have. If you want to seek death, go commit suicide in your blue lightning family. Don't come here to cause trouble. Yu Xiaowei laughed shamelessly. Senior, where are you saying this from? This little life of mine is quite precious. Since I dare to choose these two herbs, I must have a safe and reliable way to consume them. Is that true? How could I joke with my own life? I just need you, Senior, to help us protect the law when the time comes. Dugu squinted at him, and after a long while, he slowly nodded and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Good. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were prepared by Yu Xiaowei for himself. With the spring water from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he could forge an indestructible body for himself. However, he did not plan to absorb them right now. One reason was that he wanted to wait until he reached level 39 and use the medicinal power to break through the level 40 bottleneck. Then go to the Sunset Forest to directly hunt for soul rings. The other reason was that Ning Rongrong was struggling a bit. Although Yu Xiaowei had been using his soul power to protect her, she was just a support-type soul master, and her body was too weak. She was already showing slight signs of discomfort. Senior, please protect Rongrong. Dugu looked at him strangely. What about you? Aren't you going to consume the herbs? The atmosphere here is a bit overwhelming for Rongrong, and I worry that delays may lead to changes. Huh, I didn't expect you to care so much for your little lover. After a snicker, Dugu revealed his martial soul, just like he did when he protected Yu Xiaowei before, helping to isolate Ning Rongrong from the ice and fire aura. After picking the Chilua Yu Jinxiang, Yu Xiaowei seriously instructed Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, this herb I picked for you has absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, a rare celestial product, and has the effect of solidifying the foundation and strengthening the roots. After you consume it, no matter what changes occur, remember to tell no one except Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, and Grandpa Gu to avoid unnecessary trouble for Senior Dugu. Ning Rongrong obediently noted. Dugu, transformed into the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor, was taken aback after hearing this, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face. Regarding this little girl's matter, I will keep it a secret. Thank you, Senior. Yuxiwei thanked her and placed the Chilua tulip in Ning Rongrong's hands, instructing her not to swallow it, but to gently inhale the flower's stamen and slowly absorb its essence into her body, then use her soul power to spread the medicinal effects throughout her limbs. Seeing Ning Rongrong following her guidance and consuming the Chilua tulip, Yuxiwei sat beside her, practicing while also keeping an eye on her condition. Soon, Ning Rongrong's body began to change. A rich floral fragrance accompanied by golden light was released from her body, and then the 7-treasure glazed tower automatically appeared, floating quietly in front of her, emitting dazzling rainbow light. The golden light intensified repeatedly, illuminating the emerald green by phosphor, snake emperor, in golden hues. As time passed, the golden light gradually converged, and when it completely disappeared, Ning Rongrong awakened. After checking her status, she couldn't help but leap forward, wrapping her arms around Yuxiwei's neck and shouting excitedly. Looking at the jubilant Ning Rongrong, Yuxiwei smiled and said, "Look at your 7-treasure glazed tower." Ning Rongrong was taken aback and summoned the 7-treasure glazed tower to rest in her hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How did it become 9 layers? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, her voice trembling. Previously, she had been praised by Ning Fengji as a potential genius of the 7-treasure glazed sect, likely to be the only one in hundreds of years to transform the 7-treasure glazed tower into the 8-treasure glazed tower. Yet today, she discovered she had become the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower. Tears gradually blurred her eyes, and unable to contain herself, she buried herself in Yuxiwei's arms and began to cry. Chapter 14. The Sweet Treat. Seeking continued reading, seeking recommendations, early in the morning. As Yu Xiaowei was about to begin his daily training, he noticed Yu Tianheng sneaking around, peeking into his yard. He couldn't help but laugh and called out, "Hey, second nephew, what are you doing?" The sudden voice startled Yu Tianheng, making him jump. When he saw Yu Xiaowei's half-smiling expression, he forced a very professional fake smile. Uncle, I was just checking if you were here. Come on, do you really think you can come find me for no reason? Speak up. Did my old man send you to find me? Or was it my uncle? Yu Xiaowei scoffed at the obvious lie. Ever since he awakened his martial soul and started fighting with Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, these two hadn't taken the initiative to find him. That. Caught in a lie. Yu Tianheng's face turned red as he stammered, Uncle, Chief Meng Shinji would like to invite you to our Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Xiaowei glanced at him and chuckled. Are you trying to recruit me again? When I wanted to enter the academy as a child, you were all afraid of me, right? Didn't Old Dream personally sign my withdrawal papers? Now that I'm doing well at Blue Overlord Academy, you can give up on that idea. Upon mentioning this, Yu Qianheng didn't know how to respond. Back then, after Yu Xiaowei awakened his martial soul, Yu Longyan sent him to the Tiando Royal Academy, hoping he would study well there. However, because he couldn't control the nuclear radiation field properly, he stirred up chaos at the school just 7 days after arriving. In the end, Old Dream personally handled his withdrawal procedures and sent him back to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Later, Yu Longyan sent him to the Blaze Academy. But they didn't want him either, and eventually, he ended up at Blue Overlord Academy. Since then, Lu Erlong personally taught Yu Xiaowei in her thatched cottage until he could control the nuclear radiation field effortlessly before attending public classes. Because of this, the brother-sister pair, who had an age difference of over 30 years, developed an incredibly close relationship. You can go. There's no way I'm going to your Royal Academy. Even Old Dream coming personally won't change that. Yu Xiaowei swung his newly customized 1,000-pound dumbbell and unceremoniously issued an eviction order. Hearing the whistling sound of the dumbbell being swung, Yu Qianheng swallowed hard. Ever since he was young, he had been dominated by this strange power, and now Yu Xiaowei's strength had actually increased again. This was alarming. Uncle, you carry on. After saying that, he hurriedly retreated. At the Heavendo Royal Academy, Meng Xinji was reviewing the proposal submitted by Qin Ming regarding the formation of the Royal Combat Team for practical training. After reading it, he set down the thick stack of proposals and said gently to Qin Ming, "Teacher Qin, I find your proposal very reasonable. So this time, you will lead the team." After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Among your students, the one with the strongest soul power is still Tianheng, right?" "Yes, Tianheng is already at level 37. Qin Ming's expression was very proud. Yu Tianheng was now 22 years old, and he was confident that he could reach the Soul Sect before the Continental Soul Master competition, which would bolster the confidence of the Heavendo Royal Academy. Although he couldn't compare to geniuses like Feng Xiaotian, due to the characteristics of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, his actual combat power was much higher than his soul power. Meng Xinji sighed lightly, took out a document from the drawer, and placed it on the table, signaling Qin Ming to pick it up. "Teacher Qin, take a look at this document and see if you recognize this person." Qin Ming picked up the document and began to read it carefully. When he saw a suspected member of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus family, he suddenly looked up and asked incredulously, "Chief, could it be that Yu Xiaowei?" Meng Xinji smiled wryly and shook his head. "Who else could it be? It's the child I personally expelled back then. Soul power level 38. How is that possible? He's only 12 years old, right?" Qin Ming leaned against the wall in a daze, muttering to himself. "We personally expelled the most talented student since the school was established. A couple of days ago, news about a mysterious silver battle soul appearing at the Heavendo Grand Soul Arena had already spread among major forces. By this morning, a report regarding Yu Xiaowei was placed on the desks of the deans of various academies and the heads of various families. 12 years old. Mutated blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Soul power level 38. Defeated level 41 soul sect Feng Xiaotian in a higher level battle. If taken individually, each of these points might not attract too much attention from the major forces, but when they were all concentrated on one person, they had to be taken seriously. The dean of the Blaze Academy was regretting his decision. What a ridiculous extreme style. When Yu Longyan brought Yu Xiaowei to enroll, it was he who personally rejected him. He originally thought his own son and daughter were top-tier geniuses, yet now, several years older than Yu Xiaowei, one was at level 38 and the other at level 39. If only I had known, what was I insisting on with this extreme style? Yu Xiaowei also had a fire attribute martial soul, and his academy had the best conditions for tailored education. Now that he had ended up in Lu Erlong's hands, who was his sister, there was no way to bring him back. Unlike the gloomy Heavendo Royal Academy and Blaze Academy, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was brightly lit and decorated. The excited Ning Fengji was almost ready to discuss a marriage alliance with the Blue Lightning family. A couple of nights ago, when Ning Rongrong came home and said she was already at level 29, Ning Fengji and the others nearly popped their eyes out. This little ancestor had just broken through level 20 not long ago. How could she come back from a trip and be at level 29? Chun Xin and Gu Rong were even frightened into thinking that Ning Rongrong had used some kind of forbidden cultivation method. Just as they were preparing to check if she had any foundational damage, Ning Rongrong proudly summoned her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The splendid 9 colors illuminated the entire hall, making Ning Fengji and the others ecstatic and mesmerized. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the world, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda actually had a secret. This martial soul could only be cultivated to level 79 and could never progress further in one's lifetime. Now that Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda had evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, this issue no longer existed, meaning she was very likely to become the first titled Duel with a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in history. There was no need for further checks. The appearance of a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda was enough to prove that Ning Rongrong had not used any harmful methods. Upon learning that Yu Xiaowei had given her a herb that led to this change, Ning Fengji became even more determined to have Yu Xiaowei as his son-in-law. Now he didn't even urge Ning Rongrong to cultivate. The first thing he did every day was to urge her to go play with Yu Xiaowei. His catchphrase became, "That kid Xiaowei, I've seen him have a bright future since he was little. Sunset Forest, the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yu Xiaowei has finished his second treatment." Dugu moved his limbs a bit and immediately showed a delighted expression. The symptoms of poisoning have reduced by more than half. And now, even without the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he can suppress the toxins in his body. It is estimated that after 2 more treatments, he will be completely recovered. The most amazing thing is that the level 91 bottleneck, which has been stagnant for many years, has also shown signs of breaking during the treatment. The power carried by this kid's martial soul is truly remarkable. Looking at Yu Xiaowei, Dugu sincerely said, "Young man, great kindness is not to be thanked with mere words. This time, I owe you a favor, and I want to speak of useless platitudes. I now promise you 3 things within my capability, and the previous favor still stands. I will not go back on my word." Yu Xiaowei revealed a faint smile. Although Dugu was solitary and eccentric, after spending time together, he proved to be a friend worth deepening the relationship with. This time, he sincerely said, as a junior, "I thank you, senior." Chapter 15. The Depths of Urban Schemes. Seeking continued reading, seeking recommendations. In Heavendo City, at the branch of the Spirit Hall, an old man dressed in a long red robe and wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown was thoughtfully looking at the intelligence in his hands, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family has produced an extraordinary genius. After a light sigh, he put down the intelligence and rubbed his temples. At this moment, a middle-aged man in white attire, half kneeling on the ground, said with a look of shame, "My lord, that Yu Xiaowei is protected by at least 1 soul, a level powerhouse. I am incompetent and cannot get close to him. It's all right. After all, he is the number 1 genius of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. It wouldn't be surprising even if Yu Yuanjin personally protected him." A helpless smile appeared on Salus's face as he waved his hand, signaling the middle-aged man to retire. Then he murmured softly, "A 12-year-old soul master, with talent even stronger than Miss Nana, this matter must be decided by His Holiness the Pope." Blue Tyrant Academy, Student Forbidden Area. Yu Xiaowei is accompanying Lu Erlong, and the siblings are chatting while watering the flowers. "You want me to go to the Star Luo Empire? For what?" "That old thing, Dream Machine, came looking for me, saying that the Star Luo royal family is inviting the Heavendo royal family for an academy exchange. They are worried that Tianheng can't handle it and will lose face for the royal family, so they want to borrow you for a bit." Lu Erlong shrugged and said with an unhappy expression, "Are there strong opponents over there?" According to the intelligence from the Heavendo Royal Academy, at least 2 soul ancestors. Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. 2 soul sects? Can't beat them, not going. Lu Erlong chuckled. "I knew you'd say that." Old Meng said he wouldn't let you work for nothing. There will be compensation. Hearing about compensation, Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and his attitude changed immediately. "How much?" "I don't need gold soul coins. My family isn't lacking in those. How about soul bones?" 30,000 years for 1 soul sect. 50,000 years for 2 soul sects. And with 100,000 years, I could tear down the Star Luo Royal Academy. And 100,000 years of soul bones. Lu Erlong gave him a light knock on the head. "Those stingy old men would never give soul bones. Their offer is to provide us with a simulated training environment. What use is that? I might as well go to the Sunset Forest and fight a soul beast." Yu Xiaowei disdainfully said, "I don't think Dream Old Man is sincerely inviting anyone. I'm not going." Before the words fell, Lu Erlong's eyebrows shot up, grabbing his ear and shouting angrily, "I've already agreed to Dream Old Man, so you have to go whether you want to or not." Yu Xiaowei stiffened her neck and said, I won't go, just won't go." "Oh, you dare not listen to your sister's words. Feeling itchy, are we?" Lu Erlong gradually increased her grip, causing Yu Xiaowei to gasp in pain and cry out. "Lu Erlong, if you don't let go, you can go to the Elite Soul Master competition by yourself." "Oh, you dare to threaten your sister. Do you believe I will beat you?" "I believe, but it won't do you any good to beat me. If I say I won't go, then I won't go." As they were arguing, Yu Xiaowei sensed that the atmosphere was off. Looking up, she saw Lu Erlong staring at her with red-rimmed eyes. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Upon seeing Lu Erlong crying, Yu Xiaowei was instantly shocked. Her sister had always had a fiery temper. She had never seen this vulnerable side of her except when mentioning Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong sobbed. "Xiaowei, you grew up under your sister's protection, always having the best of everything. How would you know the struggles of the other kids in the academy? Our Lamba Academy can't compare to the Tiando Royal Academy or the Four Elements Academy. Kids like Tai Long, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Jiangzhu have talent, but suffer from a lack of educational resources, making their cultivation progress stagnate. It was hard enough for old Ming to be willing to share their educational resources with us, but it still depends on your attitude." As Lu Erlong spoke, her cries grew louder, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam, and by the end, she was outright wailing. Yu Xiaowei felt a sudden panic and hurriedly stepped forward to support Lu Erlong, flustered as she comforted her. All right, big sister promises, just stop crying." "Really?" Lu Erlong stopped crying and asked in confusion. "Really, I'm not lying to you. Just stop crying, I'll go find old Dream in a bit." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's expression changed, no longer resembling the little woman from before, and she shouted domineeringly, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go find old Dream. I'm still waiting for his simulated training environment." Yu Xiaowei, being pushed and shoved out the door, twitched the corners of her mouth, wondering when her silly sister learned to fake crying to manipulate others. Besides, the city is full of tricks. After this thought, she walked towards the outside of Tiando City. The Tiando Royal Academy is built on a mountain on the outskirts of Tiando City, along with a forest behind the mountain and a lake at the foot of the mountain, all of which fall under the management of the academy. After wandering slowly for a while, Yu Xiaowei finally arrived at the entrance of the academy. Just as he was about to enter, a mocking voice came over. "Oh, isn't this the young master of the Yu family? How is that cat girl you bought for 370,000 gold soul coins? I bet it was quite a treat." Without even seeing him, Yu Xiaowei recognized that annoying voice belonged to Xuebong. Although he knew that Xuebong was pretending to be harmless to avoid being dealt with by Xueqinghe, the constant provocations made him feel like Xuebong really thought he could push him around without any consequences. Bang! Yu Xiaowei swiftly dodged, kicking Avalanche away. The dozen or so noble youngsters following Avalanche, upon seeing him make a move, aside from a few who unleashed their martial spirits, quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Watching the uneven soul rings and the students awkwardly gesturing at him, Yu Xiaowei smiled. A free target was too good to pass up. After firmly stomping his foot, he activated his Godzilla martial spirit. Upon seeing Yu Xiaowei's fierce half-dragon transformation and the 3 shining soul rings on him, the noble students were so frightened that their legs went weak. In the eyes of these weaklings, soul rings were everything, the ultimate truth. Faced with Yu Xiaowei, who had one more soul ring than them, especially with the second soul ring being purple, they couldn't muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Their only reaction was to run. However, Yu Xiaowei wouldn't give them a chance to escape. With a strange roar, he charged forward like a gust of wind. Without releasing any soul skills, he fully utilized the combat techniques he remembered Godzilla excelling at: high jumps, tail whips, dorsal fin slashes, kangaroo kicks, and superhuman throws. By the time Dream Machine rushed over after receiving the news, this group of noble students had already been beaten into tears, with the most embarrassed ones even wetting themselves out of fear. "Stop it, Yu Xiaowei, don't hit anymore." Dream Machine trembled with anger. Were these really the students of the Tiando Royal Academy? A dozen of them being chased and beaten by one person. Couldn't they at least put up a fight? It was too humiliating. At this moment, the thought of shame surged uncontrollably in Dream Machine's mind. Yu Xiaowei, who was sitting on Avalanche and attacking left and right, laughed when he heard his voice. "All right, old man Ming, I'll listen to you." After saying that, he stood up and lightly stepped on Avalanche's groin. Watching Avalanche rolling on the ground, Dream Machine was filled with black lines on his forehead. After a long time of lip movements, he finally squeezed out a sentence, "Come to my office." With that, he turned around and walked back with a worried expression. Yu Xiaowei chuckled and looked at the back of Meng Xinji, forming a trumpet shape with both hands and shouting loudly, "Hey, old man Meng, your student just hit me, so this time the reward needs to be increased." Meng Xinji, who was walking towards the academy, stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 16. Meng Li, seeking to continue reading, seeking recommendations. Students, we are about to arrive at Silva City, where there is a very large soul fighting arena. Tonight, I will take you to experience a real soul fighting match. Qin Ming explained while glancing at Yu Xiaowei, who was lying there asleep. Before the trip, the dean had repeatedly instructed him to see if he could recruit Yu Xiaowei during the more than a month of back and forth. However, this guy was either sleeping or preparing to sleep the whole way, completely giving no opportunity. Turning to look at the other eager students, Qin Ming gently shook his head. Yu Xiaowei, who was much younger than them, had already made a name for himself in soul fighting, while his own students were still stuck on theoretical knowledge and had no practical experience at all. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. "All right, kids, you have the afternoon free to explore and gather back at the hotel in the evening," Qin Ming ordered. With that, under the leadership of Yu Tianheng, everyone greeted each other and scattered. Even the usually quiet Yi Lingling hurriedly left. Yu Xiaowei, who was left behind, slowly sat up, yawned widely, and prepared to get off the carriage. "Hey, Xiaowei, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still called out to him. Yu Xiaowei leaned against the car door and lazily said, "Is it about me going to your academy again? That's fine, but I have a condition." "What condition?" "You tell me. As long as we can agree to it, everything is fine." Just as Qin Ming was pondering how to start, he suddenly felt like he had been hit on the head with happiness. However, Yu Xiaowei's next words left him stunned. "Bring me a 10,000-year-old bone, and I'll immediately drop out and join your academy." Qin Ming's blood pressure shot up instantly. What did this kid think a 10,000-year-old bone was? Just something you could find anywhere like blue silver grass? But thinking of the principal's instructions, he could only grit his teeth and continue negotiating. "Can we change to another condition?" Yu Xiaowei smiled at him and decisively rejected. "You want to dig me without a soul bone worth 100,000 years? That would devalue me too much." Without paying any more attention to the pale-faced Qin Ming, he jumped off the carriage and disappeared into the crowd. The scale of Silva City is much smaller than that of Tiando City. After all, it is just the capital of a kingdom and cannot be compared to the capital of an empire. Yu Xiaowei had been wandering for a long time without finding anything fun to do, so he decided to go to the Silva's Grand Soul Arena to see the excitement. He was about to buy a ticket to enter when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw the staff of the Grand Soul Arena, pale-faced, hurriedly carrying 7 stretchers out from the arena. The stretchers were covered with blood-stained white cloths, and the people underneath were clearly already dead. It must be the Fierce God battle team. Those damn bastards, they always strike so viciously. So what if they're ruthless? I enjoy watching them torture people. Can you speak human language? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Looking at the 7 corpses being carried away, the people at the entrance began to discuss animatedly, and amidst the discord, some spectators started fighting with the Soul Masters. The conflict intensified, and many spectators were beaten up by the furious Soul Masters. The arena staff had to put down their tasks and quickly come out to maintain order. With the match ruined, Yu Xiaowei cursed his bad luck and turned to leave. Suddenly, a great force came from behind him as someone pushed him hard. Caught off guard, Yu Xiaowei nearly fell over, and he angrily turned around to glare at the person behind him. It was a bald, muscular man who looked to be around 30 years old, covered in large patches of blood. As soon as he saw Yu Xiaowei glaring at him, he cursed fiercely. "What are you staring at, you little brat?" Yu Xiaowei suddenly burst into laughter and teased. "What are you looking at?" The bald, muscular man Meng Li was taken aback, clearly not expecting that someone in the Silva's Grand Soul Arena wouldn't recognize him. He squinted his eyes, extended a finger as thick as a carrot, and pointed at Yu Xiaowei while shouting, "Try looking at me again." "Go ahead and try. Do you dare to hit me?" The little brat, though not very old, certainly had some guts. Meng Li let out a sinister laugh and suddenly swung a fist toward Yu Xiaowei. To his surprise, Yu Xiaowei extended his right hand and effortlessly caught his fist. He had some skills, but it was unclear if he was just a silver bullet with no real power. Meng Li exclaimed in admiration and then released his martial soul, the savage giant bear. Yellow and purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, instantly increasing the strength in his fist several times. Under the immense pressure, veins bulged on Yu Xiaowei's forehead. A flicker of fire appeared, and his right arm transformed into Godzilla's claw. In the clash of strength with Meng Li, he showed no signs of backing down. Who is this kid? Such immense power. He can actually compete with Meng Li in strength. Moreover, Meng Li has released his martial soul, but that kid hasn't even done so. How can this kid's arm transform into the claw of a soul beast? What kind of martial soul is this? Bang! In the fierce contest between the two, the floor tiles suddenly exploded with a loud crack, shattering into a spiderweb pattern. The onlookers gasped in shock and retreated a few steps. The staff of the Grand Soul Arena hurriedly ran around in a panic. In a conflict between soul masters, ordinary people could easily get caught up, and for a moment, no one dared to step in to mediate. Just then, A handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing rushed over and shouted angrily, "Stop!" Upon seeing this young man, Meng Li snorted coldly, released his grip, and cautiously stepped back to avoid a sneak attack. Yu Xiaowei disdainfully took a step back, staring at him intently. The young man walked in front of the two, looking unconcerned as he said, "If you want to fight, go to the battle arena. Don't cause trouble here, especially you. Meng Li, if you keep this up, I will revoke your battle qualifications." This young man was clearly a high-ranking official of the battle arena. Although Meng Li was somewhat dissatisfied, he didn't say much. He pointed at the battle arena and provocatively said to Yu Xiaowei, "One-on-one, life and death battle. If you're a man, come fight me." Yu Xiaowei grinned, took out her Silver Soul badge, and tossed it to the staff. "Sign me up, Silver Soul, Godzilla, for this life and death battle." Yu Qianheng and his 6 companions, like Yu Xiaowei, spent half a day wandering around Silva's city without anything to do. So they decided to go watch the battles at the Grand Soul Arena. Originally, Yu Qianheng wanted to sign up for a one-on-one match for fun. However, Dugu felt that they should not proceed without informing Qin Ming, as they might face punishment if something went wrong. So, they rented a large private box at the main arena to watch the battles between Silver Souls up close. After watching several matches in a row, everyone gained some insights into soul skills and team coordination. The only exception was the match involving the Fierce God team, where their opponents were brutally torn apart. The bloody scene had a huge impact on their young minds. Even carefree individuals like Yu Feng and Ishrull turned pale, and Yi Lingling couldn't handle it and vomited right there. Just as they were about to leave, Dugu suddenly stammered, "Tianhenge, isn't that your uncle?" Yu Qianheng was shocked upon hearing this and quickly ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, following the direction pointed by Dugu. Sure enough, the person making his entrance was Yu Xiaowei, and his opponent was the bald, strong man who had cruelly slaughtered his opponents before. Meng Li, the captain of the Fierce God team. Chapter 17, Radiation Hotline. Please follow and recommend. Meng Li, a level 44 assault-type battle spirit master with the martial spirit of a berserk giant bear. Silver fighting spirit. Recently risen. The captain of the Fierce God team has always advocated a brutal and ruthless style. The more ruthless, the better. The entire team's combat style is consistent with his. Regardless of winning or losing, they would launch the most ferocious life and death attacks, even against the slightly stronger silver fighting spirit teams. Their momentum would suppress them as soon as they faced off. Winning against them often results in Pyrrhic victories, with many on their side severely injured or disabled. And if they lose, it means death, sometimes not even leaving behind a complete corpse. Because of this combat style, the Fierce God team has only lost 2 matches at the very beginning, and they have won their last 4 matches. You little brat, I will make you regret coming into this world. Remember, the one who will kill you is called Meng Li, the future Fierce God Douluo. As Meng Li stepped onto the stage, a bloodthirsty look gleamed in his eyes. He walked forward, cracking his knuckles, making a series of popping sounds that made one's teeth ache. He deliberately did not change his clothes and still wore the blood-soaked outfit from the last battle. Even from a distance, a strong smell of blood wafted into Yu Xiaowei's nose. Similar to the Heavenly Fight Grand Spirit Arena, the main audience in this arena also sat in private boxes, cheering for the contestants through amplification devices. As Meng Li made his entrance, the cheers began to swell like a tidal wave inside the arena. "You overconfident brat, tear him apart. Meng Li, kill him. Haha. Someone else is here to deliver themselves to death." Although Meng Li's brutal style of fighting displeased some spectators, many were still stimulated by the bloody scenes, causing a surge of hormones. Listening to the overwhelming cheers, Meng Li's aura became even more violent and arrogant. In the private box, Yu Tianheng was sweating profusely, and he couldn't help but grip Dugu small hand tightly. The other members of the royal fighting team also looked grim as they listened to the one-sided cheers. They had just witnessed the bald man slaughtering others in this arena, and they questioned whether they would stand a chance even if they reached level 40. How could Yu Xiaowei, a soul master, suddenly appear to face him? "You little brat, how do you want to die? Should I tear you apart or dismember you?" Using verbal taunts against his opponents was Meng Li's favorite tactic in the arena. Coupled with his bloodthirsty aura, in most cases, 1 or 2 opponents would lose significant fighting power out of fear. Yu Xiaowei looked at him with an expressionless face and scoffed disdainfully. "Boring. What did you say?" Meng Li frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why was this young guy, who didn't seem very old, not afraid? "I said boring." Yu Xiaowei calmly said, "I am here to kill, not to talk." The tense atmosphere between the two made the referee on the sidelines feel uneasy, and he quickly announced loudly, the soul battle begins. The barbaric giant bear possessed Monty, and his body instantly inflated, with dense black fur spreading over him like steel needles. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. For soul rings lit up simultaneously. Monty's body swelled again, and a semicircular light shield appeared around him. Lowering his head and getting on all fours, he howled like a beast and charged wildly at Yu like an armored vehicle. This was his 1,000-year soul skill, and also his only offensive soul skill, Bear Charge. A red halo expanded from his body, enveloping Yu within it, and a feeling of being shackled made Yu frown. Just as the battle began, Monty unleashed all 4 of his soul skills. Unlike other soul masters who prefer to counterattack, members of the Fierce God battle team always follow this approach. Regardless of soul power consumption, they aim to overpower their opponent. In a past battle, Monty had done just that, smashing an opponent who was a soul master right at the start. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Qianheng's face turned pale, and he kept muttering, "It's over, it's over. If my uncle gets hurt, my second grandpa will go crazy, and grandpa will tear this grand soul arena apart." Dugu also looked worriedly at the arena. But her concern wasn't whether Yu would be hurt, but rather who would treat her grandfather if something happened to Yu. Unlike the anxious royal battle team, the shouts from the other spectators were even wilder, all eagerly anticipating the scene of Yu being smashed by Monty. Flames erupted, and with the Godzilla martial spirit activated, Yu whose figure also grew taller, had his first and second soul rings light up simultaneously. The source of power stacked with a demon body increased his strength by 200%. The nuclear radiation field erupted synchronously, covering the entire arena. As soon as the blood-red halo emanating from Monty touched the nuclear radiation field, it instantly exploded. With a long howl, Yu freed from the feeling of restraint, charged forward fiercely. In an instant, Godzilla collided with the barbaric giant bear, and a strong shockwave erupted from their clash, causing the ground of the main soul arena to tremble violently. The previously noisy soul arena fell silent. It was unclear whether the spectators were shocked by Yu purple second soul ring, or by the fact that a mere soul master could actually contend with a soul sovereign. Yu and Meng Li fought fiercely like 2 ancient fierce beasts. Relying on his protective light shield, Meng Li had always been fearless in battle, never backing down. However, today he became increasingly alarmed as he fought. This relatively young boy, despite having less soul power, was surprisingly able to match him in strength. A crisp sound came from the light shield, and Meng Li's expression changed drastically. His protective light shield was derived from a 5,000-year-old armored bear, and in previous soul battles, it had often survived without breaking even after frequent fights. How could it be shattered after just a few attacks today? Yu expression was stern as he continued to attack Meng Li. With another whip of his tail, Meng Li's protective shield shattered. The nuclear radiation instantly enveloped him. The sudden dizziness and weakness caused his punching motion to falter, and Yu seized the opportunity to grab his head, swinging him around a few times before forcefully throwing him into the sky. Godzilla's martial arts skill, super strength throw. Meng Li was not a flying soul master, and as soon as he was thrown into the air, he was completely at a loss. Just as he was about to fall, Yu lightly crouched and leaped high, fiercely stomping down on the descending Meng Li. The power of the jump, combined with the momentum of the fall, resulted in a deafening explosion as the soul fighting platform was shattered into pieces by Meng Li's impact. Yu stepped on his chest, looking at him expressionlessly. A blue halo began to glow on Yu tail fin, gradually spreading to his dorsal fin, neck, until his eyes lit up. Meng Li, whose bones were broken in more than half, saw this, and pleaded with tears, "Spare me." Ignoring his pleas, Yu opened his mouth mercilessly, and a dazzling blue light burst forth. The radiation beam, also known as atomic breath, was the breath attack skill most commonly used by Godzilla. Its soul power consumption was much greater than that of the white-hot light, and at the same time, its temperature and destructive power were several times higher. This was a memory awakened when Yu obtained his third soul ring. Speaking of which, this was his first time using this skill. In his previous battle against Feng Xiaotian, he was afraid of accidentally killing him, so he didn't dare to use it at all. Meng Li summoned the meager soul power he had left to create a protective light shield, but after a brief struggle, the shield was shattered. Under the super high temperature bombardment of the radiation beam, Meng Li's upper body quickly turned into a pile of ashes. As the blue light ceased, white smoke billowed from Yu mouth. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily, and released the state of his martial spirit. After resting for a moment, He looked at the half of Meng Li's corpse, then at his own hands, muttering with a complex expression, "Is this what it feels like to kill?" After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed, raising his hands high in a seemingly mad manner and letting out a long howl, as if to vent. The originally silent main arena erupted with deafening cheers and screams. After witnessing a Soul Master defeating a Soul King in a rare battle, all the spectators went wild. In the VIP box of the Emperor Battle Team, Yu Qianheng and the others bit their lips, watching Yu Xiaowei, the center of attention, a feeling of helplessness rising within them. They finally understood why Dream God Machine insisted on bringing Yu Xiaowei along. Why could this boy, who was even younger than them and also a Soul Master, be so strong? Chapter 18. Is there a thief? Seeking follow-up reads. Seeking recommendations. Although it seemed like a crushing victory against Meng Li, fighting against a level 44 attack-type Soul Master was not that easy. In close combat, just a protective light shield caused Yu Xiaowei quite a bit of trouble. No wonder it was the fourth soul skill of a Soul King. Relying on the shield's defensive capabilities, Meng Li fought back by trading injuries, landing several punches right on Yu Xiaowei's soft ribs. He was too excited during the battle to feel the pain, but as soon as he relaxed, he felt excruciating pain in his ribs. Fortunately, with Yu Qianheng and the others present, and thanks to Yi Lingling's healing, his injuries quickly recovered. That night, Qi Ming was surprised to find that Yu Qianheng and the others were suddenly putting in extra effort in their training, completely different from their previous attitude of taking one step after cracking a whip. The members of the Emperor Battle Team also kept their distance from Yu Xiaowei, wishing they could hide as far away as possible. After repeated questioning, Yu Qianheng finally stammered out that Yu Xiaowei had killed a level 44 Soul King in the Grand Soul Arena. Upon hearing this news, Qi Ming was first stunned. Then he pounded his chest and cursed Dream God Machine for being blind, giving such a good talent to Blue Tyrant Academy. He completely forgot that it was he who had told Dream God Machine that although this child was exceptionally gifted, he couldn't control his power, and, coupled with his mischievous personality, was already hopeless. From that day on, an enraged Qi Ming took Yu Qianheng and the others to the Grand Soul Arena for competitions every day, refusing to return until after midnight. If two words were to describe the Emperor Battle Team at this stage, it would be numb. They were truly numb. With Yi Lingling around, they couldn't slack off. Hurt. Yi Lingling heals. 1. No dreams of consecutive victories. What kind of Soul Masters are you? Lost. If you lose, then win it back. If you don't even have this fighting spirit, what kind of Soul Masters are you? Every night, when the members of the Emperor Battle Team returned to the hotel, they all pounced on the food like hungry tigers. Even the most ladylike Yi Lingling was like a starving ghost reincarnated. From this moment on, Qi Ming became like a devil in their hearts, second only to the killing machine Yu Xiaowei. There was still nearly a month before the Royal Academy exchange. Qi Ming planned to continue training the Emperor Battle Team here. After all, the Star Luo Royal Academy had already confirmed that there were 2 Soul Kings, and relying solely on Yu Xiaowei wouldn't suffice. Originally, he wanted to bring Yu Xiaowei to participate in Team Soul fights. However, the kid directly replied, "I can take on a team of level 30 by myself. What is the use of fighting Team Soul fights with him?" Qi Ming was left speechless, and the Emperor Battle Team's return time became even later. After a few days of mental recovery, Yu Xiaowei had walked out from the shadow of killing. On the soul fighting stage, although he spoke arrogantly, when he actually killed Meng Li, his mind went blank. Back in the day, when he had just awakened his martial spirit, Yu Lumian had taught him that the world of Soul Masters was cruel, and sooner or later, he would encounter it. He just didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. In Douluo, one is not in control of oneself, he sighed while wandering the streets. Due to Meng Li's death at his hands, the Fierce God Battle Team was forced to disband. The silver martial spirit named Godzilla exploded throughout the entire Silv city overnight, with discussions about him everywhere on the streets. There were tales of Soul Masters torturing Soul Kings, Meng Li being turned into mincemeat. And the most outrageous was that Godzilla transformed into a soul beast and ate Meng Li on the spot. Yu Xiaowei was initially listening with great interest, but as he continued, he found it increasingly off-putting and eventually left in a huff. Damn it, rumors are indeed unreliable. How could such a refined and handsome guy like him be labeled as a man-eating demon? With his mood soured, he returned to the hotel. Just as he was about to open the door, he keenly sensed something was wrong. The door lock had been tampered with. However, the method was quite clumsy, leaving obvious marks of forced entry, indicating it was done by a novice. Being a novice made things easier, if they couldn't even cover their own tracks. How strong could they be? After roughly estimating the strength of both sides, Yu Xiaowei swaggered in through the door. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of the presence of someone in the room. There was a faint scent of body fragrance, along with a hint of blood. A woman? Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, pretending not to notice anything. After casually locking the door, she walked towards the position of the lockpicker, behind the bedroom door. Sure enough, as soon as she entered the bedroom, a sharp blade was pressed against her neck. Don't move, don't shout, or I'll take your life with one stroke. A cold voice, slightly out of breath, said. It was indeed a woman. Yu Xiaowei thought to himself, raising his hands and pretending to be frightened. Who are you? I tell you, my family is very wealthy. Please don't hurt me. How much do you want? My father can give you anything. At the same time, he began to estimate the abilities of a lockpicker in his mind. The speed of the knife was extremely fast, and the strength was weak, indicating he was a sensitive attack-type soul master. The voice was weak and had a bloody smell, suggesting he was injured. The fluctuation of soul power was not strong, likely not exceeding level 30, indicating he was inexperienced. The methods were immature, not those of a professional lockpicker, and the items in the room had not been rummaged through, suggesting he was not a thief. In summary, this lockpicker was likely not here to steal, but had probably hidden here after being injured. In an instant, Yu Xiaowei formed a rough impression of a lockpicker. I don't want money. I have no ill intentions towards you. I need food and water. Please go get some for me. Oh, okay. But can you keep your knife away from me? I won't say anything. I'm a very timid person, and you frighten me. After listening to Yu Xiaowei's persuasion, the lockpicker hesitated for a moment before retracting the blade and coldly said, Hurry up. Yu Xiaowei curled his lips. Was this how one asks for a favor? He calmly walked to the bedside, pressed the button to call the waiter, and calmly requested dinner and water to be brought up. During this process, he noticed that the lockpicker had already hidden in the ceiling. A cold gaze was fixed on him, as if he would be struck dead at the slightest sign of unusual behavior. Fortunately, the waiter quickly delivered the food, and the lockpicker let out a quiet sigh of relief. After Yu Xiaowei locked the door again, he jumped down from the ceiling. Yu Xiaowei finally got to see her true appearance. She was a very beautiful girl, looking around 11 or 12 years old, with a head of messy black hair, fair skin, and a figure that was surprisingly voluptuous for her age. If you didn't look at her face, you might mistake her for a fully grown young woman. In contrast to her fiery figure, the girl's expression was very cold, as if devoid of any emotion, and her pair of pitch-black eyes revealed a sense of numbness. Thank you. After receiving the food from Yu Xiaowei, she politely expressed her gratitude. That said, she still cautiously distanced herself from Yu Xiaowei, curling up in a dark corner. After checking the food and confirming it was not poisoned, she began to devour it hungrily. Meanwhile, her gaze never left Yu Xiaowei. Sitting on the sofa, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but ponder what had happened to make this girl so wary of everything around her. Chapter 19. Using the first move to trap the bored crystal hairpin gold dragon whiskers needle. Seeking follow-ups, seeking recommendations, the girl was very silent. Although her eating manners were not great, the fact that she neatly arranged the utensils after finishing her meal suggested that she came from a wealthy family. You're injured, Yu Xiaowei said with concern. You don't need to worry about it. Perhaps it was because she was full, but there was a hint of undeniable fatigue in the girl's cold voice. After saying this, she turned to leave. Hey, you haven't paid yet. What? The meal you just had was bought with my money, so you need to pay me, Yu Xiaowei said with slight dissatisfaction. The girl was stunned, seemingly not expecting that someone would actually ask a robber for money. After coming to her senses, she replied firmly, I don't have any money right now, but I will pay you back when I have money in the future. That's not acceptable. In my whole life, apart from the money I owe to others, no one has ever owed me money. Yu Xiaowei walked over to her without any politeness, imitating Meng Li as he walked, cracking his knuckles. You are indeed not an ordinary person. The girl's expression was serious as she revealed her martial soul for the first time. After it manifested, her 10 fingers extended like sharp cat claws, and her eyes transformed, with the left eye becoming dark green and the right eye clear blue, accompanied by a series of phantoms that aimed directly at Yu Xiaowei's neck. Bang! Despite the girl's incredibly fast speed, it was still too slow for Yu Xiaowei. He mercilessly kicked out, sending her flying back to the ground. For the first time, there was a change in the girl's icy face. After taking that kick, she felt as if her abdomen was turning over, and she couldn't muster any strength in her body. This guy, who seemed to be just a spoiled rich kid, actually had such strong power. The girl lay on the ground in pain, listening to the approaching footsteps, but not to mention counterattacking. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. She could only watch helplessly as Yu Xiaowei walked in front of her and roughly stripped the soul guide device from her wrist. A devilish voice reached her ears. I am Yu Xiaowei, the chief disciple of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I'm waiting for you to repay your debt. Get it back to me. The girl struggled to raise herself, her face as red as blood as she reached out. Yu Xiaowei squatted down and gently patted her face. All right, when you've saved enough money, come find me at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in Tiando City. I won't ask too much from you. This meal will cost you a gold soul coin, plus the mental distress fee for your attack on me. Rounding it off, let's say it's 10,000 gold soul coins. I'll keep this for you for now. After saying that, with no compassion whatsoever, Yu Xiaowei directly picked up the girl and tossed her outside the door. After regaining some strength, the girl glanced at Yu Xiaowei's room with a complicated expression, leaving the hotel with a hint of regret and embarrassment. 10 days later, Qin Ming took them away from Silva City, continuing their journey towards the Star Luo Empire. After this period of training in the Great Soul Arena, Yu Qianheng and the others felt as if they had undergone a transformation. However, when facing Yu Xiaowei, they still kept their distance. Classmates, ahead is Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Once we reach here, we will only be 2 days away from the Star Luo Empire. On the carriage, Qin Ming was enthusiastically explaining the scenery and culture of Soto City. This was his hometown, and returning home made him exceptionally excited. Yu Xiaowei fiddled with the girl's soul guide device, absent-mindedly listening to his rambling. He had seen everything inside the soul guide. There wasn't even a single copper soul coin, let alone a gold one. There were only a few neatly arranged pieces of clothing, and he couldn't understand how she managed to get by. However, what made Yu Xiaowei feel a bit embarrassed was that there were a few pieces of intimate underwear among them. No wonder the girl blushed so much at that time. After putting away the soul guide device, Yu Xiaowei gazed out of the window, lost in thought. Soto City, yet another familiar name. Shrek Academy is located in a small village nearby. This academy, renowned in the original work, has birthed 7 deities, stirring the winds and clouds of Douluo continent. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Yu Xiaowei's lips. Ning Rongrong, the most important among the Shrek's 7 monsters, is already destined to be his future wife. There is no way he would let her go to Shrek. Thus, even before the Shrek's 7 monsters had gathered, he had already disrupted their formation. Upon entering Soto City, Qin Ming took the royal fighting team to register at the Great Soul Arena as usual, while Yu Xiaowei was left to wander around freely. However, this time, he had a purpose for his stroll. After wandering the bustling streets for quite a while, Yu Xiaowei finally found the shop he was looking for. It was a small storefront, but he recognized it at a glance because of the unique circular emblem on its sign, a sword, a hammer, and the mark of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which he was most familiar with. Yu Xiaowei walked in slowly. The shop was somewhat dim, and both the decorations and the items for sale looked very old. As soon as she entered, a middle-aged man lying on a recliner let out a soft "oh," and then suddenly sat up straight. Yu Xiaowei immediately sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul power flash by. Soon after, the middle-aged man jumped up, grabbed his hand, and squeezed it hard, exclaiming in surprise, "A monster! Truly an absolute monster! Little monster, would you like to come to my academy? Our Shrek Academy has the best faculty in the entire Balak Kingdom, with numerous soul saints and soul emperors among our teachers. One of our most outstanding students is now the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. So what do you think, little monster? Isn't it great here?" Yu Xiaowei sneered. How could he not know the famous reputation of Shrek Academy? They had taught a group of geniuses among geniuses, yet only 14 graduated. These exceptionally talented students would have achieved even greater heights if placed in the 3 great sects and the Spirit Hall. TSK, what a waste of talent. Yu Xiaowei pretended to be innocent and casually replied to the 4-eyed owl, Flanders. I'm here to buy things, not to look for a school. I already have an academy. Thank you, uncle. Having an academy is fine. You can drop out and come to our Shrek, Flanders urged eagerly. With a bone age of 12 and soul power at level 38, this is many times higher than his best student, Oscar. Heaven has sent such a genius to him. If he can't recruit him into his academy, it would be a huge loss. However, no matter how he persuaded her, Yu Xiaowei shook her head in refusal. No, uncle. Thank you for your kindness, but my teacher treats me like a biological sibling, and I'm not planning to drop out. I'm just here to buy things. Just tell me how much these crystals cost, and I'll buy them all. After failing to recruit a student, Flanders said angrily, These crystals are 10,000 gold soul coins. Take it or leave it. To his surprise, Yu Xiaowei actually pulled out a red crystal card from her pocket. Uncle, I'll swipe my card. You can't swipe it. Oh, I saw the emblem of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family on your sign, and thought I could use the card. Since I can't, then there's nothing I can do. Uncle, goodbye. Upon hearing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Flanders' expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly called out to Yu Xiaowei. Little monster, what is your relation to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Oh, my dad is Yu Luomian, and my sister is Lu Erlong. What's wrong? Do you know my family? Upon hearing that name, Flanders was momentarily dazed, and a lively and cheerful, beautiful girl appeared in his mind. He smiled wryly and said, You are Erlong's younger brother? Yu Xiaowei chuckled, absolutely genuine. After carefully observing Yu Xiaowei's appearance, it was indeed strikingly similar to Lu Erlong. Flanders' expression changed continuously, sometimes bitter, sometimes nostalgic, sometimes sorrowful. After all, who else would have such strong talent besides Erlong's brother? He waved his hand, and all the crystals in the shop flew over. Flanders, somewhat annoyed and melancholic, said to Yu Xiaowei, Take them all, they are all yours. Uncle, aren't you going to take the money? Get lost, don't disturb my sleep. After collecting all the crystals, Yu Xiaowei walked out of the shop, looked up at the clear sky, and suddenly felt in high spirits. Tang-san, without this crystal hairpin and golden dragon whisker needle, how will you enroll in Shrek? Chapter 20. Let's see who you can kill. Seeking continued reading, seeking recommendations, originally planned to stay in Soto City for only 3 days. Qi Ming had to postpone his departure. This was because the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling, in the team had reached level 30. Originally, with her level 29 soul power, she was not qualified to be selected for the royal fighting team. However, considering the uniqueness of her martial soul, 9-heart begonia, and hoping that she could reach level 30 before arriving in the Star Luo Empire, Qi Ming kept her by his side. So when Yi Lingling told him this morning that she had reached level 30, Qi Ming was overjoyed. He immediately called out all the students who were still resting. After breakfast, everyone quickly set off. With less than 10 days until the exchange with the royal academies of the two countries, time was tight. The location chosen for Yi Lingling to hunt soul rings was the Stardow Forest. Departing from Soto City, it would take them about 2 days at their pace. Along the way, Qi Ming kept reminding them, the Stardow Forest is different from the Soul Beast Forest in our academy. The Soul Beasts there are wild, fierce by nature, and highly aggressive. Once we enter the Stardow Forest, you must closely follow me. Unlike the Tiando Royal Academy students, who looked serious, Yu Xiaowei scoffed at Qi Ming's words. Unlike those like Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin, who had never been to the Soul Beast Forest. He had been fighting soul beasts around the outskirts of the Sunset Forest since he was a one-ring soul master. He had fought against soul beasts ranging from 100 years to 4,000 or 5,000 years. He deeply understood that in the ever-changing soul beast forest, protective measures like Qi Ming's would only lead this group of students to become weaker. Especially after his life-and-death battle with Meng Li. He had even less respect for the royal fighting team, which still participated in competitive battles. If before he relied on personal strength to defeat the royal fighting team, now, as long as he took the stage, his killing intent would make the royal fighting team members weak in the knees. Soul masters who had not experienced life-and-death battles could never advance further. On the second day, the group finally arrived at a small town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. After glancing at the already dim sky, Qi Ming helplessly said, We'll rest here tonight and enter the forest early tomorrow. The already exhausted royal fighting team responded weakly and returned to their rooms to rest. Unlike the other students, the physically strong Yu Xiaowei remained energetic. He sat alone downstairs, ordered a table full of dishes, and began to eat slowly. While eating, he pondered a question. His martial soul manifestation resembled his martial soul true form. Speaking of which, Yu Xiaowei had once had an unreliable guess about this matter. Had he already begun to dragonize since he was a one-ring? At first, he thought this idea was implausible. However, when he was a one-ring, he grew a tail and obtained the atomic furnace. At 2 rings, he grew dorsal fins. And at 3 rings, he grew a Godzilla claw. These were clearly signs of dragonization. Moreover, now with more parts of him dragonizing, during martial soul manifestation, he almost resembled a humanoid Godzilla. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this guess might be true. But why did everyone in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family only dragonize at level 30? Well, he was so special. Special treatment for traversers? Just as he was engrossed in eating and drinking, a pale-faced man in white entered with 3 young people. The man in white affectionately said to one of the girls, Miss Nana, we will make do here for the night. And tomorrow we will enter the Stardow Forest to help you find suitable. His voice abruptly stopped. The girl looked up in confusion and saw his somewhat excited and fanatical expression and asked curiously, Grandpa Yu, what is wrong with you? The man in white seemed to have not heard her voice at all. His figure flashed, and he rushed out. Yu Xiaowei only felt a flash of white light in front of her, and then she saw a person in white standing before her. She raised her head in confusion and met the face of the white-clad person, which seemed to appreciate a rare treasure. "Sir, I'm a decent person. What do you want?" Yu Xiaowei leaped back violently, and the expression of the person in front of him made him think of a disgusting term: Longyang's favor. This terrifying dead she-male couldn't possibly have taken a liking to him, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. The white-clothed man's smiling expression suddenly froze, his face quickly turning iron blue, and then, like lightning, he struck Yu Xiaowei with 7 palms. They landed on Yu Xiaowei's neck, arms, legs, chest, and back. He didn't have time to react or even resist. This dead she-male was at least at the level of a contra. Yu Xiaowei, who had seen a lot, immediately made a rough judgment about the strength of the white-clothed man. As 7 streams of heat surged into his body, a rich golden light suddenly burst forth. Accompanied by a strange floral fragrance, Yu Xiaowei clearly sensed that a peculiar power was continuously flowing into his limbs and bones. Even without sensing it, he knew that his physical body had been reinforced once again. So, who exactly was this dead she-male in front of him? Yu Guan, the chrysanthemum Duluo of the Spirit Hall, with a martial spirit, the extraordinary chrysanthemum. Only he could precisely activate all the residual medicinal power within Yu Xiaowei's body. Like admiring a piece of art, Yu Guan looked at Yu Xiaowei with satisfaction and excitedly asked, "Young friend, would you be willing to become my disciple?" As he spoke, he opened his right palm, and a large chrysanthemum bloomed in the wind. It was a magnificent purple chrysanthemum, with the stamen rising more than half a foot above the petals, and the tip of the stamen shimmered with a golden light. Yu Guan's voice became gentler. "Young friend, I am an elder of the Spirit Hall, titled Chrysanthemum, with soul power of moderate strength, level 95. You have seen my martial spirit, which is indeed the extraordinary chrysanthemum. Since you have consumed this divine herb, it is destined that we are fated to meet. Young friend, would you be willing to become my disciple? With your talent, your future will definitely not be inferior to mine." The 2 men and 1 woman behind Yu Guan immediately changed their expressions upon hearing this. The chrysanthemum doll was a super doll, and since he had clearly stated that this young man would become a super powerhouse of his level in the future, it cannot be wrong. However, how did such a talented person emerge in this remote town? But on second thought, it was unlikely anyone would refuse such a good opportunity. Having such a teacher would not only provide a backing, but also offer immense help in cultivation. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yu Xiaowei actually chuckled lightly and said, "Senior, I'm afraid that's not possible. I already have a teacher at home." Yu Guan snorted coldly and said fiercely, "Who is your teacher? I'll go kill him right now, and then you can become my disciple." "Ah, I'm afraid you can't do that. Who is your teacher?" Yu Guan frowned, seemingly realizing that the situation was not simple. Yu Xiaowei grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "My teacher is named Yu Yuanjin, and my father-in-law is named Ning Fengji. I also have 2 godfathers, one named Chen Xin and the other named Guro. If you want me to worship you as my master, then you can try to see if you can kill one of them." Chapter 21. Amplification, 10-fold breath range. Please continue reading. Please recommend. Yu Guan left with a belly full of resentment, looking back 3 times with each step. He originally thought Yu Xiaowei was just bragging, trying to forcefully take him away, and if that didn't work, to imprison him for some serious training, believing he wouldn't submit. However, when Qi Ming came out of the room and confirmed Yu Xiaowei's identity, Yu Guan left unwillingly, not even staying at the hotel, fearing that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist the urge to take him away. It was a rare find, with Yu Xiaowei's bone age and soul power, and the unique advantage of having consumed the rare mushroom, Tong Tianju. If he were to be taught, he would at least become a super Douluo in the future. But there was no way. Behind Yu Xiaowei was the strongest beast martial soul title Douluo, the strongest attacking title Douluo, and the strongest defensive title Douluo. None of them were people he could provoke. Before leaving, the girl among the 3 young people turned back and looked deeply at Yu Xiaowei, as if trying to imprint his appearance in her mind, while the other 2 young men made a throat-cutting gesture at him. The golden generation of the Spear Hall. It seems someone has reached the Soul King level. After returning a middle finger, Yu Xiaowei squinted at their increasingly distant figures. An uncontrollable wave of worry rose in his heart. In about 7 or 8 years, the Spirit Hall would start its soul-hunting operations. Would the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and the 7-treasure glazed tile school be able to withstand it? No. The action to seize Tang San's opportunity for ascension must be expedited. The small goal has changed. He must become a god within 7 years to disrupt the Spirit Hall's plans. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Qin Ming set off for the Stardo Forest with his Imperial fighting team. Upon learning that a 95-level title don't want to take Yu Xiaowei as a disciple, but was rejected, everyone except Yu Qianheng felt regretful at first. However, thinking that his uncle was the renowned strongest beast martial soul Yu engine, they felt relieved. Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea glaze martial soul is very special. No matter how many soul rings she absorbs, she only has one soul skill, a wide-ranging group healing. Therefore, this soul ring hunt was actually very simple. Find a 1,000-year soul beast, bring it down to the last drop of blood, and then let Yi Lingling finish it off. Originally, this task only required Qin Ming to take Yi Lingling alone. However, he thought it would be good for everyone to familiarize themselves with the environment of the Soul Beast Forest. And if they could find a 3,000 or 4,000-year soul beast, they could also let them practice a bit, so he brought everyone along. What surprised him the most was that Yu Xiaowei actually took the initiative to request to join, which made him feel gratified. This lazy person finally realized the need for experience. The Stardo Forest is different from the Sunset Forest. Not only is it much larger in area, but the soul beasts are also older and more aggressive. Moreover, there are not many soul masters who can hunt here, and as soon as they entered the forest, there wasn't even a path to step on. With a low roar, Qin Ming summoned his martial soul, the flame wolf, to possess him. After his hands transformed into a pair of fiery claws, he took the lead, clearing the way for everyone. Looking at the eager Imperial fighting team, Yu Xiaowei, who walked at the back, curled his lips. Qin Ming is good at everything, but he spoils his students too much. It's fine to protect Yi Lingling, but why bother with those 2 turtle brothers from the Shi family? As a result, a good group of dragons has been spoiled into a bunch of insects. No wonder they could lose to the Shrek 7 monsters despite having such advantages in soul power and soul rings. After walking for about an hour, they mostly encountered soul beasts that were around 10 to 100 years old. These lower-aged soul beasts, sensing Qin Ming's aura, fled far away without needing to be driven away, and everyone was too lazy to hunt them. Taking advantage of everyone's attention not being on him, Yu Xiaowei found an opportunity to slip away. He didn't come here to accompany them on a pointless stroll. However, after walking for a while, he stopped, hesitantly looking up at the sky. Unfortunately, the trees in the Stardo Forest were too dense, and almost no sunlight could penetrate through. Normally, after walking for 2 hours, they should have advanced about 3,000 meters in a straight line, but which direction were they going? Damn, this was careless. This time was really careless. Yu Xiaowei stood still, recalling the content of the original work with a bit of a headache. What he was looking for was the soul beast that allowed Tang San to obtain the external soul bone, the 2,000-year-old face-devouring spider. However, the face-devouring spider itself was already rare, belonging to the kind of soul beast that one could encounter but not seek. Without knowing its location, it was indeed difficult to find. After some consideration, Yu Xiaowei did not hesitate and turned around to retrace his steps. Moments later, he returned to the place where he had previously separated from the group and continued along the path opened up by Qin Ming, chasing after them. Soon, he heard cries and calls for help. After listening carefully, Yu Xiaowei recognized it was Yi Lingling's voice. What the hell? Is Qin Ming not here? He was immediately alarmed and hurriedly quickened his pace. When Yu Xiaowei arrived, what greeted his eyes was the purple spider webs sticking everywhere and the 2 brothers, Shimo and Shimo, struggling to defend themselves. At this moment, both of their faces had turned light purple, and Yi Lingling was hiding behind them, crying and healing them. The one attacking them was the face-devouring spider that Yu Xiaowei had searched for all day but could not find. Seeing the brothers' pale faces, it seemed they had already been poisoned by the spider's venom. Fortunately, these 2 were defense-type soul masters, naturally strong against poison, and they also had antidotes provided by Dugu. Moreover, with Yi Lingling, who had already advanced to the 3rd ring, using 9-heart sea pearl to heal their wounds, they could hold their ground against the face-devouring spider until now. However, judging by their complexion and physical condition, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. With a loud roar, Yu Xiaowei instantly summoned his martial soul and leaped towards the human-faced demon spider. The tyrannical aura of the king of beasts surged forth, and the human-faced demon spider, sensing this presence, immediately showed a look of terror in its 8 eyes. Forgetting about attacking the Shi brothers, it suddenly spat out a web 10 times larger than its own body towards Yu Xiaowei. White-hot light. Against this insect-type soul beast, flames were undoubtedly the best means of attack. Sure enough, Facing the high temperature of the white-hot light, the web couldn't withstand even a second before being reduced to ashes. This human-faced demon spider clearly had a very high intelligence. Seeing its web destroyed in an instant and realizing its opponent was a fire-type soul master who had a significant advantage over it, it immediately turned to flee. Under Yu Xiaowei's feet, the third soul ring from the King of Earth lit up. The third soul skill, Atomic Fission, was activated. Effect: the breath temperature doubled, and the attack range of breath-type skills increased tenfold. A blue halo illuminated the forest, and in an instant, a light column, 2 circles larger than Yu Xiaowei's head, chased after the faceless demon spider. This faceless demon spider, which had existed for 2,000 years, completely vanished the moment it came into contact with the radioactive beam. Seeing the purple soul ring rise ahead, Yu Xiaowei stopped his breath and walked towards Yi Lingling and the other two. After confirming that the poison in the Shurja brothers was not a problem with the antidote treatment, he leisurely walked to the position of the soul ring. There, only a pile of white ashes remained, which scattered lightly as a gentle breeze blew by. No external soul bone. A hint of a smile appeared on Yu Xiaowei's face. Chapter 22. I want to fight 10. Seeking follow-up, seeking recommendations. After leaving the starry forest, Qin Mingxing hurried back to Suatuwa City with the group overnight. Yu Xiaowei's explanation for leaving the team without permission was that he had a stomach ache and went into the forest to relieve himself, only to find that they had all left upon his return. Qi Ming was very dissatisfied with this perfunctory explanation, but said nothing more. Upon arriving in Suatuwa City, they rested for just one night before setting off again. 3 days later, the group finally reached the capital of the Xinglua Empire, Xinglua City. Within Xinglua City, carriages are prohibited from entering. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by the guards. The people in the carriage exchanged glances, and Qi Ming got out and took out the academy certificate issued by the Dream God machine, politely stating, "We are students from the Tiando Royal Academy, invited by the Xinglua Royal Academy to participate in an academic exchange. Please make an exception." After the soldier reviewed the certificate, he revealed a look of disgust and disdainfully replied, "So what? This is Xinglua City, and you must follow our rules, especially you Tiando people. No carriages are allowed to enter the city. You either store your carriage in our stable or go back to Tiando." Qi Ming was speechless with anger. It wasn't his first time in Xinglua City, and he was unaware of this new rule. However, thinking it better to avoid trouble, he decided to store the carriage in the stable. The group had no choice but to walk to the Xinglua Royal Academy. As they walked through the streets of Xinglua City, where carriages frequently passed by, Qi Ming bit his lip, seething with anger. The other students also had flushed faces, their fists clenched tightly. Tiando people have always been treated unequally in the Xinglua Empire. In terms of national strength and military power, the Xinglua Empire far surpasses the Tiando Empire. Within the Tiando Empire, there are 4 major kingdoms and 1 grand duchy, and not to mention dealing with the Xinglua Empire. It would be a blessing if they didn't have civil wars. The Xinglua Empire is different. Their imperial throne competition is exceptionally fierce, although the methods are somewhat brutal. The emperors that emerge from this competition are all outstanding. The several major kingdoms within the empire, though named kingdoms, are almost no different from provinces. If it weren't for the spirit hall standing between the two countries, hindering their friction, the Xinglua Empire would have long since launched an offensive against the Tiando Empire. Therefore, the Xinglua people look down on the Tiando people, considering them to be mere lackeys hiding behind the spirit hall. Otherwise, their nation would have been destroyed long ago. Being backward means getting beaten. Yu Xiaowei understands this principle very well, although he feels equally displeased. His reaction is not as intense as that of Qin Ming and the others. The Tiando Empire has indeed been in a terrible state in recent years. Not only is the imperial power decentralized, but the royal family is also in chaos due to Qian Renchua's actions. The Tiando Royal Academy, which should be cultivating talents for the empire, has turned into a place where anyone can enroll as long as they pay. And the quality of students can only be described as the worst of the worst. They are consistently humiliated at every exchange meeting, so it's only natural for them to be looked down upon. Yu Xiaowei clenched his fist tightly. If he wanted to save face, his fist had to be strong. As they wove through the streets of Xinglua City, everyone could clearly feel that the proportion of soul masters here was very high. Unlike the bustling nightlife of Tiando City, the atmosphere in Xinglua City was noticeably more somber, with very few entertainment establishments and more shops catering to soul masters. The mood of the group became somewhat heavy, and a few who had been chatting and laughing before fell silent as they walked to the Xinglua Royal Academy. Unlike the Tiando Royal Academy, which was located outside the city, The Xingluo Royal Academy was situated in the heart of Xingluo City. At the entrance, a laid-back young man with golden hair was waiting for them, and behind him stood a tall girl with a smile, tightly linking her arm with his. Upon seeing the distinctive uniforms of Qin Ming and the others, the young man smiled and said, "Welcome to our Xingluo Royal Academy. Please follow me." "Okay." Qin Ming replied coolly and led the others to follow the young man into the academy. As soon as they entered, the differences became even more pronounced. In the Tiando Royal Academy, people were often hugging and calling out of friends, while serious practitioners were few. Here, people were either hurriedly rushing to their destinations, diving into the simulation area, or returning from the simulation area looking exhausted. Yu Qianheng and the others fell even more silent. Without comparison, there would be no harm. The little pride in their hearts had been completely shattered. "Please wait here for a moment. Chief Zhu will come to receive you shortly," said the blond boy as he led them to a reception room, and smiled as he indicated he would leave. After he left, Qin Ming suddenly spoke up. "This is the Grand Prince Davis of the Xingluo Empire, and behind him is the future Crown Princess Zhu Zhiyan. They are the two soul masters from the Xingluo Royal Academy, and your main opponents in this academy exchange." Gasps of surprise escaped from Yu Tianheng and the others. They had never expected that a prince would personally come to receive them. Even more unexpectedly, these two were already soul masters. Meanwhile, the highest-ranked member of their royal fighting team, Yu Qianheng, was only at level 38, and he had just leveled up a few days ago. A sense of powerlessness surged within them. Seeing the dejected expressions of everyone, Qin Ming shouted, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Even if we lose, we cannot lose face for our Tiando Royal Academy, and we certainly cannot lose face for our Tiando Empire." Just then, footsteps were heard from outside the door. A tall, stern-looking middle-aged man walked in and introduced himself as soon as he entered. "I am Chief Zhu Haoran of the Xingluo Royal Academy." Qin Ming displayed a polite smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Chief Zhu. I am Qin Ming. I would like to know how your academy has arranged the exchange meeting tomorrow." However, Zhu Haoran showed no intention of shaking his hand. Instead, he coldly continued, "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the Xingluo Soul Fighting Stage, there will be individual elimination matches. Each side will send out 7 team members to take turns competing. The loser will leave the stage, while the winner will continue to face the next opponent until all are eliminated. The day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock, on the Xingluo Soul Fighting Stage, there will be team matches, and it will be a single elimination format. The other rules remain the same as in previous years." After saying this, he turned and left, as if he had come solely to inform Qin Ming and the others of the time and location of the matches. "This is too much." Qin Ming's face flushed red as he gritted his teeth and spat out these words. The next morning at 8 o'clock, the higher-ups of the Xingluo Royal Academy, along with some royal personnel dressed in luxurious golden robes, sat in the VIP section of the audience, waiting to watch the matches. Below the stage, the royal fighting team, burdened with heavy thoughts, had already entered the arena early, nervously awaiting the upcoming battles. As the Xingluo Royal Academy entered, Zhu Haoran came over to inform them, 5 minutes left, prepare your order of appearance." Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief and quietly said, "Let's proceed according to yesterday's plan. Tianheng will go on first, and Xiao Wei will be the finale." "No, I want to go on first," he insisted. Yu Xiaowei was warming up while speaking in a low voice. Qin Ming was taken aback, and, just as he was about to speak up to stop him, Yu Xiaowei smiled. "The 2 Soul Sect members on the Star Luo side will definitely come out first. I'll defeat those 2, and then my 2 nephews can go up. That way, won't our chances of winning be a bit higher? But don't worry, this won't cost extra." Qin Ming's mouth twitched. Did Yu Xiaowei really not know how exhausting a wheel battle was in terms of soul power and physical strength? However, seeing his determination and that he had a point, Qin Ming gritted his teeth and agreed. As Zhu Haoran announced the contestants, Yu Xiaowei walked slowly to the center of the soul fighting platform. Upon seeing Davis walking over from the opposite side, he revealed a strange smile and shouted, "Hey, Zhu Haoran, I'm calling you." Zhu Haoran frowned and said with displeasure, "If you have something to say it quickly. We can't delay the match. I want to ask you, if I could defeat all 8 of them in a personal match by myself, does that mean I win?" "That's correct. Then in a team match, if I can defeat an entire team by myself, does that count as a win?" "Yes. What exactly are you trying to say? If you don't start soon, I'll have to expel you for delaying the match." Zhu Haoran's gaze was icy as he stared at Yu Xiaowei, as if he would kick him off the stage if he said one more word. "I want to say, these 8 misfits aren't enough for me to fight. Go find 2 more people. I want to fight 10. As soon as Yu Xiaowei said this, not only was Zhu Haoran taken aback, But also Qin Ming in the audience became anxious and quickly called out, Xiaowei, don't mess around. If you don't want to fight, come down quickly. Ignoring Qin Ming, Yu Xiaowei stared at Zhu Haoran and said word by word, Are you deaf? I said I want to fight. 10. Chapter 23. Is this kid really a soul master? Yu Xiaowei's voice was not loud, but was enough for everyone on the arena to hear. On the VIP platform, Emperor Dai Tianfeng frowned as he looked towards the fighting spirit stage and spoke to a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing beside him. Jingsong, what level of spirit power does this kid from Tiando have? Spirit master? But even a spirit master wouldn't dare to boast like that in front of 10 spirit elders, right? Could he possibly be a spirit king? The age of a spirit master is generally hard to tell by appearance, and with Yu Xiaowei's tall stature and the fierce aura he exuded after defeating Meng Li, Dai Tianfeng mistakenly thought that Tiando had sent a 20-something spirit king. The middle-aged man in splendid attire immediately got up and walked out. After a moment, he returned and bowed, saying, Your Majesty, I have just received the latest intelligence. This child is named Yu Xiaowei, a level 38 assault system spirit elder, only 12 years old. 20 days ago, he fought against a level 44 spirit master in the Sylvis Grand Soul arena. Your Majesty, this child indeed poses a significant threat to the Crown Prince and the others. I have failed in my duties, and the intelligence was delayed. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Dai Tianfeng squinted his eyes, repeatedly muttering, 12 years old, level 38, fought against a level 44 spirit master. TSK, Tiando has produced a remarkable genius. After saying this, he leaned back in his chair, his fingers continuously tapping on the armrest, lost in thought. On the fighting spirit stage, the students of the Xingluo Royal Academy burst into laughter after a moment of astonishment. Kid, what do you think you are? You want to fight 10 of us? Come on, I'm so scared. This kid must be seriously ill. Brothers, we can't laugh at a sick person, haha. Unlike the other students. Davis looked at Yu Xiaowei with a serious expression and asked, Are you sure you want to fight all 10 of us? Yu Xiaowei glanced at the students who were laughing uncontrollably, pointing at Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, and said with a smile, You two are decent enough. The rest of those useless ones are barely worth mentioning. This is the main arena for student exchanges, kid. Do you know the consequences of spouting nonsense here? Zhu Haoran, with a frosty expression, questioned Yu Xiaowei while glancing at the angry students. Who said I was spouting nonsense? I said I want to fight 10, and I mean it. What? Are you Xingluo people that cowardly? 10 against 1, and you still want to hesitate? Hurry up. I still need to go have lunch. Yu Xiaowei disdainfully glanced towards the direction of the Star Luo Royal Academy, a contemptuous look in his eyes that instantly ignited the blood of the Star Luo students. This kid is too arrogant. Your Highness, let me go up on stage. I must beat this kid to a pulp. I can't take it anymore, Your Highness. Let me go. Step aside. It's not your turn. I was the first one scheduled to go on stage. Stopping the already furious students, Davis revealed a gentle smile again. Our soul power is the highest here, and we don't bully the weak. How about this? I'll take you on one-on-one. If you can defeat me, it counts as a victory for your Tiando Royal Academy. Davis's words exuded immense confidence. He was 22 years old and already a level 44 soul master. According to their intelligence, the highest soul power on the Tiando Royal Academy side was that Yu Qianheng, who was also 22 but only at level 37. This unknown kid in front of him, even if he were their hidden ace, would at most be a soul master. He was confident that no one in the same age group could be his opponent. You can't win. Yu Xiaowei shook his head and said seriously, It's just you alone. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might kill you. Davis laughed in anger, his previously gentle expression replaced by a fierce one. Kid, I admit you've annoyed me. Since you're so confident, fine, I won't bully you. Just me and Zhu Yun will take the stage. If you can defeat us, this time the Academy Exchange will count as your win. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Zhu Haoran wanted to say something, but Davis raised his hand to stop him. Chief Zhu, my mind is made up. No need for more words. After saying that, he took Zhu Zhuyun with him to the arena, and the three of them exchanged intense glances in the air. Zhu Haoran had no choice but to step down from the stage and shouted loudly, Match preparation. You can release your martial souls now. Davis and Zhu Zhuyun's lazy appearances suddenly changed. One's gaze became extremely domineering, while the others turned cold as ice. Davis, level 44 Assault Type Battle Soul Sect. Zhu Zhuyun, level 43 Agility Type Battle Soul Sect. The same 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared around them, and the immense soul power of the soul sect surged towards Yu Xiaowei like a tidal wave. Yu Xiaowei, Level 38 Assault-type Battle Soul Venerable. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose up. With Godzilla's spirit, the soul power fluctuations released by Yu Xiaowei were far less than those of Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, but there was an exceptionally strong killing intent among them. It was unclear whether the spectators from Xingluo were shocked by the purple soul ring or by Yu Xiaowei's unique martial soul, as they continuously gasped in amazement. I forgot to tell you, I once ripped apart a blind level 44 battle soul sect at the Sylvis Great Soul Arena. Do you know? The feeling of killing is actually quite good. Yu Xiaowei grinned widely, cracking his knuckles. Ever since his battle with Meng Li, he had developed a liking for this gesture. Feeling the violent aura emanating from Yu Xiaowei, Davis and Zhu Zhiyun felt a sharp pang in their hearts. The match began. With Zhu Haoran's voice, Yu Xiaowei's first and second spirit rings lit up simultaneously, charging towards Davis like a bolt of lightning. White Tiger Shield, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The sudden and fierce offensive from Yu Xiaowei left Davis astonished, and he had no time to dodge. He directly used his 2 major defensive skills. A white light shield enveloped him, but just as the shield was generated, the nuclear radiation field descended upon him. The White Tiger protective barrier was instantly breached by the nuclear radiation. In Davis's horrified gaze, Yu Xiaowei had already charged in front of him. He suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, using the momentum of his charge to pivot his body, and his tail, like a steel whip, fiercely lashed out. The tail whip from Godzilla's fighting technique was the very move that Fat Boss used to kill that male Muto back in the day. Just as the tail was about to strike Davis, Zhu Zhiyun finally reacted. Having just been enveloped by the nuclear radiation field, she, being a sensitive attack type, instantly experienced an extremely intense sense of dizziness. Yu Xiaowei was momentarily dazed, as if he saw his past life as a otaku. The impact of the tail whip was slightly affected, but it still sent Davis flying. Bodeo. Yi-sing. Suddenly, immersed in his otaku life, Yu Xiaowei slapped himself hard, thinking, what am I doing? Focus on fighting, don't get distracted. How is it so fast? Zhu Zhiyun, who was executing the nether slash, was startled to see his eyes regain clarity, seeing a black blade of light about a foot long descending towards him. Yu Xiaowei grinned and opened his mouth to unleash a beam of white-hot light. The scorching wave of fire rushed in, and Zhu Zhiyun was shocked, immediately halting her nether slash and rolling away in a panic. However, just as she stood up, Yu Xiaowei had already charged in front of her, lifting his right leg and kicking towards her. With a loud bang, Zhu Zhiyun was kicked away like a ragdoll, struggling for a long time without getting up. Meanwhile, Davis had barely managed to stand, having used 2 defensive skills just in time. However, Yu Xiaowei had also increased his power by 200%, and his attack power had similarly increased by 100%. Under such a terrifying boost, the tail whip struck Davis, causing him excruciating pain all over. If it weren't for Zhu Zhiyun's nether spring delaying him for a moment, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. The battle had only gone 2 rounds, and both Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, Soul Sect members, were already injured, while Yu Xiaowei, a mere Soul Master, still stood proudly in place. Is this really a Soul Master? What kind of martial soul does he have? How can his attack power be so strong and his speed so fast? This kid, claiming he could take on 10 of us, seems like he really isn't just bragging. The students of Star Luo Royal Academy felt a chill down their spines. If they went on stage, they would probably be killed on the spot. Dai Tianfeng and Zhu Haoran were filled with disbelief, while Qin Ming and the members of the Imperial fighting team had tears in their eyes, shouting excitedly. Davis limped over to Zhu Zhiyun, helping her up, and looked at the menacing Yu Xiaowei, gritting his teeth and saying, "Zhiyun nether, White Tiger." Accompanied by his voice, a black pillar of light 3 meters in diameter shot up into the sky, and the roar of a tiger echoed throughout the arena. After the black light dissipated, a giant white tiger, 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, revealed its imposing figure. The white tiger was transparent, with white fur and black stripes, and purple eyes, staring intently at Yu Xiaowei. Chapter 24. The men standing behind Yu Xiaowei, the massive nether white tiger stood proudly on the soul fighting platform. The terrifying aura, wrapped in immense pressure, made Yu Xiaowei feel somewhat breathless. Originally, the two had only the aura of Soul Sect members. But under the enhancement of the martial soul fusion technique, it was comparable to that of Soul King. Yu Xiaowei took a few deep breaths, fearlessly locking eyes with the nether white tiger. According to the original text, this famous martial soul fusion technique, while immensely powerful, consumes an astonishing amount of soul power. Essentially, It only has the strength for 2 or 3 strikes. The typical first reaction of a person encountering the nether white tiger is to hold on, waiting for the user of the nether white tiger to exhaust their soul power and lose the ability to continue fighting. However, Yu Xiaowei had no intention of being a coward, and moreover, given his current physical strength, he might not be able to withstand the nether white tiger's attack. Since childhood, Liu Erlong had taught him that the best defense is offense. Therefore, he prepared a grand package for the nether white tiger. Second soul skill, demon god body. Third soul skill, atomic fission. A shimmering blue halo began to glow from his tail fin, lighting up along his dorsal fin all the way to his eyes. With the enhancement of the demon god body and atomic fission, this time the blue light was no longer hazy, but dazzlingly translucent. This kid actually wants to attack the nether white tiger, Dai Tianfeng said in surprise. Their Xingluo royal family and the Duke Zhu family had been intermarrying for generations precisely because of the nether white tiger fusion technique. Whether on the battlefield in soul fights or soul master competitions, when a nether white tiger appears, opponents tremble in fear. This was the first time he had seen someone dare to take the initiative against the nether white tiger. Even more absurdly, the one taking action was just a small soul zone. Even if his combat power was extraordinary, he was still just a soul zone. It should be noted that Davis Zhu Zhuyun, after using the martial soul fusion technique, could already rival a soul king. Just a moth to the flame. Zhu Haonan, the current duke of the Zhu family, snorted coldly, having a strong confidence in the nether white tiger as well. At this moment, Yu Xiaowei opened his mouth wide, and a ball of blue light was about to burst forth. The atomic furnace at his heart was operating at high speed, and soul power was being frantically consumed and transformed into nuclear energy. Waiting for the enemy to build up power before attacking is the most foolish behavior on the battlefield. The nether white tiger would not give Yu Xiaowei time to build up power. With a roar, it ferociously lunged forward. As they moved, a massive fan-shaped crystal blue light beam also erupted from Yu Xiaowei's mouth. With the attack of the demon god body increasing by 100% and the breath damage of atomic fission also increasing by 100%, this time the radiation line had reached the peak power that Yu Xiaowei could currently unleash. The so-called buildup was merely for the nether white tiger to see. Long before the blue light spread to his eyes, the radiation line had already been prepared. He was not afraid of the nether white tiger attacking. He feared that after witnessing the power of the radiation line, they would instead dodge. As the radiation line was unleashed, a strong sense of crisis surged in Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's hearts. However, their massive bodies could no longer evade. They could only roar and brace themselves to take this radiation line head-on. Boom! As soon as they made contact, a loud explosion sounded from the nether white tiger, and a piercing tiger's roar echoed throughout the venue. A strong, burnt smell wafted through the air, and their offensive was instantly interrupted, with even a hint of being pushed back. Seeing that the two still hadn't disengaged from their fusion, Yu Xiaowei dared not be careless and continued to increase the force of his breath. How is this possible? The previously confident Dai Tianfeng and Zhu Haonan could no longer sit still. They stood up anxiously looking towards the arena. The entire soul fighting arena suddenly fell silent. A drop of cold sweat dripped from Zhu Haoran's forehead. He wanted to rush onto the stage to stop Yu Xiaowei, but due to the rules, he could only stand nervously offstage and watch. Several students from the Xingluo Royal Academy were so frightened that they fell to the ground, and even those still standing felt their hands and feet go cold, trembling all over. They could hardly imagine that a Soul Zune could unleash such a terrifying attack. On the side of the Tiando Royal Academy, everyone was excitedly cheering, waving their fists and repeatedly chanting, "We're going to win. We're going to win. Hold on." Bracing against the radiation line, the nether white tiger was still trying to move towards Yu Xiaowei, but after just 2 steps, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body beginning to fade. Seeing this, Yu Xiaowei quickly stopped the radiation line and closed his mouth. As the nether white tiger disappeared, 2 pitch-black figures still smoking were revealed on the ground. Zhu Haoran was alarmed and rushed onto the stage, calling for a healing soul master to come forward. Dai Tianfeng's expression turned extremely grim as he glared at Yu Xiaowei without saying much, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. Seeing the emperor like this, the audience no longer dared to linger and hurriedly left. Although Davis and Zhu Zhiyun's injuries looked serious, most were just superficial wounds and under the healing soul master's treatment. They quickly regained consciousness. Seeing that the two were not in serious danger, Yu Xiaowei jumped down from the arena. "Xiaowei, well done. Uncle, you're so strong. From now on, you're my idol." Looking at the jubilant Qin Ming and the members of the royal battle team, Yu Xiaowei beamed a brilliant smile and then collapsed onto the ground. Everyone rushed forward to help him up. After a careful examination, they confirmed that he was merely exhausted from excessive soul power consumption, and everyone finally relaxed their tense hearts. It wasn't until the next day that Yu Xiaowei woke up. Recalling yesterday's battle, he shook his head and smiled wryly. Indeed, it was not easy to fight against the Soul Master with a martial soul fusion technique. This was thanks to his prior knowledge of the Nether White Tiger's devastating move. Therefore, at the very beginning of the battle, he unleashed a powerful burst of energy, injuring both Davis and Zhu Zhiyan. Even so, facing his fully powered radiation line, the two were still able to hold on until their soul power was exhausted. This victory was entirely based on their underestimation. Otherwise, if they had used the Nether White Tiger from the start, he probably wouldn't have lasted until they exhausted their soul power before losing. This time, he really put in a lot of effort. It was indeed not easy to earn the old man's money. After Yu Xiaowei woke up, the group visited the Duluo Royal Academy for a day before heading back to their home country. This was the first time in the past decade that the Heaven Do Royal Academy won in an exchange with the Academy. And although it was thanks to Yu Xiaowei from the Blue Tyrant Academy, everyone was still very excited. The gloomy atmosphere from their time in Duluo City was swept away, and the mood in the carriage became cheerful again. However, as they entered the territory of the Barak Duchy, the coachman drove the carriage off the main road onto a secluded path without anyone noticing. It wasn't until an extremely cold aura emerged that Qin Ming became aware of it. As he got out of the carriage, he immediately saw an old man in a golden robe ahead. "Who are you?" Qin Ming shouted sternly, but Yu Xiaowei keenly detected the tremor in his voice. For a 61st level Soul Emperor to feel fear, this roadblock of an old man was likely not simple. A terrifying aura rose from the old man. 9 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. Yu Xiaowei felt a chill in her heart. This was actually a title Douluo. The old man in the golden robe said with a face full of indifference, "Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, just blame yourself for being too talented." Qin Ming trembled all over and shouted fiercely, "We are students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Are you from the Xingluo Empire trying to incite war?" War? Good. We can't wait for war. You bunch of Tiando trash should have been exterminated long ago." The old man let out a cold laugh, and his soul power surged, releasing blinding golden light from his palm, transforming into golden long knives that swiftly flew towards everyone. Yu Xiaowei looked despairingly at the imposing light blade. Facing a titled Douluo, he had no ability to resist with his current strength. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoed. Accompanied by a booming sound, the dragon's roar, which had just been far away, instantly arrived before everyone. Just as the light blade was about to strike, it shattered into golden light particles in the blink of an eye, slowly dissipating into the air. A tall man wearing a blue top quietly appeared in front of them. "Uncle, Yu Engine, are you going to stop me?" Yu Xiaowei's surprised voice and the old man's resentful voice sounded together. "You sick cat, who gave you the courage to dare to kill my nephew and grandson? Dai Tianfeng or Zhu Haonan? Huh?" Yu Engine, who usually remained unflinching even in the face of great danger, was truly angry this time. Upon hearing this, the old man in the golden robe immediately changed his expression and turned to run. "Is this your nephew? Your grandson is here too? I'm sorry. I must take my leave. I didn't mean to disturb." However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a gaunt, bald old man standing in front of him. The ancient banyan, resembling a skeleton, hoarsely spoke, "You little cat, who gave you the guts to touch my granddaughter's husband?" "Guillaume." The old man showed a bitter expression. He was only ordered to come and kill a genius from an enemy nation. But no one had told him that this genius had so many heavy identities behind him. Yu Enjun's nephew, Gu Rong's grandson-in-law, has passed away, and whether he can return to the country alive today is a question. "Old Bone, he is also my grandson-in-law, not just yours." When the third old man in white appeared, the golden-robed elder was completely desperate. Sword duelist Shun Xin. Which idiot told him that this was just an ordinary genius from the enemy country? Damn it, they didn't even investigate the target information clearly before sending him to work. Chapter 25. Ning Rongrong crying to find dad. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family. Ning Rongrong's noise echoed in Yu Xiaowei's room. Xiaowei Gu, take me out to play. Don't you have to cultivate every day?" Yu Xiaowei rubbed Ning Rongrong's little head, looking helpless. Ning Fengji has completely lost it now. At least he used to force this little princess to cultivate. But now he doesn't take care at all and is always sending her over to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family. He has been back from the Duluo Empire for a week, and Ning Rongrong comes to find him to play every day, making it impossible for him to cultivate. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. She also said, I am the unprecedented genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and I will definitely become the strongest support-type title Douluo in history. Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips, lifted her chin, and said proudly, Are you level 30 yet? Yu Xiaowei suddenly asked a question. Hearing his question, Ning Rongrong was taken aback for a moment, pouted, and said, No, I just leveled up to 29 a few days ago. How could it be so fast? Sigh. Yu Xiaowei sighed, stretched out her finger, and started to criticize Ning Rongrong's forehead. Rongrong, I'm only half a year older than you, and I'm already level 38. I estimate that in 2 or 3 months, I'll be at level 40. Look at you. You're only level 29 and yet so proud of yourself. When will you catch up to me? I think your attitude is not okay. How about this? Starting today, you'll train with me. During the day, you'll accompany me in training, and at night, I'll take you out to have fun. How about that? Ning Rongrong shrank her neck and cautiously asked, Brother Xiaowei, can we skip the training? No, it's settled. Stop. Half an hour later, dressed in a new outfit, Ning Rongrong stood in front of Yu Xiaowei with a worried expression. Changing your style isn't bad. If you keep wearing a skirt all the time, what will you do if it gets caught in a fight? Yu Xiaowei looked at Ning Rongrong, who had changed into long sleeves and pants, with satisfaction, feeling a sense of my child bride has finally grown up. First, follow me for some physical training. Let's keep it simple. Just run 2 laps around the Tiano city. Ning Rongrong looked bewildered. A lap around the outer perimeter of Tiando City was no less than 100 kilometers. 2 laps? Confused, she glanced at her thin arms and legs and then took off running. Help! Yu Xiaowei is going to kill someone. Before she could run far, Yu Xiaowei grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. I see you're a bit impatient. Hold on. Let's start training once we get outside the city. After saying that, he strode towards the door. Brother Xiaowei, can I change to a different training method? I'm a support spirit master. A support spirit master. Ning Rongrong struggled in vain, and seeing that Yu Xiaowei showed no sign of letting go, she began to plead with a mournful face. That's even more out of the question. As a support spirit master, being able to run is the first priority in battle. Brother Xiaowei, look, it's almost noon now. By the time we finish running, it will be dark. Why not wait until tomorrow morning to run? Ning Rongrong stopped struggling and tentatively proposed. Hearing this, Yu Xiaowei looked up suspiciously at the sky, rubbed his chin, and calculated for a moment before nodding. That's true. If I accompany you to run 2 laps, we might not even have dinner. So, come with me to lift weights. Lift what? Ning Rongrong blushed, looking down and softly spat. How annoying, I'm still young. Bang! A heavy thump hit her head. What are you daydreaming about? Come with me and see what you can use. Covering her head, Ning Rongrong grinned and followed Yu Xiaowei into his exclusive training yard. As soon as she entered, a variety of dumbbells, barbells, and other strange training equipment came into view. Although she didn't know what all these things were for, just seeing those massive iron bars made Ning Rongrong's eyelids twitch. Yu Xiaowei touched each dumbbell one by one, then picked the smallest one and waved at her. Rongrong, come try this. Looking at the dumbbell that was bigger than her head, Ning Rongrong swallowed hard and asked with a trembling voice, Xiaowei Gu, how heavy is this thing in your hand? Let me see, it's not that heavy, just a little over 100 pounds. Yu Xiaowei waved the dumbbell, casually like holding a toothpick, looking somewhat disdainful. Ning Rongrong's calves were starting to tremble. She pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and said pitifully, Xiaowei Gu, can I go home and practice? I'm afraid I'll die if I train with you. No, if you go home, you won't practice again. Be good, come on, just try it. Woo, Daddy, Rongrong misses you. In the evening, Yu Xiaowei carried the exhausted Ning Rongrong back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon seeing their intimate appearance, Ning Fengji, who was drinking tea, greeted them with a smile. Xiaowei is here to play. As soon as Ning Rongrong saw Ning Fengji, she suddenly jumped down from Yu Xiaowei's back and rushed into his arms, bursting into tears. Daddy, Xiaowei Gij is bullying me. Ning Fengji's smile suddenly froze, and he looked at Yu Xiaowei with a face full of anger. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall became tense. Chun Xian and Gu Rong appeared out of nowhere, silently showing up in the hall. 3 pairs of eyes filled with killing intent all stared at Yu Xiaowei. No, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, please let me explain. Yu Xiaowei was immediately flustered, repeatedly waving his hands as he stepped back. Chun Xian snorted coldly, and he was frozen in place. Yu Xiaowei, you have such guts to bully my precious daughter. Now that things have come to this point, what else do you want to argue about? Ning Fengji sent Ning Rongrong into Chun Xian's arms and walked over with a frosty expression. This little girl is deliberately messing with me. Watching Ning Rongrong hide in Chun Xian's embrace and make funny faces at him, Yu Xiaowei was furious. However, under the pressure of two titled Douluos, he couldn't even move. He could only watch helplessly as Ning Fengji approached him, saying with deep concern, "You two are so young. How could you do such a thing? Sigh, forget it. I'll go find your father to propose, and let's hurry up and arrange your marriage. It would be terrible if something serious happened." Yu Xiaowei and Ning Rongrong stared at him in shock. Where on earth did Ning Fengji go? Chapter 26. You become bald, but also stronger. After a humorous incident, Ning Rongrong hadn't come to find Yu Xiaowei for several days, giving him a rare moment of peace. During this time in the Star Luo Empire, although most of it was spent on the road, those few rare fighting experiences had left him with a faint feeling that his soul power was about to upgrade. According to his plan, once his soul power reached level 39, he would eat those 2 ice and fire herbs, and he would definitely reach level 40, making his physical body even stronger. However, plans often change, and just when he was preparing to go to the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena to fight, a young man dressed in noble attire arrived at the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, specifically requesting to see him. Nobility? Would there really be noble offspring looking for me? Upon hearing the servant's announcement, Yu Xiaowei was somewhat surprised. He had always been intolerant of those noble offspring bullying commoners. Throughout his life, he had beaten countless noble youths. Even Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin, the two brothers, frequently found themselves on the receiving end of his punches because of this. Therefore, those noble youths would usually react to him as if they had seen a plague god, wanting to hide 800 meters away. Why would someone come specifically to find him today? When Yu Xiaowei walked into the reception hall, he saw a somewhat familiar young man in white, sitting upright in a chair waiting for him. Unlike other nobles who dress flamboyantly, this young man's attire was exceptionally simple. If it weren't for the style, still being noble, one wouldn't recognize him as a noble offspring at all. Upon seeing Yu Xiaowei enter, the young man immediately stood up and gave him a slight bow. "Hello, brother Yu." Yu Xiaowei returned and asked in confusion, "Hello, I don't know who you are. What do you need me for?" "My name is Xue Qinghe, and I came today specifically to apologize to you for my useless brother, Xuelang." Oh, Yu Xiaowei finally understood why he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this person did resemble Xue Peng to some extent. However, he knew that the current Xue Qinghe was not the real Xue Qinghe, but rather Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall. What did she want from him? Simply to apologize for Xue Peng? TSK. Only an idiot would believe that. After a cold laugh in his heart, Yu Xiaowei politely said, "So, it's His Royal Highness, my apologies. I have received your apology, and if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Qian Rinxue, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, looking at Yu Xiaowei in shock. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that. After regaining her composure, Qian Rinxue feigned a friendly demeanor and said, "Brother Yu, you don't need to call me your Royal Highness. I am a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xue, and I'll call you Xiaowei. How about that? Forget it. Your royal family is too lofty for me. I have things to attend to, so I want to keep chatting with you. Goodbye." Yu Xiaowei ruthlessly rejected her and walked out directly. What a joke. If he didn't know Qian Rinxue's identity, that would be one thing. Apologizing for the avalanche? It's all an excuse. Who knows what kind of scheme she is up to? Qian Rinxue, left behind, had a face that changed from dark to light. Before coming here, she already knew that Yu Xiaowei harbored malice towards noble descendants. But she never expected that this guy wouldn't even give face to the crown prince. A few days ago, she received intelligence from the Spirit Hall, saying that the blue lightning tyrant dragon family had a genius comparable to Tang Hao, and possibly even surpassing him. Out of curiosity, she wanted to test this out, but she never expected to be met with a closed door. Being part of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, she couldn't vent her frustration and could only leave helplessly. In the sunset forest, at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, Dugu looked at his martial soul with a puzzled expression. The appearance of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King had undergone a huge change. The color shifted from emerald green to dark green, and the edges of its diamond-shaped scales had developed some spikes. The biggest change was on its head, where 2 huge bumps had actually grown. It was the first time he had seen a fixed martial soul change again. Sigh, what is going on recently? Habitually stroking his thinning beard, he allowed a heavy sigh. Since the last time he parted ways with Yu Xiaowei, his hair and beard issues had worsened, and even the hair in that area had begun to fall out. He was about to become a hairless warrior like Gurong. The hair loss was related to that kid, Could the changes in his martial soul also be related to him? He shook his head in frustration. He knew that he lost hair when that kid treated him for toxin backlash. But to say that the magical power could cause a mutation in his martial soul, he couldn't believe it at all. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his martial soul had become stronger than before. That little brat who cheated him out of medicinal herbs could have such ability? Senior, are you there? Just as he was thinking about Yu Xiaowei, he heard a call from the cliff. I'm here, come down. After hearing Dugubo's response, Yu Xiaowei leaped down. Once on the ground, he was about to greet him when he saw Dugubo's nearly bald appearance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little brat, still laughing? This is all because of you. Seeing Yu Xiaowei, Dugubo couldn't help but feel anger rising. Recently, he had been hiding in the ice and fire yin-yang every day, not daring to meet his old friends. Yu Xiaowei scratched his head and said apologetically, there's no other way, senior. If we want to treat the illness, we have to endure. Oomph. Dugubo snorted coldly, then sat cross-legged on the ground. After gently stroking the few remaining strands of his hair, he resolutely said, let's begin. An hour later, the treatment was over. Dugu, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and shouted loudly. A tremendous aura suddenly surged from him. A fierce wind swept through the entire ice and fire yin-yang knocking the precious immortal herbs all over the place. The biphosphorus Snake Emperor appeared automatically, with 9 soul rings rapidly moving up and down around Dugubo. Upon seeing the change in the biphosphorus Snake Emperor, Yu Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. The biphosphorus Snake Emperor before him had clearly grown larger. 2 antlers had sprouted from its head. Its scales had become even larger, with fine spines growing along the edges. 4 claws protruded from its abdomen, and a mane of hair had grown on its massive tail. Wow, it really has mutated the martial soul. Yu Xiaowei's mouth twitched as he looked at Dugubo, whose martial soul could no longer be called snake. It had completely transformed into a dragon. Ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Dugubo retracted his imposing aura. You little rascal, I'm level 92 now, finally. After so many years. Looking at the bald old man in front of him, Yu Xiaowei sincerely congratulated him. Senior, you've gone bald, but you've also become stronger. Chapter 27. Is this a dowry? The change in martial soul temporarily made Dugubo forget the joy of leveling up. Yu Xiaowei was also excited to the point of tears. After so many years, a martial soul finally underwent a positive mutation under his radiation. Dugubo, filled with excitement, unleashed his martial soul's true form and continuously experimented with his new dragon form. In the past, he was limited by his snake form. Even when he achieved the title of Douluo, his phosphor snake martial soul evolved into a top-tier beast martial soul. And the evolved Emerald Scale Snake King also belonged to the dragon species. However, a snake is still a snake. When facing other enemy-type beast martial souls, especially the true dragon species Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had almost no power to resist. This also cemented his reputation as the weakest title Douluo. But now it was different. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, his martial soul had transformed into a dragon and would no longer be suppressed by true dragons. From now on, my martial soul will be called the Emerald Scale True Dragon. His joyous laughter echoed in the valley with soul power upgrades, martial soul evolution, and full detoxification. Dugubo was itching to find Yueguan for a fight to avenge the years of being beaten. However, as he laughed, his laughter suddenly stopped, and a look of horror appeared in his large dragon eyes. Senior, what happened? Seeing Dugubo's expression as if facing a great enemy, Yu Xiaowei quickly asked. Dugubo did not speak, but suddenly lunged towards the spring of the ice and fire 2EI, opening his mouth wide to drink from spring. In an instant, the temperature around the ice and fire 2EI plummeted, and even the high temperature of the fire spring could not suppress the surge of cold air. Dugubo's body trembled violently, and a piercing wail shook the entire valley. Where are my teeth? In the evening, Yu Xiaowei was walking home while picking his teeth. Unexpectedly, something went wrong. Dugubo's martial spirit had indeed evolved into the Emerald Scale True Dragon, and when he unleashed his martial spirit form, his attack, defense, strength, and speed all surged. More importantly, the period of weakness after the martial spirit form ended was gone, meaning that as long as his soul power recovered, he could use the martial spirit form again. The problem was that the Emerald Scale True Dragon's teeth were gone. Although Dugubo had never liked to use his teeth to attack enemies, it was just like his current bald head, which was ridiculed every day. In the future, when this martial spirit was revealed, wouldn't he be laughed to death? Facing Dugubo's murderous gaze, Yu Xiaowei steadfastly denied any connection between the mutation of the martial spirit and himself, insisting that it was Dugubo's poison that had been resolved. And the martial spirit evolved automatically, which allowed him to escape a beating. Just before reaching home, Yu Xiaowei saw a petite figure anxiously pacing back and forth at the door. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. After a few days of quiet, why did this little girl come to find him again so late at night? Rongrong, why are you here at this time? Yu Xiaowei shouted from a distance. As soon as Ning Rongrong heard his voice, she excitedly ran over and grabbed his hand, shaking it nonstop. Xiaowei go, where have you been? My dad said he needed to find you for something, but I haven't seen you all day. Why does Uncle Ning want to see me? I don't know. He just told me to find you, saying it's a good thing. Ning Rongrong pulled Yu Xiaowei and hurried towards the direction of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chun Xian asked Ning Fengji with concern, Fengji, is it appropriate to give such a valuable thing to that kid? Old swordman, you worry too much. This thing is just right for Xiaowei. If his strength increases, he can also protect Rongrong's safety. Gu Rong continued disdainfully. I think you're just biased against Xiaowei. Bias my ass. Chun Xian immediately became angry, furiously scolding. I'm worried that the kid will be guilty of something. He's only level 38, carrying such a precious treasure. What if someone with ulterior motives targets him? You, me, and Yu Yuanjun, who can always be by his side to protect him. I say we should wait until he at least reaches Soul Emperor before giving it to him. Ning Fengji raised his hand to stop the argument between the two, firmly stating, Sword Uncle, no need to say more. My decision is made. Xiaowei is a child with limitless potential, deserving of this item. From a distance, Yu Xiaowei could hear the arguing inside the house. He leaned close to Ning Rongrong's ear and whispered, Rongrong, what exactly is your dad going to give me? Why is it about Soul Emperor? What are they arguing about? Ning Rongrong's face suddenly flushed with a red hue as she quietly replied, I don't know. It just looks mysterious. Just as the two were whispering, Chun Xian shouted, what are you two whispering about outside? We're home. Hurry up and come in. Ahehe. Yu Xiaowei immediately took Ning Rongrong's hand and awkwardly walked into the hall. As soon as he entered, he saw Ning Fengji holding a wooden box, looking troubled. Chun Xian and Gu Rong were staring at each other with flushed faces, and it seemed like they were about to get into a fight again. Xiaowei, come here. Ning Fengji said with a smile, waving at Yu Xiaowei. Hello, Uncle Ning, hello, Grandpa Jian, hello, Grandpa Gu. Yu Xiaowei politely stepped forward to greet everyone. Looking at the well-behaved Yu Xiaowei, Ning Fengji smiled. Gu Rong had a loving expression, while only Chun Xian let out a cold snort. Xiaowei, do you know who sent the assassination attempt on you this time? It was not Ning Fengji who spoke first, but Gu Rong. It's the title duel of the star, Luo Empire. Yu Xiaowei was left confused by the question. Wasn't Ning Fengji supposed to give him a gift? How did it turn into a discussion about that old man who tried to kill him? Gu Rong nodded and said, that's right. That old guy is a royal worshipper of the star Luo Empire. However, he is not a member of the royal family, but rather a collateral relative. His awakened martial soul is not the white tiger, but a mutated black tiger. Your grandfather Jian, your uncle, and I joined forces to take him down. Yu Xiaowei was taken aback. He hadn't sensed any earth-shattering momentum that day. He had thought that the old man in the golden robe had been driven back by Gu Rong and the others. He didn't expect that he had actually been killed. He said with some worry, Grandpa Bone, won't this provoke a war between the two countries? Gu Rong and the other three exchanged glances and laughed. For a newly promoted 91st level title Douluo, a waste who can't even defeat Dugu, the star Luo royal family wouldn't offend our two families for him. Poor old Dugu. He's become a unit of measurement. After silently mourning for Dugu for a second in his heart, Yu Xiaowei continued to listen to Gu Rong talk about what was to come. He had a faint premonition that the item Ning Fengji was going to give him was likely related to this old man. We found a treasure on that old man. It's remarkably high quality. Emphasizing remarkably, Gu Rong signaled Ning Fengji to open the box. A miniature left leg bone lay quietly in the box, its golden surface shimmering continuously. Soul bone. Yu Xiaowei let out a cry of surprise. If it were just an ordinary soul bone, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. But this was an exceptionally complete soul bone, with no flaws from the femur to the tibia, and the immense energy contained within it was almost palpable. Ning Fengji closed the box and handed it to Yu Xiaowei. At least a 50,000-year-old soul bone, Xiaowei, Uncle Ning is giving it to you today. Standing beside him, Chun Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. However, since Ning Fengji had already spoken, he could only shake his head and sigh. Gu Rong looked at Yu Xiaowei happily as he received the soul bone. Holding the soul bone box tightly in his arms, Yu Xiaowei grinned foolishly for a while. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he gasped. In the puzzled gazes of Ning Fengji and the others, Yu Xiaowei weakly asked, "Uncle Ning, does this count as Rongrong's dowry?" Chapter 28. Departure to the Sunset Forest. Yu Xiaowei sat upright in his room, stroking the golden left leg bone. To be honest, when Ning Fengji confidently announced that this was Ning Rongrong's dowry, he was still a bit stunned. Even now, he felt a bit dazed. Although his relationship with Ning Rongrong had been tacitly accepted by both families, they were still young, and he didn't understand why Ning Fengji was so eager to establish a formal relationship. He shook his head, clearing out the distracting thoughts. Yu Xiaowei took a deep breath and pressed the soul bone against his left leg. A golden wave emanated from the soul bone, spreading outwards. A frenzied and violent consciousness suddenly appeared in his mind, violently impacting his spirit, and he seemed to hear the mad laughter of the old man in the golden robe again. Die, genius of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Your Majesty, I have completed my task. A massive amount of sharp energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc. Yu Xiaowei's mouth corner oozed a trace of fresh blood, and his body trembled violently. He had just begun to absorb the soul bone, and he had already sustained significant internal injuries. Ning Fengji could never have imagined that the titled Douluo who was killed had left behind a trace of his consciousness within the soul bone. Moreover, he could manipulate the energy within the soul bone to launch a dual attack on Yu Xiaowei's spirit and body. It felt as if someone was continuously cutting him with a knife from the inside. The intense pain made Yu Xiaowei sweat profusely. However, this was not the most terrifying part. The most frightening aspect was that lingering consciousness. After all, it was left behind by a titled Douluo. Even though Yu Xiaowei had extraordinary talent, as a powerful attack-type soul master, his spiritual power was not very strong. Faced with the overwhelming mental assault, his mind almost faltered several times. At that critical moment, the Godzilla martial soul quietly emerged, and a strange beast roar echoed in his mind, growing closer. Accompanied by the roar, a tremendous power swept through Yu Xiaowei's mind, clearing away all the impurities. What kind of soul beast's voice is this? The consciousness of the golden-robed elder, after a brief shock, completely dissipated under the pressure of the king of monsters. As the resisting consciousness within the soul bone vanished, the sharp energy became smooth and actively began to heal Yu Xiaowei's internal injuries. A comfortable sensation spread throughout his body. It was as if he had stepped into an endless forest, and Yu Xiaowei lifted his left leg, running continuously through the forest. This feeling of tearing through the wind made him let out a delighted groan. When Yu Xiaowei opened his eyes again, the soul bone had completely fused with his body. He carefully sensed the changes in his body. After absorbing the soul bone, his soul power remained at level 38 without any change, but there was an added sharp aura within it. He tried to swing his fist, and while the force did not seem to change, the table that was clearly not directly targeted shattered into pieces under that strike. Yu Xiaowei's enthusiasm immediately surged. He threw punches repeatedly, capable of shattering objects even before his fists reached them. It wasn't until the room was in complete disarray that he stopped. The experiment had yielded results. After absorbing the soul bone, the most significant change was that his punches now carried an incredibly sharp fist wind. Yu Xiaowei lightly stepped on the ground. His body weight seemed to transform into a feather. With just a push of his left leg, he felt as if he could fly away. The soul bone attached to his left leg had the skill, Light Blade Slash, which concentrated all his power in his left leg and instantly unleashed countless light blades, focusing the attack on a single point of the target. Very strong, very impressive. Yu Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction. This should be a soul bone dropped by an agile-type soul beast. Although he did not obtain a speed-type soul skill, his normal speed had clearly increased several times. The only drawback was that this explosive-type soul skill consumed a lot of soul power. One attack would consume 20% of his soul power. Yu Xiaowei. The angry voice of Yu Lumian suddenly came from the doorway. A blue light flashed, and before Yu Xiaowei could react, a tremendous force grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Are you tearing down the house? Looking at Yu Lumian's furious expression, Yu Xiaowei shrank his neck and glanced back. Sure enough, while he was experimenting with the soul bone, he had unknowingly nearly demolished his room. Dad, let me explain. I thought the decorations in my room were too outdated, so I wanted to change to a brand new set. That's why I... What the hell? Just because you found a wealthy father-in-law, you can squander without restraint? Yulian looked at the room that was smashed to pieces with a pained expression and muttered, "Prodigal." He then tossed Yu Xiaowei down and casually threw over a pitch-black box. Dad, what is this? The box felt slightly heavy in his hands, weighing about 130 or 40 pounds. It's not for you. It's a betrothal gift for my daughter-in-law. You need to deliver it to Ning Fengji and show some filial piety. Huh? It wouldn't be a soul bone, would it? Of course. They gave you such a valuable item. We have to reciprocate, right? Otherwise, people might think our blue lightning tyrant dragon family is just a bunch of paupers. Yu Luomian kicked Yu Xiaowei's buttocks in annoyance and chased him out of the house. Yu Xiaowei had a soul bone box tucked under her armpit, humming a little tune as she made her way to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Now that she was familiar with the route, it felt just like going home. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong bounced out. Upon seeing Yu Xiaowei, her eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed her arm and started pulling her outside. Rongrong, don't mess around. I don't have time to play with you today. I'm going to find Uncle Ning. My dad isn't home today. He went to the auction house to buy a cat girl. Yu Xiaowei was shocked. Wow, I didn't expect you, Ning Fengji, to be this kind of person. Brother Wei, let's go. I want to tell you a secret that even my dad and the others don't know. Ning Rongrong pulled his hand hard and kept walking outside. Yu Xiaowei, feeling helpless, could only put the soul bone box into the soul guide device. Not having seen Ning Fengji, he didn't dare to leave it out in the open. The two walked to a secluded corner, where Ning Rongrong cautiously looked around and, seeing no one nearby, whispered while pulling on Yu Xiaowei's ear. Brother Xiaowei, I'm level 30 now. Huh, is that it? Can't you just tell your dad and the others? Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but pinch Ning Rongrong's little face. Huh, it feels nice. Let me pinch it again. Ning Rongrong pouted and swatted away his hand, acting cute. You promised me before that when I reach level 30, you would take me to hunt for spirit rings. If you tell my dad and the others, that would be so boring. I want to go hunt for spirit rings with you. Looking at the eager Ning Rongrong, Yu Xiaowei slapped his forehead, thinking about how he had talked too much before. However, after a moment's consideration, he realized that the third spirit ring would at most be a spirit beast over 1,000 years old, and there wouldn't be much danger in the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. All right, but once we get to the Sunset Forest, you have to listen to me and not run around. Yay! Chapter 29. Snatching people. Yu Xiaowei skillfully led Ning Rongrong around the Sunset Forest. Originally, like the Stardew Forest, there were no paths here, but Yu Xiaowei often came here to hunt soul beasts, and over time, he had carved out a small path. Ning Rongrong curiously looked around. It was her first time in such a wild soul beast forest. However, she didn't run around out of curiosity, but instead remembered Yu Xiaowei's words, tightly gripping his arm and not letting go. Her previous 2 soul rings were obtained in her family's soul beast forest, which was not only small in size, but also had docile, domesticated soul beasts that were non-aggressive. Quite different from the wild soul beasts here. Walking in front, Yu Xiaowei tried to restrain his aura. Ever since Yu Guan fully activated the residual medicinal power of the Qirong Tong Tianju in his body, the Godzilla-like aura he emitted had become even more formidable. Ning Rongrong, who possessed an auxiliary martial soul, couldn't perceive it, but other soul masters with beast martial souls would unconsciously feel a strong sense of oppression when facing Yu Xiaowei. Even Dugu, whose martial soul had evolved into a dragon, could not escape this feeling. If they were in the battle arena now, Yu Xiaowei would naturally hope for his aura to be as fierce as possible. However, in the Sunset Forest, his aura would only cause the weaker soul beasts to scatter like startled birds. Brother Xiaowei, is that big guy a 1,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong asked, pointing at a giant rhinoceros that was fleeing in panic. Following her finger, Yu Xiaowei carefully examined it and shook his head. That's an iron-armored rhino. Look at its single horn. It has 8 ring patterns on it, which means it's only 800 years old. This one won't do, let it go. As a regular who grew up in the Sunset Forest, identifying the age of soul beasts was a fundamental skill. The blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, being one of the top 3 sects, had a long-standing tradition of studying soul beasts, so they naturally had plenty of knowledge in this area. With that thought, Yu Xiaowei curled his lip. Yu Xiaojiang's so-called top 10 theories are largely derived from family research, with another part taken from the Spirit Hall, and then he pieced them together into his own theories. He even published them. Ha, ridiculous! Because of this, Yu Luomian, who originally cared for him, became furious. And whenever Yu Xiaojiang was mentioned, the words waste never left his lips. It must be known that the research on spirits and soul beasts is a closely guarded secret among the major families, each of which keeps this information tightly under wraps, fearing it would leak out. Yet he went ahead and exposed it all. This incident caused a huge uproar within the family. In the end, under pressure from the family, Yu Yuanjin had no choice but to announce Yu Xiaojing's expulsion from the family. Xiao Wei, we've been walking for a long time. When will we find a suitable soul beast? Ning Rongrong's delicate voice interrupted Yu Xiao Wei's drifting thoughts. He pinched Ning Rongrong's tender little face and said indulgently, "Tired? Come on, I'll carry you." Saying that, he bent down and squatted. Having grown up together, Ning Rongrong only needed to act a little spoiled for him to understand what she meant. Ye Ning Rongrong cheered, climbing onto Yu Xiaowei's back and tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. The girl's long hair fell down, brushing against Yu Xiaowei's ears as they walked, making him feel a bit ticklish. A faint scent wafted into his nose, causing him to feel somewhat intoxicated. In the tranquil forest, sunlight poured down like strands of golden sand, filtering through the layers of lush trees and falling on the young couple. However, this warm scene did not last long before it was disrupted by the appearance of an unexpected guest. It was a tall, thin old man, his wrinkled face flushed with color. Although his hair was completely white, he exuded a vitality that belied his age. He wore a long red robe and had a golden five-pointed crown on his head. Yu Xiaowei put down Ning Rongrong and protected her behind him, staring solemnly at the old man in front of him. The old man had his eyes closed and did not speak. His slender body stood there like a javelin, exuding an unusual charm, as if he had already merged with the surrounding world. If it weren't for Yu Xiaowei seeing him with his own eyes, one would hardly feel that a person was standing there. Not quite as formidable as Douluo, but close enough. A top-tier soul Douluo. How could such a powerful figure appear on the outskirts of the sunset forest? And it seemed he was specifically here to block his way. Yu Xiaowei cautiously inquired, "I didn't know the senior was in seclusion here. I will take my leave now." The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked kindly at Yu Xiaowei. "I am the lord of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City, Platinum Archbishop Salus. Young man, your cultivation talent is quite good. If you have no master, you may follow me to the Wuhuan Temple for training." Wuhuan Temple. Yu Xiaowei was taken aback. That's right, the five-pointed platinum crown, the symbol of the platinum bishop's identity, cannot be forged. Beneath Pope Bibi Dong, there are only 4 archbishops, and the one in front of him, Salus, is one of them. Why did he come to find her? Just as Yu Xiaowei was about to refuse him, he found that he couldn't say a word. Not only that, but his body was also locked by a powerful aura, rendering him completely unable to move. "Since you won't speak, I will take it as your acquiescence. I didn't expect that on this rare outing I would encounter such a talented young man. Truly, it is a blessing for the prosperity of our spirit hall." Salus wore a broad smile and gradually approached Yu Xiaowei. "That damned old man. He wants to forcibly take me to the spirit hall." Yu Xiaowei could not move, nor could he speak. He could only glare at Salus with angry eyes. Behind him, Ning Rongrong noticed something was off and tightly held his hand, unusually standing in front of him, speaking crisply. "Brother Xiaowei is the current chief disciple of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and the future sect master. He is also my future husband, the son-in-law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Lord Salus, are you sure you can withstand the wrath of our 2 families? Or are you saying that the spirit hall is prepared to go to war with our 3 sects?" Yu Xiaowei looked at Ning Rongrong with admiration. This is how it should be. This aggressive momentum. This is the way a princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school should be. However, Salus remained unfazed, continuing to approach with a calm expression. Ning Rongrong's expression changed. Just as she was about to speak again, she found herself unable to say anything. Suddenly, an explosion was heard not far from them, and the unique dragon roar of the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex martial soul echoed through the forest. Salus stood in front of Yu Xiaowei, patting him several times on the back, his old face becoming increasingly kind. Very good, indeed, gifted. Heaven truly favors my spear hall." He smiled at Ning Rongrong, saying, "The little girl is not bad either. You should come with me to the spirit hall. With your talents, being a holy son and holy maiden is more than enough. I won't harm you, nor will I torment you. And I'll even let you be the holy son and holy maiden. I believe the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7-treasure glazed tile school will have nothing to say about it." The dragon roar gradually weakened, and Yu Xiaowei's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that the family had sent someone to protect him in secret. He just didn't expect that Salus had made such ample preparations to lure him into the spirit hall. Just as Salus's hands were about to grab them, a sinister voice came from behind him. "I was wondering which shameless thing was bullying children. It turned out to be you, Salus." Chapter 30. Dugubo's personal show. Who are you? Salus warily looked at the bald man behind him. When did this person arrive? With his 87th level soul Douluo strength, he hadn't sensed anything at all. "You don't recognize me?" Dugu raised an eyebrow, staring at Salas with an unfriendly expression. This was not their first interaction. There had been incidents in the past where they forcibly pulled Dugu into the spirit hall, resulting in several fights. How could this guy not recognize him today? Salas discreetly took 2 steps back. The person in front of him gave him a strange sense of familiarity, yet he did not recognize the appearance at all. He was not afraid of the Soul Douluo from the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex family, and he even dared to beat them up. However, he needed to treat this seemingly titled Douluo stranger with caution. "You blind fool. I am Dugu," touching his bald head. Dugu seemed to understand why Salas did not recognize him, and his anger flared up. "You are Dugu? In this form?" Upon hearing that it was Dugu, Salas actually felt relieved. The weakest title Douluo, useless except for poison. When they fought before, they were basically evenly matched. If it weren't for the presence of many people in the spirit hall, it was hard to say who would win. "Who the hell are you calling a bald old man?" Dugu was furious, his soul rings suddenly rising, directly unleashing his martial soul true form. Upon seeing the appearance of the Emerald Dragon, Salas became even more puzzled. Although this bald man claimed to be Dugu, he seemed completely different. He didn't look the same, his martial soul was different, and his aura was much stronger than the Dugu from before. Wasn't it said that he had been stuck at level 91 without any progress? However, facing such an imposing title Douluo, Salas did not dare to be careless, and quickly unleashed his own martial soul true form, transforming into a stout badger-type soul beast. As soon as Dugu released his martial soul, Yu Xiaowei had already regained his ability to move and quickly carried Ning Rongrong away to hide far away. The aftermath of a title-level battle was enough to kill both of them. Yu Xiaowei cautiously poked his head to look at the battlefield. When he saw Salas's white hair flowing from his head to his back like a cloak, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, isn't that the Flathead brother? No wonder this guy confronts everything head-on, be it the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family or the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even facing the 92nd level Dugu, he shows no fear. Life and death are treated lightly. If you're not convinced, just fight. Would someone with such a battle soul be afraid?" The great battle was about to erupt. Although Salas was facing a titled Douluo, his fighting style was like that of a true Flathead brother. Pressing the W key without letting go. Forward he charged. It was either you die or I die. If it were someone else with weaker strength and courage, they would probably be suppressed by his mad momentum right from the start. However, as an old rival, Dugu understood him all too well. In the past, he was restricted by the physical strength of the green phosphor snake emperor, and the Flathead brothers' battle soul was completely unafraid of snake venom. Therefore, in the face of Salas's reckless attacks, he always had to avoid the brunt of it. It was precisely because of this fighting style that Salas had once been hailed as the most untouchable soul Douluo. But now times have changed. The newly evolved green-scale True Dragon, while still not comparable to the super beast martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, was not to be underestimated. With the venomous fangs gone, the former snake venom was entirely forced onto the spines of its scales and combined with the incredibly thick scales. It was like wearing a layer of natural armor. The physical strength, speed, and attack power all surged. Even more outrageous was the fact that this green-scale True Dragon could also fly. Relying on numerous changes, Dugu completely gained the upper hand in the exchange with Salas this time. The soul rings on both of them flashed continuously, releasing soul skills one after another. The white light and green light clashed fiercely, shaking the entire mountain forest. And some weak soul beasts that couldn't escape were even shaken to the point of bleeding from their orifices, dying on the spot. The more Salas fought, the more alarmed he became. This person before him could absolutely not be Dugu. In past battles, he could tear through Dugu's scales with a single claw. But now when he clawed, sparks flew, and he couldn't penetrate at all. What was more terrifying was that he actually felt pain. It should be known that with the magical martial soul of the Steel Claw Badger, he had never felt pain regardless of how many injuries he sustained in battle before. "You're not Dugu. Dugu's martial soul is not like this. If you have the guts, say your name." Salas yelled angrily while retreating. "Heh." Dugu grinned wickedly, launching even fiercer attacks, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Smack! Salas slipped up and was knocked away by Dugu's tail, crashing through dozens of towering giant trees before coming to a stop. Dugu laughed heartily and charged at Salas, who had already released his martial soul and was in a weakened state, pummeling him with fists and kicks. "Salas, look at you today. Ha ha. Where am I not Dugu? Just say it. If you say it, I want to kill you today. Hey, no way. I won't change my name or my surname. I don't even need a fake name to deceive anyone." seeing Salus bleeding from his mouth and nose, his whole body limp and on the verge of collapse. Dugu finally stopped, still smiling as he waved at Yu Xiaowei. Little brat, how did you run into this old thing? Yu Xiaowei kicked Saras a few times with a resentful expression and said, Isn't Rongrong level 30 now? I came to help her get a soul ring. Then this old guy came to block me and even injured the person from my family who was protecting me. This wasn't a coincidence at all. This old guy came specifically for me. Dugu pondered for a moment, then patted Yu Xiaowei's shoulder and said seriously, That's just how Saras is. When he encounters a genius, he will stop at nothing to pull them into the spear hall. If he has some influence, he might hold back a bit. If he fails to recruit them, that's it. But if he encounters a civilian without any backing, he will use intimidation and temptation, employing all sorts of methods to bring them to the spirit hall. You should go home and tell your uncle about this. And about Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Don't go looking for Ning Fengji. That person is too composed. Even if he knows you almost got abducted, his first reaction might still be to keep the peace. Yu Xiaowei nodded solemnly. The incident where he and Ning Rongrong were almost kidnapped by the spirit hall couldn't just be left alone. Looking at the unconscious Salus, Dugu snorted coldly. What a pity. This person could only be beaten up. If he were killed, he would probably be hunted down by the spirit hall to the ends of the earth. But he couldn't be allowed to have it easy either. Dugu grinned wickedly and positioned Salus in a kneeling posture. Suddenly, his eyes turned a terrifying white, and a layer of white halo continuously radiated from his head. In an instant, two beams of white light shot out from his eyes, striking the kneeling Salus. The white light quickly spread, and Salus's body instantly turned into a stone statue. Dugu licked his lips, excitedly lifting the statue. I'll take the lead and put this guy at the city gate of Tiando City. Haha, what a relief. After bidding farewell to Dugu, Yu Xiaowei and Ning Rongrong lost interest in collecting spirit rings in the Sunset Forest and hurried back home. That night, two major events occurred in Tiando City. One was that a human-shaped stone statue descended from the sky at the city gate of Tiando City, kneeling towards the interior of the city. It was not until an hour later that people from the spirit hall took it away. The other was that 3 unexpected guests arrived at the spirit hall, which had always been regarded as a holy place by civilians and spirit masters. They did not speak upon entering. One of them snorted coldly and shattered a piece of the main gate before leaving. However, surprisingly, the spirit hall remained silent on this matter. For a time, the entire Tiando City was abuzz with discussions. Chapter 31. Dugu's 3 Promises. If you were to ask who Yu Xiaowei feared the most, without a doubt, it was the person sitting in front of him now, Yu Yuanjin. Uncle, you were looking for me? Yu Yuanjin had long black hair cascading down and was wearing a robe embroidered with the family crest of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. He was leaning somewhat lazily against the chair. Hearing Yu Xiaowei's voice, he slightly opened his eyes and said, You don't need to worry about the spirit hall anymore. They won't come after you again. Thank you, uncle. The incident of Yu Yuanjin smashing the gate of the spirit hall has already become known throughout the city. Yu Xiaowei is not stupid. It's clear who he is taking the blame for. In the next few days, I will accompany your father to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings, so you should stay at home and behave and not cause trouble everywhere. Has my old man upgraded to soul Douluo? Yu Xiaowei exclaimed in surprise. Yulo Mian, this lazy guy has actually started to cultivate. Mi Yuanjin lightly nodded, saying nothing more, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't hide the joy in his heart. To outsiders, Yu Yuanjin appeared stern and harsh. In reality, he was somewhat similar to Yulo Mian, both being quite relaxed in their daily lives, and the two brothers had a very good relationship. They had only quarreled once due to Yu Xiaojiang's matter, and had never even bickered otherwise. All right, let's go out. After Yu Xiaowei bowed and exited, a middle-aged man with a bandaged head and an arm in a sling walked in. Father, regarding Xiaowei's matter, we can't just let it go like this. Yu Yuanjin's previously gentle expression instantly turned cold. That's natural. The matter of bullying my nephew has been resolved, but the account for injuring my son has yet to be settled. Xiaoming, prepare a generous gift for Dugu. We owe him this time, otherwise, Xiaowei would have already been kidnapped and brainwashed by Salus. The Spirit Hall is becoming increasingly audacious. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji watched Ning Rongrong, who was currently absorbing her spirit ring. Everything was going smoothly, with no danger. He nodded in satisfaction. Once this spirit ring was successfully absorbed, Ning Rongrong would become a spirit elder, and she would be the youngest spirit elder in the history of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. He had originally worried that it might be very difficult for Ning Rongrong to absorb this 1,700-year-old spirit ring, but he was surprised to see it was exceptionally easy. Reflecting on how he nearly burst his body while absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring back in a day, he couldn't help but stroke his chin and mutter to himself. Could it be that Xiaowei's body training method is showing results? It seems necessary for the children in the sect to follow his method to train their bodies. Jian Xin, standing behind him, said with a smile, "Congratulations, sect master. Rongrong is only 12 years old and already has the cultivation of a spirit elder. She is also from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. This is a sign of great prosperity for our sect." Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled even wider. Gu Rong coldly snorted and said resentfully, "It was close. Our genius almost became a member of the Spirit Hall. If it weren't for Dugu Bo coincidentally being in closed-door cultivation in the Sunset Forest and having a connection with Xiaowei, Rongrong would have been abducted by that bastard Salus. Fengji, the Spirit Hall's reach is extending further and further. If we don't teach them a lesson, they might ride over our 3 sects in the future." The previously smiling Ning Fengji's expression immediately darkened. "I've already notified them. All projects cooperating with the Spirit Hall this year have been terminated. It's just a pity that Salus ran away too quickly. Otherwise, I would have taught him a good lesson." Fortunately, Dugu Bo was there this time. "Bo and Uncle, we should prepare a generous gift to send over to express our appreciation." At Lamba Academy, in Lu Erlong's small hut, Yu Xiaowei was staring intently at Dugu Bo. The usually fierce Lu Erlong was now obediently kneeling beside them, making tea for them. "Little brat, are you sure you want to stake my promise on such a simple matter?" Dugu Bo asked, sipping his tea leisurely, somewhat incredulously. This was a promise from a level 92 title Douluo. How many people longed for such a thing? Yet this kid only wanted all his herbs. It's important to note that those things were just sitting around, and he had no use for them. Although they were incredibly precious to him, the only difference between them and a pile of garbage was that they looked good. Yu Xiaowei nodded seriously. These herbs were just lying there. One day, he could take the people from his clan to consume them all. Upon seeing his expression, Dugu Bo understood that he was serious and shrugged, saying, "All right, no problem. Senior, the next thing is the second matter. Are you sure you've thought it through?" Dugu Bo felt a bit displeased. What did this Yu Xiaowei take his promise for? Most ordinary people would be so excited to receive a promise from a titled Douluo that they would rush to pay respects at their ancestor's grave and ponder it deeply before speaking. Who would be like this kid, treating his promise as casually as drinking plain water? I would like to invite you, senior, to be a teacher at our Lamba Academy." Yu Xiaowei respectfully bowed and performed a solemn salute to Dugu Bo, hearing his words and seeing his expression. Lu Erlong's delicate body trembled, and she covered her mouth with tear-filled eyes. My goodness, if a title Douluo were to become a teacher, then her Lamba Academy would no longer be the lowest-ranking advanced soul master academy in Tiando City. She never expected that this brother, usually so carefree, was actually thinking about the academy. However, Dugu Bo frowned and resolutely refused. "No, I've always come and gone freely in my life. This is my principle. It's beyond my means. Back then, when the Spirit Hall tried to recruit me, I didn't go. When the Tiando royal family tried to recruit me, I only went to be a casual advisor. You think you can tie me to your broken academy just based on a promise? No, let's change the subject." Yu Xiaowei remained unmoved, still deeply bending at the waist and not speaking. Lu Erlong, seeing this, bit his lip and also bent down with Yu Xiaowei. No, you 2 siblings can kneel here and beg me today, but it's not going to work. If you keep this up, I will leave, and you can find someone else to make that promise." Dugu Bo acted as if he was about to get up, but Yu Xiaowei and Lu Erlong remained motionless. The 3 of them were in a standoff, unwilling to give in. Dugu Bo, breathing heavily in anger, fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaowei and Lu Erlong, gritting his teeth and asking, "I ask you, is there no room for negotiation on this matter?" Yu Xiaowei lowered his head and squeezed out a word from his throat. "Alas, I really owe you the blue LightningTyrannosaurus family. Get up, I agree." Dugu Bo sat back down with a helpless shake of his head. Thank you, senior. Lu Erlong quickly got up and ran to Dugu Bo's back to massage his shoulders and back. In contrast to the excited Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaowei's expression was very calm, as if he already knew that Dugu Bo would agree to this matter. "Senior, the next thing is the third request." Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo sprayed out the tea he had just sipped. "You little brat, are you being too much?" "Senior, my next request. You have to agree whether you want to or not." Dugu Bo laughed in anger, crossing his arms and looking at Yu Xiaowei with a cold smile. "Oh, then I shall listen carefully." The third request of the junior is to ask the senior to become a guest elder of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Dugu was immediately furious and was about to explode when he heard Yu Xiaowei softly say, "As long as the senior agrees, I will tell you how to relieve the poison on Dugu Yen. No need for hair loss methods, oh." Dugu, as if struck by lightning, trembled and pointed at Yu Xiaowei, his lips quivering incessantly. It seemed he had something to say, but couldn't get it out. Chapter 32. Target character Dugu joining the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family caused a stir in the city of Tiando. This proud, titled Douluo without any powerful background was a coveted figure in the eyes of various families. Unexpectedly, he was recruited by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, one of the top 3 sections. "Senior Dugu, please." The one responsible for receiving Dugu was Yu Yuan's eldest son, Yu Xiaoming, a level 74 soul saint. He touched his specially filled soul guide and took Dugu to tour the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. In casual conversation, upon learning that Dugu was invited by Yu Xiaowei, he could hardly believe his ears. They had already found it incredible that Yu Xiaowei and Dugu had a friendship, but to say he could be invited to be a guest elder left the family members dumbfounded. Speaking of which, his cousin was exceptionally talented, being the third innate full soul power genius in the history of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Initially, his cultivation speed was no different from the children in the family, but after obtaining the second ring, he made rapid progress, leaping from a level 24 Great Soul Master to a level 38 Soul Sovereign in just 2 years. When Yu Yuan knew that Yu Xiaowei was at level 38, even he was shocked. On that day, Yu Yuanjin personally checked his body and confirmed that he was not using any evil methods to force his growth. Then, Yu Yuanjin immediately held a conference for the entire sect and announced that the originally designated chief disciple, Yu Qianheng, would be replaced by Yu Xiaowei. This immediately caused intense disputes within the family, especially from the main branch that belonged to Yu Yuanjin, which reacted most fiercely. However, Yu Yuanjin's decisions were not so easily changed. After violently suppressing the opposition, Yu Xiaowei naturally became the chief disciple. Furthermore, Yu Yuanjin issued a new family decree stating that if Yu Xiaowei reached Soul King before the age of 20, he would be established as the family's young master and first heir. Subsequently, the previously somewhat distant Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School frequently showed goodwill. Chun Xin even personally visited Yu Yuanjin to discuss the marriage matters. Yu Xiaoming, who shared a similar temperament with Yu Yuanjin, immediately volunteered to protect his cousin. Following Yu Xiaowei, he gained some experience. Not only was he adept at deception, but he was also ruthless against enemies, especially during the soul battle where he killed Meng Li. He couldn't help but applaud, noting that this was what it meant to be from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Later, when he discovered that the Star Luo Empire was plotting against Yu Xiaowei, he immediately used the family's secret methods to contact Yu Yuanjin. This led to the remarkable scene of 3 top-ranked titled rushing to the Balik Empire to rescue him. Reflecting on Yu Xiaowei's experiences over the past 2 years, Yu Xiaoming smiled and said to Dugu, "My brother is truly a dragon among men. He will surely be the pillar of our blue lightning tyrant dragon family in the future." Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei, who was supposed to receive Dugu, was sitting at his desk, writing vigorously. The experience of being ambushed by the Star Luo Empire and nearly being kidnapped by Salus made him acutely aware of the crisis at hand. Today, he specifically organized his future plans at home to avoid being like a headless fly in the future. Luring Dugu to his home was the most important task at hand. Reaching level 39 in soul power cultivation, consuming celestial herbs to break through the bottleneck, absorbing a soul ring that is at least 10,000 years old, aiming for levels 42 to 43. Current situation, he had already been targeted by the Spirit Hall, which was quite dangerous, and he needed to act low-key for the time being. Salus's actions were a very dangerous signal. He was merely a platinum bishop, and while it was understandable for him to act against the solitary Dugu, it was inappropriate for him to target me and Rongrong. It was highly likely that he had received instructions from BB Dong, which gave him the audacity to act against the best members of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although my uncle and 2 grandfathers had temporarily intimidated them, this was not a long-term solution. Taking advantage of the next couple of years when the Spirit Hall would not act against me, I needed to focus on increasing my strength. Moreover, the strength of the sect was too weak. There was only one titled Douluo in my uncle, and there were no top-tier fighters above level 97, which was a major problem. Unfortunately, celestial herbs were ineffective for those above Soul Sage. Fortunately, Dugu Bo had joined the sect, which increased its deterrent power against external enemies. However, it was already a favor for him to come, and it was unreasonable to ask him to share the sect's fate. Therefore, one must rely on oneself. Not only must I become a god, but Rong must also at least obtain a title. I need to supervise this little girl as cultivation more closely. Plans to strengthen the family must continue, but unfortunately, my current cultivation level is inadequate, and I have little influence. I can only continue to lure some wild powerhouses. Well, besides Dugu, the only ones I can think of are Flandra and Zhao Wujia. There are no other wild powerhouses. This Douluo continent is really too small. Target change. Lure some smaller families with weaker power. Target 1. The 4 single attribute families. Difficulty, Titan. This person is too loyal to Tang Hao and is hard to persuade. I can think of a way later to convince him when my strength is sufficient. Target 2. The world-defying dragon and snake. Longgong, the soul Douluo, and Shipa, the soul emperor, have a spirit fusion skill comparable to a title, and can be taken as a vassal family. This should be easier than the 4 single attribute families. I remember the Meng family doesn't have a big family behind them. Target 3. Flandra and Zhao Wujia. There are no others. Although Yu Xiaojiang is quite annoying, these two have no major flaws besides being stingy. If they can distance themselves from Yu Xiaojiang, they can be considered for inclusion in the sect. My sister's involvement might yield better results. Target 4. Young students. With a title Douluo like Dugu Bo as a teacher, the reputation of Blue Ba Academy can be established quickly, and recruiting new students won't be a problem. I also need to think of ways to poach talents from other academies, aiming to lure some geniuses to the academy and after graduation, try to bring them into the family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Target 5. Seize Tang San's external assistance. I have obtained the celestial herbs, and the soul rings and bones of Xiao Wu, the sky blue bull python, and the titan giant ape. Theoretically, I can withstand them once I reach level 60. I will take whichever I can get. The killing field of the killing city, the inheritance of Sea God Island, and that deep sea demon whale king. I need to think of a way to obtain the Sea Goddess shield before going to Sea God Island. After organizing his future plans, Yu Xiaowei sighed. The spirit hall was too powerful. It was strong enough that if the Hao Ian sect did not emerge, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and the 7 treasure glazed tile school combined would not be able to resist them. But even if the Hao Ian sect did emerge, it would still be difficult to hold them off. Tang Chun was deeply trapped in the killing city. Tang Hao's old injuries had not healed, and he was in a state of despair. Besides Tang Xiao, the other title Duel were at most around level 94, and Yu Yuanjin could easily defeat 2 or 3 of them, let alone those offerings from Spear Hall. The soul hunting operation was probably already being planned by BB Dong. The reason they had not acted yet was either due to hesitating over Tang Chun or considering the internal voices of the Spirit Hall. In summary, time was becoming increasingly urgent. According to the original work, there were only 7 or 8 years left before the 2 sects would face a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 33. It was promised that the celestial herbs could break through the bottleneck. Heaven Do Royal Academy. Dream God Machine is arranging this semester's courses, rubbing his temples in frustration as he looks at the list of students and their soul power levels. After Qin Ming returned from the Star Luo Empire and reported the detailed process of student exchanges to him, he couldn't help but sigh at the news that Yu Xiaowei, with his soul master rank, not only fought against a level 44 soul Daw, but also defeated the Phantom White Tiger, a martial soul fusion skill close to that of a Soul King. He couldn't help but lament how he had failed to recognize such talent and let such a good seedling go to Lu Erlong. Heaven Do Royal Academy has everything one could want, with the best simulated environment in the country and a faculty that Blue Tyrant Academy cannot compare to. If such a genius were at Heaven Do Royal Academy, he would have already broken through to Soul Master by now. Not to mention the things that Yu Xiaowei extorted from him. Every time he thought about it, it pained him. However, just over a month had passed, and another headache-inducing incident occurred. Dugu Bo, a level 92 title Douluo known as the Poison Douluo, had taken a position at the most unremarkable Advanced Soul Master Academy in Heaven Do City, Blue Tyrant Academy. It wasn't even a casual position. He held a proper teaching role, conducting 3 classes a week. Meanwhile, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School sponsored Blue Tyrant Academy with a large sum of gold soul coins, claiming to build the best simulated training environment in Heaven Do City. With such relentless promotion from Blue Tyrant Academy, this year's enrollment had clearly decreased significantly. Just as he was feeling the pressure, a knock sounded at the door. Guomin, After adjusting his glasses, he straightened up and assumed a dignified posture. However, when he saw that the person entering was actually Qin Ming, he was taken aback. Teacher Qin, didn't you take the Imperial Battle Team on a tour? Why are you back so soon? Chief Dream, I can't manage this team anymore. Qin Ming's voice was filled with indescribable fatigue, with a hint of suppressed anger. Dream God Machine was even more shocked. He had seen the children from the Imperial Battle Team. Although two of them were a bit unruly, they were all good kids who respected their teachers. Especially Dugu Yin and Yu Qianheng. He had personally given them some guidance. How could they have turned Qin Ming into this state? Tianheng and Xiao Yin, those two have dropped out. Qin Ming's next words struck Dream God Machine like a thunderbolt, echoing in his mind. How? How could this happen? Dream God Machine suddenly stood up, rushed to Qin Ming, and grabbed his shirt, roaring, "What did you do? Why did these good kids drop out? Where have you all been during this time? Tell me." As he roared, an immense darkness erupted from him, rapidly spreading outwards, crazily engulfing the light in the office. A hideous black demon floated in the air, silently roaring at Qin Ming with its gaping maw. Looking at Dream God Machine's blood-red eyes, Qin Ming forced a bitter smile and said despondently, "They went to Blue Tyrant Academy." Dream God Machine was taken aback, and the momentum he had unleashed instantly deflated, his face filled with bitterness. Yes, one is the nephew of Yu Xiaowei, and the other is the granddaughter of Dugu. We indeed have no reason to stop them. It felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He staggered back to his chair, muttering vacantly, "Our best students now. Our once best students. Teacher Qin, it's over. Heavendo Royal Academy is finished." At Blue Tyrant Academy, Dugu was passionately teaching. From the combination of soul rings to the allocation of soul power in battle, and even his experiences during his promotion, he held nothing back. Sitting in the audience, Yu Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction. Just as he had guessed, as long as he could bring Dugu Yin over, he need not worry about Dugu slacking off. Looking at Dugu Yin's half-black, half-purple mixed hair color, it seemed that Dugu's treatment of her was showing progress. No wonder the old man had been smiling all day and hadn't come over to spank him, as usual. As for Yu Tianxin, that rascal, he wouldn't come to listen to a titled Douluo's lecture. He should find an excuse to beat him up one day. Yu Xiaowei thought indignantly. At least Yu Qianheng was obedient. He just mentioned that Dugu Yin also came to Lamba, and the kid came running over. Thinking back over the past month, he had been lobbying everywhere, even delaying his own cultivation, and in the end, he only managed to bring in 2 students. It highlighted 2 words: failure. On the podium, Dugu looked at Yu Xiaowei's distracted appearance and immediately felt furious. Yu Xiaowei, stand up. When a strong attack type soul master battles, how should soul skills and soul power be matched? Answer quickly. All the students' gazes instantly focused on Yu Xiaowei. He stood up and said nonchalantly, "Just activate the enhancement soul skill and use the strongest attacking soul skill to hit them hard." Dugu's face twitched. It seemed this rascal hadn't listened to a single word. Tianheng, tell him, when a strong attack type soul master fights, they need to prioritize activating defensive soul skills, then use enhancement soul skills to strengthen themselves. They should avoid using soul skills that consume a lot of soul power at first, and, after understanding the opponent's soul skills, they can use the strongest attacking soul skills to attack the enemy. However, they must be careful not to exhaust all their soul power, and at least reserve enough to release a soul skill once. Dugu nodded in satisfaction. His granddaughter's husband looked much more reliable compared to this Yu Xiaowei, who only made him angrier the more he looked at him. Yu Xiaowei, get out. All right. With all the classmates watching, Yu Xiaowei blew Dugu a kiss and ran out laughing. After leaving Lamba Academy, Yu Xiaowei headed straight for the direction of the Sunset Forest. He was already level 39. It was time to eat the ice fire grass. Ever since Dugu promised to give him all the divine herbs, he hadn't come back here. He was indeed a trustworthy person when it came to keeping promises. Above the ice-fire duality eye, there was a poison formation set by Dugu, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter, so he wasn't worried about being disturbed. Soon, Yu Xiaowei arrived at the ice-fire duality eye. Looking at the 2 divine herbs with strange phenomena occurring beside the spring, he immediately summoned his martial soul and entered half-dragon form. He only remembered that these 2 herbs had to be consumed within 10 breaths. But he forgot which was the iron take and which was the jade take. However, that didn't matter. He stood in front of the fire apricot blossom and calculated the distance, then activated his second soul ring, doubling the speed of his demon god body. And he opened his mouth wide, quickly swallowing the fire apricot blossom. The divine herb instantly turned into a mass of lava in his stomach, churning continuously. Not daring to waste any time, he hurriedly rushed towards the octagonal Xianbing grass. His chest and abdomen were burning with intense pain, and Yu Xiaowei's body temperature rapidly rose, with even the cold sweat evaporating instantly. Fortunately, with the Godzilla martial soul, his resistance to high temperatures was extremely strong after entering half-dragon form. Otherwise, anyone else who swallowed this would be burned to ashes immediately. After witnessing the terrifying medicinal power of the fire apricot blossom, Yu Xiaowei felt a wave of fear in his heart. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 8 breaths. When Yu Xiaowei silently counted to 8 breaths, he arrived in front of the octagonal Xianbing grass. Without any hesitation, he immediately bit into the extremely cold divine herb. The extreme cold surged violently within him, clashing fiercely with the medicinal power of the fire apricot blossom. Yu Xiaowei's body trembled violently, with red and blue colors constantly swirling around. If it weren't for his physical condition far exceeding that of a normal soul elder, he might have exploded by now. Enduring the intense pain in his body, he jumped into the spring, and in an instant, he sank into the spring water. Under the influence of the ice-fire spring water, the extreme energy contained in the 2 immortal herbs quickly fused into his body. Moments later, Yu Xiaowei floated back up, comfortably soaking in the spring. The pain he had just experienced had vanished, replaced by a refreshing sensation. He could clearly sense that the ice-fire energy was transforming his body. He soaked for an entire day, and by nightfall, Yu Xiaowei, who had fallen into a deep sleep, opened his eyes. He stretched comfortably and sensed his soul power. And in an instant, his expression changed from joy to anger. Damn it, it was said that the immortal herbs could break through bottlenecks. Why hasn't my soul power upgraded? Chapter 34. Soon to go to Shrek. The plot is about to reach Shrek's enrollment. Readers can freely guess why Yu Xiaowei is going. Chapter 35. Whoever dares to touch the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, I'll kill them. Yu Xiaowei returned home in frustration. His soul power didn't T-level up, which disrupted his plans. He originally thought he could advance to Soul Sec today, but he was still stuck at level 39. The key was that he didn't T-recognize any of the remaining celestial herbs and didn't T-dare to eat them randomly. If he accidentally consumed something that conflicted with his attributes, it would be a big problem. 8-petal celestial orchid, longing autumn water dew, rooster-comb phoenix sunflower, heartbreak red, water fairy jade bone, 9-grade purple mushroom. He muttered to himself while walking, trying to compare these celestial herbs to things he was familiar with. Xiaowei, what are you rambling about? Hearing the voice, Yu Xiaowei turned his head and saw Yu Xiaoming waving at him. Big brother, what is up? Father is looking for you. Yu Xiaowei was startled for a moment. Yu Yuanjin has returned? He hurriedly followed after him, his face filled with surprise as he asked. Did my father successfully advance to Soul Douluo? Yu Xiaoming's face was filled with joy, as another Contra had been added to the family, which was a great occasion. When they arrived at the study, Yu Yuanjin was chatting and laughing with Yu Lumian. Uncle, Dad, Father, second uncle. Yu Xiaowei and Yu Xiaoming respectfully bowed to the two of them. As soon as he saw his son come in, Yu Lumian laughed heartily, stepped forward, and bumped chest with him heavily, proudly boasting, Xiaowei, your old man is level 84 now, how about that? Impressive, right? Wow, Dad, how many years of soul rings have you absorbed? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowei was taken aback. This was Soul Douluo, where absorbing a soul ring raises one by 4 levels. It goes without saying that it must have been a soul ring with an extremely high age. When did his dad become so hardworking? Ahem. Yu Yuanjin coughed lightly and gave Yu Lumian a glance. All right, second brother, come back to your seat. We still have things to discuss with Xiaowei. Right. Yu Luomian quickly sat back down, looking at Yu Yuanjin with great anticipation. Xiaowei, during the time your father and I have been away, I've heard from your elder brother about everything you've done. You did very well, extremely well. I've been thinking about how to reward you, but I couldn't come up with anything suitable for a while. Just so happens that this time, when your father and I went out to hunt for soul rings, we killed an 80,000-year-old red flame turtle king. From it, a soul bone dropped. Speaking of which, Yu Yuanjin wiped his ring and took out a long, narrow box. 80,000 years. No wonder Yu Luomian's soul power has increased by so many levels. Although he knew that this soul bone was meant for him, Yu Xiaowei didn't feel overly excited. Instead, his feelings were a bit complicated. He knew what kind of soul beast the red flame turtle was, a dual attribute fire and earth soul beast with extremely strong explosive power. And yet it was a defensive type soul beast. At the level of 80,000 years, even ordinary title Douluo would be reluctant to provoke it. Even for Yu Yuanjin, With his cultivation, killing such a red flame turtle king would require considerable effort. Moreover, who was Uluomian working so hard to absorb a soul ring that was close to its limit for? Yu Xiaowei was clear in his heart. Although his father usually seemed disheveled and uninterested in cultivation, this time he had nearly been abducted, truly touching the reverse scale of Uluomian. Uncle, give this old bone to my father. I don't need something so advanced. Upon hearing his words, Uluomian immediately became anxious. You child, what your uncle gives you is for you. What do I, this old guy, need such a precious thing for? Whoever wants it can take it. If not, uncle, you can absorb it yourself. I don't want it anyway. Yu Xiaowei knelt down, holding her neck and refusing to accept the soul bone, saying nothing. You ungrateful child. Uluomian suddenly became furious, raising his hand as if to strike down, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Throughout his life, he had never hit Yu Xiaowei even once. Back in the day, Yu Xiaowei's older brother had died at the jaws of a soul beast while hunting for a soul ring, which left Uluomian completely dispirited. He spent his days wandering through brothels and bars, even fathering a daughter named Lu Erlong. Later, when his second son had a grandson, Uluomian was overjoyed and regained his spirit. However, after Yu Xiaowei's second brother passed away in an accident, he was once again struck down, turning his hair white overnight. It wasn't until 15 years later, with the persuasion of Yu Yuanjin, that he took up a new partner. But then Yu Xiaowei's mother fell seriously ill after giving birth and passed away. Thus, like a doomed lone star, he cherished his grandson Yu Qianxin and his younger son Yu Xiaowei, holding them gently as if they might fly away or melt in his mouth. As for his daughter Lu Erlong, although she didn't like him, he still tried his best to fulfill his responsibilities as a father until the two had a falling out over Yu Xiaojiang. Xiaowei, go ahead. Yu Xiaoming, who was standing nearby, also urged. But Yu Xiaowei remained unmoved, fearlessly locking eyes with the enraged Uluomian. Yu Yuanjin looked at Yu Xiaowei with a serious expression, then suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. All right, second brother, calm down. This child, Xiaowei, has good intentions. This ungrateful child is really driving me to my wit's end. Yu Luomian, still seething with anger, sat back down, his face flushed. All right, Xiaowei can get up now. This soul bone will be kept for you by your uncle for now. Big brother, Yu Luomian said discontentedly from the side. This soul bone was originally intended for Xiaowei when he reaches soul sage. Otherwise, with his current strength, if he exposes the soul bone, it will be easy for others to kill him for it. Yu Yuanjin smiled and interrupted Yu Luomian's next words, then continued to speak to Yu Xiaowei. Child, your filial piety is commendable, and your uncle is very pleased. But this soul bone is not suitable for your father. Your uncle has other plans. Get up, child. This soul bone will be temporarily kept with your uncle, and he looks forward to you reaching Soul King soon. Yu Xiaowei stood up and respectfully bowed to Yu Yuanjin. Let's go out and have some fun. Feeling as if he had been granted amnesty, Yu Xiaowei quickly fled in a panic. To be honest, after 80,000 years of soul bones, if he said he wasn't tempted, that would be strange. However, this was something that Yu Luomian had exchanged his life for. If he were to take it and absorb it so easily, then he wouldn't be Yu Xiaowei. Watching his back, Yu Luomian revealed a gentle smile and softly said, this ungrateful child. Stepping out the door and facing the sun, Yu Xiaowei spread his arms wide, fully enjoying the warm embrace of sunlight. Yu Xiaoming looked at him, smiled, and then left. After standing for a long time, Yu Xiaowei, filled with worries, began to walk around the clan. Starting from Yu Yuanjin's study, he walked through every nook and cranny of the clan, from dawn until dusk. Along the way, whether it was the people from the first house or the second house, whether they were hypocritical or sincere, everyone greeted him with smiles. And Yu Xiaowei unusually responded with smiles in return. He continuously recalled in his mind the affection Yu Luomian had shown him since childhood. Furthermore, although Yu Yuanjin appeared authoritative, he had always cared for him secretly. Then there was his sister, Lu Erlong, who patiently taught him when he had nowhere to go to school, never looking down on her mischievous little brother. And there was also his brother, Yu Xiaoming, who had always protected him from behind. Not to mention those adorable younger generations who called him little uncle repeatedly upon seeing him. Suddenly, the feeling of being out of place, which had lingered in his heart, completely dissipated. Once, he wanted to protect the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, because he was a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Now, he wants to protect the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, because he is a member of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Xiaowei laughed and clenched his fist, pointing at the sky, saying in the universal language of Blue Star, who the hell wants to mess with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? I'll kill whoever it is. Not even Jesus can save him. I mean it. Chapter 36, A Letter. There is still about a year and a half until the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. All the universities are selecting team members and starting to prepare intensively. Recently, Blue Tyrant Academy has been flourishing, but they have completely fallen out with the Tiando Royal Academy, as Meng Xinji shamelessly reclaimed the rights to the mimicry training. However, it doesn't matter much, because the mimicry environment sponsored by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be completed in another 2 or 3 months. Moreover, with the arrival of the titled Dugu, the students' training speed has significantly increased, especially Tyran, who possesses the strength of a great ape, has rapidly advanced to level 35 in a short period of time, very likely breaking into the Soul Sect before the Soul Master competition. Outstanding students among the older students like Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, and Jiang Zhu have also broken through to the Soul Master rank. Among the new students, there are excellent ones like Yu Tianheng at level 38 and Dugu Yin at level 37, with 4 students likely to break through to the Soul Sect before the competition. The Blue Tyrant team has begun to take shape. In contrast to Lu Erlong, who walks with the wind, Meng Xinji looks worried every day as he reviews the Academy's reports. The Royal Fighting Team currently has the highest levels of 36 for Shimo and 35 for Shimo, but they're all defensive Soul Masters, without strong attack-type Soul Masters. Relying solely on agile attack-type Soul Masters like Osro will lead to a lack of firepower during the competition. Sigh, one misstep leads to another. Meng Xinji lamented. With such a lineup, they would definitely lack competitiveness in the Soul Master competition. If it weren't for the guaranteed spot from the Tiando Empire, they might struggle even in the preliminaries. Yu Xiaowei was currently at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, persuading Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, you can't always keep Rong at home. She needs to go to school. Our Blue Tyrant Academy has everything she needs, and she can also develop her feelings with me. Plus, if we ever encounter someone trying to abduct us again, at least we won't be too scared to move, right? Ning Fengji took a sip of tea and said calmly, do you two still need to develop feelings? It's too dangerous for Rong to go out alone. I don't feel at ease. With Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle in the sect, no one dares to target her. Ever since the last time when she almost got abducted by Salus, Rong has been confined at home for nearly 2 months. The little princess has thrown countless tantrums, and if it weren't for you, Yu Xiaowei, coming to play with her often, the roof of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have probably been blown off. Yu Xiaowei has always had his reservations about Ning Fengji's protective methods. He himself had almost been abducted once. What happened then? Yu Yuanjin had boldly declared, the Spirit Hall will not take action against you again, and then continued to let him roam free, even warning him not to stir up trouble. These cowards at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he thought to himself, but with a bright smile, he said, Uncle Ning, you can't say that. My uncle and 2 grandfathers have already warned the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has also assured us that nothing like the Salus incident will happen again. Keeping Rong locked at home all the time isn't a solution either. However, no matter how much Yu Xiaowei tried to persuade him, Ning Fengji remained unmoved and nonsensically remarked, the soul bones sent from your family are of very good quality. Hearing this, Yu Xiaowei immediately understood what he meant and patted his chest, assuring him, Uncle Ning, don't worry, Rong is just going to study this time. There won't be any other extra troubles. I will protect her in Heaven Do City, and her soul bones will definitely not be exposed. I promise I will never take her out of Heaven Do City alone again. If we need to leave the city, I will definitely ask Senior Dugu to take us along. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction and got up, saying as he walked, go back. Sword Uncle took Rong to your Blue Tyrant Academy early this morning. They are probably in class now. With a dumbfounded expression, Yu Xiaowei watched as he walked out gracefully. After returning to Blue Tyrant Academy, feeling somewhat dejected, Yu Xiaowei saw that Ning Rong was indeed in class. Seeing her running around excitedly, it seemed she had been cooped up for the past 2 months. Ning Fengji, that old guy, should just say he's worried about Rong's safety instead of all this nonsense. With a belly full of complaints, Yu Xiaowei didn't disturb the wildly running Ning Rong and turned to find Lu Erlong instead. With Ning Rong enrolling, the battle roster for the Lamba team could be updated. Currently, their assault team had the most members, Yu Xiaowei, Yu Tianheng, Huang Yuan, and Tai Long. The control system had Dugu Yin, the agility system had Jing Ling, the support system had Ning Rong, and the healing system had Jiang Zhu. In the Soul Master competition, aside from necessary rotations during wheel battles, team matches consisted of 7 participants. Therefore, the main battle members needed to be reconsidered. According to Yu Xiaowei's thoughts, the only ones that could be replaced were either Huang Yuan, Jing Ling, or Jiang Zhu. It wasn't just because the three of them had the lowest soul power. More importantly, they were not irreplaceable. Especially Jingling. Yu Xiaowei didn't look down on agility systems, but he felt that agility systems were essentially unnecessary unless they were like Feng Xiaotian, who was proficient in both agility and assault. Over the past 2 months, he had beaten no less than 5 agility system soul masters at the Tiando Great Soul Arena. They not only feared the control of the nuclear radiation field, but also always said the same old line when attacking him. Master Sha, stop scratching. Although his soul power hadn't increased after consuming the ice fire grass, his physical body had been tempered again. He had noticed when he beat Yu Tianxin that the kid couldn't even break through his scales after transforming into a dragon. Thus, he really felt that agility systems were quite dispensable. However, all 3 of them were senior students and had a deep affection for Lamba. If Yu Qianheng and the others hadn't suddenly joined the academy, they would have been a fixed main battle lineup. Therefore, this matter needed to be discussed with Lu Erlong to decide what to do. After walking to the familiar little thatched cottage, Yu Xiaowei called out a few times but didn't see anyone come out. Strange, where did my sister go today? Yu Xiaowei skillfully picked a fruit from Lu Erlong's vegetable garden, and without washing it, took a big bite as she pushed the door open and entered the room. Looking at the mess in the room, Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. Lu Erlong inherited Yu Luomian's personality, usually being careless and tossing things aside after using them. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaowei is a Virgo with a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, and what she dislikes the most is her messy appearance. Sai, the capable, take on more work. After all, she is the older sister, and I am the younger brother. After a moment of reflection, Yu Xiaowei grabbed a fruit and started helping Lu Erlong tidy up the house. While cleaning the table, an open piece of letter paper caught her attention. Sneaking a peek at someone else's letter is generally not a good thing. However, Yu Xiaowei has sharp eyes and noticed 3 words on it that made her extremely sensitive. Yu Xiaojiang. A surge of uncontrollable anger suddenly rose in her heart, and she snatched the letter paper and began to read. The more she read, the darker her expression became. The more she read, the heavier her breathing became. Chapter 37. I will pay you back. Yu Xiaowei hasn't come to class again? The teacher, Dugu, asked with dissatisfaction from the podium. The students all shook their heads. Seeing that even Ning Rongrong was shaking her head, Dugu understood that they really didn't know. Little brat, you dare to skip my class. And you skipped 3 classes in a row. I'll see how to deal with you when you come back. After muttering to himself, Dugu continued the lesson. Except for Yu Xiaoming, probably no one knew that Yu Xiaowei had already arrived in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom. The timing is off. Yu Xiaowei sat in a restaurant, eagerly staring at the city gate. As he recalled the letter he saw from Lu Erlong, he became increasingly angry. The letter was written by that old cunning merchant, Flanders. He first complained about his own struggles, saying he had set up an academy and recruited some talented students. Recently, due to the oppression from the Barak Kingdom, not only was there no subsidy, but they also lost the qualification to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. Although he was very distressed, the academy was his hard work over the past 20 years, and no matter what, he would not give it up. Then came a main point. He specifically mentioned one thing in the letter. He had found Yu Xiaojiang, and if given the chance, he would bring Yu Xiaojiang to Tiando City, allowing their golden iron triangle to reunite. He also said that Lu Erlong should let go of the past, as she and Yu Xiaojiang were a match made in heaven. After reading it, Yu Xiaowei felt his temples throbbing. He was doing everything he could to persuade Lu Erlong to let go of Yu Xiaojiang, while Flanders was planning to come and steal his home. Furious, he almost tore the letter on the spot, but his remaining rationality reminded him that doing so would immediately reveal to Lu Erlong that he had seen the letter. Yu Xiaowei forced himself to calm down, put the letter back as it was, and even messed up his tidied room again. Then he didn't tell anyone and set off overnight for Soto City. However, after arriving in Soto City, he wandered around but did not find any enrollment advertisements for Shrek Academy. Out of curiosity, he inquired around and learned that it was not yet the enrollment time for Shrek. That old trickster, Flander, when Yu Xiaowei saw the letter, he thought the enrollment had already been completed and that Tang San and the others had already entered the academy, but it turned out they hadn't even started enrolling yet. Moreover, according to the timeline in the original work, even when it was time for Shrek to enroll, he would still have to wait another half-month for Xiao Gang to arrive. Now that Xiao Gang was not in Notting City, he had no choice but to stay in Soto City. As for finding trouble with the culprit Flander, he wasn't foolish. A soul emperor seeking a soul sage wasn't looking for trouble. It was looking for a beating. To determine the start date of Shrek Academy in the city, he chose the simplest method: wait for Tang San to arrive. If he remembered correctly, after Tang San arrived in Soto City. He stayed at the Rose Hotel and went to Shrek the next day. As the sky slowly darkened, Yu Xiaowei helplessly got up, casually gave a silver soul coin to the waiter, and walked out of the restaurant. Another fruitless day. Under the night sky of Soto City, the atmosphere was lively and colorful. Although it wasn't as prosperous as Heaven-Do City, there was a characteristic street that was always bustling with people, which was also the most attractive place for passing travelers in Soto City. It was a street of brothels. Here, there were places as small as a grass hut charging 3 to 5 copper soul coins per visit, and as large as brothels charging dozens of gold soul coins for a night. Everything was available. Yu Xiaowei is a serious person and naturally wouldn't go to those places. However, he had no choice. Guilin Street was positioned prominently at the entrance of the city, and to return to his residence at the Rose Hotel, he had to pass through here. Moreover, although he was only 12 years old, he was tall and strong, with a physique that didn't resemble that of a child at all. As a result, there were always some bold madams who would flirt with him. During such times, he would quicken his pace and cover his face, fleeing in a panic. However, today he encountered an acquaintance here. "Little girl, where are you going so late?" "Oh dear, this place is so remote. Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people? Where do you live? Come on, Uncle will take you home." A voice that sounded rather honest came from afar, but the response to him was a cold reprimand. "Get lost." Upon hearing this voice, Yu Xiaowei perked up his ears. It sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite recall who it was at that moment. He curiously looked in the direction of the voice. In a distant, secluded corner, a man in his 40s, bare-chested and wearing a pair of tattered floral shorts, with flip-flops on his feet, was lewdly blocking a cold-faced girl. "Is it her?" Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, looking at that explosive figure and the face that bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing. If he still didn't know who it was, he would be a fool. Zhu Zhuqing, the little thief who had picked the lock on his room in Silva City before. He still had her soul guide, the container underwear, in his soul guide device. After hearing Zhu Zhuqing's voice, the middle-aged man not only didn't back away, but instead revealed an even more lewd expression. What a nice voice, such a figure, and such a cute look. The middle-aged man's eyes, filled with malicious intent, roamed over Zhu Zhuqing's curvaceous body without any restraint, emitting bursts of lewd laughter. He slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing, his right hand resting on his belt, pretending to pull it down. "Little girl, why not come with Uncle? Uncle will take you to see goldfish, big goldfish." Without saying a word, Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her martial soul, her hands transforming into sharp claws as she fiercely lunged at the middle-aged man. TSK, still a fiery temper, I like it." The middle-aged man let out a strange cry, and 4 soul rings rose beneath his feet. 2 huge, circular shields appeared out of thin air, quickly wrapping around Zhu Zhuqing, one in front and one behind. Zhu Zhuqing, who was instantly subdued, displayed a look of panic on her icy face. The material of a shield was unknown, but it was highly flexible, and her claws couldn't tear it apart at all. The middle-aged man chuckled, lifting the shield as if it were a large bundle, preparing to leave. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to realize what was about to happen, and disregarding the consumption of her soul power, she continuously used her soul skills to tear at the middle-aged man's shield. After struggling in vain, she bit her lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out, but large tears began to stream down her face uncontrollably. Just then, a sudden voice cut through the darkness, and upon hearing it, Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened. "Hey, you lewd man over there, what kind of skill is it to bully a little girl?" The middle-aged man's footsteps halted as he frowned in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a tall young man was giving him the middle finger. "Oh, there are indeed many who aren't afraid of death tonight." The middle-aged man said disdainfully, "Little brat, do you want to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Have you grown up yet? You don't even know your own weight." White, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings rose, radiating the aura of a soul sect with a soul power level of 46. Since his martial soul was being used to trap Zhu Zhuqing, it was inconvenient to use it against the enemy, so he planned to scare Yu Xiaowei away with his soul power. "Oh wow, you're actually a soul sect. Your little heart must be racing in fear." Yu Xiaowei let out a whistle, laughing in a strange and mocking manner. Looking at his fearless demeanor, the middle-aged man's expression gradually became serious. Yu Xiaowei was giving him an increasingly ominous feeling. It was as if a T-Rex was standing in front of him, roaring at him. Bang! Yu Xiaowei stomped his foot fiercely, and with a loud bang, rubble flew everywhere. His figure flashed, and he threw a punch straight at the middle-aged man's face. Ruthless, faced with Yu Xiaowei's violent assault, The middle-aged man could no longer pay attention to Zhu Zhuqing and hurriedly unleashed his fourth soul skill. A huge dome emitting a large cloud of pink mist surrounded him from all directions. As soon as he came into contact with the mist, Yu Xiaowei's five senses were rapidly blocked, and he instantly lost his sense of direction. The soft dome enveloped him, and no matter how he swung his fists, a strange force drained his strength. What a reckless little brat, he thought, startled. Seeing Yu Xiaowei wrapped in the dome, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to approach the limp Zhu Zhuqing on the ground, a terrifying force suddenly emanated from the dome. He looked on in horror as a fierce beast claw suddenly shot out from the dome, and with a surge of power, it tore the entire dome in half. A half-human, half-dragon boy emerged from the dome, grinning at him. A control-type soul master? Good soul skill, but what a pity, not enough strength. Can't even hit hard, and still claims to be a LSP? The middle-aged man hurriedly prepared to use his soul skill again, but before he could react, Yu Xiaowei was already in front of him. A fierce tail whip, accompanied by the sound of tearing air, struck the middle-aged man's right arm, sending him flying and crashing through several straw huts before finally stopping. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling weak all over, barely supported herself and looked at Yu Xiaowei, who had transformed back into human form. Her first words were, "I will pay you back." After saying this, she fainted. Chapter 38. Your man? The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing, lying in bed, slowly opened her eyes, her expression still somewhat dazed. "You're awake?" The voice of Yu Xiaowei came, and she was startled, instantly becoming completely awake. When she realized that this was not her usual room, she suddenly sat up straight and looked down to check if her clothes were intact. "Don't look anymore. I have a fiancé. I'm not interested in you," Yu Xiaowei said irritably. "Thanks to your good fortune. I booked a room, but still have to sleep on the sofa." Zhu Zhuqing immediately blushed, lifted the quilt, and jumped out of bed. "Come over, breakfast is here. Eat something before you leave." Smelling the aroma of the food, Zhu Zhuqing took small steps outside, hesitantly looking at Yu Xiaowei. "I won't charge you, just eat." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder, and she said softly, "Thank you." "What are you saying? Speak up." Yu Xiaowei impatiently said, "Hurry up and eat. Don't dawdle. You can leave after you finish. I have things to do." Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything more and picked up her chopsticks to eat heartily. Last night, the waiter saw Yu Xiaowei carrying a woman back, so today's breakfast was particularly lavish. The hungry young man and woman exchanged glances in silence and quickly finished all the food. Yu Xiaowei was sitting sideways on the chair, picking her teeth with a toothpick while sizing up Zhu Zhuqing. It had been 3 months since they last met, and her clothing looked even more shabby, but it was clear that she still paid attention to her appearance. However, the worn patches on her clothes couldn't hide the difficulties she had faced in the past few months. After finishing her meal, Zhu Zhuqing stood awkwardly across from Yu Xiaowei. "Why aren't you leaving yet? I didn't ask you for any money for this meal. If you don't leave soon, I'm going to start charging you." Yu Xiaowei unceremoniously issued an eviction order. Zhu Zhuqing fidgeted with the hem of her clothes and suddenly found herself too nervous to speak. "Why are you being so wishy-washy? Just say what you need to say. I won't bite you." Could you return my soul guiding device to me?" Zhu Zhuqing took out 2 shiny gold soul coins from her pocket and handed them to Yu Xiaowei, looking at him with hopeful eyes. "I remember I said you owe me 10,000 gold soul coins, right?" Yu Xiaowei crossed her arms under her chin, examining Zhu Zhuqing with a playful smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing became even more flustered, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, I have tried my best, and I've only saved this much. All right, I was just joking with you. Here, take it back." Yu Xiaowei can't stand seeing women cry, and because of this, he doesn't know how many times he has been tricked by Lu Erlong and Ning Rongrong. He took out a bracelet from his soul guide and casually tossed it over. "Here's your payment. You can leave now." After hurriedly receiving the soul guide, Zhu Zhuqing quickly checked and found her belongings untouched inside, so she lowered her head and said, "Thank you." "Hey, you thank me after I took your money? Just go," Yu Xiaowei said. Zhu Zhuqing, as if granted a reprieve, quickly ran out. TSK. After all, she's just a 12-year-old girl," Yu Xiaowei remarked, watching her panic figure. After instructing the waiter to clean the room, he also prepared to leave, as he had wasted some time this morning and needed to hurry to the city gate to keep watch. Just as he reached the stairs, he saw Zhu Zhuqing standing at the corner, looking down with a complicated expression. "Why are you still here?" he asked. But Zhu Zhuqing didn't turn around as if she hadn't heard him. Yu Xiaowei walked over in confusion and found her body trembling slightly, with 2 long streaks of tears on her face. Following her gaze, she saw two groups of people arguing downstairs. One side consisted of a boy in a light blue outfit and a girl in a pink dress with her long hair neatly tied in a ponytail. The other side was a tall, blonde man with dual-colored eyes, accompanied by two flamboyantly dressed teenage twins. Oh, what a coincidence. It's like finding something without even trying. Yu Xiaowei felt a surge of joy in his heart. Damn it. It was precisely because he didn't know when Tang San would enter the city, and fearing he would miss the timing by staying in the hotel, he had been squatting in the restaurant every day to monitor the city gates, nearly exhausting himself. Now it was good. Everyone was gathered. It was Tang San and Dai Mubai's first battle. He happily sat on the stairs and casually tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's sleeve. Why are you crying? I just returned your soul-guiding device to you. Is it really that exciting? Come, sit over here. Watching people fight is the most fun. Zhu Zhuqing, with tear-streaked cheeks, hesitated for a moment, wiped her tears, and sat down beside him, pursing her lips. The conflict downstairs was escalating, and both sides had started arguing. Manager Wang of the hotel hurriedly rushed over from the back, but after a few words of persuasion, the argument only intensified. Watching Xiao Wu, who was pointing and scolding Manager Wang, Yu Xiaowei licked his lips. 100,000-year soul beast, right in front of him. Then he self-deprecatingly smiled, thinking, what a joke. If he absorbed 100,000-year soul ring now, wouldn't that mean waiting for his body to explode? In the meantime, Tang San and Dai Mubai had already engaged in combat. As soon as they started, they exchanged a punch. Dai Mubai's attack was blocked, but Tang San was forced back 4 or 5 steps. In the first round of confrontation, Dai Mubai completely triumphed, seeing Tang San's right hand, now as white as jade. Yu Xiaowei thoughtfully stroked his chin, recognizing it as the Xianyu hand. It was said to be immune to all poisons and as solid as a rock. He just didn't know whose was harder compared to his fist. The two began the second round of confrontation. This time, it was much more exciting. They used both fists and feet, with various intricate moves and techniques emerging one after another. This round ended when Dai Mubai was knocked back 5 meters, with Tang San slightly ahead. Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but applaud them in her heart. It was flashy, just like a martial arts movie, and quite enjoyable to watch. The hand-to-hand combat had come to an end, and next was the competition between soul masters. The battle horn began to sound as Dai Mubai manifested his martial soul, and Tang San also revealed his blue-silver grass martial soul. TSK. So this is blue-silver grass. It doesn't look that impressive. Is that the white tiger? Interesting. Yu Xiaowei ruthlessly commented, completely oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing, who was standing nearby and had tears streaming down her face upon hearing the words white tiger. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, 37th level soul master. Please give me your guidance. Tang San, martial soul, blue silver grass, 29th level weapon soul master. Please give me your guidance. The fight in the hotel became even more exciting. Tang San showcased the qualities of a control-type soul master very well, while Dai Mubai demonstrated the fierce and relentless nature of a power-type soul master. After seeing Tang San bind Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaowei curled his lips and mocked. What kind of brain is that? Just because the opponent is blue silver grass, you don't treat him as a person. If it weren't for having an extra soul skill, it would be strange if he wasn't treated like a pig to be slaughtered. As Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up, he transformed into his white tiger form. After completing his second transformation, he instantly turned the tide of the battle. However, after defeating Tang San, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he waved at the twins and walked out the door. Yu Xiaowei's comment on their fight was, all show and no substance. A suppressed sobbing sound came from beside her. Yu Xiaowei turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing. Although he knew what was going on, he still pretended to ask, why are you crying again? Was one of those two just now your man? Zhu Zhuqing initially didn't want to answer this question, but then she thought about Dai Mubai openly hugging the twins and how she had spent the past 2 years searching for him, enduring hardships, and even being bullied by bad people. She couldn't help but feel a wave of grievance. The one with golden hair is my fiancé. Oh, this scoundrel really knows how to play. Just as Dai Mubai stepped out of the hotel door, he inexplicably turned back to take a look. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, who was sobbing with her head down, and Yu Xiaowei, who was staring at him, he felt an inexplicable irritation and immediately pointed at Yu Xiaowei, shouting, what are you looking at? Do you want a beating? Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Manager Wang, who were checking in, were all stunned and followed his finger to look over. They saw a boy about the same height as Dai Mubai coming down the stairs, cracking his knuckles as he walked. In my whole life, this is the first time someone has come to me asking to be beaten. Chapter 39. One force overcomes 10 skills. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Manager Wong was at his wit's end and could only plead, "Gentlemen soul masters, please show mercy. Our small business really can't withstand any more destruction." Yu Xiaowei chuckled and pointed at Dai Mubai, saying, "He pays." Dai Mubai remained silent, glaring at Yu Xiaowei with a fierce expression. The girl who had just been crying on the steps gave him an unusually familiar feeling, as if she was something that should have belonged to him. Therefore, when he saw Yu Xiaowei sitting next to the girl, he inexplicably felt as if he had been cuckolded. Rage gradually replaced his rationality, and he now only wanted to tear apart and devour this unknown boy in front of him. Sensing the ferocity emanating from Dai Mubai, Tang San stepped back protectively with Xiao Wu, frowning and saying, "This Dai Mubai is serious. Who is that boy? Did they have a grudge before?" Xiao Wu glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was swaying unsteadily on the steps, and then at the twins who had long hidden away, discontentedly saying, "Humph. All men are no good. It would be better if they fought to the death. Don't talk nonsense." Tang San flicked her nose, grabbing Xiao Wu's hand and hurriedly retreating towards the hotel counter. At this moment, Dai Mubai's aura was rising, and he questioned with a fierce expression, "What is your relationship with her?" Let me think about how to describe it." Yu Xiaowei pretended to ponder while hugging her shoulders, then chuckled. "She owes me money, and she just paid it back today. Yeah, that's the relationship. Owing money and repaying it in a hotel? What else could it be?" Oh, Dai Mubai was furious, veins popping on his forehead, and his white tiger martial soul instantly manifested. The surging soul power created a pressure that filled the entire first floor like waves. He extended his tiger paw and shouted at Yu Xiaowei, "Show your martial soul. I'm going to kill you today." Tang San, who had already kept his distance, felt the pressure from Dai Mubai, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Xiao Wu, no longer as bold as before when arguing with Dai Mubai, took a step back with a pale face towards Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing, standing on the stairs, looked down with a worried expression, but it was unclear who she was actually concerned about. Ignoring Dai Mubai's fierce aura, Yu Xiaowei said disdainfully, "Do I need to show my martial soul to beat someone like you? After dealing with the soul sect so many times, I really have no interest in a little soul sovereign like you." Feeling deeply insulted, Dai Mubai shouted loudly and continuously used the white tiger transformation and the white tiger barrier, transforming into a black and white lightning bolt that charged towards Yu Xiaowei. However, to everyone's surprise, there was no earth-shattering battle scene, nor were there dazzling moves or techniques. Yu Xiaowei casually caught Dai Mubai's fist and, with a slight force, pressed him down to his knees in front of her. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth as she seemingly unintentionally glanced at Tang San and said with a grin, "Little kitty, remember this. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are just fancy moves. And one more thing, not everyone in this world is someone you can provoke." As she finished speaking, she suddenly exerted force, lifting Dai Mubai and slamming him hard into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy strikes in succession created a large pit in the hotel floor, and Dai Mubai felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break, with blood continuously pouring from his mouth and nose. If he weren't a powerful attack-type soul master, any other soul master with a weaker physique would likely have been killed by those blows. The look in his eyes as he looked at Yu Xiaowei had shifted from previous rage to one filled with fear. Soul master or soul lord? Where did this monster come from? They looked young, yet were so terrifying. He had given his all, but he couldn't even force out this monster's martial soul. Tang San, filled with shock, tightly grasped Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaowei's astonishing combat power had delivered a tremendous psychological impact on him. His purple extreme magic eyes had long been trained to a subtle level, so as soon as Yu Xiaowei made her move, he realized that this young girl was definitely no older than 15, and she might even be as young as 13. He had been feeling proud of his 12 years old and 29th level soul power, but after seeing Yu Xiaowei, he felt like he had wasted these years practicing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the barely conscious Dai Mubai, a hint of pity appearing in her eyes. "Remember to ask him for compensation." Yu Xiaowei pointed at Dai Mubai on the ground and said seriously to Manager Wang. Dai Mubai, who had already been thrown into disarray, rolled his eyes upon hearing this and fainted. This uproar ended with Yu Xiaowei's departure. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai on the ground and then glanced at Yu Xiaowei's back. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip, lightly stomped her foot, and then hurried downstairs to help Dai Mubai up, struggling to carry him on her frail body straight to the medical clinic in the city. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Zhu Zhuqing's actions in confusion. They were somewhat bewildered by the relationship between these three. Children from the countryside had never seen such a scene and could only exclaim, "The city knows how to play." However, they did not dare to stay any longer at the Rose Hotel and quickly left. Only Manager Wang and the front desk staff were left in the hotel, staring at the mess on the first floor, feeling helpless. They could only clean up while repeatedly convincing themselves that soul masters were noble beings. And the few people from earlier were at least great soul masters, possibly descendants of some big family, not someone they could afford to offend. By evening, a robust, middle-aged man in his 50s arrived at the front desk of the Rose Hotel. "Hello, sir. How can I?" Before the staff could finish, the robust, middle-aged man slammed his fist on the counter, and without much effort, the wooden counter turned into a pile of powder. He spoke in a deep voice. "I have a student who is severely injured here today." "Who did it?" "Find him for me." Another soul master, and much stronger than the two from the morning. The staff, frightened, shrank back and tearfully said, "That guest left after the morning and hasn't returned. We don't know where he went." "Soul master, please have mercy on our little shop. We can't afford to be smashed like this." The middle-aged man coldly snorted in dissatisfaction and barked, "What is his name?" "Find it for me." "Umph, daring to injure my student Zhao Wujia like this. I want to see who has such audacity." After a while, the staff trembled as they took out a notebook and pointed to a name on it, saying, "Soul Master, that guest is named Yu Xiaowei." Yu Xiaowei. Zhao Wujia repeated the name, seemingly trying to remember it firmly. As for where Yu Xiaowei was now, having beaten Dai Mubai to that extent, there would definitely be an old figure from Shrek coming out for revenge. If he still dared to stay at the Rose Hotel at this time, he truly must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Chapter 40. He is my fiancé the next day. Tang San took Xiao Wu out of the southern gate of Soto City, both of them heavy-hearted. The scene of Yu Xiaowei violently beating Dai Mubai replayed in their minds. Especially when Tang San mentioned that Yu Xiaowei's real age might be similar to theirs. Xiao Wu couldn't hide her surprise. With Dai Mubai's full strength, Tang San, without using hidden weapons, was completely at his mercy. And that boy, who was around their age, could effortlessly injure Dai Mubai severely. It truly made them question life. After walking for a long time, they saw a small village, relying on the clarity of his purple extreme magic eyes. Tang San noticed that there seemed to be quite a crowd gathering at the village entrance, as if something important was happening. As they approached, they saw that most of the people gathered at the entrance were teenagers about their age, most of whom were accompanied by their parents. What stunned them was that hanging on a shabby plaque above a simple archway at the village entrance were 5 big characters. Shrek Academy. No way. This is Shrek Academy? The two exchanged incredulous looks. However, based on their trust in Master, Tang San decided to go forward and inquire. Just then, there was a commotion at the front of the line. "We don't accept anyone under 13 years old or with soul power below level 21. The registration fee. Once registered, it is non-refundable. Aren't you just scamming money? Hurry up and refund our registration fee, or we'll report you to the patrol team." "Mubai, someone is causing trouble. Deal with it." With a shout, Dai Mubai, wrapped in bandages and leaning on Zhu Zhuqing for support, limped over. The middle-aged man who was cursing was about to mock the arrival of a cripple. Dai Mubai, looking helpless, released his soul power. And 3 dazzling soul rings reflected on the middle-aged man's face, causing him to change color drastically from the overwhelming pressure. Sensing the fluctuation of soul power, Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly leaned in to see. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "Hey, Xiao San, isn't that Dai Mubai and that girl?" It really is him. He's also a student of Shrek. While they whispered to each other, the conflict in front had already ended. The middle-aged man, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke a soul master, left with his son, unwillingly. Seeing Shrek's strict admission requirements, many people in the line were shaken and chose to leave. Soon, the line reached Tang San and Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai saw them at a glance and turned to the elderly man in charge of admissions, struggling to say, "Teacher Li, these two meet the admission criteria." The elderly man looked at him in confusion, suddenly widened his eyes, stood up angrily, and released an extremely powerful aura. Dense red light suddenly gathered in the elderly man's right hand, turning into a long dragon-patterned staff. 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and the terrifying pressure of a soul emperor suddenly bore down on Tang San and Xiao Wu. The elderly man angrily shouted, "So it's you 2 little bastards who injure Mubai. I must teach you a good lesson today, so you know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." Seeing the elderly man misunderstanding, Dai Mubai hurriedly tried to step forward to stop him. However, being in a difficult position, he struggled to move and even to speak. only able to keep signaling Zhu Zhuqing with his eyes. No longer the fragile woman from the hotel, Zhu Zhuqing stood in front of the elderly man and said coldly, "Teacher Li, the ones who injured Dai Mubai are not them." The elderly man paused, furrowing his brows as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Are you sure? Then why did Mubai know at a glance that they met the admission requirements?" The pressure suddenly lessened, and Tang San quickly explained, "We fought yesterday, but I lost." The elderly man awkwardly smiled and withdrew his soul rings, the massive soul emperor aura vanishing without a trace. "In that case, pay the registration fee, and you can go in." "Cheapskate, there are still tuition fees to pay." Xiao Wu pouted and said unhappily. In a dilapidated office at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji was reporting to Flander about the situation with Dai Mubai being beaten. He was easily caught and then beaten up like this? Flander pushed up his glasses, looking somewhat incredulous. Although Dai Mubai wasn't the most talented student at Shrek Academy, he was currently the student with the highest soul power. At just 15 years old, he had already reached level 37, making him very likely the only graduate in recent years. However, now he was beaten up like this by a kid who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Yes, that's what the hotel staff said, based on their description. That kid was likely younger than Mubai. Zhao Wuji also found it unbelievable. Dai Mubai fought with people every day. He usually knew who could fight and who he shouldn't mess with. How'd he end up encountering such a prodigy? After pondering for a while, Flanders suddenly asked. The hotel staff said the kid's name is Yu Xiaowei? Yes, Yu Xiaowei, with the surname Yu. Could be that kid. Boss, do you know who it is? Hurry up and tell me. Seeing Flanders' contemplative expression, Zhao Wuji was anxious. Flander shook his head, staring at the ceiling and lost in memories. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Yes, only she could raise such an excellent child. I once met this kid, and later I searched for him in Soto City for a long time, but couldn't find him again. I didn't expect he was still in Soto City." Zhao Wuji sighed deeply and said helplessly, "Boss, I'm not asking you to reminisce. I'm asking who the kid who hit him is. Mubai can't just be beaten up for nothing." "Oh." Flander came back to his senses and said, "That kid should be a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan." The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. This name truly surprised Zhao Wuji. If that's the case, then he really couldn't seek revenge for Dai Mubai. The people from the top 3 sects were not to be trifled with. He had previously provoked a subordinate of the Hao Ian sect, the Li family, and had been chased for many years. Not to mention, this was a genuine genius from one of the top 3 sections. That's right. The last time I was in Soto City, I saw this kid, and he was only 12 years old, with a soul power of level 38. What? 12 years old and level 38? What kind of monster is this? Is he on drugs? Zhao Wuji's voice suddenly rose, shaking the windows of the office. "Do you know who that kid's uncle is?" "Who?" "The Thunder Douluo, Yu engine." "Hiss. So, Wuji, don't try to look for trouble with that kid anymore. Such a genius. If you make a move today, tomorrow our Shrek Academy might be gone." Sci-fi. This time, Shrek Academy admitted 3 new students, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Among them, Tang San was the most eye-catching, with a soul power of level 29 at the age of 12, which made Li Yusong, who was in charge of the assessment, very satisfied. Dai Mubai, supported by Zhu Zhuqing, limped as he showed Tang San and Xiao Wu around the academy. As they walked, Xiao Wu, who had been observing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing for a long time, couldn't help but ask, "Zhuqing, what is your relationship with that guy from yesterday?" Dai Mubai stopped in his tracks and squinted at Zhu Zhuqing. The ice-cold Zhu Zhuqing ignored Dai Mubai's gaze and replied in a frosty tone, "I have no relationship with him." "Then what is your relationship with Dai Mubai?" Tang San quickly covered Xiao Wu's mouth, thinking how could this little girl say anything she wanted? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't get angry, and Dai Mubai also rarely fell silent, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. After a moment, recalling how confident Dai Mubai looked when he was with the twins, Zhu Zhuqing calmly said, "He is my fiancé." Chapter 41. A Warning from the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaojiang came to Shrek only after they left the Stardow Forest. This is something Yu Xiaowei remembers clearly. With more than 10 days to spare, he thought of a pair of target individuals that were planned some time ago. The dragon and snake duo, Long Gongmeng Shu with Soul Douluo strength, and Shi Pachao Tianxiang with Soul Emperor strength. The two possess a set of martial soul fusion skills that can rival an ordinary title Douluo. If they can be brought into the family, it would be equivalent to adding a title-level combat power. Judging by the time, the dragon and snake couple should not have arrived at the Stardow Forest yet. Yu Xiaowei found the hotel where he used to stay with the Huangdo team and decided to wait there for the Longshi couple to arrive. As for causing trouble at Shrek, he wasn't that foolish. What good would it do to go now? The only outcome would be getting beaten up by Zhao Wujia, with no benefits to gain. They were enrolling, but the 7 monsters couldn't be gathered, and there was no Xian Chao either. With Shrek's poor teaching quality, it would be of no use. He thought that Tang San and the others should have completed their enrollment by now and were likely enduring Flanders' torment. The thought of Flanders' training methods made Yu Xiaowei laugh uncontrollably. What a ridiculous thing. Aside from shuttle runs, it was just going to the Seoul Arena to earn money for him. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was quite responsible for the students' safety, he would really think Flanders established the academy just to make money. However, for now, he still needed to deal with Yu Xiaojiang's issue. Damn it, if this guy wasn't his own cousin, and if his uncle and older brother weren't so good to him, Yu Xiaowei really wanted to bury him. The hotel was exceptionally noisy under the night sky. Here, the comings and goings were mostly merchants and soul masters with their heads tucked into their belts. Besides gold soul coins, their favorite activities were drinking and gambling in the hotel. Students from the academy were extremely rare here, apart from the Advanced Soul Master Academy. Teachers from the elementary academy were simply not qualified to bring students here to hunt for soul rings. Therefore, in this small town, the business of armor weapons, various detoxification potions, and recovery agents was particularly booming. Yu Xiaowei found the place too noisy, so he went out for a stroll. Before he knew it, he had walked to the Spirit Hall's branch. He paused at the entrance, looking at the 3 large characters of the Spirit Hall, feeling somewhat emotional. To be honest, Yu Xiaowei had no ill feelings towards the Spirit Hall. Instead, he held a lot of animosity towards the nobles. His notorious reputation in Heavendo City was mainly due to his frequent beatings of nobles. Almost all the noble family's children, including Shuebong, had been ground into the dirt by him countless times. Due to the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the nobles could only endure it in silence. The reason for his beatings was that the nobles oppressed the commoners. No, it was more than just oppression. They treated commoners as if they weren't even human. The Spirit Hall distributed gold soul coins to soul masters, supposedly as a subsidy from the Empire, but when you think about it, would the Empire actually distribute gold soul coins? Considering the nature of those nobles, Yu Xiaowei regrettably came to a conclusion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. From the royal family to the nobles, to consolidate their rule, they were eager to gather all soul masters under their control. In their eyes, commoners were meant to accept their fate as subservient. As for the awakening of martial souls for commoners, that was absolutely out of the question. Without the Spirit Hall, not only would the problem of commoners awakening martial souls remain unresolved, but all soul masters would become the private soldiers of the Empire and sects, and there would no longer be any free soul masters. Coming from Blue Star, Yu Xiaowei was particularly averse to such a feudal dictatorship. However, the Spirit Hall was destined to destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Therefore, they inevitably found themselves in opposition. If only there were a way for the Spirit Hall to not be at odds with his family and coexist peacefully. Sigh. Looking at the door of the Spirit Hall branch, Yu Xiaowei let out a heavy sigh, knowing the road ahead was long and arduous. Creak. The door of the branch opened, and a tall, thin old man, sharp as a spear, walked out with a few young people, chatting and laughing. Suddenly he paused, staring fixedly at Yu Xiaowei. The young people beside the old man looked at him curiously, wondering why this kind-hearted bishop was looking at the boy across the street in such a way. Upon recognizing the familiar face coming out of the branch, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Ooh, what the hell, isn't that Salus? It's been a long time since I've seen that kid from the Yu family. Hearing Salus's sinister voice, Yu Xiaowei turned and ran. He immediately retracted his earlier evaluation of the Spirit Hall. Libby destroyed, what a garbage thing. Strangely, Salus did not chase after him, but stood at the entrance of the Spirit Hall branch, staring intently at his retreating figure. Yu Xiaowei hurriedly fled back to the hotel, still shaken, and patted his chest. He never expected to encounter Salus, that buzzcut guy here. This guy had been beaten up by Dugu and then turned into a statue, kneeling at the city gate of Heavendo City. It was truly a humiliation. Later, he didn't even get a chance for revenge. Yuan Jun, Jian Dulau, and Gu Douluo teamed up and directly smashed the 3 main doors of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall didn't dare to make a sound and just transferred him away. Damn, how did he end up here? This time, there was no Dugu to save the day. If Salus wants to capture me, then I'm really in trouble. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yu Xiaowei immediately became nervous. The kid from the Yu family, it's me. Sure enough, it's that old bastard Sarath. Yu Xiaowei was ready to jump out of the window and run away. The kid from Yu family. I'm not here to catch you. I just want to have a chat. No need to be afraid. As the voice spoke, there was no movement at the door, and a figure appeared in the room. As soon as Yu Xiaowei stepped onto the windowsill, he retracted his foot. He was already inside the room. Why would he run? He didn't think he could outrun a top-notch soul Douluo. Saruth casually sat on the sofa and beckoned him with a finger. Seeing Yu Xiaowei standing motionless by the window, Saruth didn't force him to come over, but spoke to himself instead. Kid from the Yu family, you are very impressive. Impressive enough that I still have the impulse to take you to the spirit hall. It's a pity that you have those 3 old stubborns standing behind you, making such a talented gem like you tarnished. You don't have to be so afraid of me, since His Holiness the Pope has given the order. I won't move against you anymore. However, there are some words that have been bothering me, and I can't hold them back. Kid, back when Dugu insulted me, your several elders caused me to be exiled to such a remote place. It would be impossible to say I wasn't angry, but His Holiness the Pope's words calmed my anger. Kid, do you know what those words were? Yu Xiaowei shook his head. Salis chuckled lightly and pointed towards the direction of Heaven Do City, saying calmly, in the face of absolute power, your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is nothing. Our spirit hall truly doesn't regard your upper 3 sects with any importance. The reason we're taking a step back now is not that we are afraid, but because His Majesty wants to protect this old man. So kid, don't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, if you fall into my hands one day, I will certainly skin you alive. Chapter 42. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing. As for why I focused on Zhu Zhuqing, this goes back to my reading of the original work. 10 years ago, when I first read Douluo, I was astounded by the main character, the little white dragon. I couldn't stop reading it. I picked it up and read it a few times intermittently, and I also read quite a bit of fanfiction, but I completely lost interest in the overpowered main character. It wasn't until I began to write fanfiction myself that I forced myself to reread the original several times before I began writing. Here comes the main point. After reading the original characters so many times, I have come to some of my own understandings. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing, my personal view is pity her misfortune, anger at her lack of struggle. Born into a cruel family, she was engaged to a scumbag from a young age, who turned out to be not only a scumbag, but also a coward. In the face of family struggles, Zhu Zhuqing, who is 3 years younger than Dai Mubai, chose to resist Zhu Zhiyun, while Dai Mubai chose to run away. From then on, Zhu Zhuqing began her long journey to find her husband. Although the original work does not mention how many years she searched, based on Dai Mubai's age of 12 when he arrived at Shrek, she must have searched for at least 3 years. At that time, how old was Zhu Zhuqing? 9 years old, a little girl without even a second ring. For the sake of a scumbag, she faced Zhu Zhiyun's pursuit, traveling all over the country for 3 years just to find a scumbag. How much suffering did she endure during this time? The original work does not mention it, but one can imagine. What about Dai Mubai? He was indulging in a life of pleasure, wielding power, and even the manager of the Rose Hotel had to respectfully call him Dai Xiao. He himself was so arrogant that he would resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. Yet, when Zhu Zhuqing entered Shrek at the age of 12, Dai Mubai couldn't even recognize her, only feeling that the girl's martial soul matched well with his. Let me ask you, is it worth it? Another question. Does Zhu Zhuqing really like Dai Mubai? Without a doubt, she does not. Do not use the excuse that the martial soul fusion technique requires a mutual connection to prove that she likes Dai Mubai. The Heartbroken Red has already proven everything. Zhu Zhuqing has deep grievances against Dai Mubai. She even witnessed Dai Mubai with the twins in a hotel room. But in the end, for the sake of so-called brotherhood, she chose to accept Dai Mubai because the Shrek 7 monsters needed the powerful skill of the Nether White Tiger. In the later stages, she became a super side character, arguably the most miserable member of the original protagonist group. Regarding this character, my view is that she is a strong woman who is used to hiding her true self behind indifference. However, beneath her strong exterior lies a mix of pity and sadness, having become accustomed to a life of submission, evoking both pity for her misfortune and anger at her lack of struggle. Therefore, I want to portray her more vividly in my writing, allowing her to truly fight for her own destiny. At the very least, she should live with dignity rather than succumb to her fate in the bizarre brotherhood of the Shrek 7 monsters. Let me add, although I am writing fanfiction, I'm not the type to write mindless feel-good stories, nor am I writing just to create a harem for the sake of having a harem. I will incorporate my understanding of the characters or new character settings into the story. For example, regarding the slack in cultivation of Yu Lumian, he might spend decades making no progress just to avoid competing with the Yu engine, but out of love for Yu Xiaowei. He would absorb a soul ring that doesn't quite fit, even one with a high age that only titled Douluos would generally choose, just for the possibility of obtaining a soul bone. For instance, Yu Yunjin, despite having a useless son like Yu Xiaojiang, was unwilling to expel him from the family, keeping him around for many years until Yu Xiaojiang revealed the family's secrets, at which point he was forced to expel him due to internal pressure, silently bearing the title of being stern and harsh. For example, Ning Rongrong, who in the original work was a spoiled child, has now transformed into a naive and innocent child fitting for her age. In her heart, Xiaowei is her world. As for Salus, he is a bishop who dedicates himself to the Spirit Hall. As long as the Spirit Hall can grow stronger, he would shamelessly kidnap people for the Spirit Hall, even at the cost of offending 2 of the upper 3 sects simultaneously. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing, in the current plot, I want to highlight her suffering. In Sylve's city, she went so far as to become a thief for a meal, threatening Yu Xiaowei to give her food. However, against Yu Xiaowei, who was disguised as an ordinary person, she only resorted to verbal threats and did not use force. This is her moral bottom line. In Soto City, she was captured by Douluo, but when faced with Yu Xiaowei, who came to rescue her, her only thought was to retrieve her soul guide device, simply because her personal belongings were with Yu Xiaowei. This was her final dignity. In the Rose Hotel, when faced with the injured Dai Mubai and Yu Xiaowei, who saved her life, she ultimately chose to submit to fate after making a decision. This is her tragic aspect. Some readers have commented that this is quite pathetic. And while the wording is harsh, to put it simply, that is indeed the case. Others have said that seeing Zhu Zhuqing choose to find Dai Mubai makes them not want to continue reading. I can't say much in response, but this is how the plot is currently set up. Should I write that Yu Xiaowei, with a display of dominance, beat up Dai Mubai and then Zhu Zhuqing, after searching for 3 years for her fiancé, fell in love with someone else? Please. A character who is loved by everyone and admired by all is nothing more than a typical harem protagonist, right? To those who say, I am creating a harem, I really want to say, does Yu Xiaowei have a crush on Zhu Zhuqing? Not only does she not, but she is even deliberately provoking the relationship between her and Dai Mubai. If you consider Yu Xiaowei saving someone as flirting, then I have nothing to say. And why write that part about Sylve's city? It's a simple reason. If there is no build-up, are we supposed to have Yu Xiaowei come in and directly provoke Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai? That would be abrupt, wouldn't it? If I say more, it would involve future plot details, which I can't reveal in advance. On a side note, take chapter 38 for example. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. You think sending the girl means Zhu Zhuqing is with the protagonist, and you think it's a harem. Writing Douluo fanfiction is really difficult. So, I've decided to write according to my own outline. Regardless, it's not a harem, not a harem, not a harem. As for whether it's a single female lead, that depends on my mood. Also, who says in a single female lead story, the supporting characters can't be female? Is the world of a single female lead only filled with men and the female lead? Thanks to all the readers who support me, follow my work, and give me monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and tips. Special thanks to Liang Kai Bingdu, who has been patiently teaching me step by step since I started writing the outline, and the PY trading is great. If you like harem stories, you can check out his Douluo, Getting Stronger by Drinking Douluo. I promise this is the last bowl of rice, and his new book Douluo, Undercover in the Spirit Hall. Who told you to marry the Pope? Chapter 43. Success at the first attempt. Saruth's words lingered in Yu Xiaowei's mind, hard to shake off. Such a threat. If it were from someone else, Yu Xiaowei would definitely not believe it. But coming from Saruth, it's hard not to believe. After all, his soul beast, the flat-headed brother, is known for being stubborn, not understanding subtlety, schemes, or tricks. Bibi Dong is very likely eliminating rivals and consolidating the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaowei deduced some troubling news from Sarah's words. That crazy woman Bibi Dong might have started to believe that Yu Xiaogang's current predicament was caused by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. It was unclear how many trials the Rakshasa god examination had progressed. As the examination continued, her mind would increasingly be influenced by the Rakshasa god. Her obsession with destroying the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family would deepen. Once the Spirit Hall was fully integrated, she would probably take action. Should I kidnap Yu Xiaogang? Feed him a "I love a dog" line, and then send him to Bibidong's bed? This thought just surfaced, and Yu Xiaowei immediately dismissed it. A woman in love has a twisted mind. If he really did that, Bibidong's first reaction would definitely be that Yu Xiaogang was bullied again by the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Then Yuluo Mian could come to collect his corpse, making Yu Xiaogang a laughingstock. After thinking it over, Yu Xiaowei shook his head. It was easy to ruin someone's reputation, but Bibi Dong wouldn't buy it. In her eyes, Yu Xiaogang would always be that sunny and handsome master from back in the day, completely ignoring what kind of strange person he had become. Faced with such a stubborn opponent, would I really have to wait until I became a god to deal with the spirit hall? After thinking this over and over, Yu Xiaowei couldn't come up with a good plan, and his head was starting to ache. It would be better to tackle the immediate dilemma first. Unfortunately, after reaching level 95, further improvement wouldn't simply come from accumulating soul power, but would rely on personal comprehension. Everyone stuck at level 95 had reached the limit of their soul power. What they lacked was that little spark of inspiration. This was something that couldn't be helped. Therefore, expecting Yu Jun to reach level 97 or above in just 7 years was practically impossible. Otherwise, with the powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, martial soul, and Ning Fengji's amplification, a level 97 Yu Jun could even compete with the golden crocodile. The family would also have more confidence. The biggest shortcut at the moment was still for him to participate in the Sea God examination, obtain a divine position, and with the divine level Godzilla, martial soul, he wouldn't have to fear the dual gods of the Spirit Hall. 2 days later, an elderly couple, accompanied by a young and beautiful girl, arrived in the small town. As soon as they entered, the tall and thin old man affectionately patted the girl's head and said, "Yuan, let's rest for a night first. Tomorrow morning, Grandpa and Grandma will take you to find a suitable soul beast." The girl wrapped her arms around the old man's arm, giggling, "Thank you, Grandpa. You ungrateful girl. Grandma brought you too. Why are you only thanking Grandpa?" The old woman poked the girl's forehead, pretending to be displeased. The girl quickly pulled one hand away and wrapped it around the old woman's arm, laughing, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." As they walked along, their laughter echoed like silver bells along the road. After dinner, the three of them arrived at the largest hotel in the town and booked 2 rooms. Just as they were about to rest, there was a knock at the door. The old man sternly shouted, "Who is it?" "The young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family has come to pay respects to the esteemed Dragon Snake Sr." The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Meng Shu's expression was strange, somewhat questioning the identity of the person outside. Their Meng family had always had no ties with the top 3 sects. How could someone claiming to be the young master of the blue electric family suddenly appear? And his voice sounded rather youthful. Meng Shu signaled to Chao Tian Xiang to protect Meng Yiyuan, who had not yet returned to her room, behind her. He then summoned his dragon-headed staff, Martial Soul, and cautiously waved it toward the door. Yu Xiaowei, quietly waiting outside, smiled and raised a token in his hand as soon as the door opened. Seeing the 6 patterns on the token, especially the dragon symbol representing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family in the center, Meng Shu gasped. "Heaven Do, 6 Emperor token." Meng Shu immediately believed him. There were only 6 of these tokens in total. Apart from the 3 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, only the leaders of the top 3 sects each held one. Since the person before him possessed this token from Yu Jun, his claim of being the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family must be true. The possibility that Yu Xiaowei held a fake token was something Meng Shu directly dismissed. As a soul, Douluo, if he lacked this level of insight, it would truly be a waste of life. "Young master, please come in." Meng Shu's tone of voice changed immediately. The Thunder Doa Yuan Jun was famous, and their family's young master would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went, so they could not afford to neglect him. Yuxiawei smiled as he put away the papal decree in his hand. A couple of days ago, after being threatened by Salus, Yuxiaming, who was responsible for his protection, appeared and handed over this papal decree that belonged to Yu Yuanjun. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort for him to gain the trust of the Longxi couple. Meng Shu had already put away his dragon-headed cane, as they were in a hotel room, and his cane was hitting the ceiling. Seeing her husband like this, Ko Shangxiang also relaxed her guard and cheerfully instructed Meng Yiran to make tea. After Yuxiawei took his seat, Meng Shu smiled and said, "I wonder what brings the young sect master to seek us." Yu Xiaowei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Our sect leader hopes that the Meng family can become a vassal family of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family." As soon as these words were spoken, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang's pupils shrank sharply. Before they could respond, the young and impetuous Meng Yiran had already spoken out angrily. "Even if your blue lightning tyrant dragon family is one of the top 3 sects, you shouldn't think of forcing our Meng family to become your vassal." After hearing Meng Yiran's words, Yu Xiaowei did not hurry but calmly drank his tea, looking at the fluctuating expression of Meng Shu. Chao Tianxiang was also looking at Meng Shu. Meng Yiran, who was still reprimanding Yu Xiaowei, suddenly realized that the atmosphere was off, glanced around, and stopped speaking. All three pairs of eyes were focused on Meng Shu, waiting for him to speak. After a long while, Meng Shu fixed his piercing gaze on Yu Xiaowei and asked, "What benefits does my Meng family get?" "Grandpa," Meng Yiran called out anxiously to Meng Shu, while Chao Tianxiang beside her held her back, signaling her to be quiet. Yu Xiaowei, who had already made up his mind, smiled and said, "The blue lightning tyrant dragon family will provide you with protection, ensuring you won't be abandoned like the Hao Yian sect does to its vassals. We will provide your family with a residence, which will be at least more prosperous than your Meng family's current territory. We will also open our soul beast forest to you. As for the issue of cultivation resources, it's hard to say here and needs to be discussed at the sect, but I can guarantee that it will be significantly more than what your Meng family currently has." At this point, he paused and pointed at Meng Yiran, saying she can also go to the Blue Tyrant Academy for studies. When Meng Shu heard this, the frown on his face had already relaxed. However, when he heard that Meng Yiran could attend the Blue Tyrant Academy, his brows furrowed again. Blue Tyrant Academy? What kind of academy is that? I've never heard of it. It's an academy sponsored by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, with a bonus course taught by the title Dugu 3 times a week. Title Douluo? The three of them in the room exclaimed in surprise. Meng Shu looked at Yu Xiaowei eagerly, his face filled with excitement as he asked, "This academy actually has a title Douluo as a teacher?" "Young sect master, you must not be deceiving me." Yu Xiaowei smiled, took out a letter from the soul guide, and handed it to Meng Shu. "Senior Meng, words are not enough to prove my sincerity. This is my token. Once you finish your business here, you can first go to Tiando City to see the sincerity of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Today, I came to confirm the preliminary matters with you, but the specific details should still be based on the sect's decisions. You don't need to worry that I'm trying to deceive you. You can confirm everything with the sect before making a final decision. As for whether Blue Ba Academy has a title Douluo as a teacher, you can find out when the time comes." He solemnly placed Yu Xiaowei's letter back in the soul guide. Meng Shu laughed heartily, extended his hand, and high-fived Yu Xiaowei 3 times. "Then, I look forward to collaborating with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Senior, see you in Tiando City. See you in Tiando City." Chapter 44. The dreamy, colorful lizard. After resolving the issue with Long Gong and Shi Pe, Yu Xiaowei was in a great mood. As he had guessed, there was no major power supporting the Meng family, and given the generous conditions from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, they were unlikely to refuse. Sure enough, Meng Shu hardly hesitated before agreeing. Regarding the absorption of the Meng family, Yu Xiaowei had already informed Yu Xiaoming when he was obtaining the Pope's order and had written a personal letter for him to deliver to Yu Yuanjin. The promises made to Meng Shu might have some discrepancies, but overall they would still fall within the Meng family's acceptance range. Faced with such a family that was essentially a vassal with a title Duel, Yu Yuanjin would not be stingy with the family's resources. With this major matter settled, a significant burden was lifted from Yu Xiaowei's heart. After a comfortable night's sleep, Yu Xiaowei noticed that something was off with his body. Unconsciously, his soul power had leveled up. He didn't practice last night, nor did he have the urge to break through his bottleneck. So how did he level up? Yu Xiaowei was also a bit surprised. He repeatedly felt his soul power and confirmed that he had really reached level 40. Could it be that the ice fire grass had a delayed effect? After eating the ice fire grass at the Eye of Ice and Fire that day, although his soul power did not level up, his body did undergo some changes. For example, now, when his martial soul manifested, his scales were no longer pure black as before. Instead, there was a ring of crystal blue at the edges, and touching it brought a slight chill. The flames that had previously clung to his scales had also expanded in range. If it weren't for the absence of any unusual feeling in his body, just from the outside, he might have thought he had transformed into the Red Lotus form. The most significant change was in his breath attack. Whether it was the white-hot light or the radiant heat, the temperature was higher, and it was surrounded by a layer of crystal blue icy flames. When his breath struck a target, the clash of hot and cold would result in a violent explosion. More importantly, he had slimmed down a bit, but his strength had increased slightly. It's worth noting that his original strength was already terrifying. During his time at the academy, after beating Talon, he once had an arm wrestling match with Taino, who came looking for trouble. As a result, he ended up breaking Taino's wrist. When he previously fought Dai Mubai, he hadn't even used much strength, and Dai Mubai had already fallen. He had estimated that, without considering soul skills and soul power, he can now easily overpower a soul king purely based on strength. Originally, Yu Xiaowei's plan was to persuade Long Gong and Shi Pe and then return to Soto City to wait for Yu Xiaojing. Unexpectedly, he suddenly advanced to level 40. Fortunately, The Stardew Forest was not far away, and it was on the way to obtain a soul ring, so it wouldn't delay anything. Before leaving, he went to find Long Gong and Shipa, only to be told that the three of them had already left early in the morning. With no other choice, he had to go to the Stardew Forest by himself. A journey of over 100 kilometers was nothing for Yu Xiaowei, who had been running around Tiando City for years. He arrived by noon. He had initially set a goal of obtaining a soul ring from a soul beast of at least 10,000 years at level 40. However, after consuming the Qirong Tantianju and the 2 ice fire grasses, and with a significant improvement in his physical condition, he felt that a 20,000-year soul ring might not be impossible. Logically speaking, a normal 20,000-year soul ring should only be absorbable by someone at the Soul Emperor level. However, 20,000-year soul beasts seemed to correspond to the level between high-ranking soul kings and soul emperors, and he wasn't sure if he could handle it. Like the Sunset Forest, in the Stardew Forest, the stronger the soul beast, the closer its habitat was to the central area. Yu Xiaowei was worried about getting lost, so he didn't take any turns or wander around, instead moving in a straight line. This time, he was still searching for fire attribute soul beasts or power-type soul beasts. It would be even better if he could find a 10,000-year Titan giant ape or something similar. As Yu Xiaowei ventured deeper, the trees in the forest became increasingly dense. He didn't know where the boundary between 10,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts was. He just kept moving forward. Unlike when he was with Ning Rongrong in the Sunset Forest, this time he didn't have the suppressing presence of Godzilla. The reason for this was that 10,000-year soul beasts had developed a very strong territorial awareness. And to them, the presence of an external aura, especially that of a ferocious monster like Godzilla, was akin to a direct provocation. After advancing at full speed for about an hour, Yu Xiaowei stopped in his tracks, his eyes flickering for a moment before he looked towards a towering giant tree on the left, where a peculiar crawling-type soul beast was hidden. Its body was long and tubular, with a triangular head and a pair of bulging eyes that constantly scanned the surroundings. Its long tail was curled up, and its back was covered in sharp spikes. The colors of the soul beast blended seamlessly with the trees beneath it. If it weren't for Yu Xiaowei being a Godzilla martial soul, naturally sensitive to the aura of exotic beasts, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. The Illusion Dream colorful lizard, a dragon species, had highly toxic spikes on its body, and its coloration changed constantly to adapt to its environment. It excelled at using mental power to attack its enemies. Observing the ring patterns on this colorful lizard scales, it had a total of 12 rings, indicating that it was a 10,200-year-old soul beast. This type of soul beast was regarded as one of the most annoying soul beasts in the records of the blue LightningTyrannosaurus family. It wasn't that it was difficult to kill. After all, it was a mental-type soul beast with a weak physical body. As long as it was approached, even a soul master at the rank of Soul Zun could easily kill it. However, this creature had astonishing camouflage abilities, was adept at ambushes, and was naturally cautious. When attacking, it would pull the target into an illusion, only devouring it once the target was completely ensnared. If a soul master skilled in mental power encountered this soul beast, they might be able to resist it, and if they could locate its true form, they could even counterattack. On the other hand, if a muscle-bound power-type soul master or a swift attack-type soul master like a scraping master encountered it, a mere 10,000-year Illusion Dream colorful lizard could even toy with a soul emperor. At this moment, the Illusion Dream colorful lizard had already been startled and was stealthily approaching Yu Xiaowei's direction. With a mismatch in attributes, Yu Xiaowei did not intend to provoke it. He quickly flashed away into the distance. Suddenly, an invisible wave surged from behind, and before Yu Xiaowei could defend himself, his vision went black, and his senses were rapidly blocked. When his vision regained clarity, he found himself standing in the ruins of the blue LightningTyrannosaurus sect. Yu Xiaowei's eyes instantly turned red as he trembled and walked through the ruins. Beneath the broken walls, he saw one familiar figure after another. Yu Xiaoming, Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianxin. When seeing the incomplete corpse of Yu Lumian, Yu Xiaowei burst into tears and rushed forward, frantically pushing away the bricks and tiles that were pressing on it. Then he held Yu Lumian's corpse and began to wail in pain. Xiaowei, run. Uncle, hurry and escape. Xiaowei, don't come back, go. Voices echoed in his mind, and familiar faces appeared before his eyes, only to quickly vanish. However, Yu Xiaowei was oblivious to all of this, kneeling there and weeping bitterly while holding Yu Lumian's corpse. Xiaowei, go, go. The sound of Yu engine awakened Yu Xiaowei's consciousness, but the scene before him filled him with an overwhelming rage. Yu Yunjun's right leg had already disappeared. Meanwhile, Yu Guan, who had briefly met Yu Xiaowei, was forcefully tearing at his right arm. while a strange black shadow, emitting a creepy laugh, used a peculiar short knife to sever his head. "You beasts!" Seeing Yu Guan and the other strip Yu Yuanjun soul bone, Yu Shaowei let out a heart-wrenching roar. His eyes instantly changed color, transforming from white with black pupils to orange with black pupils. After a long howl, his body rapidly grew taller, no longer in the previous half-dragon state, but completely transformed into a full dragon state. As crimson flames flickered, large patches of scales covered his entire body, and his physique continued to expand, solid muscles bulging out. In just a few breaths, Yu Shaowei transformed from human form into a true Godzilla, standing 20 meters tall. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla took a heavy step forward, instantly shattering the illusion created by the dreaming colorful lizard like a mirror. In the Stardow Forest, in the terrified eyes of the dreaming colorful lizard, the awakened Yu Shaowei grabbed its neck. His expression ferocious as he first pulled out each of its poisonous stingers from its back, then crushed its limbs bit by bit, tearing them apart. Later, he even transformed into a dragon with sharp claws, eviscerating it and pulling out its organs one by one. The colorful lizard now regretted why its vitality was so strong. In the end, it was tortured to pieces by Yu Shaowei before finally dying. A brilliant black soul ring rose up, and at the same time, a soul bone shining with a rainbow hue also emerged from the corpse of the dreaming, colorful lizard. Yu Shaowei expressionlessly scooped up the soul bone and stuffed it into the soul tool, while he didn't even glance at the black soul ring and strode away. Chapter 45. Extreme Assault Type Soul Beast. "Wife, did you feel that just now?" Meng Shu looked seriously in a certain direction of the Stardow Great Forest. Strangely, his dragon-headed staff kept trembling. At the same time, Kao Xingxiang's snake staff was also shaking. Both of them felt a sense of fear emanating from their martial souls, which were connected to them. Kao Xingxiang gently stroked her snake staff and said in astonishment, "Old man, there was indeed an extremely powerful aura that swept past just now. But our martial souls are weapon souls. How could weapon souls have feelings of fear?" "Grandpa, Grandma, what are you talking about?" Meng Yiran, who felt nothing, was confused. Meng Shu did not respond, gazing towards the direction from which the aura had come, and said solemnly, "Let us not go in that direction. I suspect there might be 10,000-year-soul beasts fighting there. Our martial souls have already become spiritually aware, and we might have been intimidated by their aura." 10,000-year-soul beasts. Meng Yiran gasped, covering her mouth. Seeing that Meng Shu was not joking, she quickly grabbed the arm of the snake woman, and the three of them hurriedly moved away from the direction of that aura. In the depths of the Stardow Great Forest, by a large lake, an extremely tall, black-haired gorilla was restlessly pacing by the lake. "Second brother, stop moving, I'm getting dizzy." Next to the black-haired gorilla, a giant python with a cow's head impatiently shouted. Upon hearing this, the black-haired gorilla stopped, looking towards a certain direction at the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest, and said uneasily, "Eldest brother, did you feel that aura just now?" "I felt it. It was terrifying. In the face of that aura, I actually had an impulse to kneel." "Me too. But why are you so calm?" "No, I want to go take a look." "All right, you go." The cow-headed python spoke little, and after a few brief words, it retreated beneath the surface of the lake. The black-haired gorilla then got down on all fours and raced towards the direction from which the aura had erupted. By a clear little stream, Yu Shaowei scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on his face. The cool stream water helped to clear his bloodshot mind, which had been clouded by anger. After wiping the water off his face, he began to clean the bloodstains on his body. The blood of the illusion dream colorful lizard had strong corrosive properties, and while he was dismembering it earlier, he had also sustained some shallow wounds from the corrosion. The stream water stung as it flowed over his wounds, but this pain could not dispel the chill in his heart. He knew clearly that the scene he had just witnessed was not real. It was merely the illusion dream colorful lizard's innate ability to create illusions. If it had been another type of illusion, perhaps he wouldn't have reacted so violently. But what he saw was precisely the scene of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family being annihilated. This was Yu Shaowei's forbidden zone, and it was the thing he feared the most. The entire family, over 1,800 people, had been slaughtered. Those without soul bones had at least been left with intact corpses, while those with soul bones had all been dismembered. The entire blue lightning tyrant dragon family lay in a sea of corpses, filled with sorrowful cries. Every time he recalled that hellish scene, he felt an impulse to kill. After washing away the bloodstains, he let out a long breath, calming his emotions, and prepared to continue hunting soul beasts. Just as he stood up and was about to leave, he sensed a feeling of being watched. A soul beast? or a soul master. Yu Xiaowei immediately stopped in vigilance, try to locate the direction of the feeling of being watched. However, as soon as he stopped, that feeling would vanish without a trace. As soon as he moved again, the feeling of being watched would return, but the direction was elusive and impossible to pinpoint accurately. Moreover, whatever was behind him was getting closer and closer. Yu Xiaowei heightened his vigilance, his muscles tensed and ready to strike at any moment. Following him was undoubtedly a soul beast, and given its powerful stealth capabilities, it must also possess an astonishing lethal strike ability. The man and the beast began to circle in the forest, but after nearly 2 hours, this extremely patient soul beast still refused to show itself. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a cunning soul beast. This hunting method definitely indicated it was a feline-type soul beast, but he didn't know which species. Feline soul beasts typically pursue their prey in this manner, using their presence to scare the prey into fleeing in all directions until the prey's stamina is completely exhausted, at which point they reveal themselves to enjoy their meal. And since he clearly hadn't shown any signs of fatigue yet, it was unwilling to reveal itself and wanted to continue the standoff. After roughly guessing the habits of this soul beast, Yu Xiaowei pretended to have a sore back and aching legs, occasionally rubbing his waist and pinching his legs, then swayed towards the small stream he had passed earlier. The trees there were a bit sparser, which increased the likelihood of encountering this feline soul beast. Sure enough, as he approached the stream, the presence behind him hesitated for a moment. However, seeing that Yu Xiaowei appeared to be exhausted, the soul beast still chose to follow him. Along the way, Yu Xiaowei occasionally slumped his shoulders or pinched his legs, deliberately making his steps unsteady. When he reached the edge of the stream, he immediately lunged forward, just as he squatted down to drink. A sudden gust of wind rushed towards him from behind. Here it comes. Yu Xiaowei was pleasantly surprised, just as he had anticipated, in the mind of the soul beast. Drinking water was indeed the moment when its vigilance was at its lowest. As the Godzilla martial spirit manifested, he suddenly swung his tail to strike at the attacking soul beast. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The tail whip, which was usually unstoppable, was surprisingly blocked by this soul beast. Feeling a burning sensation on his tail, Yu Xiaowei was taken aback and quickly turned around. When he clearly saw the appearance of the tiger-shaped soul beast in front of him, his head buzzed. It was a crimson gold tiger, an extremely strong attack-type soul beast, with all its attributes focused on attack and power, and it was very fast, but its defense was average, especially its skull, which was extremely fragile. This was why it preferred hunting methods that first consumed the prey's stamina. The soul beast chart of the Yu family recorded several other characteristics of the crimson gold tiger. The first was its unstoppable nature. No matter what defense one had, even the tortoise shell of the black tortoise, it could break through with a single paw. The second was that the wounds it inflicted healed extremely slowly. For example, Yu Xiaowei's tail had 3 bloody wounds, and even with Godzilla's strong self-healing ability, it would take at least half a day to recover. The third point was that although its physical defense was average, its fur was elementally immune, rendering any water, fire, wind, or thunder damage ineffective, thus forcing one to engage in close combat. In the ranking of soul beasts most suitable for strong attack-type soul masters, it ranked 5th, with the top spots occupied by soul beasts of top-tier bloodlines like the Titan giant ape. In the ranking of the most troublesome soul beasts, it was even among the top 3 fierce competitors. The most outrageous thing was that, unlike other tiger-type soul beasts that grew larger with age, this creature's size was fixed upon reaching adulthood and would not grow any larger. The crimson gold tiger in front of him was only about 3 meters long, roughly the size of a normal 1,000-year soul beast. However, judging by the length of its tail, it was likely a soul beast close to 15,000 years old. Faced with such a terrifying soul beast, Yu Xiaowei did not dare to be careless, fully enhancing himself with the source of power and the body of the demon god. The crimson gold tiger elegantly circled around him with a disregard for kin, seemingly searching for a flaw in his defense. Yu Xiaowei didn't dare to take the initiative to attack. Just now, that unexpected tail whip was easily blocked by the golden tiger, which showed how terrifying its reaction and speed were. If he rashly took the offensive, he would likely expose his flaws. After a moment of stalemate, the golden tiger took the initiative to attack, and its figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage. Fast. It was truly fast. Yu Xiaowei could not see its movements clearly at all. However, he calmly stomped his foot, and the nuclear radiation field erupted around him in an instant. He had not activated the nuclear radiation field earlier, waiting for this moment. The fur of the crimson gold tiger could resist elemental damage, but couldn't withstand the control brought by nuclear radiation at all. The crimson gold tiger, which had originally vanished, immediately reappeared in front of Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei delivered a powerful punch to its head, while the crimson gold tiger swung its sharp claws, leaving 3 long gashes on its chest. Drip, drip. In just a moment, the blood dripping from Yu Xiaowei's chest had already stained the ground red. This claw from the crimson gold tiger had even torn 3 huge cracks in Godzilla's scales. If it weren't for the slight delay caused by the nuclear radiation field, Yu Xiaowei would have likely been disemboweled by now. Truly, a devastating attack. The crimson gold tiger across from Yu Xiaowei was not doing well either. It struggled to rise from the ground, swaying unsteadily, constantly shaking its head, having just been struck on the head by Yu Xiaowei's punch. It was now feeling dizzy and disoriented, staring with its large tiger eyes. The crimson gold tiger looked confused, as if pondering what had suddenly made it dizzy just now. As the battle began, both the person and the soul beast had suffered significant injuries. Yu Xiaowei stared at the crimson gold tiger, pondering how to turn the situation around. Damn it, there were issues with the family records. This thing had an exceptionally hard head, and with its terrifying strength, combined with the 200 amplification and the sharp aura from its soul bone, it still couldn't break its skull. The nuclear radiation field was still active, and the crimson gold tiger noticed that in the circular area surrounding Yu Xiaowei, all the plants were rapidly wilting. Just as it was about to jump out of the circle, a white flame glowing with blue light rapidly spewed from Yu Xiaowei's mouth, aimed directly at the tiger's face. The crimson gold tiger snorted, showing a disdainful expression, and planned to withstand the white-hot light with its fur. However, after consuming the ice fire grass, the characteristics of the white-hot light not only included the high temperature of the fire attribute, but also added a new attribute: explosion. Boom! With a loud explosion, the crimson gold tiger was instantly blasted away, and its red fur was visibly stained with spots of blood. After being knocked away again, the crimson gold tiger was completely enraged. Although the explosion of the white-hot light wasn't highly damaging, it was extremely insulting to it. As a forest overlord, the crimson gold tiger had been injured multiple times by a weak human. Just as it got up and shook its body, preparing to attack again, a blue light illuminated the entire area. An incredibly thick blue beam crashed down on the just-risen crimson gold tiger in an instant. In the forest, a small mushroom cloud rose up. A powerful shockwave spread out in a circular pattern, with fierce winds raging through the woods, causing the trees to rustle and large leaves to be blown off. The small stones on the ground were violently jumping. Yu Xiaowei, who had exhausted more than half of his soul power with a single strike, pressed his hand against his still bleeding chest, enduring the dizziness in his brain, and beneath the mushroom cloud found the crimson gold tiger, bloodied and mangled. Just as he lifted his left leg, preparing to finish off the tiger, its tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and with the only paw it could move, it viciously stabbed into Yu Xiaowei's abdomen, its sharp claws piercing straight through his back. The intense pain made Yu Xiaowei lose his sanity. He grabbed the tiger's paw with both hands and, opening his mouth, fiercely bit down on its neck. As the warm tiger blood flowed into his mouth, Yu Xiaowei was astonished to find that the wound torn by the crimson gold tiger was rapidly healing. This was not recorded in the Yu family's soul beast atlas. The tiger's blood was the best medicine to heal the wounds it caused. The brutal battle only ended when the crimson gold tiger completely lost its breath, and a black soul ring rose from its corpse. Bloodied, Yu Xiaowei collapsed to the ground, revealing a grim smile belonging to a victor. This was the strongest challenge he had faced so far. This crimson gold tiger, comparable to a high-level soul king, had for the first time put him in a life-and-death crisis. But in the end, he had won. Chapter 46. Come on, little chick, hit me. Yu Xiaowei sat beside the crimson gold tiger, adjusting his state to the best. During this time, he swallowed a large amount of tiger blood, and the several transparent holes in his abdomen were finally healed. The black soul ring seemed to have received a summons, transforming into a stream of black energy that surged into Yu Xiaowei's body. 1 yellow and 2 purple soul rings automatically appeared. But under the suppression of the 10,000-year soul ring, the originally brilliant soul rings became dim and lackluster. Yu Xiaowei instantly felt a sensation of his body expanding. And with the continuous influx of black energy, this feeling became stronger and stronger. However, his body actually showed no changes. The expansion was limited to sensation and did not cause any real harm. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed in Yu Xiaowei's mind. Following that was a mental shock like a tsunami. However, compared to the star Luo Senior Agent Black Tiger Daw, The soul shock from this crimson gold tiger was clearly lacking. Not even Godzilla's roar was produced before the mental shock ended. Even though this crimson gold tiger possessed unparalleled combat power, almost rivaling a high-level soul king, it was still only 15,000 years old. And the soul shock and soul power impact it could produce had their limits. With his unconventional physique, Yu Xiaowei absorbed the soul ring into his body without much effort. The feeling of exhaustion from the battle had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. If the crimson gold tiger were to appear before him again, he felt he could crush its head with a single punch. His soul power had reached level 42. This time, the dragon transformation affected his left arm. As for the fourth soul skill from the crimson gold tiger's soul ring, after pondering for a moment, Yu Xiaowei's eyes suddenly lit up. He summoned his martial soul, and the fourth soul ring shone brightly. Godzilla was enveloped in a golden aura from its dorsal fins to its tail. When struck by the tail or dorsal fin in this enchanted state, a layer of soul power would coalesce at the wound, preventing any form of restorative soul power from healing it. As long as Yu Xiaowei did not withdraw his soul power, the wound would remain unhealed. This was a skill that could be considered a nemesis for healers. Unfortunately, he did not acquire the ability to break defenses from the crimson gold tiger. Otherwise, with a single tail swipe, he could have taken down even a soul king. He named this soul skill Breath of Destruction. After taking a good bath in the creek, he retraced his steps back to where he had marked his path. When Yu Xiaowei returned to the small town, night had already fallen. Throughout the day, he had fought 2,000-year soul beasts, resulting in him drinking a belly full of the pungent tiger's blood without having even a warm meal. Especially after advancing to Soul Master, he had felt a strong emptiness in his stomach, and now he felt like he could eat a whole cow. Fortunately, this small town, designed to serve Soul Masters, had the greatest advantage of abundant food. Everywhere, there were dishes made from various soul beast ingredients. Yu Xiaowei couldn't be bothered to choose flavors, so he casually found a roadside stall and started eating. However, there were only a limited number of ingredients at the small stall, and in just half an hour, he finished everything the owner had, but he barely felt full. Just as he was holding a chicken leg and preparing to head to the next place to eat, he heard several waves of soul power fluctuations coming from a small hotel on his left, followed by the sounds of things shattering and exclamations. Everyone else eating at the roadside stalls and those walking by became excited. Soul Masters are fighting. Come and see. Where? Where? At the Tulip Hotel. Hurry up. It won't take long. In this small town near the Stardew Forest, the mix of people was chaotic, and it was common for Soul Masters to get into fights over trivial matters. The residents here were already used to it. Unlike ordinary people in other places who feared Soul Masters like tigers, the people here wished for Soul Masters to fight every day. Otherwise, if they wanted to see Soul Master duels, they would have to travel far to the Soul Arena in Swoto City and spend a significant amount of money. Watching a fight in town was much more appealing. Yu Xiaowei was naturally different from these ordinary people. He couldn't be bothered to watch any commotion and just wanted to quickly find something to eat to fill his stomach. Just then, a white shadow flew out of the hotel and directly collided with him. With Yu Xiaowei's skills, it was impossible for him to be hit. He swiftly dodged. Soon after, another white figure flew out from inside and landed at Yu Xiaowei's feet in a dog-eating shit posture. Yu Xiaowei was gnawing on a chicken leg when he glanced at the young man at his feet. Although he looked quite disheveled, he wasn't truly injured. Idiot! Use your martial soul. A furious shout echoed in the hotel. White tiger possess. Phoenix possess. Amidst the ensuing voices, Yu Xiaowei heard a familiar voice and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Dugu Bai has recovered quickly. Last time he got beaten into that state. And now he's just as arrogant as ever. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. The argument inside continued to escalate, and with a surge of immense soul power, a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression emerged from the hotel, surrounded by 5 soul rings. Behind him were 7 young men and women dressed in moon-white robes, each with a green circular mark on the left shoulder of their robes, embroidered with the words Tsanghui. Dugu Bai and a short, chubby boy followed closely behind, laughing and joking as they exited. Following them were a bearded young man, as well as Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the expressionless Zhu Zhiqing. The original Shrek 7 monsters, or rather, the Shrek 6 monsters, were all present. Dugu Bai's face no longer showed the marks of his previous beating. In fact, he looked even more arrogant than when he was at the Rose Hotel. However, when he saw Yu Xiaowei's half-smiling expression, his footsteps suddenly halted, and his expression changed rapidly. It was unclear whether he was angry or fearful. The previously excited Xiao Wu's face turned pale in an instant, and she quickly hid behind Tang San. The violent scene of Yu Xiaowei violently throwing Dai Mubai at the Rose Hotel still lingers in her mind. Oscar, walking behind, noticed the change in everyone's expressions and couldn't help but feel puzzled, especially when he saw Zhu Zhuqing, who had been as cold as an iceberg since enrollment, surprisingly showing a hint of fear. He couldn't help but start to secretly speculate about the identity of the young man in front of him. Meanwhile, Ma Ongjun, who was completely unaware of their entanglement, noticed Dai Mubai stopping and staring at a young man across from him, and asked boldly, "Boss, who is this? Last time I got all those injuries because of him." Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and replied, and just seeing Yu Xiaowei made him feel a dull pain all over. "Oh, so it's an enemy." After hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun immediately looked at Yu Xiaowei with hostility, then grinned and said, "Now that all 6 of us Shrek brothers and sisters are here, boss, it's time to let him know why the flowers are so red." Yu Xiaowei has excellent hearing, and Ma Hongjun didn't deliberately lower his voice. So even though the surrounding noise was loud, Ma Hongjun's words were still clear to him. "All right, come on." Yu Xiaowei made a provocative expression and raised a middle finger at Ma Hongjun, sarcastically saying, "Hee, not daring to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Little chick, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you don't come to beat me today, you're nothing but a son of a bitch." Chapter 47. What should I do if a soul Douluo wants to beat me? Waiting online, quite urgent. Because his phoenix martial soul is a mutated evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun is particularly sensitive to others calling him chicken. When he heard Yu Xiaowei call him little chick, his eyes turned red. "Brothers, let us go together and show this bastard some color." Although Ma Hongjun's blood pressure was already rising, he wasn't foolish. He didn't dare to face alone someone who could beat Dai Mubai to the point of being unable to get out of bed. After he shouted this, Zhu Zhuqing was the first to take 2 steps back, and after hesitating for a moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu also took a few steps back. So aside from the indignant Ma Hongjun, only the mood-swinging Dai Mubai and the looking around Oscar remained in place. Seeing their clearly divided sides, Yu Xiaowei sneered, "TSK, TSK. Little chick, your siblings really love you." Ma Hongjun also sensed that the atmosphere was off. When he turned to see Tang San and the others keeping their distance, his face immediately lost its composure, and he shouted, "Old 3, old 5, old 6, what do you 3 mean? Fatty, don't make it hard for them." Dai Mubai looked at the 3 who were keeping their distance with a bitter smile, blocking the furious Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun didn't know why Tang San and the others were backing off, but Dai Mubai was very clear in his heart. Moreover, they had only just enrolled a few days ago. It was clearly too much to ask them to confront a monster like Yu Xiaowei alongside him. The group from Tsanghui Academy, who had already walked far away, noticed that the Shrek Academy members hadn't followed for a long time, so they turned back. At this moment, when Yi Zhiqiu saw the standoff at the hotel entrance, he couldn't help but frown at Yu Xiaowei. The 2 Shrek Academy kids he saw in the hotel earlier were not like this. They were so arrogant that they showed no fear even towards him. A Soul King who had already revealed his spirit rings. Why were they now facing this boy? And they were scared enough to have internal conflict first. Who is this boy? Dai Mubai's face turned pale, and he cupped his fist towards Yu Xiaowei, saying, "This brother, today my 4th brother spoke rudely. Please forgive him for your great generosity and don't hold it against him. It's a bit of a joke." He was beaten up badly, but didn't even know Yu Xiaowei's name. He asked Zhu Zhuqing, but Zhu Zhuqing ignored him. He asked Flender, and Flender simply told him that the boy was not someone they could afford to provoke. Therefore, in order to prevent Ma Hongjun from getting beaten up, he could only temporarily back down. He certainly didn't believe that he, Ma Hongjun, and the completely powerless Oscar could defeat this unknown monster. Yu Xiaowei ignored him and mockingly looked at Ma Hongjun, saying, "Oh ho, why don't you dare to fight me? Not so tough anymore, huh? Just now you said that not daring to cause trouble is being mediocre, right? So what does it make you, after provoking me and then acting like a turtle? Mediocre? I think you all are more like trash." Seeing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's flushed faces, Yu Xiaowei strolled over casually. Dai Mubai, watching him approach, felt his legs weaken, and the thought of the beating he had received made him even want to turn and run. However, in front of Ma Hongjun and the others, he couldn't afford to lose face, so he could only brace himself and watch Yu Xiaowei come right in front of him. To his surprise, Yu Xiaowei did not attack, but instead pointed at his own head and mocked, "Little kitty, and that noob over there, I'm giving you both another chance. Come on, I'll just stand here, you can hit me, I promise I won't retaliate. I'll count to 3. 3. Furious. Ma Hongjun could no longer endure Yu Xiaowei's sarcastic taunts and prepared to rush forward as his martial spirit flared up. However, as soon as he moved, he was stopped by Dai Mubai, who whispered to him, Be careful, it might be a trap. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the sarcasm on Yu Xiao Wei's face deepened, and he continued counting, too. Watching Yu Xiao Wei remain motionless, Ma Hongjun clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could just rush in and punch Yu Xiao Wei's face right now. But Dai Mubai was always worried that Yu Xiao Wei was deceiving them and firmly held him back from making a move. 1. Seeing that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun still hadn't made a move, Yu Xiao Wei chuckled and reached out to ruffle Dai Mubai's head a few times, mocking him as he did so. You had your chance, but you couldn't do anything. You had your chance, but still couldn't do anything. Shrek Academy? Oof. Just a bunch of useless trash, nothing more. Faced with Yu Xiao Wei's humiliation, Dai Mubai trembled all over, but he didn't dare to speak up. It wasn't just because he was afraid of getting beaten. There were also Flandra's earnest words from that day. Mubai, when you meet that young man again, remember to keep your distance as far as you can. That young man, we at Shrek cannot afford to provoke. If Dai Mubai were still the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, he wouldn't fear anyone. But now, since Flandra said they couldn't provoke him, he really didn't dare to. The people from Sanhui Academy were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had arrogantly confronted them, even insulting their teacher. They had appeared completely fearless. How could they be humiliated like this now and not dare to retort? Was this young man perhaps a prince from some empire? Or the heir of a major sect? Looking at Dai Mubai's silence, Zhu Zhuqing, who stood at the back, felt increasingly disheartened. Was this really the fiancé she had been searching for since she was 9? Dai Mubai had many flaws, arrogant, troublemaking, even flirting around. But she could tolerate all of that, because she was destined to marry Dai Mubai. But now, seeing him being casually humiliated by Yu Xiao Wei and not even daring to speak, she asked herself, was it worth marrying someone like this? Just as Yu Xiao Wei was about to leave, an angry voice rang out. Kid, say what you just said again. A tall figure jumped down from the second floor of the hotel, striding aggressively towards Yu Xiao Wei, looking at the middle-aged man before him, who resembled a big bear. Yu Xiao Wei felt no fear and even laughed heartily. What I said is, your Shrek Academy is just a bunch of useless trash. Seriously, I've never seen anyone make such demands at my age. Zhao Wujia was instantly furious. He had just taken a short nap upstairs when he heard the commotion downstairs. Initially thinking that Dai Mubai and the others were fighting again, he then saw this kid humiliating Shrek Academy. And Dai Mubai was surprisingly cowardly. Not daring to say a word, unable to tolerate it any longer, he decided to confront the kid himself. Yet, this kid dared to speak so boldly in front of him. The terrifying aura of a soul sage erupted, and 7 dazzling soul rings rose from beneath his feet. The onlookers gasped and hurriedly scattered. Watching a soul master fight was enjoyable, but witnessing a soul sage in battle was a matter of life and death. Yi Zhiqiu also hurriedly led his students to hide far away. This Shrek Academy from some remote mountain area had a leading teacher who was a soul sage, someone they could not afford to provoke. Facing the pressure from the soul sage, Yu Xiaowei struggled to lift his head and grinned at Zhao Wujia. You must be the unmoving king, Zhao Wujia, right? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. You little brat. If you dare to insult our Shrek Academy, be prepared to pay the price. Seeing that Yu Xiaowei could still speak, Zhao Wujia was somewhat surprised. After a cold snort, he increased the release of his soul power. The pressure suddenly intensified, bending Yu Xiaowei's waist and making it hard for him to breathe. It was indeed too difficult to deal with a soul sage with just the strength of a soul master. Suddenly, a gentle aura joined in, and the pressure applied to him melted away like ice and snow in an instant. Feeling relieved, Yu Xiaowei immediately bent over and gasped for air. A white-haired middle-aged man appeared before Yu Xiaowei, as if he had teleported, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Zhao Wujia, coldly commanding, unmoving king. What a grand title. Seeing that the middle-aged man had one more black soul ring than himself, Zhao Wujia suddenly panicked. Their Shrek Academy's motto was not daring to cause trouble is a mediocrity, but that depended on who they were provoking. If they provoked someone they couldn't afford to, that would indeed be foolish. At this moment, Zhao Wujia seemed to have become that fool. After Yu Xiaowei caught his breath, he patted the middle-aged man's shoulder and pointed at Zhao Wuji, saying, Dad, he just hit me. Zhao Wuji, I was just beaten up by the Haotian law a few days ago, and now another Soul Douluo is coming to hit me today. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Chapter 48. I have a bold idea. Tuesday request for continued reading. In the best hotel in town, in the best suite. Dad, why are you here? Yu Xiaowei knelt on the ground with both knees, holding his earlobes with both hands, and asked seriously. 15,000 years of red gold tiger. My good son, You are very brave. Yu Luomian sat on a comfortable sofa, holding an iron rod in his hand, occasionally tapping it lightly on his own hand. You can listen to my explanation. What did you say last time? The Yu family doesn't deceive the Yu family? As he spoke, Yu Luomian straightened up, holding the iron rod, and walked towards Yu Shaowei with ill intent. Go ahead and hit me. After all, it hurts a father's heart when it hits his son. Facing the rod swinging in the air, Yu Shaowei straightened his back with an indifferent expression. Sure enough, Yu Luomian held the rod up for a long time, but couldn't bring himself to strike down. After a moment of stalemate, he could only sigh helplessly and say grumpily, "Get up." Yu Shaowei quickly stood up and ran behind Yu Luomian to massage his shoulders. Since childhood, every time she made him angry, she always used this method to appease him. Moreover, it never failed. Yu Luomian sat back on the sofa, comfortably leaning back and enjoying his son's massage, then smilingly asked, "What are you doing here? Don't tell me you came specifically to hunt for soul rings." Hey, speaking of this, I get angry. If it weren't for your big brother's message, I wouldn't have known that you little rascal dared to act so recklessly. Seeing that Yu Luomian was about to get angry again, Yu Shaowei shrank his neck and awkwardly explained, "It was an accident. I didn't expect to suddenly level up to 40. Yu Luomian raised his eyebrows in confusion and asked, "Then why are you here? Someone is going to find my sister, and I have to stop him. Lu Erlong is not here, and there is nothing to hide from his father." So Yu Shaowei told the truth. That useless one? Yeah. He's still trying to seduce your sister. If I hadn't arrived in time back then, that useless one would have succeeded. Mentioning Yu Shaojing completely ruined Yu Luomian's good mood. Back then, the youngest son of the eldest brother awakened a pig-like martial soul, and his innate soul power was only half a level. This made the second branch and side branches, who coveted the position of family head, overjoyed. Although Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian had tried their best to suppress the mocking voices within the family. After all, it was a large family of nearly 2,000 people. And rumors still spread. Because Yu Shaojing was Yu Yuanjin's youngest child, Yu Yuanjin cherished him immensely and tried every possible means, even using his own cultivation resources, just to see if he could help this pig-like martial soul evolve once more. Yu Luomian was worried that he might feel inferior because of his martial soul issues. So every day, he took him out to play and tried every means to care for and protect him. During that time, Yu Luomian's eldest son had just passed away not long ago, and in his heart, Yu Shaojing had already become like a half-son to him. However, as Yu Shaojing grew up, the family rumors began to affect him more and more. He gradually became withdrawn, often spending days in the family's library, especially under the resource-intensive efforts of Yu Yuanjin, who only had a half-level innate soul power, surprisingly obtained his second ring at the age of 20. This caused the jealousy among the family members to grow stronger. There were rampant rumors like how Yu Yuanjin had given the best family resources to a pig. Finally, in the year Yu Shaojing turned 21, he ran away from home. Yu Yuanjin was saddened for a long time because of this, and Yu Luomian was also very downcast. However, the path was chosen by him, and they couldn't say much. The only thing they could do was to secretly send someone to protect him. However, to their surprise, after 2 years of traveling, Yu Shaojing actually joined the Spirit Hall. But the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could not enter the Spirit Hall, and the information about Yu Shaojing was completely cut off. They also did not know what a soul master like Yu Shaojing, who was almost a third-rate cripple, could do in the Spirit Hall. The only thing they knew was that whenever the Spirit Hall sent people to awaken spirits for civilians, he would accompany them. It wasn't until later that an article signed by the Master, titled The 10 Core Competencies of Spirits, was published. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was enraged to discover that nearly half of the evidence and theories in the article were similar to the clan's heritage. This major incident of family secrets being leaked caused Yu Yuanjin to become furious. However, when the spies returned to report that the master was actually Yu Shaojing, they were shocked. Yu Yuanjin fell silent. The entire Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family was in an uproar. The clamor to expel the traitor Yu Shaojing filled every corner of the family territory. When Yu Luomian learned this news, he felt like a sinner of the family, because it was he who had agreed to let Yu Shaojing enter the family library back then. From that moment on, his way of addressing Yu Shaojing changed from dear nephew to that waste. Later, under pressure from the family, Yu Yuanjin announced the expulsion of Yu Shaojing from the family and removed his name from the family tree. Yu Luomian originally thought that this was the end of the matter and that he would never have any entanglements with Yu Shaojing again in his lifetime. However, when the scouts reported that Yu Shaojing had formed a golden triangle with Lu Erlong and Flinder and had created a set of soul fusion techniques, things changed. Yu Luomian felt that he was on the verge of a cardiac arrest. However, He endured it. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was considered half a son to him. Even though he was infuriated by him, Yu Lumian had no intention of forcibly separating the three of them. He even felt a bit pleased for Yu Yuanjin, as this waste was finally finding some usefulness, and his elder brother wouldn't have to worry so much. Until one day, a scout brought new information. Yu Xiaojiang is going to marry Lu Erlong. Yu Luomian had already made up his mind to kill Yu Xiaojiang. He had harmed the family and was now going to harm his own daughter. At the same time, he couldn't understand how his proud daughter could fall for a useless person. So he traveled day and night, covering 1,000 miles, and arrived at the wedding of Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Eryong, where he witnessed his daughter and his nephew drinking the wedding wine. In a fit of rage, Yu Luomian smashed the venue where they were getting married. After Yu Xiaojiang ran away, he argued with Lu Eryong, and it was the first time he slapped his daughter. However, he never expected that Lu Eryong was so infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang that she was willing to fall out with him and publicly declared that she wanted to sever their father-daughter relationship. For so many years, apart from sending Yu Xiaowei to the academy, Lu Eryong hadn't spoken a single word to him. Yu Xiaowei grew up under the influence of Yu Lumian, and with a deep understanding of the original work, he also understands the character of Yu Xiaojiang. Therefore, he holds the same attitude towards Yu Xiaojiang. Hoo-hoo! Yu Luomian took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions. He patted Yu Xiaowei on the shoulder and said, "Regarding that waste, as a father, I can't intervene as an elder. In your sister's heart knot, I also can't untie it for her. Speaking of which, she is already over 40 years old. It can't go on like this forever. So, son, this time it depends on you. No matter what method you use, you must make sure that waste stays far away from your sister. There's one more thing. Your uncle has been good to you, so you need to show some mercy to his son. Just break his 2 legs, but absolutely do not break the 3rd one. No one knows a child better than their father." Yu Xiaowei understood Yu Luomian's thoughts and patted his chest with a sly smile. "Leave it to me, Dad. To be honest, I have a bold idea regarding this matter. If it works out, my sister will definitely leave that Yu Xiaojiang." Chapter 49. My Sister Misses You. Tuesday. Seeking support and votes. Flander was feeling a bit frustrated lately. As for why he was frustrated, just look at the bill in front of him. At the bottom of the long bill, it clearly stated, Gold Soul Coin Balance, 122. Flander looked at another subsidy application he had submitted earlier, with a huge word rejected glaringly obvious. Damn the Barak Kingdom, he cursed angrily. Unlike other senior Soul Master academies that had sponsorships, their Shrek Academy only had a little funding from Dai Mubai's family. The remaining ways to raise money were limited to enrollment fees and gambling fights in the Great Soul Arena. The Barak Kingdom took advantage of their financial struggles and, under the guise of sponsorship funds, demanded that graduates of Shrek Academy must pledge loyalty to the royal family. Flander refused this unreasonable demand without hesitation. He would rather see the academy shut down than let his students serve others like dogs. This was a matter of principle. His 3rd sister had money, but Flander, after all, was a renowned soul Saint Four-Eyed Cat Eagle. He couldn't bring himself to borrow money. Sighing heavily, Flander thought, Soul Masters are fundamentally different from ordinary people. For a typical family of 3, a single gold soul coin could sustain them for several months. However, for Soul Masters, 1 gold soul coin was only enough for a few days' worth of food, not to mention the costs of other training resources. Therefore, while 122 gold soul coins seemed like a lot, with 6 students and 5 teachers, even with strict budgeting, it would only last a month or so. Lacking money. Not only could they not renovate the academy's dilapidated buildings, but everyone had to figure out their own meals, let alone the more luxurious, simulated training environments. Knock, knock, knock. Is Flander there? Accompanying the knocking was a loud, unapologetic voice. Gomin. Flander thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't place it and called out in confusion. When he saw the tall young man who entered, he was surprised and stood up. Isn't this the brother of Erlong? Yu Xiaowei glanced around Flander's office with some disdain and then casually sat down in front of him, crossing her legs. Are you the brother of the 2 dragons? You came to our Shrek. Are you here to enroll? Flander's tone was somewhat uncertain. After all, Yu Xiaowei had everything she wanted in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, so it was unlikely she would come to him. To his surprise, Yu Xiaowei disdainfully replied, With your broken academy, even dogs wouldn't come. You're talking nonsense. Flanders, extremely angry, shouted. What Yu Xiaowei said really touched his bottom line. In his life, the thing he hated the most was when others said his academy was trash. However, what Yu Xiaowei said next left him speechless. Our Blue Tyrant Academy has a titled Duluo teacher, Dugu. Does your academy have a titled Duluo teacher? Our Blue Tyrant Academy has money and people, especially since I am the chief disciple. I haven't even celebrated my 13th birthday yet, and my soul power is already at level 42. What does your Shrek Academy have? Just those few who I beat up, and they didn't even dare to make a sound? Is this the kind of monsters you recruit? Not to mention that the president of Blue Tyrant Academy is my sister, Lu Erlong. So tell me, what reason do I have to study at your broken academy? Yu Xiaowei's voice was like a sharp blade, deeply piercing Flander's heart, especially when he heard that Yu Xiaowei was already level 42 at not even 13 years old. Flander nearly jumped up. What the hell is this freak? Why are you even here? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate my academy? Flander was already furious. So what if he's the brother of Erlong? Even if Erlong came, he couldn't humiliate his academy like this. Just as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, Yu Xiaowei pulled out a large box from the Soul Guide and slammed it heavily on the table. The box opened, and the golden light of the gold soul coins illuminated Flander's face in gold. Here, 100,000 gold soul coins. I bought your Shrek Academy. Flander shivered slightly. He forced himself to turn his head away from those gold soul coins and said in a calm tone, "No, Shrek Academy is my life's work. I can't just..." Bang! Another large box was thrown out. Yu Xiaowei said lightly, 200,000. Flander's body trembled slightly, but he still said, "No, Shrek Academy is my life's work. I can't." With the third box thrown out, Flander felt like he was about to collapse. The sponsorship fee that the Barak Duchy used to blackmail them was only 10,000 gold soul coins. And now, what was placed before him was a full 300,000 gold soul coins. Bang. Let's discuss what will happen to my current students and teachers if you buy my academy. Also, how do you plan to handle the academy? Are we merging with the Lamba Academy? Flander's tone immediately changed, and he began to discuss the possibility of selling the academy with Yu Xiaowei. He originally didn't want to sell the academy, but Yu Xiaowei has given too much. It's impossible for him not to be moved. However, he still has these old brothers and students to take care of. If Yu Xiaowei simply wanted to harm his academy, no matter how much he offered, he wouldn't agree. Shrek Academy will merge with Blue Tyrant Academy, and the principal will still be my sister. I will take all of your teachers, and their salaries will be based on Blue Tyrant Academy standards. However, among your students, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun must go. That is my only requirement. As for these gold soul coins, you can spend them yourself or use them as severance pay for them. I won't interfere. Yu Xiaowei's calm words made Flanders frown. From his tone, it seemed he had already investigated the Shrek Academy students before coming here. Not mentioning Dai Mubai could be explained by the fact that they had fought before, but he couldn't possibly be unaware that Ma Hongjun was his own disciple. What is this? A show of power? I need a reasonable explanation. Flanders said with a grim expression. Dai Mubai, the third prince of the Star Luo Empire. Do you think our Heaven Do Empire's academy has a place for him to study? And about Ma Hongjun, you must know, right? Are you planning to let this fat chicken come to our Blue Tyrant Academy to harm female students? How about that? Is this explanation perfect? Yu Xiaowei stared unflinchingly at Flander and gave his reasons. Mubai is the prince of the Star Luo Empire? Flander's hand trembled slightly. He really didn't know about this. The relationship between the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire is like fire and water. If it weren't for the interference of the Spear Hall, they would have probably fought by now. If Dai Mubai is indeed the prince of the Star Luo Empire, then he really cannot enroll in the academy in Heaven Do City. However, Hongjun is my disciple. You know what that means, right? This is different from being a student. No, others can, but he and Dai Mubai absolutely cannot. Flanders' expression changed rapidly. Yu Xiaowei's offer was indeed tempting, but he was reluctant to part with his only disciple. He pondered, trying to find a compromise. Seeing his hesitance, Yu Xiaowei said softly, "Dean Flander, my sister has mentioned that she misses you." Upon hearing this, Flanders' body stiffened. He immediately stopped hesitating and said, "Then I can keep her by my side. That should be fine, right?" "Sure, but let me be clear. If I see him at the Blue Tyrant Academy, I will make sure he can never be a man for the rest of his life." After saying this, Yu Xiaowei took out a stack of papers from his soul guide and handed them over. "This is the acquisition agreement in duplicate with your name signed on each copy. Once you finish up here, just go to Tenno City and find my sister." Flander carefully flipped through the agreement page by page, and after confirming that Yu Xiaowei hadn't pulled any tricks, he signed his name. After securing his copy of the agreement, Yu Xiaowei's expression returned to its previous cheerfulness. He smiled and said, "Dean Flander, I hope you have a pleasant time at the Blue Tyrant Academy." Chapter 50, On the Age of Yu Tianheng. Recently, many readers have raised this question. I based this on the original works, Chapter 52, 8 Spider Spears, Determining Victory or Defeat, Part 2, where it clearly states that Dugu Yan is 20 years old. The original text mentions, from childhood to adulthood, Dugu Yin rarely cried. Her life for these 20 years has been mostly smooth sailing. Yu Qianheng is not only the strongest in the Imperial fighting team, but also the oldest. From this, I inferred that Yu Qianheng is at least over 20 years old, and to highlight the protagonist's prowess, I set his age at 22. Additionally, the original works, Chapter 48, Imperial Fighting Team, Part 2, mentions that the 7 members of the Imperial Fighting Team all appear to be in their early 20s. The original text states, at this time, there were only 7 people in the room, each with distinct characteristics, looking to be in their early 20s. Since Soul Masters generally appear younger than their actual age, unless they're like Tang Hao, who has experienced a lot, and considering the Imperial Fighting Team belongs to the nobility who have never faced life and death crises, I believe being in their 20s is likely their real age. Of course, I do not rule out the original work's inconsistent settings. The reason so many readers have mentioned the question of Yu Tianheng's age and why I haven't changed it is precisely because of this. Chapter 51. Hello, cousin who I've never met. How is your sister? Flander asked nervously, holding a cup of poor-quality tea. After signing the acquisition agreement, a heavy weight had lifted from his heart, and now he just wanted to know how Lu Erlong was doing. Yu Xiaowei glanced disdainfully at the tea in his hand, which only had 2 or 3 leaves and emitted a strange smell. Casually putting the teacup back on the table, he shrugged and said, "Thanks to the blessings of your golden triangle, I've fallen out with my old man. They haven't spoken for over 20 years. Plus, she doesn't want to take money from my dad, so for these past few years, it's just been a struggle to keep the academy running. If it weren't for my father-in-law Ning Fengji sponsoring a large sum of money for my sake, I probably would have to sell the academy like you." Flander looked awkward. He was the only guest to the wedding of Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, and he was well aware of the incident where Yu Lumian brought people to cause trouble. However, he didn't expect the father-daughter duo to end up in such a deadlock. Lu Erlong had never mentioned these difficulties in their correspondence. He always thought that Lanba Academy was doing quite well. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Yu Xiaowei suspiciously, asking, "Wait a minute. You just said there's a title Douluo teaching at your academy. How could it be as dire as you say, to the point of almost selling the academy? Dugu Bo owes me money. To repay his debt, he's working at the academy. Is there a problem?" Yu Xiaowei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Oh, money?" Flanders was taken aback. Even a titled Douluo would owe someone money? Yu Xiaowei glanced at his expression and complained, "Every time this matter comes up, I get angry. Back then, you guys were involved in a love triangle, and now my sister is almost 50 and still hasn't gotten married. Although my sister doesn't share our father's surname, she is still the young lady of the prestigious blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Isn't that something that would make others laugh at us?" This made Flander blush, and he stammered, How could your sister tell you about this?" "Haha, after hearing my sister talk about all this, I feel sorry for her." Yu Xiaowei leaned forward with both hands on the table, staring into Flanders' eyes, and said word by word, "Tell me, how could my sister possibly like that useless Yu Xiaojiang?" Flanders suddenly stood up, so forcefully that the chair behind him was overturned. He slammed his hands on the table, his eyes flashing with fury, and glared at Yu Xiaowei. Gritting his teeth, "I don't care how you see Yu Xiaojiang, but he is my brother, and he is Erlong's lover. I won't allow you to say that about him." "Humph, loving your cousin, huh?" Flanders immediately deflated. The term cousin was something that not only Yu Xiaojiang feared like a tiger, but he also couldn't accept it. "All right, I won't discuss these family matters with you. I have things to do. I'm leaving now. See you in Tiando City." Seeing Flanders' expression, Yu Xiaowei's lips curled up as he stood up and left. The seeds had already been sown. It just depended on whether this guy would put in the effort. In fact, before coming to Soto City that day, he had already thought about how to deal with the matters concerning Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. That was to match up Flanders and Lu Erlong. Flanders was a man of affection and righteousness. Although his character was not very good due to his questionable deeds, he was quite nice to the students. Especially when facing the fierce god team, he was firmly opposed. Later, when facing Dugu Bo, he was also indignant about the academy being insulted. During the Soul Master competition, when facing Bibi Dong, he even made arrangements for the future, willing to protect his students despite being only a soul sage. Overall, this person had minor flaws in character, but was fundamentally affectionate and righteous, with a strong sense of responsibility towards his students, especially for Lu Erlong, which made him a good candidate for an excellent brother-in-law. However, it couldn't be rushed. His sister had deep feelings for Yu Xiaojiang and needed a lot of time to change her mind. Calculating the time, the people from Shrek Academy would soon be returning from the Stardow Forest. More importantly, Yu Xiaojiang was also coming. He might as well not return to Soto City, but wait here instead. After all, he had never met Yu Xiaojiang. and it would be easy to miss him in Soto City. Early morning at the outskirts of the Duel forest. A robust, middle-aged man walked out of the forest with 4 men and 2 women. Each of them had some injuries, especially the middle-aged man, who not only had a bruised face, but also limped. However, they all wore relaxed expressions, indicating that they had gained a lot. Zhao Wujia smiled and said, "Let's hurry a bit more. We can rest when we get to the town." Upon hearing about the town, Dai Mubai and the others immediately changed their expressions and shook their heads repeatedly. "Teacher Zhao, we're not tired. Let's go back to the academy directly." "Yes, Teacher Zhao. We don't need a rest." "Teacher Zhao, let's hurry back to the academy. It's still early, and if we push ourselves, we can make it back for dinner." Zhao Wujia seemed to think of something unpleasant. He touched the wounds on his face and said helplessly, "All right, full speed ahead, back to the academy." Looking at the cheering students, Zhao Wujia revealed a satisfied smile. This trip to the Duel forest, although full of ups and downs, had ended well. Especially for Xiao Wu and Tang San, who, at just 12 years of age, had both advanced to soul respect. Although they couldn't compare to the monster from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, they were already top geniuses among their peers. Thinking of that little monster made his wounds ache again. It's strange. Recently, Zhao Wujia felt like he was cursed. He was beaten by the Duel before departure, then beaten by the blue lightning tyrant dragons Sol Duluo in the town. Upon arriving at the Duel forest, he had to invoke the name of the Duel, or else the Dragon King and Snake Lady would have probably beaten him too. Then, unexpectedly, he encountered the so-called king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, and got beaten again, nearly losing 2 students. However, they managed to complete their goal despite the setbacks. With Oscar's enhanced sausage support after his promotion, they actually covered the nearly 500 kilometers from the Duel forest to the academy before dark. Seeing the Shrek Academy gate from a distance, Oscar laughed heartily. Finally back. The feeling of home is truly wonderful. Zhao Wujia shot him a glare, urging them to hurry back to rest. He still needed to report to Flanders about this trip to the Duel forest. Just as they were about to enter the academy gate, an incongruous recliner caught their attention. The group exchanged glances, wondering how such a thing could appear at the academy gate. When they approached and saw a familiar figure on the recliner, their eyelids twitched. It was that Yu Xiaowei again. Previously, after being beaten by Yulumyan, Zhao Wujia had told them about the devil-like name Yu Xiaowei and repeatedly warned them that they mustn't provoke this guy and to stay far away if they ever saw him. But now, this person was blocking the academy gate. What should they do? Zhao Wujia turned back to look. He saw Dai Mubai and Oscar's faces pale as if made of clay, Ma Hongjun trembling like a sieve, while Tang San and Xiao Wu held hands tightly and stepped back, and even the usually expressionless Zhu Zhuqing looked frightened. Seeing his students so scared, he could only steel himself and walked up, trying to sound fierce. "Yu Xiaowei, we have no grievances or enmities with you. Why do you keep targeting us? Besides, my students have either been beaten or scolded by you. You've already beaten me too. Are you going to block us at the academy gate and humiliate us? Isn't that too much?" Yu Xiaowei raised his eyelids, sat up straight, lazily stretched, and pointed behind the crowd with a smile. "What do I want with you? I'm looking for that person." The crowd quickly turned to look in the direction he pointed. A middle-aged man, about in his 40s, had somehow appeared behind them. He had an ordinary appearance, with short black hair parted to the side, his hands clasped behind his back, and an indescribable aura about him. "Teacher, Tang," Sin exclaimed in surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, then looked at Yu Xiaowei with confusion. He did not recognize the young man claiming to be looking for him, but felt that his face was inexplicably familiar. Seeing the face that was almost a replica of Yu Yuanjin, Yu Xiaowei stood up straight and walked over, saying as he walked, "Hello, cousin, whom I've never met. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaowei. You might not know me, but you definitely know my sister. Her name is Lu Erlong." Upon hearing the name Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang's eyelids twitched, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. Chapter 52. Never let me see you looking for my sister again. Shrek Academy. Flanders' office. Yu Xiaowei, Flander, and Yu Xiaojiang sat around a table in a triangular formation, each with a cup of poor quality tea in front of them. The three remained silent, and the atmosphere in the room was stifling. Flander glanced left and right. He knew Yu Xiaowei was waiting for someone, but he didn't expect it to be Yu Xiaojiang. From their previous conversation, he clearly understood Yu Xiaowei's extremely negative attitude towards his brother. Originally, the matters of the Yu brothers shouldn't concern him at all. However, he was worried that this unruly kid would start a fight as soon as they met. So he had to step in, bracing himself to mediate between the two. After a long while, It was Yu Xiaojing who first broke the silence. He looked into Yu Xiaowei's eyes and said calmly, "Is it Uncle's intention for you to find me?" Upon hearing him speak, Flander immediately tensed up, fearing that Yu Xiaowei would lash out. However, unexpectedly, Yu Xiaowei simply shrugged and said nonchalantly, "According to my old man, I should break both your legs right now." That was true. Yu Xiaojing chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if it were only natural. The air fell into a strange silence again. Yu Xiaowei was not impatient. He took out a soul bone from a soul guide and quietly sat there playing with it, looking at the soul bone that shimmered with a rainbow glow. Even Yu Xiaojing, no matter how composed he was, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Originally, seeing that this cousin was young and under the protection of Flinder, Yu Xiaowei could not possibly harm him, so he thought about playing a psychological game. However, with the appearance of this soul bone, Yu Xiaojing knew that was impossible. He considered himself a calm person, but suddenly seeing such a soul bone made him feel a surge of greed. Yet, Yu Xiaowei held such a precious item, casually playing with it, and there was not even a trace of affection on his face. If Yu Xiaojing didn't know the value of the soul bone, he might have thought that what Yu Xiaowei held was just an ordinary little object. Underestimating this cousin, although he was young, his psychological quality was truly remarkable. "What exactly do you want from me? Is it about the air long? I have been avoiding air long all this time. Why do you still have to chase me so relentlessly?" Unable to hold back, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but ask. Yuxiawei revealed a victorious smile and said lightly, "I came to find you for one thing. Go tell my sister that the person you love the most is Bibi Dong, not Lu Erlong." "You're talking nonsense. Xiaojing is deeply in love with Sanmei, and you actually want to use such a sinister method to force Sanmei to leave him." Upon hearing this, the first person to react was actually Flandra. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and started cursing at Yuxiawei. Back then, the three of them ventured out together, and both he and Xiaojing had fallen for the lively and cheerful Lu Erlong. However, when Lu Erlong personally said that the person she liked was Xiaojing, Flandra's heart was filled with disappointment and regret. But out of brotherly loyalty, he willingly stepped back and referred to them as siblings. Even though it felt like a knife was cutting through his heart during their wedding, he still wished for Xiaojing and Lu Erlong to have a long-lasting relationship. Even later, when Yuluo Mian came to cause trouble, revealing that they were cousins, he still firmly believed that his brother and sister were true love. What is this Yuxiawei talking about now? Xiaojing's most beloved person would be Bibi Dong, that bitch who had already dumped him? Watching Flandra, who was furious and spitting everywhere, Yuxiawei gestured to Xiaojing. "What good is it to vent your anger on me? Go ask your good brother." Flandra was taken aback, looking at Xiaojing, who had a hesitant expression. His face suddenly fell. After spending so many years together, Flandra knew his brother's character very well. If Yuxiawei was really talking nonsense, Xiaojing would not remain silent like this. "Xiaojing, tell me, you don't love that bitch anymore. Your true love is Erlong." Flandra turned the questioning towards Xiaojing. He could step back from the relationship between Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, but that didn't mean he could tolerate Xiaojing being indecisive. "My most beloved, I. Yu Xiaojing stammered and couldn't find the words to say. He wanted to express that his greatest love was Lu Erlong. However, every time he had this thought, the image of the girl from the spirit hall would unconsciously appear before him. That girl was dignified and beautiful, naturally lively, and was the pride of the spirit hall. Moreover, in her eyes, Yu Xiaojing had never seen the disdainful gaze that others had towards him. After having Erlong, he thought he could forget that girl. But after a word from Yu Xiaowei, memories that had been sealed for a long time in his mind were reopened once again. 27 years ago, at that time, Yu Xiaojing had just entered the spirit hall. Because he had a useless martial soul, although his soul power was over level 20, he could only obtain a clerical position. However, it also fulfilled his wish. The library of the spirit hall was a quiet place where no one mocked him for being a waste. He perused countless books, trying to find methods to break free from the shackles of his useless martial soul. Until one afternoon, when it was pouring rain outside, Yu Xiaojing did not return to his dormitory, but continued organizing materials in the library. Suddenly, the library door was kicked open. A beautiful girl rushed in, holding her head, and when she saw Yu Xiaojing, she asked in confusion, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The girl's name was Bibi Dawn. Their story began with that one greeting. In the days that followed, Bibi Dawn would often come to find him, frequently confiding in him about her troubles. Although he couldn't solve her problem of getting hit by her teacher, he was always able to explain the issues related to cultivation very well. Over time, Bibi Dawn grew to trust Yu Xiaojing more and more. It was also she who suggested that Yu Xiaojing simply pursue a pure research path. Since he was lacking in martial prowess, he could become a respected theoretical master across the continent. After hearing her words, Yu Xiaojiang's mind became active, and he began to use Bibidan's influence to gradually gain access to higher-level texts. For his research, Bibidan spared no effort, even revealing the secret that she had a twin martial soul. However, every time Yu Xiaojiang wanted to see her martial soul, she would refuse with a smile. The words Bibidan said at that time still linger in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. Don't look, it's very ugly. Thus, they spent 3 years together. 3 years later, combining the blue lightning inheritance and the data from the spirit hall, Yu Xiaojiang finally organized the 10 core competencies of his martial soul. When he published this article under the title of a master, he thought it would earn him the respect of soul masters. However, nothing changed. Even though he had become a theoretical master, it made no difference. In front of powerful soul masters, the way they looked at him was still filled with disdain. The label of waste had been firmly stamped on his forehead, and it couldn't be removed. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang in despair, Bibidan, who accompanied him, gently hugged him and promised, "Once I inherit the position of Pope, I will use all the power of the Spirit Hall to find a way for you to improve your martial soul." However, Yu Xiaojiang's hope only burned for 3 days. With red eyes, Bibidan found him again and coldly uttered the words that he could never let go of. "You waste. You don't deserve to be with me. Get out of the Spirit Hall, go far away, and never come back." Yu Xiaojiang felt like the sky had collapsed. He escaped from the Spirit Hall like a madman, rolling and crawling away. He lived in a daze for 2 years until he met Lu Erlong. And that's when he truly felt he had forgotten that relationship. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's hesitant appearance, Flinder felt heartbroken and suddenly felt unworthy for himself. "What exactly do you want to say?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was filled with bitterness. It was clearly Bibi Dong who told me to get lost. "So my sister is going to become her substitute? You, scumbag." Yu Xiaowei's voice was filled with coldness, especially emphasizing the word scumbag. "Scumbag, I am sincere to Erlong, and our love is genuine, without any falsehood." Yu Xiaojiang, who had his old wounds reopened, stood up and heavily patted his chest, shouting hysterically, "Really? Then who is the person you love the most? Lu Erlong or Bibi Dong? Can you even say it? Touch your heart and ask yourself properly. If you can't even dare to say the person you love the most, why are you shamelessly claiming to love my sister?" Yu Xiaowei's rapid-fire, soul-searching questions left Yu Xiaojiang speechless. He continued, "I can tolerate you flaunting the family's heritage everywhere. I can also tolerate you using false knowledge to deceive others. However, I cannot tolerate you using my sister as a substitute, especially since my sister is your cousin." Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's pale face, Yu Xiaowei paused for a moment and coldly said, "Cousin, I will call you cousin one last time. Tomorrow, come back with me to Tiando City to tell my sister that your most beloved person is Bibi Dong. Then get as far away as you can and never let me see you seek out my sister again. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." After saying this, Yu Xiaowei flicked his sleeve and left gracefully. Yu Xiaojiang sat dejectedly in the chair, the words of Yu Xiaowei replaying in his mind over and over again. He murmured to himself, "I did not misappropriate the family inheritance. My knowledge is all real. I did not cheat or deceive." Chapter 53, Gift Delivery with the Driver's Shout. The 2 carriages kicked up a cloud of dust and slowly departed. Dai Mubai, left behind, felt as if he were in a different world. Last night, the dean in that disaster, Yu Xiaowei, had come to his office with Tang San's teacher. This matter originally had nothing to do with Dai Mubai. He had eaten and then returned to the dormitory to sleep. However, he never expected that upon waking, he would hear the terrible news. He and Ma Hongjun had been expelled. The reason given was that the academy had been bought by Yu Xiaowei, who specifically named them for expulsion. Dai Mubai was confused, and Ma Hongjun was even more bewildered. Ever since they encountered this disaster, the 2 brothers had been unlucky. First, Dai Mubai had been beaten to the point where he could barely get out of bed, and then Ma Hongjun was called a little chick right to his face. Now, they had both been expelled by Flanders. Even more absurdly, Ma Hongjun could leave with Flanders to find another academy in Heavendo City, while Dai Mubai was left at the old site of Shrek Academy, waiting for Flanders' further arrangements. What the hell was going on? Looking at the empty academy, Dai Mubai was filled with immense anger, wondering why he could no longer inherit the throne of the Star Luo Empire. "Mubai, come with me." A rough voice suddenly came from behind. Dai Mubai turned to see Zhao Wujin standing behind him. "Teacher Zhao." Dai Mubai's nose tinged with bitterness. Even being chased by Davis had not made him feel this wronged. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujin did not comfort him, but instead glared at him and said gruffly, "Let's go." "Where to?" "To Heavendo City." The dean has other arrangements for you. Huh. Dai Mubai looked around in confusion. There were no carriages. Teacher Zhao, where's our carriage? Zhao Wujin raised an eyebrow and shook his head. We don't need a carriage. We'll rush over at full speed, faster than their carriage. Otherwise, that little brat from the Blue Lightning family will get suspicious. Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujin want to pick up Dai Mubai. At first, Yu Xiaowei really didn't know. After all, as a soul master, it was impossible for him to sense where Soul Sage had gone. However, Yu Xiaowei could roughly guess one thing. Flanders certainly would not, as he wished, leave Dai Mubai alone in the Barak Kingdom to fend for himself. So when Flanders kept deflecting about Zhao Wujin training, Yu Xiaowei already knew what Zhao Wujin was up to. He didn't pay too much attention to it anyway. After all, expelling Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun was just a sudden whim, purely because he found them displeasing. Now that there were no celestial herbs, Dai Mubai was only mediocre and didn't pose any threat. He would never hope to defeat Davis. And as for Ma Hongjun, he was simply useless. Moreover, both of them had character issues. One was a cowardly scoundrel, and the other couldn't keep his legs together in the presence of women. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar were worth cultivating. They had decent talent and character. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, once they reached Heavendo City, they would be at his mercy. MMM. Hearing this sound, Yu Xiaowei disdainfully looked towards the corner of the carriage. That coward Yu Xiaojiang. After being confronted by him, he actually ran away. Fortunately, he had been prepared and had blocked him beforehand. Then, this morning, in front of everyone, he had tied him up and stuffed him in the carriage, and without any remorse, Yu Xiaowei had even shoved one of his socks in his mouth. Flanders, seeing Yu Xiaojiang's plight, hesitated to speak. Tang San was so angry he was about to explode, but Yu Xiaowei merely glanced at him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Damn it, I can't provoke him. The speed of the carriage was indeed much slower than Zhao Wujin walking. By the fourth day after their departure, Zhao Wujin had quietly returned to the team. After whispering to Flanders, he pretended to be nonchalant and chatted with everyone. 10 days after their departure, the group finally arrived at their destination, Heavendo City. What first caught their eyes was a towering mountain reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The mountain was lush and beautiful, not to mention that there was a huge lake at its foot. Stop! Seeing Yu Xiaowei wave his hand to signal the convoy to halt, Flanders widened his eyes and shouted angrily. Is this the academy you said was about to be sold because it couldn't keep going? What are you thinking? This is the Heavendo Royal Academy. Yu Xiaowei lazily replied, then pulled Flanders' shoulder and lowered his voice, saying, Four-eyed eagle, I know you arranged a way out for Dai Mubai. And that fool Zhao Wujia must have sent him to Heavendo City first, then waited for you to come over to make a decision. Flanders' eyelids twitched, but he still calmly said, Anyway, Mubai won't enter the Blue Tyrant Academy. Although I don't know why you're targeting him so much, he was once my student, and I can't just leave him there to fend for himself. Yu Xiaowei chuckled and pointed at the gate of the Heavendo Royal Academy, saying, Actually, I've already arranged a backup plan for the two of them, but I didn't expect you to act faster than me. Amid Flanders' slightly twitching expression, Yu Xiaowei shouted at Ma Hongjun, Little chick, come over here. Hearing little chick again, veins bulged on Ma Hongjun's forehead. However, since it was Yu Xiaowei who called him, he didn't dare to utter a word and could only cautiously walk over, bowing and saying, Young master you, what do you need me for? Looking at Ma Hongjun's demeanor, Flandre felt an indescribable pain in his heart. This was his only disciple, and he shouldn't be so humble. Flandre, take your foolish disciple and follow me. Ignoring Ma Hongjun's flattery, Yu Xiaowei waved at the two and took the lead into the gate of the Heavendo Royal Academy. In this month, Meng Shenji seemed to have aged 10 years. Even the good news that the Shimo brothers had both leveled up couldn't ease the frown on his forehead. It was still the old problem. There were no strong attack-type soul masters. Although the academy had urgently promoted 2 strong attack-type students and allocated a large amount of resources to them, the question remained whether they could reach Soul Sect before the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition with their initial soul power of only level 31, relying solely on those 2 scraping-type soul masters as the main force, not to mention facing top geniuses like Yu Xiaowei and Feng Xiaotian. Even encountering Huyin Li from the Armored Academy would likely result in defeat. Guaranteed admission? Are we going just to embarrass ourselves? Meng Shenji laughed self-deprecatingly. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Meng Shenji sighed, wondering what bad news was being reported this time. Before the person entered, a cheeky voice came through the door. Old man Meng, good morning. I'm here to deliver a gift. Upon seeing that cheeky face at the door, Meng Shenji's mood worsened even more. Yu Xiaowei casually sat in front of the dream machine, gesturing animatedly while speaking. Hey, old man Dream. Don't put on a long face as soon as you see me. I'm not here to collect a debt this time. I'm here to bring you a great gift. A gift? It's not going to cost extra, is it? Hey, don't say that. This time it's for real. Yu Xiaowei pointed to Ma Hongjun behind him and smiled, saying, I brought you a little addition, a level 28 mutated Phoenix Martial Soul, a strong attack system Soul Master. Flinder and Ma Hongjun looked displeased. No one likes to be treated as an accessory for gifts. However, before coming, Yu Xiaowei had told them not to speak out of turn, otherwise he guaranteed that no academy in the entire fighting city would take him a Hongjun and Daimu by. This threat was very effective, at least for Flinder, it truly worked. As for Ma Hongjun, Yu Xiaowei said he couldn't speak, so he absolutely didn't dare to utter a word. Level 28? What's the use of that? Yu Xiaowei, do you think you can act recklessly here, just because you have the Thunder Douluo and Poison Douluo backing you up? Dream God Machine's expression turned unfriendly, and the pressure around him grew stronger. The terrifying aura of an 86th level Soul Douluo immediately put pressure on Flinder and Ma Hongjun. Yu Xiaowei, however, seemed to have no feelings at all, still smiling and saying, I've already said this is just an addition. Do you understand what an addition is? Besides, a mutated Phoenix Martial Soul, although it seems a bit useless, as long as you put in some effort, you can still reach level 35 or 36 by the time of the Elite Soul Master competition, which is barely enough to be used as a level 38 or 39. The real gift I want to give you is a strong attack system Soul Master with a white-haired tiger Martial Soul at level 37, with combat power comparable to my second nephew. Level 37, strong attack system, combat power similar to Yu Tianheng. These words stimulated Meng Xinji. He retracted his aura and suspiciously sized up Yu Xiaowei, questioning, why would you be so kind as to send me students? What you're saying certainly isn't for free. Get lost. Get out of here. Upon hearing this, Meng Xinji thought to himself, as expected, and immediately began to drive Yu Xiaowei out. However, Yu Xiaowei's next words made his expression change drastically. All right then, I'll just send these two students to another academy. By the way, I'll also go get my uncle and my father-in-law to find the Snow Knight Emperor. I'll tell him that your Tiando Royal Academy can't even gather a single soul zone before the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent. Rather than sending you to embarrass yourselves, it would be better to send me to crush those weaklings at Xingluo Royal Academy. While saying this, Yu Xiaowei kept staring into Meng Xinji's eyes. He had long understood the situation of the Tiando Royal Academy, ever since Yu Tianheng was taken away by him. Their top combat power had disappeared, and the current royal fighting team was like a bunch of quails, weak and fragile. Seeing that Meng Xinji was still hesitating, Yu Xiaowei chuckled, stood up, and walked towards the exit. He deliberately slowed his pace, moving step by step towards the door, laughing and talking as he walked. Hey, this gift of mine, I bet it would make the old firehead so happy he couldn't close his mouth. What a pity. The dignified Tiando Royal Academy can only rely on recommendations to survive. TSK, refusing such a generous gift. That certain soul might be nailed to the pillar of shame at the Tiando Royal Academy. Stop right there. The words of Yu Xiaowei pierced into Dream God Machine's heart like the whispers of a devil. Even though he knew he was about to be tricked, Dream God Machine couldn't help but call out to him. What's wrong, old man Meng? Change your mind? Looking at Yu Xiaowei's playful expression, Dream God Machine said weakly, Name your price. You see, just now you didn't agree, but now. Yu Xiaowei licked his lips, his eyes shining as he rubbed his hands back and forth. The moment Dream Machine saw his wicked merchant look, he felt even more uncomfortable and could only sigh helplessly. I understand. Pay more. Just name your price. I'm willing to accept. Then I won't be polite. I want Qin Ming. Impossible. Dream Machine's eyes instantly turned red. Damn. I knew this little brat had bad intentions. You have to know that Qin Ming is the youngest titled Douluo teacher in their academy. Moreover, Qin Ming is the second youngest Soul Emperor in the history of the continent, a golden signboard for their academy. What's the rush? Yu Xiaowei calmly pulled out 2 pieces of paper from the Soul Guide. Here, the rental contract. I'm using these 2 Assault-type Soul Masters to exchange for Qin Ming's 3-year usage rights. The terms are all in here. You can take a look yourself. I'm not asking you to give Qin Ming to me, just renting him for 3 years. Why are you so anxious? Considering your behavior just now, I've changed the rental period to 5 years. Check it carefully and sign, and we'll be settled. This scene felt familiar, making Flander's lips twitch. Why does this Yu Xiaowei look so skilled at pulling out contracts? And why is he so eager to sign contracts? Dream Machine furrowed his brows as he took the contract, carefully checking it over and over, afraid that Yu Xiaowei would play word games with him. After a while, he let out a sigh and nodded at Yu Xiaowei. I can accept this condition. When will the other student be sent? The contract clearly stated, a level 37 white-haired tiger, martial soul, assault-type soul master. So there was no worry about Yu Xiaowei going back on his word. But what kind of martial soul is the white-haired tiger? Yu Xiaowei quickly signed his name on the contract and said with a mischievous smile, I'll deliver it to you in the afternoon. Also, dream old man, remember to hurry and send Qin Ming to Lamba Academy tomorrow. If you can't send him by then, you'll have to pay a penalty. After saying that, he dragged Flanders away, leaving the bewildered Ma Hongjun with the dumbfounded Dream Shinji. On the way back, Yu Xiaowei looked at the troubled Flanders and said with a grin, I told you it was unnecessary. I've already arranged those two little rascals. But, Sai, although going to Tiando Royal Academy is indeed a good option, it doesn't feel right for my students to be used as chips for trade. They traveled in silence until they reached Lamba Academy. Yu Xiaowei laughed heartily, then dragged Yu Xiaozheng, who was bundled up like a big hairy crab, inside. The academy was currently in class. Along the way, they didn't encounter anyone and went straight to Lu Eryong's small thatched cottage. Lu Eryong, dressed in a long red dress, was standing by the fence, watering the vibrant flowers with a delicate watering can. Upon seeing Yu Xiaowei enter, her brows immediately furrowed as she prepared to question her brother about where he had been running off to lately. However, when her gaze fell on what Yu Xiaowei was holding, her body instantly froze. Bang! The watering can fell to the ground, and tears quickly welled up in Lu Eryong's eyes. Seeing her expression, Yu Xiaowei took out a strangely shaped soul guide from his pocket and grinned. Sister, I had a friendly chat with cousin. Do you want to hear about it? After saying that, he pressed a button on the soul guide. The conversation he had with Yu Xiaozheng in Flanders' office was played back from the soul guide, without any alterations. After just a couple of sentences, Lu Eryong's delicate body began to tremble violently. Chapter 55. Are you satisfied? Yu Xiaozheng, whose mouth was blocked, twisted his body frantically, feeling as if he had been stripped bare and tossed onto the street by someone. Lu Eryong's complexion turned pale as she covered her mouth, tears streaming down like a fountain. Yu Xiaowei's questioning and Yu Xiaozheng's evasive answers made her heart feel as cold as if it had fallen into an abyss. Especially the last segment of his murmuring, which completely broke this strong woman. She couldn't believe that the love she had held onto for nearly 30 years was merely seen as a substitute by someone. As for Tang San and the others, they had already been thrown out by Flanders when Yu Xiaowei released the recording. He was so caught up in his complex emotions that he didn't notice his strength and didn't know where he had thrown them. Xiaowei, tell me it's not true. That's all fake, okay? Please, Lu Erlong pleaded, biting her lip tightly as she shook Yu Xiaowei's shoulders, hoping to hear him say, it's fake. Yu Xiaowei looked at his sister with pain in his eyes. He raised the soul guide in his hand and glared hatefully at the pale-faced Yu Xiaozheng. Sister, don't you know what the things our family researches can do? It's specifically so you can listen to someone's true feelings that I brought this with me. After hearing Yu Xiaowei's response, Lu Erlong felt utterly hopeless. She had never cared about family matters, but this device was proposed by Yu Xiaowei, and the family had created it based on the body structure of a special soul beast. Yu Xiaowei had shown off this product in front of her many times. The only function of the soul guide was to record sound, and it could preserve it for up to a month. So what Yu Xiaozheng said was true. Lu Erlong found it hard to accept in an instant, unconsciously taking 2 steps back and collapsing to the ground, curling her legs and hugging her knees as she sobbed continuously. So you still love that shameless person. So I was just her substitute. Yu Xiaozheng has already given up struggling, numbly lying on the ground and looking at the clear sky. Beside him, Flanders watches the disheartened Lu Erlong, feeling an unbearable pain in his heart. He wants to go comfort her, but he doesn't know what to say. In the past, oh fool, such a good opportunity. At this moment, a voice as faint as a mosquito buzzes in his ear, startling Flanders. Fortunately, both Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaozheng are immersed in their own worlds, and no one notices his unusual reaction. The sound pressure becomes a line. It requires a subtle and precise control over soul power to achieve this, a skill usually possessed only by soul saints. Flanders looks at Yu Xiaowei, who is constantly gesturing towards him, and while he is shocked, he also feels a bit moved. What are you waiting for? My sister needs a warm embrace the most right now. Hurry up, you fool. Yu Xiaozheng is already out of the picture. If you don't go comfort my sister, how can she live on? The urging voice of Yu Xiaowei echoed in Flanders' ears, and his breathing grew heavier. He glanced at the lifeless Yu Xiaozheng and then at the nearly fainting Lu Erlong, gritting his teeth and steeling his heart. He stepped forward and gently wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's shoulders, softly saying, "Erlong, I'm still here." Lu Erlong, with tear-filled eyes, immediately seemed to find an outlet for her emotions, grabbing Flanders' shirt and burying her head in his chest, bursting into tears. Yu Xiaojiang's body suddenly trembled, and he looked at Flandra and Lu Erlong in disbelief, his eyes wide open like a pair of lanterns. He wanted to shout something, but his mouth was stuffed full of socks, making it impossible to make any sound. He could only struggle desperately. Yu Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction, gave Flander a thumbs up, and then walked towards Yu Xiaojiang, who looked like a big caterpillar with a strange smile. The two crying soul saints didn't even notice when the two of them left. Yu Xiaowei walked towards the outskirts of the city. This route was carefully chosen by him, perfectly passing through several of the busiest streets in Tiando City. Passers-by cast curious glances at him, while Yu Xiaojiang, who was being dragged along by him, struggled wildly with a flushed face. An hour later, Yu Xiaowei brought him to a small grove outside the city and untied the ropes binding him. After moving his limbs a bit, Yu Xiaojiang took a few deep breaths, and his pale face gradually returned to its previous dazed state. He then spoke in a voice devoid of any emotion. "You did this on purpose. Isn't that obvious?" "Why?" Yu Xiaowei didn't answer, but stared at him motionless. Yu Xiaojiang also met his gaze in a reciprocal manner. The two maintained this state for a long time until Yu Xiaowei suddenly let out a laugh. "To be honest, sometimes I really can't tell whether you're genuinely foolish or just pretending to be foolish. I don't understand what you're saying." Yu Xiaojiang's numb face showed no expression. Even when his own underwear was taken off by Yu Xiaowei, and his lover and brother were embracing each other, he was paraded through Tiando City like a spectacle. However, all of this seemed to have nothing to do with him. Yet, the next sentence from Yu Xiaowei, which sounded disjointed, stirred waves on his otherwise calm face. "You've held on for so many years, which isn't easy. I actually felt quite sympathetic towards you, but there's nothing I can do. After all, you brought this upon yourself." Yu Xiaojiang frowned and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "It sounds like you know me better than my father does. Clearly, we have never met." Yu Xiaowei chuckled and waved at him. "For the sake of my uncle, I will let you go this time. But in the future, if I find out that you're opposing me, I will definitely kill you. By then, even my uncle won't be able to save you. Remember what I said." Hearing Yu Xiaowei's threatening words filled with chilling intent, Yu Xiaojiang did not respond and turned to leave without hesitation. He showed no lingering attachment to his disciple or former lover. Watching his instantly hunchback, Yu Xiaowei shook his head. Yu Xiaojiang is a sad and pitiful person, clearly as weak as a pig, yet he has lofty ambitions. He desperately tries to prove himself in front of everyone, but time and again he hits a wall. And even though he suffers injuries, he still presses forward. Does Yu Xiaojiang love Lu Erlong? Maybe, but Yu Xiaowei doesn't believe it. He is more inclined to think that Yu Xiaojiang is using Lu Erlong to regain the attention of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and to convince his clan members of his theories. After all, although Lu Erlong's fire dragon martial soul has mutated, it still clearly shows the characteristics of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Unless Yu Xiaojiang is blind, it's impossible for him to only realize Lu Erlong is a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family when he goes to disrupt the scene at Yu Lumian's place. Therefore, he must separate Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. What is the purpose of cultivating Tang San? It's simple, a twin martial soul with innate full soul power, a genius that may not appear for hundreds of years. As long as Tang San can become a titled Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang, as his teacher, will become famous across the continent, and his theories will gain more recognition. However, right now, Tang San holds the power, and Yu Xiaojiang alone cannot stir up much trouble. Does Yu Xiaojiang love Bibi Dong? Let's say he does. No matter what he did, at least that's how it was written in the original work. Perhaps at first he just wanted to use Bibi Dong, but later he really developed feelings for her over time. However, no matter what Yu Xiaojiang thinks, that crazy woman truly loves him sincerely. So the most troublesome thing is that if he were to kill or seriously injure him now, the Spirit Hall would come to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan tomorrow. It's hard to handle. Yu Xiaowei sighed and seemingly casually said, "Uncle, are you satisfied with how I handled it?" Without seeing the person, only a distant sigh floated over. "This is already the best way to handle it. Thank you, Xiaowei." Chapter 56. A hefty reward after success the next morning. On the playground of Lamba Academy, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Zhu Zhuqing, the 4 new students, looked at Yu Xiaowei in confusion. The other students, including the similarly frail Ning Rongrong, were running laps on the playground, with Yu Qianheng leading them, shouting slogans loudly. 1, 2, 1. Lu Erlong was now exhausted and had no time to care about the academy. Therefore, She handed over all matters of the academy to Yin Shu. Since Yin Shu taking charge of the academy was no different from Yu Xiaowei doing so, the routine morning exercise and speech ended up being executed by Yu Xiaowei. With Flander absent and Yu Xiaojing missing since yesterday, a series of events had left Tang San and the others feeling uneasy, just as they were lost in their thoughts. Yu Xiaowei clapped his hands. The students who were running immediately understood and quickly ran to stand behind him in an orderly line. Yu Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction, his eyes shining as he looked at Tang San and the other three and said loudly, "Today we have 4 new students joining the academy. Everyone, give them a warm welcome." A round of applause erupted, perfectly synchronized, without a hint of disorder. Tang San, who had attended an elementary academy, felt a shiver run down his spine. This Blue Tyrant Academy really had some skills. Back at Nodding Academy, not to mention the applause being perfectly timed, those misfits couldn't even stand in a straight line. After the applause subsided, Yu Xiaowei signaled for everyone to be quiet and then, with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, said, "The students who came earlier may not be very familiar with me. So let me introduce myself first. I am Yu Xiaowei, the younger brother of the academy's principal and the first batch of students here. During my sister's illness, I will be responsible for supervising you. As the student with the longest tenure and the highest soul power in the academy, I am your best big brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will kindly answer you. Now, please introduce yourselves. Each of you should share your hometown, previous academy, name, martial soul, and soul power." He pointed at Tang San. "You start." As soon as Tang San saw Yu Xiaowei pointing at him, he quickly grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and said, "We are from the Barak Kingdom, Nodding City, Nodding Junior Academy, Tang San." "Not loud enough. Can't hear it all." A sudden loud shout interrupted Tang San's words. Yu Qianheng, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jingling also stepped forward to stand behind Yu Xiaowei, shouting at Tang San. "Can't hear you. No strength. Can't hear it all. Speak louder. Do it again. You think you can reach the title level with such a small voice?" Tang San and the others were startled by the sudden shout. Looking at Yu Xiaowei, who was completely different from just now, the 4 of them were a bit confused, wondering if this was a real welcome ceremony or if they were being pranked. Yu Xiaowei felt very satisfied. The rehearsal was not in vain, and today he would treat these 4 kids to a chicken leg. He was overjoyed inside, but maintained a stern face as he shouted at Tang San, "Are you deaf? Louder, do it again." Tang San took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and shouted loudly, "We are students from the Nodding Junior Academy of the Ballot Kingdom. I am Tang San. My martial soul is Blue Silvergrass, and I'm a 32nd level control system soul master. She is Xiao Wu. Her martial soul is Soft Bone Rabbit, and she is a 31st level agility attack system soul master. Very good, full of spirit." Next, due to Yu Xiaowei's earlier momentum, Oscar did not hesitate and shouted, "I am Oscar, a student from the Shrek Academy of the Ballot Kingdom. My martial soul is Sausage, and I'm a 31st level support system weapon soul master." As soon as Oscar announced his martial soul was Sausage, the entire playground erupted in laughter. "Sausage? How can that be considered a weapon soul?" They laughed. "Just say it's a food system. Why call a weapon soul? What a way to inflate your own reputation." "Huh, what combat power does this thing have? Can it even be called a weapon soul?" These mocking voices were actually a true reflection of the soul master world. Whether they were powerful battle soul masters or other weapon soul masters also belonging to the support system, food system soul masters were often looked down upon. In their eyes, food system soul masters not only cultivated slowly, but also had very poor combat power, always being a burden in any soul master team. Yu Xiaowei's brows furrowed, and he instantly looked furious. He pointed at a few of the loudest students with a stern voice and shouted, "You guys get out here." Seeing that Yu Xiaowei was genuinely angry, those named immediately felt scared and stepped out of the line, including the earlier actor, Talon. The first rule of Lamba Academy is to never provoke Yu Xiaowei's anger. "You War Spirit Masters think you're pretty impressive. Huh? What level is your soul power? Is it enough to qualify for the Lamba battle team? Each of you is slacking off in your training while cracking jokes, so go run 50 laps around the playground. Talon, you run 100 laps. If you can't finish, you won't get to eat, or I'll break your legs." Yu Xiaowei's reprimand left several people pale with fear. According to the rules of Lamba Academy, students who are punished cannot use their soul power. In this case, completing 50 laps would almost break their legs. But they dared not argue and could only obediently run laps. After driving away a few arrogant students, Yu Xiaowei fixed his sharp gaze on the remaining ones, scanning their faces one by one. He snorted lightly and said, "Extend your ears and listen carefully. I do not want to hear such discriminatory remarks at Lamba Academy again. Remember this, every talent has its use. And another thing, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. I do not want you to become that useless person. Do you understand? After listening to his lecture, all the students shouted in unison, understood. After giving him a fierce glare, Yu Xiaowei turned around and said, continue. Deeply moved, Oscar felt tears welling up. He sniffed and shouted with all his might, I am Oscar, a student from the Baroque Kingdom, Shrek Academy. My martial soul is Sausage, a level 31 support type weapon soul master. Yu Xiaowei looked at him with a displeased expression and pointed to the playground, saying, is it your turn to speak? Go run 10 laps. Oscar's mouth twitched, and the earlier feeling of inspiration instantly vanished, leaving him to dejectedly run laps. In light of the previous example, Zhu Zhuqing straightened her chest and shouted with all her might, I am Zhu Zhuqing, a student from the Kingdom of Balak, Shrek Academy. Martial Soul, Nethercat, level 28 agility attack, system battle soul master. The freshman welcome meeting soon came to an end. Except for a few still running laps, the other students returned to the classroom. Yu Xiaowei found the mysterious Dugu, who was preparing to go to class, and pulled him aside. You little brat, what do you want with me when you're skipping class? You've missed a total of 9 of my classes during this time, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Dugu looked at him unhappily, as this little brat was the first student to dare skip his class. Yu Xiaowei quickly stopped him from making a move to hit someone and said softly, Senior, I have a major matter here that requires your favor. The target is in this class, so when you go to class later, no matter what strange things you see, remember to keep quiet and not show any reaction. Once the matter is accomplished, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Chapter 57, Scheme with a Belly Full of Doubts. Dugu gave Yu Xiaowei a few hard slaps on the backside before taking his lesson plan and heading to class. He was really enjoying the feeling of teaching students. Seeing them respectfully call him teacher was more satisfying than taking a full set of tonic pills. Speaking of which, he had recently tried a lot of hair growth medicines, but no matter how he took them, they were ineffective. After touching his completely bald head, he shook it and walked into the classroom. However, when Dugu smiled and prepared to greet the students with their enthusiastic hello, teacher, he suddenly froze. For new students had joined, and among them was a girl in a pink outfit with very long hair. Her aura was not human. A humanoid soul beast? 100,000-year transformation soul beast. Dugu's eyes immediately lit up. What did this represent? 100,000-year soul ring. 100,000-year soul bone. Even though the soul rings were no longer useful to him, the soul bone, 100,000-year soul bone, was 10 times stronger than the Medusa's soul bone on his head. Cough, 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 cough. Yu Xiaowei cleared his throat forcefully, pulling Dugu's attention back. Seeing Yu Xiaowei constantly making eye contact with him, he immediately understood. This was the little brat's target, but it was just a small soul master. Why was the little brat being so cautious, even using that personal favor to ask the old man to take action? He suppressed the urge to grab someone and tried hard to control his excited emotions, starting the lecture. Xiao Wu, sitting under the podium, was so pale she looked almost transparent. She never expected that what Flander said was true. There really was a titled Douluo teaching in this unremarkable academy. When Dugu had looked at her just now, she almost fled through the door. Fortunately, Dugu only glanced at her once and then focused on teaching, not looking at her again. He probably didn't discover her true identity. After nervously completing this class, Xiao Wu immediately used the excuse of feeling unwell to escape back to her dormitory. Dugu watched her figure and eagerly asked Yu Xiaowei beside him, little brat, why didn't you let me catch her? What if she gets away? Yu Xiaowei looked far away at Tang, San accompanying Xiao Wu, and said lightly, he can't run away. This is Tiando City, not the Star Do Great Forest. Don't worry, she dares not to run. Besides, she has a 95 level title Douluo behind her. Aren't you afraid of losing your teeth? Oh, I forgot, you already lost them. What? 95 level? Ignoring Yu Xiaowei's teasing, Dugu exclaimed in surprise. Although his martial soul had evolved again and his soul power had increased by 1 level, he was not arrogant enough to think he could match a 95 level title Douluo. Little brat, are you sure? Yes, the information is absolutely accurate, and this is an extremely powerful assault type title Douluo. Dugu gasped, a 95 level assault type. My old bones really can't handle that. I must find someone to help. But then, how will the soul bones and soul rings be distributed? Seeing Dugu's furrowed brows and tangled expression, Yu Xiaowei knew what he was thinking. He patted Dugu's shoulder and smiled. Senior, the soul rings and soul bones have nothing to do with you, so don't think about it. What? I've said before, there will be a heavy reward this time. When the time comes to fight that title Douluo, you just need to control the situation. In the frontline battle, I will invite other seniors. Hey, that's true. You have 395 levels behind you, 3 against 1, so it really has nothing to do with me. I'll go gather people now, but it may take some time to take action. During this time, senior, please keep a close eye on our target. I just saw that she seemed a bit scared of you, so don't let her run away. After saying that, Yu Xiaowei chuckled and turned to leave. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji leaned back in his chair, watching his future son-in-law, growing fonder by the moment. He smiled and asked Xiaowei, "Where have you been these days? We haven't seen you. I went to deal with a scoundrel. By the way, Uncle Ning, where are Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu? It's not easy. Today you actually didn't come to find Rong. What's the matter? Do you need something from your 2 grandfathers?" "Yes, it's a matter of great importance. And it's urgent. I need both grandfathers to take action." Hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately sat up straight and asked with a serious expression, "Have you provoked a titled Douluo again?" "No, but I found a 100,000-year-soul beast that just transformed." Yu Xiaowei spread his hands and said calmly. Ning Fengji could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up, walked in front of Yu Xiaowei, stared into his eyes, and asked with surprise, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely no problem, and Senior Dugu has already been monitoring the movements of that soul beast. However, she has a level 95 assault type titled Duel guarding her, so it might be difficult for just our family to handle her." Level 95? Assault type? Unlike Dugu Bo's reaction, Ning Fengji was clearly much calmer. He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Your uncle will also step in, right?" "Yes, Senior Dugu Bo will also assist." "All right, then your Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu will also take action. Have you thought about how to distribute the soul rings and soul bones?" Yu Xiaowei did not answer immediately, but instead asked a counter-question. "Are there any seniors in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School who are close to the title, needing to be loyal to the family? Like Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu?" "Yes." Ning Fengji was quite surprised, then revealed a hint of a smile and nodded. After receiving a definite answer, Yu Xiaowei did not hesitate at all and replied directly. "In that case, the soul ring belongs to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the soul bone belongs to my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family." After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji tentatively asked, "What if I also want the soul bone? What are the conditions? 2 soul bones of at least 80,000 years, or 2 dragon-type soul bones of at least 70,000 years. Otherwise, it's not negotiable. Even if you're my father-in-law, we still have to settle this account clearly. Let me clarify in advance that title Douluo is named Hao Yin. Hao Yin Douluo. He's actually at level 95. Upon hearing this name, Ning Fengji's brows immediately furrowed. The reputation of Hao Yin Douluo is indeed renowned across the continent. Recorded in the Wuhuan Palace as the youngest title Douluo, and upon entering level 90, he defeated 2 title Douluo at level 95. Unexpectedly, he disappeared for many years and has now reappeared, and his soul power has reached level 95. Such a person indeed requires the combined strength of both families, and even he must join forces to defeat him. However, Yu Xiaowei's trading conditions were too harsh. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School does have soul bones, but such high-quality soul bones are only one, and it's the Sect's legacy soul bone. It can't be that for a 100,000-year soul bone. He would cut off Ning Fengji's arm, right? Ning Fengji shook his head, dismissing the idea of the trade. However, even so, his eyes still became fervent. Currently, there is a relative in the sect whose soul power has reached level 89, and whose loyalty to the sect is beyond doubt. This 100,000-year soul ring coming to the door is truly a windfall. Once that relative absorbs it and advances to a titled Douluo, he will immediately possess combat power comparable to level 92 or above. At that time, with 3 titled Douluo, the foundation of the sect will become even richer. In the coming days, the primary task of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be to spare no effort in providing various resources to help this soul Douluo upgrade as quickly as possible. The time to capture a 100,000-year soul beast was set for the day this soul Douluo reached level 90. Chapter 58. Darkness Before My Eyes according to the agreement. The Tiando Royal Academy sent Qin Ming over, making him the first Soul Emperor-level teacher at the Blue Tyrant Academy. After the heads of various academies learned this news, they almost rushed to Yang Xinji's office. Having a title Douluo teacher was already outrageous enough, but Blue Tyrant lacked depth. Aside from the rarely attending Lu Erlong, the entire academy had at most a few Soul King teachers, and Dugu only had 3 classes a week, which everyone could barely accept. Now it was good. Meng Xinji sent over a Soul Emperor, and he was the second youngest Soul Emperor on the continent, filling the gap in the faculty of Blue Tyrant Academy. Amidst the widespread complaints, various academies raised their teaching levels overnight, and the previously limited classes taught by Soul Emperor and Soul Saint teachers increased significantly. Stricter requirements and heavier coursework left the students in despair. Among them was Feng Xiaotian. The sudden increase in course load made it so he couldn't continue his research on the 18 blades of the Swift Wind Demon Wolf. And he didn't even have time to take his sister Huowu out for a meal. It's important to know that in his limited life, pursuing Sister Huowu was the most important thing. But now, every day, he woke up, he had to attend classes, and by the time he finished, he was exhausted and didn't even want to move. Such days made Feng Xiaotian feel like his whole life had turned dark. After learning from the dean that Blue Tyrant Academy was causing trouble, he decided to teach Blue Tyrant Academy a lesson, letting them know that a genius is a genius. And even having a title Douluo as a teacher couldn't make up for the gap between them. However, before going, he had to contact Sister Huowu and let her see his impressive appearance while teaching others a lesson. Imagining Huowu seeing his invincible stance and then uncontrollably throwing herself into his arms, Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but grin foolishly. Having made up his mind, he immediately went to gather his Shun-Kong battle team members to go find Huowu at the Blaze Academy. At Blue Tyrant Academy, to prepare for the All-Continent Elite Soul Master competition a year and a half later, a week-long closed training camp began. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had been starving for 3 days. She didn't know what was wrong with the damned Blue Tyrant Academy, serving rabbit meat for every meal. Even breakfast was rabbit meat porridge. The key point was that it was clearly stated that in order to provide nutrition to the students during the special training period, the Academy specially spent a large sum of money to purchase 1,100-year soft-boned rabbits from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. From rabbit meat porridge to spicy rabbit heads, from roasted rabbits to fried rabbits, and then to braised rabbits. Blue Tyrant Academy actually crazily made over 50 dishes with the soft-boned rabbits. The worst part was that if the 1,000 rabbits weren't finished, the cafeteria wouldn't change the menu. Plus, that day, Dugu glanced at her, scaring her so much that her soul almost flew out. But she didn't dare to run. Dugu had never made a move to catch her, possibly just uncertain if she was a soul beast, but if she ran, it would be equivalent to exposing her identity. So she could only go hungry every day, hiding in the dormitory and shivering. The result of this was that she became the second student to dare skip Dugu's classes, and Tang San, fortunately, became the third, because he had to take care of Xiaowu. In recent days, he had been worried sick. Xiaowu was sick and needed to rest in bed. And the food he brought back from the cafeteria, Xiaowu wouldn't touch, only drinking a little water each day. Xiaowu, please eat something at this rate. Even a soul master's body can't withstand it. Tang San held a bowl of rabbit meat porridge. Looking at the increasingly haggard Xiaowu, anxiously said, "Xiao San, I don't want to eat this. Go buy me something else to eat." Upon seeing the meat chunks in the porridge, Xiaowu's stomach immediately churned, and she leaned by the bed to start gagging. Tang San gently patted her back, looking troubled as he said, "No way. We can't leave the school right now. We have to wait until 4 days later for the lockdown to be lifted. Isn't there anything else to eat in the academy? Even if it's some grass or tree bark, I really can't eat this." Tears welled up in Xiaowu's eyes as she pitifully pleaded with Tang San. I'll think a way." Helpless, Tang San had no choice but to put down the rabbit meat porridge, leave the dormitory, and try to see if he could buy some other food. After he left, the starving Xiaowu, smelling the aroma of the rabbit meat porridge. Although her stomach still felt like it was churning, she unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She kept telling herself in her heart, "Xiaowu, even if you starve to death, you must not eat a bite of rabbit meat." Qin Ming stood on the playground, holding a small notebook, looking with satisfaction at the spirited students. Although he had his grievances about being sent to Lanba Academy by the Dream Machine, he fell silent upon seeing these students. They were indeed of a much higher caliber than those from the Tiando Royal Academy. If it hadn't been for the lack of teaching resources and faculty, Lanba Academy might have already become the best advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. Now, with his involvement and the sponsorship from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he was confident he could train an unbeatable team before the Continental Elite Soul Master competition. After carefully observing for a while, he began to note down his preferred candidates in the notebook. "Hey, Teacher Qin, you're missing someone." The abrupt voice startled Qin Ming, causing him to tremble and draw a long line in his notebook. He immediately turned around angrily to see who had spoken. Yu Xiaowei nonchalantly met his gaze and pointed at his notebook, saying, "Why are you staring at me? Didn't you notice you missed someone?" "Missed who?" Qin Ming replied somewhat unhappily. He was well aware of all the students' information. How could he possibly miss anyone? Yu Xiaowei pointed to his own nose and said matter-of-factly, "Are you stupid? Without me in the Blue Overlord team, who can we compete against?" Qin Ming quickly glanced at the notebook, and, sure enough, he had forgotten to write down Yu Xiaowei's name. He had witnessed Yu Xiaowei's combat power during their trip to the Xinghua Empire, and it was indeed reasonable for him to be selected for the Blue Overlord team. While adding the name, he complained, "Who told you not to train with them? This is my first time working at your academy. How could I remember everything so clearly? Because I'm level 42 now. According to school regulations, I could graduate, so training with them doesn't make much sense." With a firm grip, Qin Ming snapped his pen in half. Swallowing hard, he trembled and asked, "What level did you just say you are?" "Level 42. How old are you this year?" "I just turned 13. The immense surprise clouded Qin Ming's mind. A genius. Not to mention in hundreds of years, it was probably a rare encounter in thousands of years, and now he was actually Yu Xiaowei's teacher. He instantly felt that the Tiando Royal Academy was no longer appealing. Add that student too. I have a way to get him to advance to the Soul Master level before the competition. Following Yu Xiaowei's finger, Qin Ming looked over and saw a scruffy man with peach blossom eyes. Him? Isn't he useless? TCH, I knew you Soul Masters only look down on others. This guy is actually quite useful. Just add his name. I'll personally train him. Oscar, who was doing physical training, suddenly felt a strange palpitation. He clutched his chest and looked up, only to see Yu Xiaowei pointing in his direction. He hurriedly looked around in a panic, and when he realized he was the only one in that spot, he felt the world darken around him. Damn it, he thought. Yesterday, Yu Qianheng was pointed at like this by Yu Xiaowei, and by the time he was sent back to the dormitory at night, he was already foaming at the mouth. Oscar suddenly felt like crying. Chapter 59. The names of the current 4 soul skills have been modified. The adopted ones are the comments with the highest number of likes. From the reader Godslaying Sword Emperor. Yu Xiaowei's 4 soul skills have all been renamed. First soul skill, Source of Power. Second soul skill, Body of the Demon God. Third soul skill, Atomic Fission. Fourth soul skill, Breath of Destruction. P.S. The 4th soul skill has been changed to Breath of Destruction as requested by everyone. Chapter 60. Are you hitting my wife? Ning Rongrong, who just finished her training, sat under the shade of a tree, avoiding the scorching sun, without any semblance of a lady. In just over a month since enrolling in the Blue Tyrant Academy, her originally fair skin had already tanned to a weak color. For this reason, Ning Fengji was quite dissatisfied. He felt that his little princess should be living a life of comfort. And how could she look like a commoner in just over a month? Regarding his viewpoint, the usually gentle Gu Rong unexpectedly erupted in anger within the sect, spraying Ning Fengji with spittle. That day, the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school echoed with his roar. Commoner? What's wrong with being a commoner? I'm still a beggar. Ning Fengji, are you also planning to distance yourself from us nobles? Chun Exin, rarely not arguing with Gu Rong, silently stood by, waiting for Gu Rong to finish venting before accompanying him for drinks to relieve his frustration. Ning Fengji endured the scolding without getting angry, simply wiped the spittle off his face, quietly sat back in his chair, and began to reflect on his mistakes. What outsiders do not know is that Douluo Gu Rong actually came from a beggar's background. It is precisely for this reason that he particularly cherishes Yu Xiaowei. Rong, Yu Xiaowei came over with a jar of candy beans, smiling. Siya Yi. Ning Rong exclaimed in surprise as she stood up, jumping into his arms and hugging him tightly. After a brief moment of intimacy, the two sat down side by side. Yu Xiaowei opened the candy jar in his hand, which contained the candy beans produced by Xiao Xian's first soul skill. The effect was to clear the mind and soothe the spirit, not very useful in battle, but still a good snack in daily life. The two leaned against each other, and Ning Rong took the candy beans, giving one to herself and one to Yu Xiaowei. Laughter like silver bells occasionally echoed under the small tree shade. After finishing all the candy beans, Yu Xiaowei leaned back, resting his arms behind his head and lying on the grass. Ning Rong imitated him, lying beside him and chattering away. Brother Xiaowei, where have you been these days? I miss you so much. No one is here to play with me. You don't know, Grandpa Dugong is so fierce. He always calls on me in class. And if I can't answer, he hits my palm. It hurts so much. And that music teacher insists I train with others for the Blue Tyrant team. But I don't want to go without you. Also, yesterday you looked so impressive when you were lecturing, but I saw you seem very busy. So I didn't come to find you. And, as she spoke, Ning Rongrong suddenly heard a faint snoring sound. Pouting, she looked over and saw that Yu Xiaowei had indeed fallen asleep. A bit annoyed, she initially wanted to wake him up, but upon seeing his weary face, her heart softened. Yu Xiaowei was very tired. The adults didn't know, but Ning Rongrong did. This boy, who seemed thick-skinned and often got beaten, had shown an extremely weary look more than once in private. As childhood friends who grew up together, she couldn't understand why Yu Xiaowei worked so hard to cultivate when he was already strong. That's why she always tried to find ways to get him to take her out to play. Only then could he have a good rest. The peaceful time was always short-lived. Qin Ming's shout broke their little world. Looking at the still, sleeping Yu Xiaowei, Ning Rongrong took off her coat and covered him with it. After sneaking a glance around, she quickly pecked him on the cheek like a chick pecking at rice. After doing all this, she stood up with a flushed face and hurried towards Qin Ming. Why are you the only one here? Where's Xiaowei? Qin Ming asked in confusion as he saw Ning Rongrong coming over alone. He clearly remembered that Yu Xiaowei had said he was going to find Ning Rongrong, and that he had specifically asked Xiao Xian for a jar of candy beans. Why wasn't he coming over together? Xiaowei is resting. If there's nothing important, let's not disturb him. Resting? Looking at Ning Rongrong, whose hair still had a few blades of grass in it, Qin Ming was surprised. It hadn't been long at all. This Yu Xiaowei really couldn't take it. What are you thinking? Xiaowei is just too tired recently. He fell asleep sitting there. Ning Rongrong saw through his thoughts and angrily kicked his knee, her originally flushed face quickly turning as red as an apple. Hee. Qin Ming scratched his head awkwardly, having been caught with his impure thoughts. Ning Rongrong huffed and crossed her arms, asking, are you looking for Xiaowei for something? If it's not a big deal, let's let him sleep for a while. Sai, don't mention it. I don't know what kind of evil wind Shinfeng Academy has caught, blocking our academy's gate and claiming they want to challenge the Lambda team. I was just thinking that besides Xiaowei, there isn't another Soul Master here. So I thought of letting him come and stabilize the situation. Qin Ming's tone was quite helpless. Although Lambda Academy was rising quickly now, besides Yu Xiaowei, the next highest soul power was Yu Qianheng, who had just reached level 39. This leveling speed was already quite fast, considering it had only been a little over 3 months since he reached level 38. But the problem was that, in the promotional advertisements for the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Tiando City, Shinfeng Academy was using their top disciple Feng Xiaotian at level 41 as a gimmick. Not only was there the issue of Soul Masters, but there were also 2 other level 39 students who came with Feng Xiaotian. Just these 3 top-tier combat powers were enough to be a headache. Ning Rongrong confidently puffed out her small chest and raised her chin, saying, but I'm here too. With my 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda assisting, my nephew will be very strong too. Besides, if you all keep looking for Xiaowei, for everything, what will happen when he graduates? Ning Rongrong's last statement struck a chord with Qin Ming. He had actually noticed the problem. Many things in the academy relied on Yu Xiaowei. Formulating training plans, leading the Lambda team, including the construction of academy facilities, and even poaching teachers for the academy. Nominally, Yu Xiaowei was still a student, but in reality, he was no different from a dean. After thinking about this, Qin Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, then this time, let's see your training results. After sleeping for a long time, Yu Xiaowei slowly woke up. After wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he sat up somewhat dazed. He hadn't slept so soundly in a long time due to all the bouncing around lately. Hey, where's Rongrong? Looking at the clothes that still carried a faint fragrance, Yu Xiaowei looked around. Not only was Ning Rongrong absent, but even the usually noisy playground was silent. Strange, where did everyone go? Holding on to Ning Rongrong's clothes, he began searching the academy. After the expansion, Lambda Academy's area was not much different from that of the Tiando Royal Academy. Yu Xiaowei walked through the playground, the mimicry area, and even inside the classroom, but he couldn't find anyone. It wasn't until he quickly walked to the entrance of the academy that he heard the noise. At this moment, the Blue Tyrant battle team had already been defeated. Although Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda had unparalleled support abilities at the same level, Yu Qianheng was not a soul sect after all. Feng Xiaotian was also not an ordinary soul sect. That missing soul ring became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ning Rongrong was caught off guard and was ambushed by a 38-level agility attack soul master from the Shinfeng battle team. At that time, Tai Long and Huang Yuan were too far away to assist, and they could only watch helplessly as she was knocked down and lost her ability to continue fighting. Sitting on the ground, Ning Rongrong bit her lip, tears in her eyes, watching Yu Qianheng, who was still gritting his teeth and holding on as she sobbed continuously. Just then, someone gently patted her shoulder. Immediately after, Yu Xiaowei's gentle voice reached her ears. Rong Rong, be good, don't cry. Chapter 61. Do not believe in rumors. Do not spread rumors. Tian-Do Royal Academy, Advanced Class. The morning class had not yet started, and the students were gathered in groups, chatting in the classroom. Have you heard? The Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy led a team to challenge Blue Tyrant Academy. ISNT that the academy with the title Douluo teacher? How was it? What were the results? Isn't the dean always saying that Feng Xiaotian is the most talented person in Tian-Do City? Did he beat Blue Tyrant Academy badly? Not at all. The Shinfeng battle team was knocked down. Apparently, the leader, Feng Xiaotian, was the worst off, with his legs broken. What? Blue Tyrant Academy, is that strong? I heard at first that Shinfeng battle team was quite powerful, knocking down the entire Blue Tyrant battle team. But then a student named Godzilla came out and easily took down all the Shinfeng team members, especially Feng Xiaotian, who got beaten the worst. Who is Godzilla? I've never heard of him. I haven't heard of him either. When did such a ruthless character come out in Tian-Do City? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had just enrolled and felt somewhat out of place among the surrounding students, listened intently. The name Feng Xiaotian had been mentioned frequently recently. Known for his innate full soul power and being the highest-ranked student in soul power among the 6 academies in Tian-Do City, they never expected he would be defeated so easily. As for Blue Tyrant Academy, it was also a familiar name to them. All the teachers and students of Shrek Academy, including the dean, had gone to that academy, leaving only these 2 unfortunate souls at Tian-Do Royal Academy. However, the name Godzilla was very unfamiliar. Even the older students had not heard of it, but for some reason, whenever this name was mentioned, an unshakable, domineering figure would emerge in Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun's minds. At Thunder Academy, on the playground, a group of students was surrounding Yu Tianxin, discussing the news they had heard. Captain, who exactly is this Godzilla? Yeah, I heard he didn't even use his martial soul and broke all of Feng Xiaotian's limbs. That's terrifying. I remember the dean saying that even the captain would have a hard time beating Feng Xiaotian. How did he get taken down in one move? Not only that, but the Shinfeng battle team was 7 against 1, and they ended up being completely taken out. Awesome, 66666. Hey, Captain, do you know who this Godzilla is? Does Yu Tianxin not know? He must know, having been beaten up since he was a child. If he didn't know who Godzilla was, that would be ridiculous. ISNT that just the code name for Yu Xiaowei, who hangs out in the Great Soul Arena. But he certainly can't tell the members of the Thunderbolt team that he has been beaten up by Godzilla since childhood. After a cold snort, Yu Tianxin confidently said, that waste Feng Xiaotian is useless. He got beaten up to this extent. If I meet that Godzilla, I guarantee he will kneel down and beg me within a minute. The rumors grew more and more exaggerated. It started with Feng Xiaotian breaking a leg. Then it escalated to him breaking all 4 limbs, and later it was said that even his 3rd leg got broken. Then some claimed he was crying and begging for mercy. There were even reports that he dragged all the members of the Shinkei's team to kneel and call him sir, which spared him from further humiliation. At Shinkei's academy, in the infirmary, the bruised and battered Feng Xiaotian lay on the hospital bed with both legs suspended. Next to him were 6 other equally bruised members of the Shinkei's team, although they were slightly better off, having only broken 1 leg. Listening to the students outside chatting about the rumors of their beatings, Feng Xiaotian became so angry that he threw the crutches on the bedside out of the window. Damn it, how did that monster become so much stronger than when we were in the Great Soul Arena? When he had just defeated the Blue Tyrant team, he was still proudly showing off his muscles to Sister Huowu. But he doesn't know where this Godzilla popped up from. He just started hitting people without saying a word. He didn't even have the chance to use his Gale Demon Wolf 18 strikes before he had a leg broken. The bloodshed in the following scenes was too much. Even now, he couldn't sleep well thinking about it. Damn it, who knew that the support soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was your wife? Feng Xiaotian slammed the bed in frustration. The movement was too big, and he pulled at the wound, causing him to gasp in pain. After a long pause, he began to reflect. After losing face in front of Sister Huowu this time, what could he do to restore his image? At the Fire Academy, in the dean's office, after hearing Huo Wushuang's report, the old man was slammed his fist on the table. He knew who Godzilla was. After all, the report about Godzilla beating up Feng Xiaotian at the Tian-Do Great Soul Arena was handed to him. Regret. Why did he refuse such a genius? Dad, who is that Godzilla? Huo Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled. She could tell her father must know this Godzilla. Seeing his daughter's eager expression, the old man sighed. His daughter was great in every way, pretty, talented, but she couldn't change her competitive nature. As soon as she encountered a soul master of the same age who was stronger than her, she couldn't help but want to compete. If it were someone else, it might be easier to let it slide for the sake of her being a girl. But this Yu Xiaowei didn't care whether you were a man or a woman. Just look at that female member of the Shinkei's team. She had her leg broken and was thrown dozens of meters away. Daughter, listen to your father. Don't provoke that Godzilla. He is not even human. The old man Huo earnestly advised, hoping his daughter wouldn't be foolish. Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu recalled the scene of Yu Xiaowei beating people up, and they couldn't help but shiver simultaneously. So violent, especially that crisp crack sound when he broke someone's leg. Hiss. Huo Wu showed a look of fear and waved her hands. Dad, where are you going with this? It's because that Godzilla didn't reveal his martial soul while hitting people that I want to know if you have any information about him. There's only a year and a half until the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition preliminaries, and I want to learn more about his data. Didn't you say that knowing yourself and your enemy leads to victory in 100 battles? We know nothing about his strength. If we run into him in the preliminaries, we'll lose the initiative. The old man nodded repeatedly. As long as his daughter didn't go looking for trouble with Yu Xiaowei, it was fine. He took a document out of the drawer and handed it to Huo Wu. You and Wushuang take a good look at this. It's his performance at the Great Soul Arena. See if you can find any useful information. Huo Wu took the document, and Huo Wushuang hurriedly leaned over to look. The cover had a few large characters written on it. Confidential. Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Family. Yu Xiaowei. Chapter 62. Does Yu Xiaowei have a twin brother? Qi Ming stood on the playground with a gloomy face, looking at the students in front of him, and shouted, You actually let the support and healing soul masters go down first. You guys are really something. Did all your training go to the dogs? The members of the Blue Tyrant team all lowered their heads in shame, especially Tai Long and Huang Yuan, who wished they could bury their heads in the ground like ostriches. During the training sessions, their task was to protect Jiang Zhu and Ning Rongrong. However, with the help of the 9 Treasures glazed tile pagoda, their strength surged, and they became more aggressive, relentlessly attacking the 239-level soul masters across from them. The agility-type soul master from the Shinkei's team seized the opportunity and knocked the unprotected Ning Rongrong and Jiang Zhu flying in an instant. Once they lost their support and healing, the situation immediately turned one-sided. Only Yu Qianheng, who possessed the blue electric tyrant dragon martial soul, could barely hold on. Everyone else was knocked down in just a few exchanges. As for Tai Long and Huang Yuan's actions, Yu Xiaowei's evaluation was, standard you got buffed, go get beaten behavior. He also had new ideas about the members of the Blue Tyrant team recently, but before that, he needed to resolve a problem. Oscar stood nervously in a small courtyard filled with strange equipment. Ever since he saw Yu Xiaowei pointing at him that day, he felt like a heavy stone was hanging in his heart. Especially when Yu Xiaowei didn't look for him afterward, he became even more anxious. Early this morning, Yu Qianheng called him out and brought him to the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Family's territory, to this small courtyard. Then he just left with a sentence saying Yu Xiaowei wanted to see him, without saying anything else. But he waited in this courtyard for a whole morning and didn't see Yu Xiaowei's figure. The luxury and complex rules of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Family opened Oscar's eyes a lot. Because of this, he didn't dare to move around randomly and just stood there in a daze. Sorry, I'm late. Around noon, Oscar's stomach was already rumbling like thunder when he finally heard Yu Xiaowei's voice. Unlike his domineering demeanor at the academy, this gentle tone almost made Oscar think he was facing Yu Xiaowei's twin brother. As a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Xiaowei clearly exuded a certain authority, prompting Oscar to unconsciously use formal language. I wonder what you need me for? Do you miss Shrek? Or do you miss your 2 old brothers? Seeing Oscar's respectful demeanor, Yu Xiaowei smiled and directly posed a heart-wrenching question. This question made Oscar a bit flustered, and he instinctively wanted to deny it. However, upon meeting Yu Xiaowei's piercing gaze, he honestly answered, I do. What's the reason? I've lived with Dai Lao and the Fatty for several years, so without them around, I really miss them. In the educational environment of Shrek Academy, whether you can cultivate to Xiao Xian's level in your lifetime is a question, you know? Oscar was taken aback, lowered his head in silence, and after a long while, he finally uttered 2 words. I know. Yu Xiaowei nodded with satisfaction and then said, Now, there's an opportunity before you, a chance to become the first food system titled Douluo in history. Do you want it? Oscar suddenly raised his head, staring at Yu Xiaowei in disbelief. What did you say? You can make me a titled Douluo? It's a fact that there are no titled Douluos in the food system. It's also a widely accepted notion that the food system cannot become a title Douluo. Even though Flinder once said that he was the first auxiliary soul master with innate full spirit power, with limitless future achievements, and could even replace the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, becoming the true first auxiliary martial spirit, he never took Flinder's words as the truth. He never thought he would be the one to make history. So during his years at Shrek Academy, apart from attending classes, he spent every day sleeping in and had no interest in cultivation. What is Yu Xiaowei saying now? He can make himself the first food system title Douluo? However, Yu Xiaowei's next words instantly felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Oscar's head. It's conditional. Do you think it's that easy? What condition? Join my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. That's the only condition. I can guarantee you will cultivate the title Douluo. This. Oscar hesitated immediately. It sounded like a good thing, but since childhood, Flinder had taught him that once you enter a sect, it's as deep as the sea. Influenced by this, like Flinder, disliked the feeling of being constrained. Moreover, he knew that Yu Xiaowei was at odds with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and he didn't want to give up on these 2 brothers for his own sake. On one side was the opportunity to become a title Douluo, and on the other were his 2 brothers. After much consideration, Oscar made a difficult decision. I'm sorry, I still feel. Before he could finish his sentence, the temperature in the small courtyard suddenly dropped, and a chilling aura rose from Yu Xiaowei. A strong sense of suffocation surrounded Oscar, making him feel as though a giant beast was standing before him, ready to devour him. Fear made his body tremble continuously. Yu Xiaowei grinned, but in Oscar's eyes, he saw a ferocious beast opening its mouth at him. Joining my blue lightning tyrant dragon sect not only gives you the chance to earn a title, but I also guarantee that as long as Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun don't go against me, I want to kill them. Otherwise, this time next year will be their death anniversary. Don't ask me if I can do it. You just need to know that I've killed more people than you've ever seen. Oscar, who had never felt murderous intent before, was so frightened that he fell to the ground, crawling backward while looking at Yu Xiaowei with a face full of terror. He knew that Yu Xiaowei was a year younger than him, but this person was so terrifying. He pointed at Yu Xiaowei, trembling as he spoke. You devil. Yes, I am the devil. So what? Is there a problem? Just give me a straightforward answer. Will you join the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect? I will. Oscar shouted hoarsely. Since it had come to this point, did he have any other choice but to join the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect? The tide of murderous intent quickly receded, and Yu Xiaowei seemed to transform back into that sunny young man. He reached out his hand to Oscar and smiled. Since you've joined the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, we'll be brothers from now on. Come on, don't be polite. I'll treat you to something good another day. Looking at the completely different Yu Xiaowei, Oscar couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Which one was his true self? Could it be that Yu Xiaowei really had a twin brother? Chapter 63. I don't want to die. Does Yu Xiaowei really want to kill Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun? The answer is definitely no. There is no animosity between them. They have only fought once, and Yu Xiaowei just finds them unpleasant, but it's not to the extent of wanting to kill them. He only said that to force Oscar to join their blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. This kid values brotherhood highly and is quite stubborn. Without some tricks, he simply won't be convinced. Moreover, Yu Xiaowei is just bullying Oscar, who grew up in a cozy environment and has never encountered the aura of killing. As expected, after the first step of the intimidating package he prepared, this kid surrendered on his own. His methods were indeed a bit underhanded. However, Oscar must be brought into his camp. Others may not know, but Yu Xiaowei knows that Oscar is destined to become a title Douluo in the future, even if the cultivation period is a bit longer. But even if he only becomes a sole emperor by then, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family will gain additional support when going to war with the Spirit Hall. That said, he needs to try to get this kid to change his soul curse. Right now, all he has are vulgar curses like I've got a big sausage, which Yu Xiaowei can't stand, especially with Ning Rongrong eating such sausages. Although there has never been a successful record of changing soul curses on the continent, one can always pioneer a new path. Hey, Godzilla! A sudden shout interrupted Yu Xiaowei's thoughts. At the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Feng Xiaotian was vigorously waving his arms at him. What is this guy doing again? Isn't he done getting beaten? With a belly full of doubts, Yu Xiaowei walked over and maliciously asked, What do you want from me? Are you still upset about getting beaten last time and want to fight back? If you really had the ability to beat me, why would I be upset? Feng Xiaotian quickly explained, I'm not here about that. Seeing Yu Xiaowei starting to roll up his sleeves, Feng Xiaotian hurriedly continued, Then why are you looking for me? Do you want to enroll in the Blue Tyrant Academy? I can help with that. Suddenly, Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Feng Xiaotian's clothes intending to drag him into the Blue Tyrant Academy. A tremendous force came, and Yu Xiaowei's hands were like a pair of iron pincers, unyielding. Feng Xiaotian, unable to break free, immediately screamed, "Bro, I'm calling you bro, I was wrong. Please let me go. If I join your Blue Tyrant Academy, my old man will kill me. So you're not here to challenge me, nor to join the academy. Then why are you here? Are you just here to waste my time? Do you know I'm very busy?" Yu Xiaowei showed a displeased expression and began to roll up his sleeves. Feng Xiaotian was almost in tears. Why did this Godzilla always want to hit him over trivial matters? But for his own happiness, he could only brace himself and say, "I'm here to find you because of Sister Hua Wu." This time, it was Yu Xiaowei's turn to be confused. "What does your pursuit of Hua Wu have to do with me?" Feng Xiaotian spoke with a pitiful tone. "Last time you showed off your power at the academy gate, chasing us 7 and beating us up, my image in Sister Hua Wu's heart plummeted because of that. So I want to ask you to help me put on a show. A show where you beat me up? No, no, no. You didn't even exert any effort when you beat me that day. Sister Hua Wu saw everything. So if we act out this scene, wouldn't that make me look like a fool? So what exactly do you want to act out?" Feng Xiaotian scratched his head awkwardly and dragged Yu Xiaowei to a secluded corner where there was no one around, saying slyly, "I've thought of a perfect script. In a couple of days, I'll invite Sister Hua Wu to the Sunset Forest, and then you can pretend to be a villain and kidnap her. After that, I'll make a grand entrance and perform a hero-saving beauty scene, so I can win Sister Hua Wu's heart." The more Feng Xiaotian spoke, the more excited he became. Just thinking about how, after saving her, Sister Hua Wu would leap into his arms and sweetly call him Brother Xiaotian made his heart flutter. Looking at his lovesick expression, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but sigh. If this guy put half, no, a third of his energy into cultivation instead of chasing after Hua Wu, he would probably be a Soul King by now. Moreover, was this script something someone over 14 could come up with? However, Yu Xiaowei didn't rush to refuse. Instead, he rolled his eyes and licked his lips, saying to Feng Xiaotian, "All right, but I want a reward. Let's make things clear first. Actually, I have a second script that's even better than yours, and Sister Hua Wu won't suspect a thing. But for this script, it'll cost extra." Feng Xiaotian was taken aback. How could something so beautiful be tied to money? But for Sister Hua Wu, he endured it. After checking his soul guide device, Feng Xiaotian said painfully, "I have 50,000 gold soul coins here. Do you think that's enough for the second script?" Yu Xiaowei chuckled coldly and said to him, 50,000 soul coins? Are you sending me to beg? The people asking me for help are all paying with soul bones now." Soul bones? Feng Xiaotian was dumbfounded. He had never seen a soul bone and had no idea where to get one for Yu Xiaowei as payment. However, Yu Xiaowei then changed his tone, giving him a glimmer of hope. "You're in luck. I happen to have a not-so-convenient matter that needs handling. If you help me with it, I'll take this job." "What is it? Hurry up and tell me." "Go to the Spirit Hall and report a person for me. His name is Tang San, with twin martial spirits, blue silver grass and Haotian hammer. His biological father is Haotian Douluo Tang Hao." "Haotian Douluo? Are you trying to get me killed?" Upon hearing Tang San's name, Feng Xiaotian was still indifferent, but when he heard Tang Hao's name, he was immediately shocked. Yu Xiaowei quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Keep it down. Don't let anyone hear. If you sneak off to report, will Haotian Douluo know it was you? Besides, it's not like I'm asking you to catch him. Just to inform the Wuhuan Hall. Look at your cowardly face. Do you still want to pursue Hua Wu? Anyway, it's up to you. I'm not forcing you. If not, you can pay me with your soul bone." In the end, Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a long time, but still nodded in agreement to this task. After parting ways with Feng Xiaotian, Yu Xiaowei, in a good mood, began to think about how to help him act. This fool had done him a big favor, so it was worth revisiting the self-cultivation of an actor. Just as he returned to his dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing came to find him. It was expected, but he didn't think she would come so quickly. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who stood a distance away, Yu Xiaowei lazily asked, "If you're so scared of me, why come to find me?" "Because there is something even more terrifying than you. I had to come find you." Zhu Zhuqing's face, usually frosty, now revealed a hint of fear. Yu Xiaowei said cheerfully, "Then you can go find Ai Mu Bai. I'll one-t stop you." Zhu Zhuqing's face showed panic. This was her biggest secret, and she didn't expect it to be revealed so easily. "Do you know? I once fought a couple in the Star Luo Empire. They had a very powerful martial soul fusion skill, but I still beat them up badly. The girl looked a lot like you." At this point, Zhu Zhuqing understood that Yu Xiaowei already knew the secret of the Dai and Zhu families. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and said, "You expelled Dai Mu Bai. I don't know what to do next. I don't like him, but I also don't want to die." Yu Xiaowei took out a piece of paper that had been prepared in advance from her soul guiding device and said to her, sign this. And I guarantee you won't die. If your sister dares to come after you, I can also help you kill her. Zhu Zhuqing, confused, picked up the paper and saw 3 prominent words written at the top: contract of sale. Chapter 64. First, let me complain about the part where Yu Xiaowei broke Feng Xiaoyan's leg. The reaction has been quite strong, with many people believing it shouldn't have happened, saying it was a normal sparring session and that her attack was too vicious. Please, this is Douluo. This is a fantasy world. Furthermore, if you look at the original work, the formal battles on the soul fighting stage are even more brutal. There are instances of flesh flying, bones breaking, and blood spraying everywhere, and even deadly poisons being used. Who is more ruthless than Yu Xiaowei? However, in the Elite Soul Master competition, aside from Songhui Academy being turned into fools, did any other academy miss the competition due to such injuries? No. Why? Because in this world, there's a profession called Healing Soul Master. As long as it's not a case of missing arms or legs, or having a hole in the stomach, they can heal you in a short time. So, did Feng Xiaoyan care about having his leg broken? What he actually cared about was losing face in front of Huowu, because it's common for soul masters to have their arms or legs broken during battles. It doesn't mean Yu Xiaowei was not adhering to martial ethics. Also, when did I say this was a battle on the soul fighting stage? From the beginning, it was mentioned that Feng Xiaotian wanted to establish his reputation at Lamba Academy, and it was made very clear later that he was blocking the entrance of the school. Where did Yu Xiaowei find out that Ning Rongrong was beaten? At the school gate. Not at the Soul Arena. This was a group fight at the school gate, alright. His wife was challenged by someone and knocked to the ground. Do you think Yu Xiaowei could possibly be some kind of useless saint who wouldn't care about that? And some say that Ning Rongrong just fell down. Is losing combat ability just because she fell? She is a soul master. No matter how pampered Ning Rongrong is, she is still a soul master. It's not modern society where a princess calls for an ambulance just because she has a small cut on her finger. Also, Yu Xiaowei has never been a good person. He deceives, tricks, and speaks differently to different people. He has beaten nobles since he was young, fought soul beasts as he grew up, and even left Meng Li dead and unrecognizable in the soul arena. Is he a good person? He just has his own moral bottom line. In the soul arena, he was afraid of being too harsh, so he didn't dare to use his full strength against Feng Xiaotian. In the Xingluo Empire, when he saw the Yumming White Tiger was already powerless, he stopped attacking. That was his behavior during the fight. Just because he beat Dai Mubai, do you think it means he is righteous? So he can break all the bones in Dai Mubai's body at will. The actual reason was just that Dai Mubai said, "Are you asking for beating?" So a not-so-good protagonist sees his wife being beaten in a group fight at the school gate, and then beats a supporting character who is still considered decent by the readers. And you equate the protagonist to Tang San? I really can't understand. Chapter 65. Weak power, is it food? Zhu Zhuqing left Yu Xiaowei's dormitory with mixed feelings. She didn't even know what she was thinking just now. And by some strange twist of fate, she signed that contract selling herself. She sold herself to Ning Rongrong. Lucky woman. After standing in the corridor in a daze for a while, Zhu Zhuqing mumbled something and left. After Zhu Zhuqing left, Yu Xiaowei counted the contracts in his soul guide. A promissory note from Dugu, already void. A blank letter of introduction. Gave one to Long Gong and Shi Pe. But they haven't come yet. It's unclear if something happened since they haven't shown up for so long. A purchase contract for Shrek Academy. A key item to protect. To prevent Flender from shamelessly crying to his sister and then changing the name of the academy. A rental contract from Qin Ming. Estimated that the 5-year term isn't up yet, and Qin Ming turned against him. So it's not much use now. The contract for Zhu Zhuqing selling herself is a very important thing in his hands. He exchanged it for a bodyguard for Ning Rongrong for the next 20 years, using the condition of protecting Zhu Zhuqing's life. This incident of Ning Rongrong being ambushed during a group fight rang an alarm bell for Yu Xiaowei. Outsiders are unreliable. He needs to cultivate someone from within to protect her. Zhu Zhuqing is very suitable. Not only can she protect Ning Rongrong closely during battles, but she can also do so in daily life. Moreover, the agility type has a significant advantage. They run fast. Although not as fast as pure agility types, among peers, those who can outrun her can't defeat her, and those who can defeat her can't catch up to her. It's like giving Ning Rongrong an insurance policy. However, her combat power is currently a bit too weak, only at level 28. Yu Xiaowei could easily defeat her with just a finger. What was that thing she ate called? Was it called Narcissus Jade Skin Bone? But what does that thing look like? It sounds like a daffodil. I need to go to the Ice and Fire Yin Yang tomorrow to have a look. Yu Xiaowei muttered to herself while gathering the contracts. It's not just this daffodil with jade-like skin and bones. She also needs to look for any thunder attribute immortal herbs for her brothers, Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin, to consume, although she doesn't recall any existing. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower can be given to her older sister. It can no longer enhance her soul power, but it still has a beneficial effect on fire attributes. It would be great if it could help her sister's fire dragon martial soul to upgrade. Oscar is already preparing to join the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and once he swears his blood oath at the ancestral hall, he can take him to eat the 8-petal immortal orchid. Yu Xiaowei is still hesitating about one thing, which is whether to give the highly toxic herb snow-colored swan kiss to Dugu. He has found this herb and can easily identify it, so he won't make a mistake. However, he is worried that Dugu, after his martial soul mutation, might not be able to withstand such a potent poison. But if the old man Dugu can master the snow-colored swan kiss, he will be invincible. As a master of poison with the title of Poison Douluo, during battles with opponents of the same rank, his poison was almost useless, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat, which is a great humiliation. The reason he couldn't defeat anyone before was precisely because of this. Now that his martial soul has evolved, he can at least be considered one of the top experts among his peers. If his poison could also affect title-level opponents, he could even challenge those of higher ranks. However, Yu Xiaowei feels he should discuss this matter with Dugu himself. The decision is ultimately up to him. After spending so much time together, Yu Xiaowei has grown quite fond of Dugu and doesn't want him to lose his life because of a single word from him. In the dormitory of Lamba Academy, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who was devouring her food, with relief. After being ill for so many days, she finally agreed to eat. However, suddenly, as she was eating, Xiao Wu burst into tears. Tang San, I ate a rabbit, woo. Just eat, it's not a big deal. Tang San comforted her while casually grabbing a rabbit leg and taking a big bite. With his mouth full, he mumbled, look, it's nothing, it's just eating a rabbit. He couldn't understand why she would cry over eating rabbit meat. In his previous life in Shudi, there were many delicacies centered around rabbit meat, and he had been accustomed to eating rabbits since he was young. Seeing Tang San enjoying his meal, Xiao Wu felt increasingly upset and couldn't eat anymore, her crying growing louder. This school is terrible, I don't want to go. Bang! The dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and Oscar stood at the door, panting. Tang San. Xiao Wu, hurry, go to the playground. Yu Xiaowei is gathering all soul masters above level 30. Huh, does Xiao Wu have to go like this? Yes, I specifically asked. And he said what he's going to discuss today is very important. As long as you're not dead and still breathing, you have to go. Oscar felt helpless. He had even mentioned that Xiao Wu was ill, but Yu Xiaowei had responded with such a cold and heartless remark. Tang San's face twitched in anger as he said, I think Yu Xiaowei is deliberately targeting us. Since Soto City, he has been acting this way towards us old students of Shrek Academy. Our Shrek Academy? Oscar sneered inwardly. That day at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaowei had talked a lot with him and had mentioned something. When the new students reported, he and Zhu Zhuqing identified themselves as coming from Shrek Academy, while Tang San and Xiao Wu claimed to be from Nodding Junior Academy. This meant that they didn't consider themselves part of Shrek Academy at all. If it weren't for the fact that these two had helped him hunt for soul rings in the Stardow Forest, he wouldn't bother speaking for Xiao Wu at all. In any case, you two hurry up. Yu Xiaowei said that anyone who is late will have to run laps on the playground. After saying this, Oscar hurriedly left. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, who appeared pitiful, and felt a tightness in his heart. But Yu Xiaowei's words carried the same weight as those of the principal at Lamba Academy. So he had no choice but to carry Xiao Wu on his back and walk out the door. Before they even reached the playground, Tang San heard Yu Xiaowei's shouts. Tang Tianheng, use more strength. Thunder Fury. Thunderous might. Like a thunderclap, countless bolts of lightning instantly expanded, transforming into arrows of lightning shooting forward. Boom! Accompanied by a strong explosion, a shockwave rushed out in all directions, causing the onlookers, whether soul masters or support soul masters, to involuntarily take a few steps back. As the dust settled, Yu Xiaowei's unscathed figure emerged, the grand thunderous might having only singed a bit of the corner of his clothes. Yu Tianheng sat on the ground in despair, never expecting that the gap in strength between the two of them had become so great. All right, I found the answer to my second nephew's problem. You can go rest now. Seeing Yu Tianheng looking somewhat discouraged, Yu Xiaowei's tone softened a bit. Next, Tang San, come over here. Originally, when Talon heard Yu Xiaowei call his name, his heart was in his throat, but he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, while gloatingly looking at Tang San, who was carrying Xiao Wu on his back. Upon hearing Yu Xiaowei call his name, Tang San's heart also skipped a beat. After handing Xiao Wu over to the surrounding female students for care, he cautiously stood in front of Yu Xiaowei. Today, we are officially determining the battle roster for the Blue Bot team. Before that, I need to assess the combat abilities and weaknesses of you Battle Soul Masters. So now, use your strongest attack on me, and let me see your capabilities. Tang San felt relieved. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei wasn't here to pick a fight. Looking at Yu Xiaowei, who was standing there casually, full of openings, he took a deep breath and assumed a starting stance. 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath his feet. Entangle, Parasite, Overlord Binding. A large number of blue-black vines shot up into the sky, tightly binding Yu Xiaowei. Especially Tang San's 3rd soul skill, which was a cluster of pure white flowers, emitted a strange tea fragrance and clung closely to Yu Xiaowei, making him look like a snowman. Not good, it's poisonous. Dugu, who also played with poison, immediately sensed something was off. The potency of this poison was likely not inferior to her emerald scale snake venom. Tang San stepped onto the ghost shadow misty steps. His right hand turned pure white jade color, and he launched a fierce straight punch directly at Yu Xiaowei's face. His 3rd soul skill came from a 500-year-old Overlord flower. Its toxicity was fierce. Even a soul sect member hit by this poison would be paralyzed and unable to move for a short time. This Yu Xiaowei had been targeting him since Soto City, and he had long wanted to hit Yu Xiaowei hard like this. Just as Tang San's fist was about to make contact with Yu Xiaowei's face, with a snap, a finger emerged from the vines and gently pressed against the pure white fist. An invisible wave erupted from Yu Xiaowei's body, causing the blue-black vines and pure white flowers to wither in an instant. Yu Xiaowei looked at Tang San, who was in shock, and said lightly, "Haven't you eaten? Is this all the strength you have?" Chapter 66. How wonderful! How wonderful! Tang San was taken aback, realizing that his full-powered punch had been so easily received by Yu Xiaowei. He was astonished. After all, he was now at level 32 of soul power, and his Xianyu hand was as solid as a rock, incomparable to what it was back in Soto City. How could it be so easily caught by Yu Xiaowei? And what about his poison? Why did Yu Xiaowei show no reaction to the fierce toxins of the Overlord flower? Is this all you can do? In Yu Xiaowei's calm voice, there was not a trace of fluctuation, but Tang San sensed a strong hint of mockery within it. In his astonishment and anger, his eyes glowed with purple light, and at the same time, he lightly twisted his 10 fingers, shooting out 10 beams of cold light aimed at the 10 vital points on Yu Xiaowei's body. Clang, clang. To Tang San's horror, the bone-piercing needles he shot out had no effect at all of them being blocked by Yu Xiaowei. Even more terrifying was that beyond using his hands to block his eyes and abdomen, Yu Xiaowei didn't even move an inch. Beneath his torn clothes, patches of scales were revealed, and when the bone-piercing needles made contact, they produced a sound like metal clashing, as if striking against a layer of armor. However, Tang San did not stop. Instead, he continued to employ ghost shadow mysterious steps, his hands in front of him flicking, swinging, and throwing various beams of light racing toward Yu Xiaowei's vital points. Willow leaf blade, flying locust stone, money dart, bone-piercing needle, various hidden weapons continuously flew out from Tang San. The onlooking students were stunned. Among them, some hidden weapons were such that people like Yu Tianheng and Tai Long felt they might not be able to handle them. Yet they still caused no harm to Yu Xiaowei. Seeing that his hidden weapons had no effect, Tang San gritted his teeth and raised both hands simultaneously. 6 crossbow arrows whistling through the air, shooting directly at Yu Xiaowei's unprotected face. Enough! Yu Xiaowei let out a low shout, raising both hands to catch all 6 crossbow arrows in his palms, and took large strides towards Tang San. However, just as he reached in front of Tang San, a buzzing sound erupted from Tang San's chest, and a mist infused with the aroma of tea surged towards Yu Xiaowei, with a spray of steel needles piercing directly into his chest. Despicable villain! Ning Rongrong, who was watching, was furious and immediately summoned the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, with 3 soul rings shining brightly. The 9 treasures are famous. The first is strength, the second is speed, and the third is soul. Ning Rongrong pointed with her left hand, and 3 beams of colorful light enveloped Yu Tianheng one after another. Her delicate face was filled with fury as she shouted, "Second nephew, break the legs of this shameless villain who still dares to attack, and throw him out of the academy." The shout of second nephew stunned Yu Tianheng for a moment, but he quickly reacted in anger, summoning his martial soul to prepare to strike at Tang San. Xiao San didn't he mean it? Seeing that Yu Tianheng was really about to make a move, Xiao Wu quickly ran in front of him, spreading her arms to block him from attacking Tang San. "Get out of the way." Yu Qianheng didn't waste words and coldly uttered these two words. It was supposed to be a friendly match, but this Tang San was attacking viciously, targeting vital points with every move, which already made him quite unhappy. Unexpectedly, after Yu Xiaowei called for a stop, this bastard continued to attack and even use poison. No matter what today, he must be taught a lesson. Rong Rong, my second nephew. Stay calm, I'm fine. Yu Xiaowei's voice made Yu Qianheng's raised fist hesitate, and he looked at him with a puzzled expression. He casually brushed off the steel needles that had been hidden in his chest, and with a gloomy face, Yu Xiaowei remained silent, coldly staring at Tang San. After a long time, he finally spoke. There is potential, a good seedling, but the mindset is too malicious, and there's a lack of martial ethics. There are issues with character that need to be corrected. Failing the assessment, he cannot enter the Lamba battle team. Second nephew, take him to the confinement room for reflection. Do not give him any food, and he can only be released when he realizes his mistakes and writes a 100,000 word reflection. Tang San made no defense, but looked pale as he stared at the expressionless Yu Xiaowei. What kind of monster is this? Aside from the Zhuge divine crossbow, he had already used all his means at this stage, yet he couldn't even break through Yu Xiaowei's armor. Amid Xiao Wu's weak pleas, Yu Qianheng escorted Tang San to the newly built confinement room, a small dark room without windows, shrouded in darkness all day. After this unexpected interlude, the assessment of the Lamba battle team continued. Without a doubt, Yu Xiaowei and Yu Qianheng selected Tai Long, Dugu Yin, and surprisingly, Zhu Zhuqing. Regarding Zhu Zhuqing's selection, who was only at level 28, Huang Yuan and Jing Ling had their reservations, but Yu Xiaowei's next words silenced them instantly. If Zhu Zhuqing cannot reach level 30 within 2 months, I will choose one of you to take her place. As for the selection of support-type Soul Masters, it also surprised everyone. The second choice was not Jiang Zhu, but Oscar. However, the reason for choosing Oscar convinced everyone, as his third soul skill, Rapid Flight Mushroom Sausage, could allow everyone to fly. That alone was enough. The next day, at the Eye of Ice and Fire, in the center of a rare wasteland, there grew a peculiar immortal herb. The whole herb was crystal clear and snow white, with no hint of color, and its long, curved leaves resembled the long neck of a swan. Dugu stared at it for a long time before asking with a tremor in his voice, "Can this truly allow me to poison a title Douluo?" After achieving the title Duel rank for so many years, how could he not know that the fundamental reason for his poor combat ability was that his poison had become ineffective? Among title Douluos of the same rank, no one feared his poison. Poison was his title. Poison was also his pride. Poison was, moreover, the treasure he loved most in his life. Yet, ironically, because he was adept at using poison, he was mocked as the weakest title Douluo. This was an eternal pain in his heart. Even now that his martial soul had evolved again into the true dragon of the Azure Scales, it was merely a matter of physical strength. What he truly desired was for his poison to gain fame throughout the world, no longer just making those below title Douluo tremble in fear. He wanted everyone to tremble at the mention of the name Poison Douluo. Looking at the emotionally overwhelmed Dugu, Yu Xiaowei struggled for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Senior, if you take this, there are 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that you will become the most formidable poison master on this continent. Even the super Douluos would not dare to come into contact with your poison. The second possibility—" No need to say more. Dugu interrupted Yu Xiaowei, gazing at the snow-colored swan kiss with a devout expression. "Little brat, perhaps this will be the last time I call you little brat, so you must listen carefully to what I'm about to say. All my wealth is hidden in the house at number 170 Tiando Street. If I die, please give it to Yin Yin. All my lifelong knowledge is hidden in the house at number 331 Tiando Street. There are poison formations there, and it is forbidden for anyone below title Douluo to enter. Have your uncle go retrieve it. If I die, it will be given to you. My precious granddaughter is already a member of your Yu family. If I die, please take good care of her." Yu Xiaowei's eyes were filled with tears as he choked back a sob and performed a deep bow. "Senior, the younger generation will remember this. Why cry, you little brat? Do you think I'm definitely going to die? What a joke. I will surely become the most fearsome poison Douluo on this continent." Dugu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no worry about the possibility of his own death. Instead, he laughed heartily. "You young lad from the Yu family, hurry and leave this place. When I succeed, I will come to thank you properly." He never expected that at this age, nearing the end of his life, he would have such an opportunity. How delightful! How delightful! Ha ha ha! Chapter 67. Let's call it Ghidorah. Yu Xiaowei stood at the edge of the cliff, anxiously looking down. Below was the Eye of Ice and Fire, and she wasn't worried about Dugubo's potential failure and the release of the deadly poison. Otherwise, Dugubo, after taking the snow-colored swan's kiss, would become a humanoid biochemical weapon, leaving no life in his wake wherever he went. Before long, a scream came from below the cliff, and after a brief moment of silence, there were uncontrollable cries of pain. Yu Xiaowei's heart suddenly tightened. He nervously looked down, but all he saw was a thick fog, obscuring everything. As time passed, suddenly, a brilliant green light tore through the swirling fog above the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eye. Dugubo's howls grew increasingly tragic, and Yu Xiaowei anxiously paced back and forth at the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, a red light pierced through the fog, followed closely by a blue light that soared into the sky, creating a three-legged stance with the green light. As the number of three-colored lights increased, they gradually formed a large expanse, illuminating the sky above the cliff into a strange three-colored scene. By the time the red light appeared, Dugubo's screams had already ceased, and Yu Xiaowei, unable to see anything, clenched his fists tightly. However, the three-colored lights did not weaken. Instead, they became even more dazzling. The thick mist had completely vanished, and the long-awaited sunlight bathed the area above the Ice Fire 2 instrument's eye. Yu Xiaowei leaned out and strained to look down. He didn't dare to go down until he confirmed whether Dugubo had succeeded. If Dugubo failed, then below would be a poisonous domain, and his small frame couldn't withstand the deadly poison of a tidal Douluo. However, under the glaring three-colored light, he couldn't see the situation below clearly from a height of 500 meters. The dazzling three-colored light persisted from early morning until the sun began to set, before finally starting to recede. Dugubo's voice once again echoed from below the cliff, but this time it was no longer a painful wail, but a hearty long howl. He succeeded. Yu Xiaowei's expression brightened as a heavy stone finally dropped from his heart, just as he was about to jump off the cliff. 3 different dragon roars came from below. Yu Xiaowei's pupils constricted as an aura no less than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex surged toward him rapidly. He quickly dodged backward to avoid being accidentally harmed. With a thunderous roar, a massive tricolored figure rushed up to the sky, continuously circling in the clouds. Moments later, it descended amidst a gust of wind, landing right in front of Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei stared in awe at the colossal creature before him. The previous blue-scaled true dragon was, in fact, just a boastful exaggeration by Dugubo, a mere depiction of a flood dragon. But this time, Dugubo's martial soul had completely transformed. First of all, it had 3 heads. The most outrageous part was that it had 3 heads. The left head was crimson, the middle head was emerald green, and the right head was indigo. Each of the 3 heads looked different. The left head resembled a horse's head, with a pair of enormous antlers atop it. Its scales a vivid red, and flames even spewed from its mouth when it opened. The middle head was still a serpent's head, with a pair of giant fangs protruding from its massive jaws, its scales of vibrant green, and its eyes and flicking tongue were both dauntingly green. The right head resembled a lizard's head, sporting a single horn on top, its scales indigo, and its mouth filled with sharp, fine teeth, occasionally shedding snowflakes as it swayed left and right. The scales of the giant beast were remarkably similar to Yu Xiaowei's own armor, shimmering with a fiery, crystalline blue edge. But the color of the scales was emerald green. The previously short limbs had transformed into robust and sturdy lower limbs, and a pair of enormous wings sprouted from its back, stirring up fierce winds with gentle flaps. A long, thick tail was constantly swinging, occasionally knocking down small stones. The 3 giant heads of the ferocious beast lowered simultaneously, and all 3 mouths spoke at once. Yu Xiaowei, how about it? My martial soul has actually evolved again. This time, it is definitely the bloodline of a true dragon. Ha ha! Waves of heat and cold accompanied the laughter, along with a strange fragrance that made Yu Xiaowei feel uncomfortable all over. If he hadn't consumed ice and fire grass and possessed a body immune to toxins, he might not have been able to withstand this dual experience of ice and fire. Senior, please retract your divine power. Otherwise, I might get roasted by you. All right. Dugubo, who was proudly showcasing his new martial soul, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, and then he retracted his martial soul, revealing his human form. Yu Xiaowei looked bewildered at the young sham-mate who suddenly appeared in front of him. Excuse me, who are you? This is definitely not Dugubo, not to mention that flamboyant red-green-blue explosion hairstyle. What's up with his face that looks like it's only in its 20s? If it weren't for the faint resemblance to Dugubo, he might really think someone else had taken his place. Damn, has he returned to his youth? No wonder Dugu was so sensitive about being bald. It turns out he was this handsome when he was young. Kid, what's wrong with my face? Dugu noticed something was off with Yu Xiaowei and instinctively touched his bald head. The moment he did, he let out a strange cry. Hair! Hair! My hair is growing back. He was frantically touching his face and head, unable to believe he had actually become young again. After a night of tossing and turning, Dugu was now happily soaking in the hot springs of the ice and fire yin-yang eye with Yu Xiaowei. As he reminisced about the experience of absorbing the snowy swan's kiss, Yu Xiaowei felt a wave of fear wash over him. Just as he had anticipated, Dugu couldn't handle the terrifying potency of the snowy swan's kiss. As soon as he consumed it, the toxins lurking within him erupted violently, attacking his body. Originally, after the nuclear radiation treatment, Yu Xiaowei speculated that the real reason for Dugu's detoxification was due to genetic mutation, which caused the toxins in his body to lose their targets, becoming dormant, and thus his body was fine. This also led to the evolution of his martial soul. Unlike the deformed blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex from years ago, which only had superficial changes, Dugu's prolonged and massive exposure to nuclear radiation led to a relatively complete mutation. However, the toxins amplified by the snowy swan's kiss didn't care about that. The genetic mutation could still backfire, even consuming his soul power. In intense pain, Dugu recalled that he could suppress the toxins by residing in the ice and fire springs, so he staggered toward the spring. But as soon as he began to absorb the ice and fire energy, the three auras of ice, fire, and poison exploded within him, and he blacked out, falling into the ice and fire springs. As a result of this twist of fate, he also forged an indestructible body like Yu Xiaowei. Now, the three attributes of ice, fire, and poison formed a strange cycle within him, converging at his dantian into a three-colored taiji symbol. Upon waking up, he immediately discovered that his martial soul had successfully evolved into a true dragon martial soul, and his soul power had broken through again, reaching level 93. After mentally going through Dugu's painful experience in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Yu Xiaowei congratulated him, Senior. This time it's truly a case of suffering leading to sweetness, a blessing in disguise. Thanks to you, kid. What a treasure, what a place. Dugu bolest hartili. True dragon species, something that many snake-type martial soul masters dream of. From now on, our Dugu family's martial soul will be on par with the blue LightningTyrannosaurus family as a top beast martial soul. He patted his rejuvenated little Dugu and wished he could rush back to Heaven City immediately to expand the Dugu family. Senior, have you thought of a name for your new martial soul? How about Ice Fire Poison Dragon? After all, it has nothing to do with the green scale snake anymore. Isn't that name a bit too perfunctory? Dugu frowned, thinking for a moment before helplessly shrugging. I don't know what to name it. Why don't you come up with one? Yu Xiaowei chuckled, recalling the three-headed dragon, Godzilla's nemesis from a previous life, and suggested, Senior, how about we name your martial soul Ghidorah? Dugu tilted his head and thought for a moment before laughing. It sounded a bit strange. But since it's a name you came up with, I'll go with it. The title poison doesn't quite fit anymore. So from now on, I'll be called Ghidorah, Dulau. Chapter 68, The Ultimate Move of Tang Hao. After taking a bath, Yu Xiaowei and Dugu began to study the new Ghidorah martial soul. This was clearly a brand new martial soul of true dragon lineage. With an astonishing physique, and each of its three heads could breathe fire, poison mist, and cold air, respectively. Yu Xiaowei also summoned his own Godzilla martial soul and compared it with the Ghidorah martial soul. Without considering the soul power enhancement from Dugu, the two were surprisingly similar in both attack and defense capabilities. After testing each other's martial souls multiple times, they reached a conclusion. In terms of defense, both the Godzilla and Ghidorah martial souls had the same immunity to fire and water, but they both had a limit. After testing, Dugu assessed that Yu Xiaowei's current scale armor defense was equivalent to that of a level 55 Soul King, and attacks below this level could hardly harm him at all if he encountered a fire attribute Soul Master or a water attribute Soul Master. Even a Soul Saint would likely find it difficult to break through his defense. Dugu could not estimate his own power. His water and fire could not break through Yu Xiaowei's defenses, while Yu Xiaowei's radiation heat had slightly hurt him. However, this was not because Yu Xiaowei's attack power reached the level of a title Douluo, but rather due to martial soul suppression. Yes, it was martial soul suppression. Dugu found this quite puzzling. Damn it, he had already evolved into a true dragon species. How could there still be martial soul suppression? What kind of strange thing was Yu Xiaowei's martial soul? In terms of attack, Dugubo's water and fire alone were actually at the level of a normal 93rd level title Douluo. However, his poison, after being amplified by the Snow Swan Kiss, had evolved to the point where it could even poison soul power. This kind of poison, let alone ordinary title Douluos. Even super Douluos would be reluctant to come into contact with. Later, at Yu Xiaowei's suggestion, Dugubo enthusiastically experimented multiple times combining ice, fire, and poison attributes, subsequently mastering a new attack method. Poison fire, poisonous clouds, explosive poisonous mist, and ice-fire dual realms, with different consumption of soul power driving the ice, fire, and poison. Various changes emerged one after another. Yu Xiaowei referred to this complex and highly variable attack method as art. In summary, Yu Xiaowei assessed that Dugubo's current true combat power, when sparring, should be between level 94 and 95, and if fighting for his life, he could likely kill a 95-level non-defense title Douluo. As the ancients said, a person feels refreshed when encountering joyful events. Dugubo encountered several joyful events today. His hair had returned, his poison had evolved, his martial soul had transformed into a dragon, and his soul power had upgraded. With 4 joyful events at once, he now wanted to go find Yue Guan to celebrate. Ha ha ha, Jua Guan, you old thing, I must beat you to death this time. Meanwhile, in the small black room of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang San was questioning his life. It was one thing to have no light. After all, in his previous life in the Tang sect, he had been locked in a small black room many times, so he didn't mind. He could endure not having food. After all, he wasn't a good person in the Tang sect either, and being punished by not being allowed to eat was not a rare occurrence. Coming to the Law continent and following Tang Hao, he had lived through 6 years of intermittent hunger. Writing a reflection was also fine. He could just make something up. He had done it before. The key issue was that this was a small black room, a pitch-black small black room. How could he write? Moreover, when he was locked in the small black room, Yu Shenheng told him that he couldn't come out until he finished writing a 100,000 word reflection. Tang San couldn't help but begin to doubt Yu Xiaowei's intentions. Hearing the rumbling in his stomach, he cursed angrily. This Yu Xiaowei wouldn't want to starve me to death here, would he? He was increasingly regretting coming to the Blue Tyrant Academy. If he had known it would be like this, he should have directly dropped out of Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu. However, to be honest, if it weren't for Yu Xiaowei, this Blue Tyrant Academy was indeed quite good. Unlike other Soul Master Academies, where all students attended classes in the same classroom, the courses at Blue Tyrant Academy were divided into physical training classes, theory classes, strong attack specialization classes, agility attack specialization classes, support specialization classes, control specialization classes, defense specialization classes, and open classes. The physical training class was taught by Zhao Wujia and was a required course. The theory class was taught by Yin Shu, also a required course. The open class was taught by Dugu, and it was also a required course. Additionally, there was a special student, Oscar, who, as the only food system student in the school, received one-on-one professional teaching from the Soul Saint Xiao Xin. The other specialized classes also had at least Soul Emperor-level teachers to explain. It was precisely because of this practice of having professional people teach specialized courses that the students at Blue Tyrant Academy had significantly higher learning efficiency than before. If it weren't for Yu Xiaowei's constant interference, Tang San felt that this academy was simply a paradise on earth. Golu, the rumbling in his stomach grew louder, constantly reminding Tang San that it was time to eat, and he couldn't help but curse, "This bastard is definitely doing it on purpose. Man is iron, rice is steel. If you don't eat a meal, you feel anxious, especially since he hadn't eaten 2 meals. Tang San could only feel his way in the dark, pick up a pen, and cautiously start writing a reflection in a notebook. As for how it would turn out, no one knew. In Wuhuan City, the Hall of the Pope, in a spacious hall of over 1,000 square meters, an old man dressed in platinum bishop's attire was half kneeling on the ground. To his right was an extremely luxurious throne, where a woman was sitting elegantly. The woman was not tall, wearing a luxurious black robe with golden patterns and a 9-curved purple-gold crown on her head, holding a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. Coupled with her nearly perfect appearance and the sacred and noble aura she exuded, anyone who looked at her could not help but bow in worship. She was the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong. Are you saying that Tang Hao's son was discovered in Tiando City? Bibi Dong's voice was not as imposing as one might imagine. Instead, it was soft and pleasant, like a spring breeze. Yes, esteemed Pope. Is the news reliable? The old man did not answer immediately, but hesitated for a moment before saying, "It has not been confirmed, but Tang Hao's news is of great importance, Your Holiness." You once instructed that once there is news about Tang Hao, report to the Wuhuan Temple immediately. You did well. Bibi Dong nodded, very satisfied with the actions of this Platinum Bishop. Then her voice became extremely cold as she said in a deep voice, if Tang Hao's son really appears in Tiando City, it means Tang Hao is very likely also in Tiando City. Send my papal decree and ask the two elders, Juhua and Gue, to go to Tiando City to investigate this matter. Once it is confirmed that this child is Tang Hao's son, kill him. If Tang Hao appears, kill without mercy. Chapter 69. Who is the kind-hearted person? Wei Ge, you're my brother. You're my real brother. I have done as you asked. When we owe me act. At the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Feng Xiaotian chattered incessantly as he chased after Yu Xiaowei, attracting a lot of pointing and whispering from the students. The day before yesterday, Feng Xiaotian had hurried to the Spirit Hall in Tiando City to report Tang's San, and he couldn't wait to find Yu Xiaowei afterward. However, he waited all day without seeing Yu Xiaowei's figure. When he asked the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, everyone said they didn't know, so he simply squatted at the entrance of the academy for the entire day. So this morning, when he finally saw Yu Xiaowei, his eyes lit up like a hungry wolf chasing after him. Wei Ge, my informant at the Chihua Academy said that Sister Huowu has reached level 40 and is preparing to go hunt for soul rings in the next few days. This is a huge opportunity. Wei Ge, when are you going to help me with this script? If I miss this chance, there won't be another one. Listening to the nagging behind him and seeing the pointing fingers of the students, Yu Xiaowei's temples throbbed. This guy wasn't like this on the soul fighting platform before. Why did he lose all his composure the moment Huowu was mentioned? If Feng Xiaotian were in a martial spirit possession state right now, everyone would probably see his wildly wagging wolf tail. Lickspittles deserve no house. After cursing inwardly in Blue Star language, Yu Xiaowei began to think about the script he had prepared for Feng Xiaotian. Actually, Feng Xiaotian's original script was decent enough. However, the problem was that Huowu had seen him before, even though he hadn't revealed his martial spirit at that time. His voice and physique were still easily recognizable. Plus, if he acted recklessly, Feng Xiaotian's heroic rescue idea sounded nice, but he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would end up beating this guy instead. After mentally reviewing the script he had prepared, Yu Xiaowei asked, when is Huowu going to hunt for soul rings? Hearing Yu Xiaowei finally speak, Feng Xiaotian's face lit up with joy, and he quickly replied, the time is set for 3 days later in the Sunset Forest. All right, sound good. Feng Xiaotian immediately let out a long breath. He was afraid Yu Xiaowei would back out and not help him, but now he finally got a positive response. So he felt relieved. 3 days later, come find me at the Blue Tyrant Academy, and I'll go with you. Okay, Wei Ge. Feng Xiaotian left with a big smile. And watching his figure, Yu Xiaowei revealed a faint smile. The Spirit Hall knows that Tang San is Tang Hao's son now. Great. Just great. In the pitch-black little room, Tang San was already feeling a bit dizzy from hunger, scribbling randomly on the paper without knowing what he was writing. His hands had gone numb, and he had no idea how many words he had written, but he could be sure it was definitely less than 100,000 words. Fortunately, someone came every day to bring him water. Otherwise, after 3 days without food or water, he might have been on the verge of collapse. And that damned Yu Xiaowei. He wouldn't even let him sleep. Whenever he dozed off, Yu Qianheng would bang on the door to wake him up. Luckily, he had practiced the purple extreme demon eye, and his mental strength far exceeded that of an average soul master. Otherwise, after 3 days and nights without food or sleep, he would have already been on the brink of collapse. I really want to eat spicy rabbit heads. Tang San sighed, feeling that he was about to reach his limit of hunger. Outside the little black room, Yu Xiaowei quietly listened for a while to the sounds inside. The noise of the pen scratching on the paper was a bit chaotic, but it was only somewhat superficial, not to the point of being powerless. It seemed that Tang San's physical and mental condition was still manageable. He can hold on for another couple of days. After patting Yu Qianheng's shoulder and handing over the matters of the little black room to him, Yu Xiaowei turned and left. The Spirit Hall was coming. He could cast his net. Originally, he planned to wait until the Soul Douluo from the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School reached level 90 before taking action. But now time did not permit it. The look Dugu bow cast at Xiao Wu previously had indeed caused trouble. This old rabbit, who had lived for 100,000 years, was frightened. If it weren't for Yu Xiaowei throwing a rabbit meat feast and making her starve for a few days, she would have probably run away by now. Moreover, considering Tang Hao's combat power, the longer he delayed, the more unstable it would be. So he decided to take action early and capture Xiao Wu to ensure safety. If his plan succeeded, then Tang Hao would definitely not have the ability to retaliate afterward. allowing him to wait for that soul Duel to reach level 90 in peace. In the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Ning Fengji, who rarely visited, along with Sword Duel and Bone Duel, were currently watching the flamboyant young man in the hall together with Yu Engine. After staring at the young man's long hair for a while, Gu Rong touched his bald head and couldn't help but speak first. You? Are you Dugu Bo? MHM. Dugu Bo proudly lifted his chin. Yu Engine, who had always been calm in front of outsiders, couldn't hide his surprise as he said, he really is Dugu Bo. This kid was as famous as Luo Mian back in the day as a nightclub prince. I've seen this face quite a few times when I caught Luo Mian and took him home. Gu Rong's eyes brightened immediately, and he rushed to Dugu Bo's side, putting his arm around his shoulder and whispering, Dugu, how did your hair grow back? Old brother here has tried all sorts of things, but I still can't grow a single hair. Ask your granddaughter's husband. If it weren't for him, I'd still be just like you, sporting a bald head. Xiao Wei. Your hair is thanks to Xiao Wei. Hearing Dugu Bo's words, Gu Rong was overjoyed. Like Dugu Bo, he had been troubled by his baldness for a long time. Now that his granddaughter's husband had this ability, he no longer had to worry about not being able to return to that handsome, long-haired look. Uncle Ning, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, Senior Dugu, sorry I'm late. Just as they mentioned Yu Xiao Wei, the five of them saw him walking in from outside with a scroll tucked under his arm. Gu Rong immediately cheerfully called out, Good grandson-in-law, come sit with Grandpa. YuEnzhen glanced over, snorted in dissatisfaction, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yu Xiao Wei and asked Xiao Wei, Did you gather us five for something important? Could it be that the soul Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has already broken through to level 90? Ning Fengji immediately frowned and said, Not at all. Linley wants to break through. He still needs at least half a year, and that's under the condition that all the resources of our sect are focused on him. Elders, please listen to me for a moment. We now have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Someone is willing to help us deal with Tang Hao, so I have decided to start the plan to capture a 100,000-year soul beast ahead of schedule. Yu Xiao Wei's words instantly surprised the five of them. Where did a kind-hearted person come from, willing to help them deal with Tang Hao? It wasn't that they lacked confidence, but rather that Tang Hao's record was simply too glorious. Even though the five of them were confident, they still couldn't help but worry about unexpected situations when facing such a terrifyingly powerful title Douluo. Yu Xiao Wei smiled as he looked at them and spread the map of Tiando City on the table. In about a day or two, the kind-hearted person would arrive. Elders, let us first allocate the routes for capturing the soul beasts. Then we can make a detailed plan to ensure we can obtain the 100,000-year soul beast without offending the Haotian sect and that kind-hearted person. Chapter 70. Indeed, the Haotian hammer. A day later, an unexpected guest arrived at Lamba Academy. When the gatekeeper Li Yusong saw the bright red formal attire on him, his eyes widened in shock. The outfit was covered in golden and silver patterns, and a golden gem the size of a baby's fist hung from his chest. Well-informed Li Yusong immediately recognized it. Title Douluo. This is a customized outfit that can only be worn by a title Douluo certified by the Spear Hall. The flamboyant-looking title Douluo, whose age and gender were indiscernible, spoke in a flat tone. Is this Lamba Academy? Panicking, Li Yusong quickly replied, Yes, Your Excellency, this is indeed Lamba Academy. Is there a student named Tang San here? Yes, there is indeed such a student. Take me to see him. I have something to ask him. Ah, Li Yusong was taken aback. Before Yuan arrived, both Dugu Bo and Yu Xiao Wei had told him that if anyone wanted to find Tang San, he should refuse. But they hadn't mentioned what to do if a title Douluo wanted to see him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Li Yusong hesitating, Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked with an unhappy expression. Teacher Li, let me handle this, senior, said a familiar voice. Upon hearing this, Yuan immediately thought of the kid who had consumed the strange mushroom in the Stardew forest. Once he saw the figure behind Li Yusong, his expression brightened. He quickly moved in front of Yu Xiao Wei, looking at the tall young man as if admiring a piece of art. Not bad, not bad. The luck flows through the limbs. Blood circulates through the 8 meridians, and he has fully absorbed the medicinal power of the strange mushroom. What a pity. He turned out to be the stubborn nephew of Yu Engine. TMD, if you're my disciple, he would at least be a soul zone by now. The more Yuan looked, the more regretful he felt. Such a good seedling was actually taken in by that old man Yu Engine, and he couldn't help but curse. Yu Xiao Wei remained silent and instead smiled slyly. This dead she-male truly couldn't see through Gu Rong's disguise technique and still thought he was just a soul master. Senior, please follow me. I'll take you to find Tang San. All right. Yuan nodded. The more he looked at Yu Xiao Wei, the more he liked him. But when he thought of Yu Enjin's sour face, he couldn't help but sigh to the sky. Why wasn't such talent part of their spirit hall? Along the way, Yu Xiaowei led Yu Guan to tour the Blue Tyrant Academy, occasionally pointing things out and introducing the academy's features. When he saw the students running laps on the playground, Yu Guan snorted disdainfully. Only barbaric talents would use such training methods. Oh, does Senior have any better methods? Naturally, we at the Spirit Hall Academy all. Just as he was about to say more, Yu Guan suddenly stopped and fell silent. Seeing that he couldn't extract any more words from him, Yu Xiaowei didn't press further, but continued walking ahead, proudly pointing at the newly built simulated training environment. Senior, please look. This is the simulated training environment sponsored by our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. It's the highest level now, and with this, our students' training speed has improved significantly compared to before. This time, Yu Guan did not belittle the Blue Tyrant Academy, but nodded, saying, "This is indeed good. Your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family has put in a lot of effort for your academy." Then he seemingly asked casually, "What's the highest soul power level of the students in your academy?" Let's not talk about it. It's only level 39, so embarrassing. Oh, by the way, Senior, that guy's my nephew. His talent is a bit lacking. I hope you can give him some guidance when you see him later. Huh? Why not let me guide you instead? Yu Guan was somewhat puzzled. Who wouldn't want guidance from Super Douluo? Why would this kid push it onto his nephew? However, Yu Xiaowei's next sincere words nearly made him choke with anger. My uncle won't allow it. He says you're not a good person and would sell me off like Salus. Damn it, Yu Enjin, that old bastard. Yu Guan's face turned pale as he looked at Yu Xiaowei. This scoundrel, is he truly honest or faking it? How could he say such a thing? Does he know that some things, even if true, you can't just go around saying? Especially in front of me. Stop the nonsense and keep leading the way. All right. After passing through most of the campus, Yu Xiaowei led Yu Guan to a lush little forest. This seemingly ordinary forest actually contained a small poison formation inside, which couldn't be accessed without the academy's order. This poison formation. Yu Guan looked at the familiar poison formation, somewhat surprised. Yu Xiaowei verified the token while smiling and said it was designed by teacher Dugu. He is currently teaching public classes at our academy. Dugu is teaching here? That old poison master? Yu Guan was even more surprised. He had dealt with this old poison master for decades and didn't know how many fights they had had. Dugu's greatest skill was poison, and coincidentally, his Chiron Tantianju just happened to restrain all poisons. So every time they fought, he would easily defeat the old poison master. However, Dugu had a Medusa soul bone, which was quite troublesome and could petrify even soul power. Several times, Yu Guan had thought of killing this annoying guy directly, but he was always saved by Dugu's Medusa's gaze. Yes, Senior, teacher Dugu owes me 3 million gold soul coins and can't pay it back. So he came to the academy to work off his debt. Here we are, Senior, Tang San is right there. Yu Guan snapped back to reality from the phrase working off debt. He really didn't expect the titled Douluo to be in such a poor situation. Driving away the strange thoughts in his mind, he looked at the emaciated boy that Yu Xiaowei had brought out from the dark room. The boy was pale and thin, staggering as he walked, with a black cloth covering his eyes. He had only taken 2 steps out the door before he fell to the ground. Yu Xiaowei mercilessly pointed at Tang San and said, "This kid made a mistake, so he was punished. Senior, feel free to ask him anything. Once you're done, you will have to go back to face more punishment." Yu Guan's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of academy was this, punishing students so harshly? Even their Spirit Hall Academy, which had such strict requirements, did not torment students like this. However, he naturally did not feel sorry for Tang San, who seemed to be an enemy of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, the large red robe on Yu Guan moved silently, and an immense invisible pressure descended upon Tang San. The intense pain made Tang San let out a miserable scream. The powerful oppressive force caused his body to tremble, and his blue-silver grass spirit instinctively released itself to resist the soul power pressure from the title Douluo. It must be said that Yu Guan was much more skilled than Dugu in manipulating soul power. The pressure he applied to Tang San was calculated perfectly. It was neither too heavy to accidentally kill Tang San nor too light to fail to force out his spirit. If it were Dugu testing him, Tang San would probably have died as soon as he released his soul power. At 13 years old, with the blue-silver grass spirit and a soul power level of 31, everything matched up. The intelligence was very likely accurate. Yu Guan nodded secretly, continuing to increase the pressure. Tang San, lying on the ground, was already soaked in cold sweat. He wanted to operate the Xiantian skill to relieve the pressure on him, but after being starved for 5 days, his hands and feet were weak, and the operation of his soul power was extremely sluggish. He was utterly unable to resist. If I can't hold on, I'll die. If I can't hold on, I'll die. If I can't hold on, I'll die. The thought of dying flooded Tang San's mind. And once that thought took root, it became uncontrollable, filling his mind. He had died once already. He didn't want to die again. Drink. With a low shout, a rich black light surged from Tang San's left hand, gradually taking shape. A small black hammer quietly appeared in his hand. Looking at the deep and dim patterns on the small hammer, Yueguan sneered. It really is a twin spirit. It really is the Haotian hammer. Chapter 71. Haotian Duel. Terrifying indeed. Senior this. Tang San has twin spirits? Looking at the pitch-black Haotian hammer, Yu Xiaowei pretended to be shocked and asked. Yueguan looked at Tang San, who was lying on the ground, and sneered, Humph, you really hit it well. If it weren't for someone reporting, I wouldn't have known that the son of Tang Hao was hiding here. Hearing the name Tang Hao mentioned by Yueguan, Tang San's heart surged like turbulent waves. Tang Hao was his father's name. However, it was clear from this terrifying expert's words that he had a grudge against his father. So who the hell reported him? Yu Xiaowei. You hypocritical little man. Tang San gritted his teeth and growled. Who else could it be? Only Tang Hao and Yu Xiao Gang knew about his twin spirits. Even Xiao Wu didn't know he had a second spirit. Yueguan stopped applying soul power pressure, reached out, and lifted Tang San. Senior, what are you doing? As soon as Yu Xiaowei saw him about to leave, he quickly blocked his way. Yueguan was stopped and was about to lose his temper. But when he saw it was Yu Xiaowei in front of him, he held back his anger and explained to him, This kid is a major criminal of my spirit hall, so step aside quickly. I need to take him back to the spirit hall for punishment. However, Senior, he is also a student of our Lamba Academy. We don't even know what crime he is accused of, and you're just taking him away. Isn't that a bit excessive? Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Does the spirit hall need to explain itself to you? Clang. Not far away. The sound of a water jug shattering was heard. After hearing the voice, Yu Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, no longer bothering with Yueguan, and directly stepped aside, raising her hand to say, then, Senior, please take him away. I won't ask any further. Senior? Yueguan ignored Yu Xiaowei's calls. His pair of phoenix eyes fixed intently on the suddenly appearing girl in pink. Ever since she ate rabbit meat, Xiao Wu felt that she would eventually face retribution one day, but she never expected it to come so quickly. Looking at Yueguan's greedy gaze, her face turned increasingly pale. Just a moment ago, Yu Qianheng said he had something to do and asked her to bring water to Tang San. But as soon as she approached the small black room, she heard Tang San scream. She hurried over, and as a result, it's also her fault. Back in class, Dugu had only glanced at her without pausing. Although she was nervous, Dugu had remained quiet afterward, which made her let down her guard. However, the person in front of her, who was indistinguishable in gender, had a naked gaze that seemed to say, I have discovered you are a soul beast. Wonderful. Who would have thought that this little blue Tyrant Academy has so many surprises? Yueguan's enchanting face first revealed a hint of a smile. Then his laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. With a flash of light, Yu Xiaowei couldn't see his movements clearly, and the despairing Xiao Wu was captured in his hands. This time, Yuan did not give Yu Xiaowei any chance to make a fuss. After catching the person, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Looking at the empty space, Yu Xiaowei remained silent, instead smiling as she turned to leave. TSK, the fish is on the hook. What happened next had nothing to do with Yu Xiaowei. She only needed to wait for the elders to bring the soul bones over. However, time was not meant to be wasted. She had something significant to do. An hour later, at the entrance of Blue Tyrant Academy, Flander was supporting the still haggard Lu Erlong, while Zhu Zhuqing closely followed behind Ning Rongrong. Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin stared at each other, their big eyes wide open. And only Oscar was at a loss, not knowing what to do, except for Lu Erlong, who was still in recovery and accompanied by Flander. Everyone else was still in class when Yu Xiaowei called them out for various strange reasons. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good. With a command from Yu Xiaowei, everyone followed him somewhat confused. Especially after arriving at the Sunset Forest, they were even more baffled. What good things could they eat here? Could it be that they were going to be treated to soul beasts? When they saw Dugu Bo's poison formation, everyone's expression turned serious. After passing through the poison formation, they arrived at the cliff of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Yu Xiaowei turned around to look at everyone, opened his arms, and smiled. Welcome to my secret base, everyone. Remember to keep it a secret after enjoying the delicious food. After saying this, he grabbed Ning Rongrong and jumped off the cliff with her. Apart from Flinder and Lu Erlong, The others looked at each other in bewilderment. Yu Xiaowei dares to jump off a cliff, but that doesn't mean Yu Qianheng and the others dare to do so. Especially Oscar, who is trembling with fear. As a support-type soul master, his body is inherently weak, and as a food-type soul master, he is even weaker. Flinder shook his head, transforming into a giant owl, and helplessly said, "Come on, I'll take you down." Moments later, the group of 6 arrived at the Eye of Ice and Fire. The spring, emanating extreme ice and fire energy, along with the competing celestial herbs and the dense mist that completely blocked out the sunlight, formed a breathtaking picture that left everyone staring. However, the intense ice and fire energy quickly caused Zhu Zhuqing, the weakest in soul power, to feel suffocated as she clutched her chest and gasped for breath. Soon after, Yu Qianheng, Yu Tianxin, and the others also changed their expressions. Seeing this, Oscar hurriedly made large and small sausages to distribute to everyone. However, awkwardly, after hearing his soul spell, no one, except Zhu Zhuqing, was willing to reach out. Finally, Flinder couldn't bear to watch any longer and picked up a sausage to eat. Then, together with Lu Erlong, released soul power to protect the several students who were clearly uncomfortable. Looking at the somewhat desolate Oscar, Yu Xiaowei patted his shoulder and said, "I told you to change your soul spell, but you didn't listen to me. When we get back, I'll give you special training." "Xiaowei, what is this place?" Lu Erlong, who loved flowers and plants, had recovered some from her lethargy and curiously looked around. Before Yu Xiaowei could answer her, he hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch anything, especially you, nephew. Your claws are the most troublesome. A lot of things here are poisonous, so be careful of poisoning." Yu Tianxin immediately retracted her restless right hand and complained, "Uncle, you brought us here knowing it's dangerous. Are you planning to get us killed?" Just because you can't speak doesn't mean people think you're mute. There are good things here. How could I possibly poison you?" Yu Xiaowei gave him a light tap on the head, then instructed everyone not to move. He took Lu Erlong and walked to a celestial herb that resembled a rooster's comb at the very top of the grass. "Sister, if you swallow this celestial herb, your flame should improve even further." After hearing her brother's words, Lu Erlong did not hesitate to pluck the rooster comb phoenix sunflower and swallow it. Meanwhile, Yu Guan was in a good mood as he carried Tang San in his left hand and Xiao Wu in his right, heading towards the spirit city. Donga Oisong, 100,000-year soul beast. This achievement is extraordinary. Just as he was 100 miles away from Tiando City, a shadow silently appeared behind him, followed by a large hammer shining with red stripes, which suddenly smashed down at him. Yu Guan's face changed drastically. He quickly dropped Tang San and Xiao Wu, summoning his martial spirit to block the hammer. With a loud bang, the Qirong Tong Tianju that protected Yu Guan was actually shattered by the blow. "Tang Hao, you've actually reached level 95. Yu Guan screamed in anger and retreated repeatedly. Tang Hao, wearing a tattered robe, did not pursue Yu Guan, but instead turned and heavily struck the shadow behind him with a Haotian hammer. A flower and a little ghost. How dare you harm my son?" As his words fell, a faint shadow was sent flying, spewing blood from his hammer strike. 2 strikes injured 2 level 95 title Douluos. Haotian Douluo. Terrifying indeed. Chapter 72. The art on Duo continent. After swallowing the rooster comb phoenix sunflower, Lu Erlong immediately felt a burning sensation. This feeling surprised her greatly. It should be noted that she was originally a fire dragon martial spirit, with a very high resistance to flames. The fact that it caused her to feel burning means that the temperature inside her body had already exceeded her tolerance limit. When Yu Xiaowei saw her showing signs of unbearable pain, he immediately shouted, "Sister, quickly circulate your soul power. You must hold on, don't give up halfway. Otherwise the medicinal effect will be greatly reduced." Lu Erlong was overwhelmed by the intense pain throughout her body and couldn't respond to Yu Xiaowei. She quickly sat cross-legged and began to circulate her soul power to absorb the medicinal effect. Once Lu Erlong's condition stabilized, Yu Xiaowei went back to call Ning Rongrong over. Originally, he also planned to let Flinder take a stalk of the celestial herb, but after searching everywhere, he couldn't find anything similar to a wind attribute celestial herb. So he gave up. He could only let Flinder stay here to protect everyone. Yu Xiaowei brought Ning Rongrong to a large white flower, which had several bright red petals that looked like blood. Rongrong spit a mouthful of blood on it, and then eat this. After having tasted the Chihuahua tulip, Ning Rongrong naturally knew that what Yu Xiaowei had chosen for her was definitely a good thing. After standing on her tiptoes and gently kissing Yu Xiaowei on the cheek, she circulated her soul power and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, The Xiangxi Duanchong red quietly left the bottom of the Wuju stone and was held in Ning Rongrong's delicate hands. She looked at Yu Xiaowei and smiled cheekily, then began to chew on the Xiangxi Duanchong red. As soon as she took it, a white mist rose from the top of her head. So, she sat cross-legged like Lu Erlong and began to digest the medicinal effects of the Xiangxi Duanchong red. Yu Xiaowei touched her cheek and couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is getting bolder. Seeing that she was very stable, Yu Xiaowei nodded and called over Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin with a beaming face. He led the two brothers away from the. They walked until they reached a place with no around, where a short tree grew. The trunk was a bright red color, bearing 3 red fruits. Here, the dragon blood fruit. You two each take one, and I'll take the last one home to honor my dad. Dragon blood fruit. Uncle, is it that dragon blood fruit? The eyes of the Yu Tianheng brothers widened immediately, and they exclaimed in unison. The dragon blood fruit is a legendary immortal fruit recorded in the family's ancient texts, born from plants that have absorbed dragon blood. This fruit is highly random. It could be an apple, an orange, or even a banana. The way to identify is that the fruit from the trunk to the fruit itself is blood red and can produce a strange resonance with soul masters of true dragon bloodlines. However, for soul masters without true dragon bloodlines, it is extremely poisonous, and consuming it would lead to certain death. But for the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, which possesses true dragon blood, consuming it can enhance their bloodline concentration. Unfortunately, as true dragons have become extinct, this fruit has not appeared for over 100 years. To their surprise, they found 3 of them here. Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin immediately and decisively picked the fruit. Just as they were about to consume it, Yu Qianheng inexplicably asked, "Uncle, why aren't you eating?" "Hee, your uncle already ate it. Otherwise, how could I defeat you every day?" The two no longer hesitated and quickly swallowed the fruit, beginning the process of bloodline evolution. Watching the increasingly powerful dragon might emanating from them, Yu Xiaowei could only smile wryly. Although the reason for defeating these two brothers was false, the fact that they were eating the dragon blood fruit was real. What pained him the most was that after eating the dragon blood fruit, his only feeling was that it was a bit sweet, and he even wanted to eat another one. Other than that, nothing. His Godzilla martial soul showed no changes at all. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't a true dragon species, or because Godzilla's martial soul was too high in rank, causing the dragon blood fruit to be ineffective. He personally leaned towards the latter. The next person to eat the celestial herb was Oscar. The 8-petal celestial orchid, a snow-white flower with 8 petals, was very easy to recognize. This is the good stuff I mentioned to you last time. Go ahead and eat it. There will be a surprise after you finish. Oscar hesitated for a moment as he looked at Yu Xiaowei's serious expression and then picked the 8-petal celestial orchid. Just at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The 8-petal celestial orchid in Oscar's hand began to wither rapidly. Yu Xiaowei immediately realized something was wrong. This was a type of celestial herb that couldn't be picked by hand. He quickly shouted, "Eat it, hurry, and stuff it in your mouth." His shout startled Oscar, making him shiver, but he quickly reacted and stuffed the entire 8-petal immortal orchid into his mouth. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, as 3 petals had already fallen off. Since Oscar was using the mildest celestial herb and there was no need for protection, Yu Xiaowei brought Zhu Zhuqing to a water lily. "Take this, and you'll break through your bottleneck and enter the Soul Emperor stage. Your soul power won't be affected by the soul rings. How many levels you can reach depends on your talent. If you want to catch up with your sister, this is the best way." Hearing that she could catch up with Zhu Zhuqing immediately resolutely stuffed the water lily into her mouth. After seeing that everyone had entered a state of cultivation, Yu Xiaowei walked over to Flender and started chatting with him casually. Of course, the main topic was still about his relationship progress with Lu Erlong. As soon as this was mentioned, Flender's eyes lit up with excitement. The recording of Yu Xiaowei was simply a killer move. Since that day, Lu Erlong has been exceptionally desperate about being just a substitute. Even the heart that was once tightly closed to Flander has opened up. Thanks to this, their relationship has rapidly heated up during this time. However, Lu Erlong occasionally still mentions Yu Xiaojiang, but it's clear that the feelings are not as intense as before. At first, Flander felt somewhat guilty for taking advantage of the situation. But when he thinks about how Lu Erlong chose Yu Xiaojiang back then, while Yu Xiaojiang only treated Lu Erlong as a substitute, he can't help but feel troubled. Yu Xiaowei took the opportunity to stir the pot a bit more, and the last remnants of guilt in Flander's heart were slowly dissipating. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the entire Eye of Ice and Fire. Flanders jumped up in shock. As a soul saint, He could clearly feel that the sound came from at least 100 miles away, clearly a battle's aftermath caused by someone's clash. Who could be fighting to create such a strong momentum and transmit it so far with such terrifying power? A title Douluo? The composed Yu Xiaowei gestured for Flanders to sit down. It's okay, don't worry. This is just art. 100 miles outside of Tiando City, Dugu, transformed into a three-headed Ghidorah, looked at the towering green mushroom cloud before him and laughed wildly. How Ian Douluo? Do you not appreciate this art of mine? Do you like it? Chapter 73. Where are your faces? What is that? Supporting each other. Yu Guan and Gue Mei looked back in confusion. The location of the massive explosion was clearly the place where they had just battled Tang Hao. Could it be that as soon as they left, someone else had begun fighting Tang Hao? Gue Mei flew into the air, frowning at the distant mushroom cloud, and suggested to Yu Guan below. Should we go take a look? No, let's not. Both of us are heavily injured, and we can barely exert 2 or 3% of our strength. If the person fighting Tang Hao is close to his strength, we probably won't make it back to Wuhuan City today, Yu Guan said, looking apprehensively at the direction of the previous battle, shaking his head repeatedly. He hadn't expected that in just over 10 years, Tang Hao had reached level 95. And even when he and Gue Mei joined forces, they could only describe their efforts as not even able to withstand a single blow in front of Tang Hao. Even when they used the polar stasis domain, they were still easily crushed by Tang Hao. Remembering the giant hammer that radiated a terrifying aura, Yu Guan shivered. Back in the day, Tang Hao could heavily injure Qiang Sunji at level 90, and he didn't believe he could take more hits than Qiang Sunji. Unlike the loyal Gue Mei, Yu Guan came to the Spirit Hall solely for his own wealth and glory. He had no intention of dying for the Spirit Hall. Seeing his resolute attitude, Gue Mei hesitated for a moment, but then landed, and the two continued to support each other towards Wuhuan City. Dugu, you fool. Gu Rong's furious voice exploded in Dugubo's ears, making his head buzz. Why do you say that? I have already attacked Tang Hao with all my strength, according to the task allocation. Dugu asked in confusion. He and Gu Rong were in contact through sound waves, so he wasn't worried about Tang Hao overhearing them. Fool, that soul beast is just a little soul zone. What if you blew it up? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you even remember what we came here for? Chen Xian also chimed in, yelling at Dugu. After being scolded, Dugu finally realized what he had just done. He had been lurking in the nearby forest and saw that Tang Hao seemed to be rather exhausted after battling Zhu Gue. With such a golden opportunity before him, he immediately transformed into Ghidorah. According to the task given by Yu Xiaowei, he unleashed all his amplification soul skills, consuming most of his soul power, and created his strongest explosion, turning the area around Tang Hao into a terrifying toxic domain. However, in his excitement, he forgot about Xiao Wu. Whether Tang San lived or died was irrelevant, but Yu Xiaowei had instructed that the soul beast must be left alive, even if just barely. Just as the three were frantically berating Dugu, the dust began to settle, leaving a thin layer of green mist. Through the thin fog, 3 disheveled figures appeared at the bottom of a 100-meter-wide pit. When they clearly saw Tang Hao's appearance, the 4 couldn't help but be astonished. Tang Hao is fully armored in a white bone armor, and even Dugubo's green toxic mist left no trace on it. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu, covered in dirt and grime, were in a much more miserable state, whether it was from the earlier art or the current toxic mist. The 2 of them were bound to die upon contact. At the moment of the explosion, if Tang Hao hadn't protected them with his soul bone abilities, he might have been sending black-haired people to white-haired people. Seeing that Xiao Wu was unharmed, both Dugu and the 4 hidden in the shadows breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer and pointed it threateningly at Dugu, shouting, "Who are you, and why did you suddenly attack me?" Faced with Tang Hao's fierce aura, Dugu couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Before he could speak, the figure of Yuanjin suddenly appeared in the air. I didn't expect that after finally coming out, there would be such an unexpected delight. Soon after, Gu Rong and Chen Xian also made their entrance, gathering the strongest forces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, except for Ning Fengji, who remained hidden. Looking at the 4 titled Douluos surrounding him, Tang Hao revealed a bitter smile. He was strong, but he had not reached the level where he could withstand a fight against 2 titled Douluos with martial soul fusion skills after battling another titled Douluo, especially since 3 of them were at least level 95. The most troubling part was that his old injuries had flared up again. Glancing back at his trembling son, Tang Hao gritted his teeth. I might as well blow it up one more time. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Lu Erlong was the first to wake up. Yuxiawei's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to ask, how's it going, sister? Did you gain anything? Flander, who had followed her with great enthusiasm, looked at Lu Erlong with an expectant face. He had heard Yexiawei say that after consuming this celestial herb, Lu Erlong's martial soul might evolve once again. Martial soul evolution is a chance only available to titled Douluos. However, Lu Erlong did not answer them. Instead, she looked at her hands thoughtfully. A ball of golden flames rose from her hands. The rolling heat waves hit them, causing both Yexiawei and Flander to feel a tightness in their chests. The extreme high temperature made the surrounding air visibly distort. Finally, Lu Erlong spoke. My fire dragon flame has a higher temperature now, and I have a wonderful feeling, as if I can control it. After saying that, she threw the ball of flame onto a rock. Strangely, the flame quietly adhered to the rock, neither burning nor extinguishing. Lu Erlong opened her palm and clenched it tightly. The originally quiet flame immediately erupted, rapidly spreading over the entire rock. In the blink of an eye, the two-person-high giant rock turned to ashes. After burning the giant rock, the golden flame transformed back into a fist-sized ball, quietly lying there. Seeing the transformation of the fire dragon flame, Yexiawei exclaimed excitedly, Sister, sister, quickly check how the martial soul is doing. Has there been any change? However, after Lu Erlong summoned the fire dragon martial soul, the three of them sighed in disappointment. Unfortunately, the martial soul did not evolve. Tang Hao, hand over the 100,000 year soul beast, and I will spare your life. The voices of four titled Douluos echoed across the wilderness. Tang Hao's pupils constricted. He roughly understood that it was probably due to the overwhelming momentum of his battle with the Godzilla that attracted these four titled Douluos from the Heaven-Do City. When they saw Xiao Wu, they harbored ill intentions and wanted to seize the 100,000 year soul beast. Tang Hao turned to glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were holding each other tightly, and memories of his past within surfaced in his mind. Why? Why must there always be people to ruin the love between humans and soul beasts? Remembering a yin's tragic fate, Tang Hao was filled with rage, and the Haotian hammer in his hand burst forth with black light, expanding in the wind to the size of a small mountain. The large area of toxic mist created by the art was instantly dispersed, and the air became much fresher. He roared with bloodshot eyes, Die! Great Sumera hammer! Exploding ring! However, to Tang Hao's dismay, as soon as he unleashed the exploding ring, the four shameless titled Douluos in front of him actually ran away. Chapter 74. Despairing Tang Hao looking at the empty sky, Tang Hao's face turned as red as liver. He never expected such a situation would occur. He had just used the exploding ring, but the target had escaped. The most troublesome part was that this was the second consecutive time he used the exploding ring. Earlier, during the battle with the Ghost Douluo, constrained by their martial soul fusion skill, Tang Hao had already used the exploding ring once, not only breaking the two-pole static field, but also severely injuring the two of them. However, because of this, his old injuries had relapsed. Just as he took a breath and prepared to leave with Tang San and Xiao Wu, this strange three-headed dragon martial soul titled Law appeared out of nowhere and launched a terrifying soul skill right at him. Had he not reacted in time and used a soul bone skill, Tang San and Xiao Wu might have died on the spot. But taking a full force hit from the art was not easy either. Although Dugu Bo's soul power was inferior to his, the explosive power of the art was immense. Coupled with his old injuries, the weakness after the exploding ring, and the need to protect his son, he was already at his limit. What he didn't expect was that despite risking everything and using the exploding ring a second time, these bastards actually ran away. This left Tang Hao with a feeling of punching into cotton. Damn! It was clear that these people knew about the exploding ring. How did they know about the exploding ring? This is clearly Heoshenzong's secret skill. It shouldn't have leaked. Damn it. Could it be that there's a traitor in Heoshenzong? At this moment, Tang Hao felt that he was really going to be finished today. Ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. The second person to awaken was Oscar. After checking his body, he couldn't help but rejoice and shouted, My soul power has risen by 4 levels. I'm actually at level 35. Ha ha, this is awesome. Previously, he had some doubts about Yexiawei making him eat the celestial herb, but now he was convinced. The effect was fantastic, actually increasing by 4 levels. And thinking of the 3 wilted petals, Oscar couldn't help but pound his chest and stomp his feet. What the hell? Don't disturb others. What's so great about increasing soul power by 4 levels? Go, 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 don't block the way. The voice of Yu Xiaowei sounded beside Oscar, startling him and making him shudder. However, Yu Xiaowei did not linger with him and went directly to Ning Rongrong. The magnificent 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda floated above Ning Rongrong's head. The yellow, and purple soul rings emitted dazzling light, constantly moving up and down. The soul power radiating from Ning Rongrong became more solid and thicker. After a moment, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda vanished into thin air, and Ning Rongrong opened her eyes, a flash of multicolored light passing through them. Seeing Yu Xiaowei standing in front of her, she suddenly pounced on him, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully asking, "Brother Xiaowei, guess what level I am now?" It should be level 40, right? Oh, how annoying. How did you know? You guessed so accurately. There's no surprise at all. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Lu Erlong and the others were left speechless. They clearly remembered that Ning Rongrong was level 31 when she arrived. How did she level up to 40 in such a short time? This means that now, as long as she hunts for a soul ring, this little girl, not yet 13 years old, would become a soul zone. Just a moment ago, they were marveling at Oscar leveling up 4 levels in a short time, and now Ning Rongrong immediately surprised them again. The only ones left who had not awakened were the 2 brothers Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin and Zhu Zhuqing. However, judging by their appearance, they should wake up soon. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Flander quickly approached Lu Erlong, constantly inquiring about her well-being. Oscar squatted down, contemplating the issue of the soul alteration spell he mentioned earlier, looking like a deep thinker. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was chattering beside Yu Xiaowei, a soul zone not yet 13 years old, comparable to Yu Xiaowei, which made her excited beyond measure. About half an hour later, 2 dragon roars sounded simultaneously. Yu Shenheng and Yu Xiangxin opened their eyes simultaneously, and dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth from the center of their brows. In an instant, the blue light rapidly spread throughout their bodies, with blue-purple lightning swirling around them like small snakes. This was the normal transformation of the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Under such circumstances, a part of their bodies would typically dragonize, like Yu Shenheng's right arm and Yu Xiangxin's left arm. But now, with the martial soul manifestation, the 2 brothers had completely dragonized. This was the reason why the dragon blood fruit was so highly sought after by the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex family. Consuming this fruit allowed true dragon soul masters to achieve complete dragonization before reaching the title of Spirit Douluo. Before the anomaly that was Yuxiawei, members of the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex family would experience a significant slowdown in their cultivation speed after surpassing level 30. The reason was that after reaching the Spirit Elder level, every rank advancement required a massive amount of soul power to facilitate dragonization. Although this granted them unmatched combat power within the same rank, even allowing them to fight above their level, their cultivation speed was severely hindered. A talent like Yu Shenheng, who was born at level 8, would have reached at least level 43 at his age in other families, yet he was only at level 39. This was under the special training provided by Yuxiawei and the significant resources invested by the family. Otherwise, his level could have been even lower. The blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was also the only one on the entire continent that would have its soul power stagnate after absorbing a soul ring. In contrast, any other martial soul would at least advance 1 level after absorbing a soul ring. This was also the reason why Yuluo Mian experienced such slow soul power growth after abandoning family resources. It was equally why the blue LightningTyrannosaurus Rex family needed to choose an heir early, as the family's resources could hardly support 2 peers striving for the title at the same time. But now it was different. With early dragonization, Yu Shenheng and Yu Xiangxin had completely cleared the obstacles for future advancements, and their cultivation speed would only increase. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed. The aimless great Sumru hammer slammed into the ground, releasing its overwhelming might. With this strike, it created a commotion akin to an earthquake, with noticeable tremors felt even 100 miles away in Tiando City. Following this strike, all of Tang Hao's soul rings below 10,000 years cracked. His soul power receded like a tide, and now he might not even be able to defeat a soul Douluo. What made Tang Hao even more desperate was that those 4 shameless title Douluos had returned. In midair, the 4 from the Swordbone Dragon looked down at the terrifying cracks in the ground, feeling a wave of fear. When they initially made their plan, Yuxiawei had mentioned that Tang Hao was in a problematic state and likely injured, suggesting that 4 against 1 should not lead to unexpected circumstances. However, it was important to note that Tang Hao possessed a terrifying family secret technique. Once he used it, his combat power could potentially soar to level 97 in a short time. in a direct confrontation with the current state of the Haotian hammer. It was likely that someone like Dugu would be instantly defeated. Moreover, the other 3 super Douluos, except for the defensive ancient banyan, could also be severely injured by a single blow. Therefore, they needed the kind-hearted Dugu and Godzilla to take on some damage, first to draw out the explosive soul rings, while also exacerbating Tang Hao's internal injuries. Then, Dugu would give him a strong potion, and Yuan Jun and the other 3 would come in to apply pressure. However, they needed to prevent Tang Hao from becoming desperate and triggering another explosive soul ring. Yu Xiaowei specifically instructed the 4 of them that if they saw Tang Hao showing any signs of using the Grand Shimi Hammer, they should run away quickly and hide far away. After the Grand Shimi Hammer was used, they could come back to seize the Soul Beast. By then, Tang Hao would definitely be unable to resist. The 4 were amazed that Yu Xiaowei's plan had no mistakes at all. Now Tang Hao's aura was weak, and the 100,000-year Soul Beast was already within reach. Next, it was time for the final step. Acting. Chapter 75 really took the wrong medicine. Yu Qianheng and Yu Tianxin have both broken through their bottlenecks and advanced to level 40, although their soul power only increased by 1 level. The advantage lies in the fact that their path to further advancement has been paved. In the long run, the effect of this dragon blood fruit is even better than Ning Rongrong's one-time soul power increase of 9 levels. The 2 brothers excitedly looked at their dragon forms. Previously, both of them were the highest-ranked students in their respective academies, but they inevitably had to be compared to top talents like Yu Xiaowei and Feng Xiaotian. Especially in the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Xiaowei's terrifying rate of advancement has silenced the opposing voices with his strength. However, the people in the family wouldn't judge them based on this one exception. But outsiders are different. They only know that Yu Xiaowei cultivates quickly while the brothers cultivate slowly. Therefore, in the face of outsiders' ridicule, they could only helplessly argue that it is the blue lightning tyrant dragon's cultivation speed that is slow, not theirs. Now that the obstacles to advancement have been completely overcome, the 2 can embark on their cultivation journey without hindrance, fully unleashing their innate soul power talent of level 8. After exchanging a glance, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin both performed a deep bow to Yu Xiaowei, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, uncle." As the legitimate grandsons of the main and second branches, they're not fools. Yu Xiaowei previously said he had eaten dragon blood fruit, but judging from the fact that the 2 of them could completely transform after taking it, it's highly likely that Yu Xiaowei didn't eat the dragon blood fruit at all, but rather gave it to them. So this time, the 2 of them sincerely shouted, "Thank you, uncle," rather than calling him uncle after being beaten into submission like before. However, what they didn't expect was that it wasn't that Yu Xiaowei hadn't eaten the dragon blood fruit, but that the dragon blood fruit had no effect on him at all. Just as Yu Xiaowei was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing, who was absorbing the medicinal power, suddenly let out a scream. The piercing sound truly startled everyone present, especially Yu Xiaowei, who looked bewildered at Zhu Zhuqing, who was glowing with golden light, his mind filled with question marks. This doesn't make sense. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the water fairy jade bones effortlessly, and the time to absorb the medicinal power was very fast. Why was there an accident now? An unreliable thought popped into Yu Xiaowei's mind. TMD. Could it be that the wrong medicine was taken? 100 miles away, Tang Hao was fleeing towards the Heaven Do forest with Tang San in a sorry state. At this moment, Tang San no longer had the spirited look he had as Shrek. He was covered in dirt, his expression grim, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Dad, this must be that Yu Xiaowei's doing. He is from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, and his father-in-law is the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Dugu treats him as his own. If they hadn't come to intercept us today, Xiao Wu and have been killed." Like a beggar, Tang Hao, dragging his left leg that had turned green from toxin, looked helplessly at his son and said, "Xiao San, you are still too young." Those 4 clearly lacked unity. Otherwise, why would they let your dad go? You should know that I have far more soul bones than that rabbit. As long as they kill me, they can divide more soul bones. But why do they let us father and son leave? It's because even though I have been expelled from the Haotian sect, I'm still the brother of the Sky Douluo. No single sect can withstand the wrath of our Haotian sect, and they are unwilling to cooperate to resist us. So they can only resort to this desperate strategy to let us go. Besides, there is only one 10,000-year soul beast. How would those 2 families distribute it? As they spoke, there was another violent explosion behind them. Different dragon roars, explosion sounds, and even Shen Xion's curses echoed through the forest. Tang Hao paused for a moment, and then said to Tang San, "Look, As soon as we leave, they start fighting over the 10,000-year soul beast. Seeing that, Tang, since still didn't believe it, he sighed. Son, this is a big family. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. But when this interest isn't big enough, they will turn on each other. Do you understand? Tang, Sin lowered his head, having to admit that what his father said was indeed reasonable. Whether in his past life or on Douluo continent, interests were always an unavoidable issue for those big families. He glanced back unwillingly, silently vowing to avenge Xiao Wu. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family. 7 Treasured Glazed Tile School. Today, if you dare to harm Xiao Wu, you have already chosen the path to death. One day, if I, Tang San, become a title Duel, I will annihilate you. However, what Tang hadn't expect was that his breath had just completely disappeared. Yuzhen immediately stopped his hands and shouted at Dugu, all right. The people have gone far away. Let's all stop. Dugu, you 3-headed snake, how could you really hit me? I was just trying to test my skills. Dugu awkwardly shut his mouth. Today, he had gotten a bit carried away. First, he almost killed Xiao Wu, and then he got so into the act that he actually started fighting with Yu Yuanzhen. Fortunately, Yu Yuanzhen held back. Otherwise, next year on this day, Duguian would be visiting his grandfather's grave, a thing that achieves nothing but messes things up. Yu Yuanzhen cursed hatefully. Then, he looked at the small dance in Chun Xian's hand with fiery eyes. 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone were right in front of him. After this incident, he was increasingly satisfied with his nephew. Not only was he the fastest in cultivation in the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, but he was also hundreds of times smarter than his foolish grandson. Even more exaggerated was the fact that, unlike himself, who relied on family resources to become a title de law, Yu Xiaowei had only used family resources during the first ring. From the second ring onward, he had been obtaining resources and cultivating on his own. Therefore, there was no need to worry about him consuming too many family resources, leading to a shortage of top combat power. In the future, handing the family over to Yu Xiaowei, Yu Yuanzhen was completely at ease. Let's go back to the family. We're leaving. In fact, Tang Hao was not wrong. There were indeed no eternal friendships among large families. As long as there were interests at stake, even the best brotherly families could turn against each other. However, he did not expect one thing. What if the benefits were the same for both families? For example, right now, these 4 shameless titled Douluos were not fighting for the soul bones for themselves, but to give them to the same person. The ice and fire duality eye. Zhu Zhuqing's situation was extremely dire. Her body was shaking violently. An extremely sharp aura was emanating from her entire being. This aura was so strong that even Lu Erlong could accidentally get cut by it. Yu Xiaowei was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't know what the water fairy jade bone was. But judging by the name, isn't it just a daffodil? He walked through the entire ice and fire duality eye, but he didn't find a second daffodil at all. How did he take the wrong medicine? Chapter 76. Dai Mubai is no longer useful. Water fairy jade bone nourishes tendons and bones and connects the 8 extraordinary meridians. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed it in 3 hours, resulting in a 7-level surge in soul power and an extremely outrageous change in talent. After the Soul Master competition, he was able to level up 20 levels in 5 years, even faster than Feng Xiaotian, who had innate full soul power. It can be said that this immortal herb changed his life. And now, what will Zhu Zhuqing's fate be? It is impossible to predict. Yu Xiaowei's mouth twitched. He had previously worried about misidentifying the herbs, but in this ice and fire duality eye, there truly was a single daffodil. How could there be a mistake? At this moment, the sharp aura surrounding Zhu Zhuqing became increasingly intense, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Lu Erlong looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a worried expression. This outsider in the eyes of others, the mother Tyrannosaurus, actually had a very delicate mind and was deeply concerned about the student's situation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pretended to cry to deceive Yu Xiaowei earlier. Zhu Zhuqing's screams continued, and her martial soul, the nether cat, suddenly appeared, hovering above her. However, the nether cat was no longer the pitch-black cat form it once was. Instead, it had transformed into a tiger form that shone with a faint golden light, constantly changing. As the body of the nether cat evolved, Zhu Zhuqing rolled on the ground in pain, and the surrounding giant herbs and rocks were shattered into fragments as she tumbled. This is martial soul evolution. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Yu Xiaowei. He had indeed witnessed Dugu Bo's martial soul evolution twice. But Dugu Bo's evolution was very smooth, naturally transitioning from the Emerald Scaled Snake King to the Emerald Scaled True Dragon, and finally transforming into King Ghidorah. Why did it sound like Zhu Zhuqing was being slaughtered like a pig? As the martial soul of the evolved nether cat gradually stabilized, Zhu Zhuqing's screams slowly subsided. Looking at the familiar golden tiger martial soul before him, Yu Xiaowei raised his eyebrows. No wonder Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul evolution was so painful. It was almost like changing to a different species. Dugu transitioned from snake to dragon, and from dragon to true dragon, all following a normal progression. But Zhu Zhuqing jumped directly from a cat to a tiger. How could that not be painful? Moreover, she transformed from a nether cat to the red gold tiger, which was even stronger than the evil-eyed white tiger martial soul. Was this called evolution? It was like evolving on a rocket, and it couldn't be this intense, right? Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing's current martial soul was the red gold tiger that Yu Xiaowei had encountered in the Star Do Forest before. It was a top-tier soul, beast, boasting an extreme offensive title. Although it wasn't as powerful as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex or the Phoenix-type top beast martial souls. The red gold tiger martial soul, with a trace of divine beast white tiger bloodline, was already one of the strongest beast martial souls on the continent. Earlier, the Douluo royal family had also produced a mutated red gold tiger martial soul. That royal offering had unmatched attack power after reaching the title level, and no one dared to fight against them. Unexpectedly, today a red gold tiger martial soul also appeared in the Douluo Zhu family. Yu Xiaowei looked at the changes in Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit and suddenly had a thought. So that means the Xingluo royal family and the Zhu family are actually inbred. Chaotic. If there are no deformities, then they should consider themselves lucky. This is also Yu Xiaowei's evaluation of the Xingluo royal family. The evolution of the crimson gold tiger has finally ended, and the sharp aura surrounding Zhu Zhuqing has completely dissipated. Lu Erlong quickly took out a robe from the soul guide and draped it over the already unconscious Zhu Zhuqing. After all that turmoil, her body was already soaked with cold sweat. In the bizarrely cold and hot environment of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Lu Erlong was worried that her body wouldn't be able to handle it. Flander, let's return to the academy. This environment is not suitable for Zhuqing to recover. I need to take her back to the academy for treatment. After roughly checking Zhu Zhuqing's physical condition, Lu Erlong shouted at Flander. Hearing this, Yu Xiaowei felt a pang in his heart and quickly asked, Sister, what is her situation now? Oh, it's nothing serious, just some torn muscles and bones. Just let Jiangzhu treat her when we get back, Lu Erlong replied, while ushering everyone onto Flander's back. Upon hearing that Zhu Zhuqing was fine, Yu Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to endanger a life due to his mistake. After returning to the academy, Lu Erlong hurriedly carried Zhu Zhuqing to the medical room, while Yu Qianheng and the others returned to their respective dorms. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind Yu Xiaowei, and seeing that no one was around, she reached out and pinched his waist hard. However, after struggling for a long time and even tiring her own hand, she couldn't manage to pinch the flesh at Yu Xiaowei's waist. Seeing Ning Rongrong's efforts, Yu Xiaowei asked in confusion, Hey, Rongrong, why are you pinching me? It's because of you always staring at that Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong pouted, looking quite displeased. Yu Xiaowei said with a mix of laughter and tears, Isn't it that they took the fake medicine I gave them? I'm just worried it might kill someone. Oh, fine. You should take care of her. After all, she sold her life to you, and that contract is still in your hands. Oh, right. Remember to call me when she wakes up. I haven't seen what a golden tiger martial soul looks like yet. Time flew by, and it was evening. Ning Rongrong ran over to tell Yu Xiaowei that Zhu Zhuqing had woken up. In the medical room, the awakened Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the bed, still in disbelief as she looked at her martial soul. She never expected that her family's inherited martial soul would undergo any changes. You're awake? Accompanied by a familiar voice, Yu Xiaowei entered with Ning Rongrong and Jiangzhu. Zhu Zhuqing lightly responded. Is her body okay? If it's fine, let's go to the jungle mimicry training environment. I want to test your new martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, and a surge of anger suddenly welled up inside her. Her body had just recovered, and she was already expected to undergo testing. Yu Xiaowei, are you still human? Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't be treated like this. 1 hour later, the test results for Yu Xiaowei have come out. Zhu Zhuqing's soul power has now risen to level 35, an increase of 7 levels as well. In the recent test, under the enhancement of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing was actually able to break her own scales with a single claw. It is worth noting that Yu Xiaowei's scales were said by Dugu to be able to withstand attacks from a level 55 Soul King. From this perspective, in terms of attack power, Zhu Zhuqing can now completely rival those top-tier assault-type soul masters. After the healing test, Yu Xiaowei also confirmed that she has inherited the healing restriction ability of the Crimson Gold Tiger. Even more frustratingly, in terms of speed, she is not any less than the previous Nethercat. She resembles a combination of Feng Xiaotian's strong attack and agile attack. The only drawback is that her defense remains very weak. Taking a punch from herself could potentially be fatal. Yu Xiaowei held the evaluation report, nodding with satisfaction, and said to Zhu Zhuqing, with your current attack power, even if your sister came, you could slap her to death. So, you don't need to think about that useless Dai Mu Bai anymore. It doesn't matter whether they're a ghostly white tiger or not. No one can threaten your life now. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a moment of dizziness. Suddenly, she laughed, but as she laughed, she began to cry. Chapter 77. The Shortcut to Distracted Control. After the baptism of the immortal herb, several students from Lamba Academy made a leap in their breakthroughs. Among them, Yu Tianheng, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all completed their advancement, just waiting to obtain their soul rings to become Soul Sect and Soul King. Oscar also reached level 35, but unfortunately, he lost 3 petals. Otherwise, he could have conservatively estimated to level up again. Lu Erlong also gained tremendous benefits, although there was no change in her soul power. Her combat strength was on a different level. Originally, her flames were more feminine, but now her golden flames became extremely violent when fully unleashed. What made Yu Xiaowei somewhat annoyed was that Lu Erlong's golden flames could actually explode. Now, related to him, Dugu had turned into an explosion maniac, often shaking the family as if there were earthquakes during sparring with Yu Engine. Seeing Lu Erlong's excitement in the simulated training environment, it was obvious that she would become the next explosion maniac. Thinking about his own explosive breath, it seemed that Lamba Academy was now a group of Daedara. TSK. Thinking that all 3 of them had explosive breath, it looked like the slogan of Lamba Academy could completely change to range is truth, yield is justice. Now, Xiao had also been captured by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, just waiting for Linli to reach level 90 to be sacrificed. In this capture of soul beasts, one could say that all the benefits were taken by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, gaining not only an additional title de law, but also a 100,000-year soul bone, which happened to be their son-in-law. However, because of this, there were quite a few dissatisfied voices within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After witnessing Dugu and Yu Engine's ability to capture soul beasts unharmed, some clan elders believe that the 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones should belong to the family, yet half of them were given away by Yu Xiaowei. Therefore, considering everything, Ning Fengji decided to teach Yu Xiaowei a family secret technique as compensation for their ally and relative. Distracted Control. The unique secret technique of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is not only a divine skill for support-type soul masters and control-type soul masters, but also a divine skill for attack-type battle soul masters. This is because the greatest feature of Distracted Control is to enhance the soul master's perception of the surrounding environment. Another aspect is that in soul fights or battles, even a battle soul master with only 3 acupoints of the Heart of Control will have a clearer understanding of the allocation of soul power and soul skills, as well as the control of the battlefield situation. If a powerful attack-type soul master can cultivate to the 5 acupoints of the Heart of Dispersion, then even if blindfolded, it would not hinder their actions at all. Yu Xiaowei was currently in the training hall of the Qibao Liuli sect, learning the techniques of distraction control from Guru. The cultivation methods of an attack-type soul master were different from those of a support-type soul master, so Ning Fengji couldn't help him much. Chun Xin had also taken Ning Rongrong to hunt for soul rings, so now he could only rely on Gu Rong to teach Yu Xiaowei. As for Gu Rong's teaching plan, it could be summed up in 4 words: simple and brutal. The content involved Gu Rong not using soul skills and suppressing his soul power to the soul master level, attacking Yu Xiaowei, who would then block or dodge. Due to the extremely special nature of Gu Rong's bone dragon martial soul, which not only had incredible innate defense, but also possessed spatial power, even without using soul power. His attacks were still incredibly unpredictable, capable of striking Yu Xiaowei from 2 or 3 directions simultaneously. This was also Gu Rong's method of training distraction control back in the day, facing attacks coming from different directions at the same time, making the most suitable judgment, and accurately using the appropriate soul power and soul skills to respond. Xiaowei, your method is wrong. You need to use your spiritual power, perceive with your spiritual power, not with your eyes. Gu Rong's stern reprimand echoed throughout the training hall. Yu Xiaowei remained silent, focusing her mental energy in an attempt to track Gu Rong's attack. However, her efforts yielded little result. Sighing, Gu Rong looked at the breathless Yu Xiaowei lying on the ground and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. It was indeed a bit difficult to expect a 13-year-old child to master this so quickly. Mental energy. This was the hurdle that hindered Battle Soul Masters specializing in strong attacks from learning distraction control. Additionally, since they had not specifically trained in mental-type soul skills, their mental energy reserves were insufficient, which led to a general disregard for the use of mental energy. Yu Xiaowei also has this problem. Although his melee combat ability is unmatched, even Gu Rong has marveled at his fighting talent more than once. However, his mental strength is seriously disproportionate to his physical body. So when facing Gu Rong's attacks, he often instinctively relies on his eyes instead of using his mental power. This leads to a problem. If he doesn't use his mental power, he will keep getting hit, and the more he gets hit, the more he wants to track Gu Rong's attacks with his eyes, creating a vicious cycle. Grandpa Bone, shall we do it again? After resting for a while, Yu Xiaowei rubbed his sore shoulders and got up from the ground. Gu Rong showed a smile that was scarier than crying, but he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he waved to Yu Xiaowei. Good boy, come here to Grandpa. You used your mental power in the wrong place just now. Do you know where you went wrong? Yu Xiaowei stood obediently opposite to Gu Rong, shaking her head. I don't know. You're too anxious. Too anxious? Yes, to master distraction control, you must first learn to perceive, to sense the changes in your surrounding environment. Your mental energy shouldn't be deliberately focused on tracking my movements. It should be used to sense the environment. Seeing Yu Xiaowei's somewhat confused expression, Gu Rong continued. When the surrounding environment and your perception merge into one, then whether it's the flow of air, colors, smells, sounds, or various changes, all will be under your control. At this point, no matter who attacks you, you'll immediately sense it. Then, when you learn distraction control, you can allocate your soul power and soul skills reasonably to the incoming attacks. This way, whether for defense or counterattack, you'll greatly reduce your consumption. However, regardless of any aspect, for a strong offensive-type soul master, it is extremely challenging, so you must never rush. You need to take it step by step, progressing gradually. That's why, just like earlier, I repeatedly reminded you, yet you still failed to sense the changes in your environment and mistakenly used your mental energy, even relying on your slower eyes to track your grandfather's movements. This is your biggest mistake. Do you understand? Yu Xiaowei nodded, then furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Gu Rong's explanation was very thorough, but now the problem had arisen. How could he use his weak mental power to perceive the environment and integrate it with himself? He pondered this question for the entire afternoon. Gu Rong tried to call him several times, but after a moment's consideration, he put his hand down and allowed him to stand there in a daze. Finally, in the evening, in Yu Xiaowei's chaotic mind, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed. There is a shortcut to take. Chapter 78, a doomsday-like domain. Domain, one of Yu Xiaowei's killer moves. Its strongest power lies in its violent armor-breaking capability. Like the shell of the Earth King, Meng Li's protective light shield, and Davis's White Tiger protective barrier. Especially the White Tiger protective barrier, which is only 100 years old in soul skills, is particularly fragile and shatters upon contact. Besides armor breaking, there is another significant function, which is controlling the battlefield. High-level soul masters naturally ignore the dizziness and nausea caused by nuclear radiation. But those soul masters with strength similar to Yu Xiaowei's will almost be controlled the moment they make contact. Moreover, the weaker the opponent, the longer the control lasts. Combined with Yu Xiaowei's attack and defense capabilities, which far exceed those of his peers, it can be said that he is now a peculiar type of soul master that integrates strong attack, defense, and control systems. The shortcut he just thought of, which merges mental power and perception, is the completion of the domain. That's right. Yu Xiaowei's field of nuclear radiation is extremely powerful. So powerful that when the field is activated, defensive soul masters immediately kneel and call him daddy, while agility attack soul masters even have to kneel and call him grandpa. However, he noticed a problem a long time ago. His field is not complete. This is mainly reflected in his control over the field, which is limited to controlling the range of the field's release, but he cannot pay attention to the details within the field. The teachings from Gu Rong earlier made Yu Xiaowei realize something. The concept of merging one's mental power with the environment, where the environment and oneself become one, is precisely the concept of a complete field, right? In other words, the distraction control technique of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is essentially the prototype of cultivating a field for battle soul masters. It's important to note that fields, apart from those who are fortunate enough to possess innate fields, can only be cultivated to the level of a titled Douluo, and not everyone has this ability. For instance, Gu Rong has not cultivated a field. No wonder this distraction control technique is regarded as a clan's secret technique. Therefore, as long as Yu Xiaowei integrates his mental power into the nuclear radiation field and transforms the surrounding environment into his own domain, he will be the absolute master within the field. This is the shortcut to mastering distraction control, and also the method to perfect the nuclear radiation field. Without further ado, he decided to take action. Yu Xiaowei immediately released his nuclear radiation domain, controlling it within the range of the training hall. He then released his mental power, gradually merging it into the domain. However, to Yu Xiaowei's disappointment, as soon as his mental power made contact with the nuclear radiation domain, it was sizzled and completely dissolved. Intense pain enveloped his mind, and after letting out a scream, Yu Xiaowei crouched down, holding his head, filled with disbelief. This is unreasonable. How could his own domain devour his mental power? Hearing the scream, Gu Rong, who was guarding outside, rushed in shock. Child, what happened? Grandpa Gu, I'm fine. Just encountered a little problem during cultivation. Fortunately, the dissolved mental power was only a small part, and Yu Xiaowei quickly recovered. However, seeing him stand up as if nothing had happened, Gu Rong still couldn't relax and asked with concern, what went wrong just now? Tell Grandpa. Gu Rong had every reason to worry. It was quite normal for soul masters to encounter issues during cultivation. However, some problems might not show any obvious abnormalities on the surface, but could suddenly erupt later during cultivation, causing fatal consequences. Therefore, he couldn't help but be concerned. Yu Xiaowei did not hold anything back and described the conflict between her domain and spiritual power to Gu Rong. What? You have a gifted domain? Hurry, hurry. Show it to Grandpa. Upon hearing that Yu Xiaowei had a gifted domain, Gu Rong immediately became excited and couldn't contain himself. It is important to know that whether a soul master has a domain is a completely different concept. He had been suppressed by Chun Xian for so many years. And aside from not matching Chun Xian's soul power, the biggest issue was that Chun Xian had cultivated the 7-killing domain, while he did not have a domain. Good. Yu Xiaowei nodded in response, and then released his nuclear radiation domain. As the invisible fluctuations enveloped Gu Rong, his expression gradually changed from excitement to an increasingly strange look. Is this your domain? Yes, I have had this innate domain since awakening my martial soul. Gu Rong took a deep breath, touched his bald head, and then grabbed Yu Xiaowei, fiercely slapping his buttocks. Ouch! Yu Xiaowei was stunned and kept shouting, Grandpa Gu, what are you doing? I'll help. Grandpa Gu is killing someone. After a beating, Yu Xiaowei rubbed his butt with a grimace. As for why he got beaten, he already knew. It was because when he was practicing controlling the field in his family, Gu Rong accidentally came into contact with nuclear radiation during a visit. At that time, it didn't have much effect, but in the following years, Gu Rong, who already had very few hairs, started losing them one by one until this year when he lost them all. Like Dugu, Gu Rong loved his hair dearly, and every day he looked at his bald head in the mirror, wanting to cry but having no tears. He could only infer that it was related to a strange force he had come into contact with at the time, but he had never thought it was Yu Xiaowei's fault. Today, he finally found the culprit. Looking at Yu Xiaowei, who was still rubbing his butt, he said irritably, Stop rubbing, I know what your problem is now. Yu Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and he forgot the pain in his buttocks as he hurriedly asked, Grandpa Gu, what is the problem? Martial soul. Have you noticed that your martial soul carries a destructive aura that is perfectly compatible with your innate domain? I guess the reason your spiritual power was annihilated just now is that when you didn't T-release your martial soul, there was no destructive aura in your spiritual power, which led to it being attacked by its own domain. Try releasing your spiritual power while your martial soul is manifested, and then merge it with your innate domain. Gu Rong's words were like a sudden enlightenment for Yu Xiaowei, and without hesitation, he began to release his domain. Feeling the nuclear radiation enveloping him, Gu Rong hesitated for a moment, but then thought he had nothing to lose and stood fearlessly inside it. After a strange beast roar, the half-dragon Yu Xiaowei released his spiritual power, trying once again to merge it with the nuclear radiation domain. This time, the domain did not reject the fusion of spiritual power. In just a moment, in Gu Rong's eyes, it seemed as if a dazzling light flashed from Yu Xiaowei's body, followed by a sudden eruption of a thick death aura that quickly covered the entire training hall. The ground erupted with explosive sounds, and countless pillars of fire shot up into the sky. In an instant, the earth cracked, black smoke billowed, and under the atmosphere of slaughter, the entire training hall turned into a hell on earth. The apocalyptic scene before him made even the super Duel Gu Rong feel a sense of oppression. After a moment of astonishment, he muttered to himself, What kind of domain is this? At that moment, Yu Xiaowei, who was in the midst of his training, suddenly opened his eyes wide and let out a long howl. The power of the domain surged once again, and with a loud boom, the training hall of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school collapsed. Chapter 79. Today, I must teach you a lesson. While Yu Xiaowei was cultivating in the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, Feng Xiaotian was already going crazy waiting at the entrance of the Blue Tyrant Academy. Damn it, this bastard actually stood me up. Originally, he had agreed with Yu Xiaowei to meet 3 days later in the Sunset Forest to help him act and pursue Huowu. But now that 3 days had passed, Yu Xiaowei still hadn't shown up. When he asked the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, they all said he hurriedly left with the dean yesterday and hadn't returned since. Upon hearing this news, Feng Xiaotian felt dizzy. If it weren't for his informant at the Blaze Academy stalling for time, Huowu and the others would have already set off. But it was clear that he couldn't hold them back any longer. Damn it! You damn Godzilla, Yu Xiaowei. You take my money and don't do your job? You're really screwing me over. In a fit of rage, Feng Xiaotian began to curse at the school gate. After cursing for a whole morning, he could only helplessly admit defeat and hurried off to the Blaze Academy. Inside the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect, the collapse of the cultivation hall caused a commotion. In an instant, the disciples left in the sect mistakenly thought there was an attack on the sect and all dropped what they were doing, rushing to the ruins in a noisy uproar. Cough, cough, cough. After a violent coughing fit, Gu Rong emerged from the dust, protecting Yu Xiaowei. Elder Gu, what happened? Is there an external enemy invading? Seeing Gu Rong come out, Ning Fengji and a strange old man with white hair looked astonished. Gu Rong waved his hand, signaling that there was no problem, and then jumped out from the ruins. After waving away the dust in front of him, he pointed at Yu Xiaowei, who looked embarrassed, and said, "Ask your son-in-law. He did this good deed. Uncle Ning, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. As for the losses your family incurred, I don't have any money to compensate, so you can talk to my old man about it." With a dusty face, Yu Xiaowei scratched his head and turned to run away. "Stop!" Ning Fengji shouted, grabbing his collar. However, there was no anger on his face. Instead, he said kindly, "If it collapsed, then it collapsed. It just so happens that I wanted to rebuild it anyway. But you need to come with me to the discussion hall and explain what just happened." Seeing that he couldn't refuse Ning Fengji, Yu Xiaowei had no choice but to hang his head and follow him to the discussion hall. However, how could a father-in-law make things difficult for his son-in-law? After a round of questioning, Ning Fengji's face couldn't hide his joy. A battle soul master with a domain and one without were worlds apart in terms of combat power. And having such a talented battle soul master become his son-in-law made Ning Fengji feel like he was floating. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji took out a soul guide device from his pocket and handed it to Yu Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, this was obtained from Tang Hao by Sword Uncle when capturing soul beasts. The quality is quite good, even better than the soul guide you're using now. I know you like soul bones, but that soul beast can't be killed yet, so I'll give you this trophy." Looking at the belt-shaped soul guide device in his hand, with 24 milky white gemstones embedded on it, Yu Xiaowei couldn't help but grin. What a load of crap, obtained from Tang Hao. Isn't this the 24 bridges on a moonlit night? After taking a shower in the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect and changing into clean clothes, Yu Xiaowei took out all the hidden weapons from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and threw them into the trash can. Then he tied the beautifully exquisite belt around his waist and walked towards Lamba Academy, pondering how to deal with Tang San. To be honest, Tang San's talent is indeed decent. However, Yu Xiaowei truly looks down on his character, especially that line, "Confirm that the opponent is an enemy. And as long as they have the means to kill, do not hold back. Otherwise, it will only add to your troubles." Who was Tang since speaking to when he said that? A doorman who couldn't even harm a chicken, not even a soul master. Just because the person spoke disrespectfully, there was a path to death. Huh, what a joke. Forget the mysterious Heaven Treasure record. It should be called the Tang Sect's Code of Conduct. Moreover, Xiao Wu is about to be roasted as a rabbit. Does it mean that Yu Xiaowei also has a path of 1,000 cuts? Damn it. If it weren't for the consideration of Tang Xiao, a 97th level title Duel, there was no way he would let Tang Hao and Tang San escape this time. Actually, the biggest headache about capturing Xiao Wu this time lies here. As long as Tang Hao dies, the Spirit Hall will have no reason to continue targeting the Haotian sect. By then, the three sects will be infighting, and no matter who wins or loses, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The Spirit Hall could then reap the benefits. And this is not what Yu Xiaowei wants to see. But letting them go means leaving two hidden enemies, Tang Hao and Tang San. Especially since both of them have a vengeful nature, Who knows when they might pop up and bite you. It seems necessary to send someone to the Douluo forest to find that 80,000-year-old blue silver king. According to Yu Xiaowei's guess, Tang Hao should have dropped below title level after blowing his rings twice in a row, so he wouldn't dare to show up high profile. He should be hiding in the Douluo forest, teaching Tang San how to learn the chaotic wind. Once Tang San finishes learning, he will send him to the killing city. Taking advantage of this time, Yu Xiaowei and the others could kill the blue silver king, and who knows, they might get an 80,000-year-old soul bone and see if they can dig up Tang San's mother. Just as he reached the gate of Lamba Academy, the guard, Li Yusong, stopped him. Yu Xiaowei, today someone named Feng Xiaotian came looking for you. He was cursing you all morning and only left at noon. When he left, he told me to inform you that if he doesn't see you in the Sunset Forest today, he will go around spreading the word about the bad deed you made him do. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowei slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about Feng Xiaotian. Moreover, it was already dark, and he didn't know if Huo Wu and the others had returned. If they had finished hunting for soul rings, that would be terrible. In the Sunset Forest, the old firehead from the Blaze Academy was camping with Huo Wu and the others. For his daughter's fourth soul ring, the old firehead chose a 4,000-year-old Qingyan hunting falcon. This kind of soul beast has an astonishing attack power and is a rare high-quality fire tribute soul beast. However, the trouble was that the old firehead couldn't fly, so they only managed to injure the falcon but didn't catch it. After tracking it all day and seeing that it was getting dark, the old firehead ordered them to set up camp and rest. However, there were always some discordant voices in the noisy camp. Sister Huo Wu, let me help you. Sister Huo Wu, are you tired? Sister Huo Wu, are you thirsty? Sister Huo Wu. Seeing Feng Xiaotian constantly sticking to his daughter, the old firehead felt a headache. This innate full soul power genius from the Shenkong Academy was indeed impressive, but unfortunately his daughter had no feelings for him at all, and the old firehead had no good way to deal with it. Luckily, when hunting soul beasts today, Feng Xiaotian could fly and entangle that hunting falcon. Otherwise, the old firehead wouldn't have had the chance to injure it. Just as everyone was setting up camp, a woman in a red dress and a stout man wearing glasses, along with several students, appeared here. As soon as he saw Feng Xiaotian, Yu Qianheng immediately pointed at him and said to Lu Erlong, "Aunt, that's the guy who beat us last time." Upon hearing her nephew's words, Lu Erlong exploded, 7 soul rings suddenly shining in the woods, and she roared at Feng Xiaotian. "You little brat from the Shenkong Academy, so it was you who blocked my nephew at the school gate last time. Today, I must teach you a lesson so you know why the flowers are so red." Chapter 80. Sister Huo Wu, I'm here to save you. Hearing Lu Erlong's roar, Feng Xiaotian was dumbfounded. Yes, he did beat Yu Tianheng up, but Yu Xiaowei had already beaten him back. Moreover, as punishment, the dean didn't even find a healing soul master and just let him hang in the medical room for 3 days to reflect. Why is a soul saint here today, seeking revenge for Yu Tianheng? No, this soul saint lady, Yu Tianheng's uncle, has already beaten me up. He said we are even. A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses, and Feng Xiaotian wasn't the kind of person who would bend easily. But Lu Erlong ignored him, and her fire dragon martial soul directly emerged, the intense heat igniting the tents just set up by the Blaze Academy. What you did to you is his business, and what I didn't do to you is my business. The old firehead couldn't stand it anymore. Quickly stepping in front of Feng Xiaotian and shouting, "Lu Erlong, if you want to act tough, go back to your Lamba Academy. Don't pretend to be a big shot here. Old firehead, are you giving me face?" After saying that, Lu Erlong actually took the initiative to attack the old firehead. As an 83rd level soul Douluo, the old firehead, due to carelessness, didn't dodge and was actually kicked away by her. Ever since she took the coxcomb phoenix, sunflower, and mutated her flames, Lu Erlong's temper had become increasingly irritable. Coupled with the suppression of the Yu Xiaojing incident for a long time, she just happened to encounter a punching bag today, and she completely exploded. Feng Xiaotian was dumbfounded on the side. Is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family a factory for bullies? Lu Erlong is just a soul saint. How dare she attack a soul Douluo? After kicking the old firehead away, Lu Erlong glared at Feng Xiaotian with a fierce look that made his legs go weak. Just when he thought he was going to be beaten, an unexpected figure blocked in front of him. "Director Lu, you need to be reasonable." That day, it was indeed Feng Xiaotian who caused trouble, but he also had his leg broken by Yu Xiaowei. Even all the members of their Shenkong battle team had a leg broken. This matter had already been resolved. You can't be unreasonable. It was Sister Huo Wu. Feng Xiaotian was frantically cheering for Huo Wu in his heart. He never expected that it would actually be Huo Wu standing up for him. remembering that Lu Erlong is Yu Xiaowei's sister. Could it be that all of this was part of his plan? Wow, he cursed the wrong person in the daytime. And unexpectedly, Yu Xiaowei really was helping him. Touched, tears streamed down Feng Xiaoyan's face. He cried out loudly, yes, yes, yes. Sister Huo Wu is absolutely right. Lu Erlong saw a pretty girl blocking her way, and her movements paused involuntarily. Just as the girl furrowed her brows and was about to speak, a furious roar came from behind. The old man who was single-horned fire dragon martial soul manifested, charging out of the forest. Lu Erlong, do you think your uncle is Yu Engine? So I won't dare to hit you. Having lost face in front of his children and students, the old man Huo was both angry and embarrassed, and he made a decision to teach Lu Erlong a lesson today. Please calm down, Lord Soul Douluo, calm down. Erlong, you two, quickly retract your martial soul and stop messing around with the kids. At this moment, Flanders hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Things had happened too quickly. He hadn't expected Lu Erlong to actually take action and hadn't had time to stop her. What are you? Get out of my way. Unexpectedly, the old man who showed no mercy and directly scolded Flanders. Just as the two sides were a standoff, a strong gust of wind suddenly rushed over. The expressions of the three old men changed, and they quickly looked back. Not far away, a massive three-headed dragon was flying towards them, and with each flap of its wings, the towering trees in the forest were blown askew. 100,000-year soul beast. How could there be a 100,000-year soul beast in the sunset forest? Run, run, run. The terrifying aura of the three-headed dragon caused everyone's faces to change drastically, and the three old men hurriedly transformed their martial souls, standing in front of the students. Upon seeing this, the three-headed dragon disdainfully snorted. Two of its heads unleashed a ball of fierce flames and a ball of icy coldness, which exploded violently upon contact with the three men. Even the old man Hua, with his soul duel cultivation, was blown away by the explosion. Fortunately, the three-headed dragon did not attack again. It simply soared over their heads and flew into the distance. Sister Huo Wu. Sister Huo Wu has been taken. As soon as the dragon flew away, Feng Xiaoyan's sorrowful voice echoed through the sunset forest. The old man Ho was taken aback. When he charged out of the smoke, he saw Feng Xiaoyan's soul rings shining, and a pair of huge blue wings spread from his back as he chased after the three-headed dragon. Lu Erlong, protect my students and return to the Fire Academy. Consider it a favor I owe you. Without waiting for Lu Erlong to respond, the old man Hua transformed into the single-horned fire dragon, also chased after the three-headed dragon. Huo Wu, who was caught in the claws of the three-headed dragon, had already fallen unconscious. Although the previous explosion was mostly blocked by the three martial soul forms, the residual shockwave still left the students dizzy. When Huo Wu finally woke up, she found herself in a pitch-black cave. In the silent cave, the sound of snoring could be heard from time to time. Without a doubt, this must be the lair of the three-headed dragon. It seemed that the dragon had already eaten its fill today, which was why it spared her life. Huo Wu covered her chest, not daring to breathe too loudly or use her soul power, and cautiously began to sneak towards the cave's exit. After slowly moving for half an hour, she finally managed to walk out of the cave. Listening to the unchanged snoring from inside, she felt a sense of having survived a disaster. Thankfully, she had not disturbed the soul beast. However, just as she was about to leave, she discovered a despairing fact. The lair of the three-headed dragon was built right on the edge of a cliff, a sheer drop of at least 1,000 meters. She was not Feng Xiaotian. Her martial soul was just a fire shadow, and she couldn't fly at all. How was she supposed to get down? At that moment, the snoring in the cave suddenly stopped, causing Huo Wu's heart to skip a beat. Fortunately, after a short while, the snoring resumed. Taking a slight breath of relief, Huo Wu stood at the edge of the cliff and leaned forward to look down. The intense sensation of height made her a bit dizzy. Jumping down would guarantee death. Climbing down might mean being caught by that soul beast before she even got halfway. Staying here would eventually lead her to become the soul beast food. What to do? It was a dead end either way. Just as Huo Wu hesitated at the edge of the cliff, a faint rustling sound came from above, startling her. She quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Moments later, Feng Xiaoyan's dusty face peeked over the cliff's edge. As soon as he saw Huo Wu, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly called out in a low voice, "Sister Huo Wu, I'm here to rescue you." Hearing his voice was like music to her ears, and tears immediately welled up in Huo Wu's eyes. Chapter 81. Feng Xiaotian is reliable. He truly steps up in times of need. In the sunset forest, Flanders transformed into a four-eyed cat eagle, carrying the old man who was straight towards the cliff where the three-headed dragon was located. Among the three, only he possessed the ability to fly. Therefore, after the old man Hor rushed out, Flanders made a quick decision to leave Lu Erlong behind to protect the students from the two academies, using his martial soul form to pursue. However, it had been less than 7 days since Flanders last used his martial soul form, so he was still in a weakened state. Under these circumstances, even if he flapped his wings with all his strength, he couldn't catch up to the three-headed dragon, let alone keep up with Feng Xiaotian, who was getting further away. Fortunately, the four-eyed cat eagle had night vision abilities, and he still spotted the three-headed dragon landing on a distant cliff. "Thank you, brother," said the old man Hoa as he sighed while sitting on the four-eyed cat eagle. He could see that Flanders was still in a weakened state. A soul sage like him was essentially cannon fodder in front of a 100,000-year soul beast. In such a situation, it was truly commendable for him to help. However, why was there a 100,000-year soul beast here? This thing was rare even in the Stardow Forest, the largest forest in the entire continent. The old man who couldn't understand why he had just come to hunt soul rings with his children and 2 students and ended up in such bad luck. "Brother, I've spotted the soul beast's lair. Once we get there, let's avoid a direct confrontation with the 100,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, with our strength, we'll end up as the soul beast's dung tomorrow," Flanders warned the old man Hoa seriously, afraid that this irritable old man would provoke the three-headed dragon upon first sight. Moreover, soul beasts of such age typically had fully developed intelligence and were not unreasonable. They just needed to pray that those 2 kids hadn't been chosen as food yet. At the cliff, Huowu cautiously walked to Feng Xiaoyan's side. "Sister Huowu, let us climb down from here." Listening to Feng Xiaoyan's words, Huowu didn't ask much, but bit her lip and nodded. Thus, the two began to slowly climb down the steep cliff. Because they were worried about startling the soul beast, neither dared to use their soul power. Feng Xiaotian was considered a semi-attack type soul master, so climbing a cliff wasn't too difficult for him. However, Huowu was just a control type soul master, and her martial soul wasn't one that enhanced physical abilities. After climbing for less than half an hour, she was already panting heavily and drenched in sweat. "Huowu, hang in there. There's a cave below, and I've already cleared the soul beast inside. If we can reach the cave, we can hide there." Feng Xiaotian encouraged her when he saw that Huowu was struggling. Huowu gritted her teeth and nodded. Suddenly, 3 distinct dragon roars echoed like thunder. The entire mountain trembled slightly. A wave of dragon might rushed in, causing Feng Xiaotian to tremble and nearly fall off the cliff. Seeing this, Huowu quickly grabbed his hand and said bitterly, "The soul beast has discovered that I ran away. Feng Xiaotian, you go on without me." Feng Xiaotian shook his head, taking deep breaths to force himself to calm down despite the fear caused by the dragon might. The enraged dragon roars continued, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, causing the mountain to shake even more violently. Needless to say, the 3-headed giant dragon was furious and was smashing things around. Feng Xiaotian gritted his teeth and, disregarding whether Huowu agreed or not, pulled her into his arms and jumped off the cliff. Huowu was about to scream, but Feng Xiaotian quickly covered her mouth. The sound of wind whistling past them grew louder, and Feng Xiaotian's descent accelerated. Above the cliff, the 3-headed dragon's roars still continued, seemingly unaware of their presence. Huowu, panicking and in tears, bit her lip tightly and clung to Feng Xiaotian. The experience of life and death that night caused this strong girl to completely break down. After about 2 or 3 breaths, Feng Xiaotian suddenly freed one hand and reached for a protruding rock on the cliff. With the sound of stones falling, their speed of descent gradually slowed. Finally, they stopped above the cave that Feng Xiaotian mentioned. Hearing the dragon roar again from above the cliff, Feng Xiaotian didn't care about his bleeding arm and quickly jumped into the cave with Huowu. Just as they landed, they heard the sound of wind approaching rapidly. Feng Xiaotian pressed Huowu down, lying on the ground. A huge figure swept past the entrance of the cave, not noticing them, and flew straight down. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Once it was quiet, Huowu looked at the large abrasions on Feng Xiaotian's body, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. She took out bandages and healing potions from her soul guide, carefully tending to Feng Xiaotian's wounds while wiping her tears. Feng Xiaotian had never seen such a gentle Huowu before, and for a moment, he was captivated. In his excitement, he forgot the pain on his body and the looming threat of the soul beast. Just as he was about to hug Huowu, they heard the furious roar of the old man and a violent explosion from below. "It's my dad. He's fighting that soul beast again," Huowu exclaimed, dropping Feng Xiaotian and rushing to go out. Feng Xiaotian quickly stepped forward to stop her. Where are you going? Are you trying to cause trouble for Dean Hua and the others? At his words, Hua Wu froze, and after a brief moment of distraction, she sat on the ground, hugging her knees and sobbing softly. Not long after, the commotion below ceased. Just as the two were worried, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the air. Beast! How dare you harm others here? Upon hearing this voice, both Hua Wu and Feng Xiaotian felt a sharp pain throughout their bodies. They quickly looked outside. They saw an old man in white with white hair floating in the air, holding a large, ancient sword about 2 meters long and half a foot wide. After a furious roar, the three-headed giant dragon began to battle fiercely with the old man. Taking this opportunity, the old man in Flanders quickly escaped the battlefield. Title Douluo, Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wu exclaimed in unison. They didn't know which title Douluo this was, but he was able to hold his own against such a terrifying 10,000-year-old beast, even seeming to have the upper hand. This battle lasted the entire night. The mountains and forests around the cliff were left in ruins, with blackened deep pits and huge sword marks everywhere. By dawn, the three-headed giant dragon finally succumbed and was chased away by the old man in white. After watching the intense battle of Tidal Douluo for a whole night, Hua Wu was not the least bit tired. Instead, her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "If only my man were as strong as them." Looking at the love-struck Hua Wu, Feng Xiaotian confidently declared, "I will also become a Tidal Douluo in the future. I've even thought of my title, Windstorm Douluo. I want my enemies to feel like they're facing a storm when they see me." Hua Wu glanced at him, unusually not criticizing him, and instead shyly said, "Thank you so much for last night." From a distance, Yu Xiaowei watched the rapidly warming relationship between Hua Wu and Feng Xiaotian, revealing a satisfied smile. He then bowed to Dugu and Chun Xian beside him, smiling, "Dugu Senior Sword Grandpa, it's a wrap." Chapter 82. Quite a bargain. You don't lose anything. After this incident, the relationship between the two academies eased considerably. Liu Erlong and the old man also apologized to each other for their impulsiveness. In the bustling crowd of students, the closely bonded Hua Wu and Feng Xiaotian stood out. As the flower of the Blaze Academy and the leader, Hua Wu was the dream goddess of the Blaze Academy students. No one expected that she would be snatched away by a student from the Shenkong Academy. As a result, Feng Xiaotian became somewhat isolated in the otherwise harmonious group. However, he didn't mind at all. Hua Wu had agreed to date him, and that was enough. Why care about those who were already twisted with jealousy? On the way back to Tiando City, Flanders and the old man were chatting happily. As they talked, Flanders frowned and voiced his doubts. "Old brother Hua, don't you think that soul beast was a bit strange? What's strange about it? Do you remember that at the bottom of the cliff, that soul beast knocked us both down with just one strike?" I remember. To be honest, when it knocked me down, I really felt like my life was over," the old man recalled, shivering at the thought of the three-headed giant dragon swatting him away like a fly. It was terrifying. The gap in strength was just too great. Flander continued, "The problem is this, my friend. That soul beast had 3 minutes and 42 seconds to kill us, but why didn't it strike? What's even stranger is that it clearly lifted its foot to crush you, but it never came down. It's like it was specifically waiting for that Tidal Douluo to come and save us." As he said this, Flander also looked incredulous. That soul beast was ferocious, and with just one strike, it had rendered them powerless to fight back. But why? Why didn't it kill them? He couldn't figure out. After recalling the situation carefully, the old firecracker tentatively suggested, maybe it thought our old bodies were too tough, and it was contemplating how to eat us? Flander, old firecracker, do you have any manners? In the most prosperous area of Heavendo City, a tall young man arrived in front of a 5-story building with a plaque reading Moon Pavilion. Just as he was about to enter, 2 young men at the door raised a hand each and politely stopped him. "Guest, hello. Do you have an appointment?" "No." "Then I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot enter." "Then please let them know for me. I am the young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Xiaowei. I need to see Tang Yuehua." "Ah, this." The 2 young men at the door exchanged glances. The young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family held a status equivalent to that of an imperial prince. They really couldn't dare to block Yu Xiaowei at the door. Moreover, in Heavendo City, it was unlikely that anyone would dare impersonate the young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Thus, their attitude immediately changed, and they respectfully gestured for him to enter, saying, "Young master, please go in. I will go and invite the manager to receive you." Yu Xiaowei nodded and walked in the hall on the first floor of the Moon Pavilion with his hands behind his back. It must be said that the decoration style of the Moon Pavilion is truly understated luxury with depth. Various simple furnishings are made from the most expensive materials. Coupled with the exotic orchids hanging everywhere, the entire hall is filled with a faint floral fragrance. It is indeed a nice place for leisure and elegance. Soon, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the stairs. A man dressed in purple, accompanied by two young men in blue, hurriedly descended. Upon seeing Yu Xiaowei, the man in purple politely asked, "I'm the manager of the Moon Pavilion, awed. May I ask if you are the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family?" Yu Xiaowei shrugged and took out the Tiando Lu Huang belonging to Yu engine from his pocket, waving it in front of Odd. Odd immediately had no doubts and made a gesture inviting him. "Please, young sect master, move to the private room. I will go and invite the lady." After entering the private room, Yu Xiaowei called out to Odd, who was about to leave. "All right, please convey a message to Tang Yuehua for me. When the full moon is incomplete, an old friend comes to mind. All right, I will go and inform the lady. Please wait a moment." After Odd exited, Yu Xiaowei comfortably crossed his legs and savored the precious tea from the Moon Pavilion. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a beautiful woman, looking to be in her late 20s or early 30s, walked in gracefully. She took an elegant step and sat down opposite Yu Xiaowei, asking coldly, "I wonder what the young sect master wishes to discuss with me?" Yu Xiaowei put down the teacup and looked at Tang Yuehua, who bore a slight resemblance to Tang San, with an innocent smile. Dan Zuhu, the daughter of Tang Zhen from the Haotian sect, had an elder brother, the Douluo Shaotian, Tang Xiao, and a second brother, the Douluo Haotian, Tang Hao. Do you know? The Spirit Hall is currently searching everywhere for members of your Haotian sect. But they could never have imagined that right under the eyes of the Spirit Hall in Heavendoe City, there is a legitimate daughter of the Haotian sect. Tang Yuehua's expression changed drastically. She had been living in seclusion in Heavendoe City for many years, hosting countless nobles, and had taught countless noble children under her guidance. Yet, no one had ever discovered that she was the legitimate daughter of the Haotian sect. How did this obviously under 15 boy know? Tang Yuehua forced herself to remain calm and managed to pull a smile. Say, "The young sect master is joking. I just share the surname Tang. How could I be related to the renowned Haotian sect? Not to mention, I am merely a level 9 soul master. How could the Haotian sect produce such a useless person?" Hee. Yu Xiaowei sneered slightly. Tang Yuehua's reaction was entirely within his expectations. A woman who had navigated the various powers in Heavendoe City for so many years would obviously not easily admit her identity. However, he had a trump card. He took out the soul guide he had used to record earlier and pressed a button lightly. A powerful voice emanated from the soul guide amidst Tang Yuehua's puzzled gaze. "A chrysanthemum, a little ghost. How dare you harm my son?" Hearing that familiar voice, Tang Yuehua's body trembled, and tears instantly blurred her vision. She covered her mouth with her hand, struggling to hold back her impulse to cry. Seeing her like this, Yu Xiaowei smiled and turned off the soul guide. "Did you recognize who it was? Now, I want to exchange your second brother's safety for you to do something for me. How about it? Where's my second brother?" Unable to maintain her elegant demeanor any longer, Tang Yuehua rushed to Yu Xiaowei's front, grabbing his collar and loudly demanding answers. Yu Xiaowei shrugged and said expressionlessly, "You felt the tremors in Heavendoe City a couple of days ago, right? That was the aftermath of Tang Hao being attacked by 6 tidal Douluos. Well, he is currently being treated in our blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and is recuperating nicely. As for you, just help me with a small task, and once it's done, I'll return Tang Hao to you. How about that? It's quite a deal, and you won't lose anything. Right, Aunt Tang Yuehua, who likes your second brother?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua retreated repeatedly and collapsed into a chair, her face turning pale. How could he possibly know this secret? Could it be that her second brother is truly in his hands? Chapter 83. Shelf announcement. It's quite sudden. I didn't even have time to prepare the manuscript, and the editor informed me that it would be on the shelves at noon tomorrow. As a failed author, this is my first time writing a shelf announcement. Thinking back to half a year ago, I was full of ambition, writing diligently, but I struggled just to get on the shelves. Now, I've written a detailed outline, and my initial subscription was 22. Even I laughed at myself, wondering how I could be so bad. Just when I was feeling disheartened, my collaborator Liang Caving suggested I write a Douluo novel. I told him I had never written fanfiction and didn't know how it would turn out. He said something that moved me. "You don't know? I'll teach you." So, I started writing this book. From outlining to detailing, Liang Caving patiently answered all my questions, and even now, after I finish a new chapter, he often reviews it first to help me find any logical flaws or inconsistencies. In summary, PY trading is the best. To be honest, The attempt to push before the new year didn't continue, just like my previous failures, which made me doubt myself and feel like I was just average. Therefore, having the current results has greatly exceeded my expectations. As a failed author, I haven't seen much of the world. So my biggest hobby every day has become browsing, copying, comments, and watching the collection grow. Originally, I thought I could hold on for another 2 weeks and release in March, but I didn't expect to receive the shelf notice today. Without further ado, I'll first ask for a subscription because this relates to whether this struggling author will eat dirt or have porridge in the future. Then, I'll address a question everyone is concerned about. Tonight's update remains unchanged. Tomorrow, there will be at least 3 updates. I'll stay up late to code, aiming for 5. As for additional updates, the editor's view is that if the initial subscription is around 600, we'll use 600 as the baseline. And for every additional 50 subscriptions, there will be 1 extra update. However, since the author has exhausted the manuscript, I'm coding daily, so to save my own life, I can only make up for the debt within this month. Lastly, I'm asking for subscriptions, recommendation votes, monthly votes, everything. Everyone, see you at noon tomorrow. Don't miss it. P.S. QQ Group 960800376. Friends who want to complain about the author can join the group to speak freely. Chapter 84. Changing identity to play with you. I don't know when it started, but a rumor began circulating in Heavendo City. The contents of this rumor are enough to send chills down one's spine. People are discussing it everywhere. Have you heard? Someone poisoned His Majesty. I don't know if this is true. Who would be so bold as to poison His Majesty? I heard it was the Crown Prince. What? How could His Highness the Crown Prince commit such a heinous act? This must be a rumor. Who knows? But what if, just what if it's true? You can't say such things carelessly. If the patrolling guards hear it, it would be disastrous. In the Heavendo Palace, Emperor Xia sat in his chair, resting his chin on his right hand, looking at Xue Qinghe with a grave expression. Xue Qinghe nervously said, "Father, I don't know who is tarnishing my reputation outside. How could I commit such a heinous act?" Father naturally doesn't believe those rumors, replied Emperor Xia, his tone neither sad nor happy, making it impossible to discern his true feelings at that moment. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Xue Qinghe's forehead. Although Emperor Xia didn't blame him, the silence was even more oppressive. After a moment of silence, Emperor Xia suddenly said with little interest, "You may leave." "Yes, father." Xue Qinghe bowed and turned to leave. Just as he was about to reach the door, Emperor Xia called him back, saying meaningfully, "Qinghe, remember this. The world and all things, whatever father gives you is yours. If father doesn't give it, you cannot take it." Xue Qinghe's body trembled, and he quickly raised his head to argue, but as soon as he looked up, he met Emperor Xia's deep gaze. The words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and he could only lower his head and reply, "I understand, father. All right, you may leave." Feeling as if he had received a reprieve, Xue Qinghe quickly bowed again and exited. Once he left the room, Emperor Xia could no longer maintain his authoritative image. Slumping in his chair, tears streaming down his face. Oh, my 2 children. Just now, Xue Qinghe's demeanor and responses were flawless, too perfect. Perfect to the point of being unreal. Moreover, there was a particularly special piece of information sent by Tang Yuehua. According to this information, it confirmed that there was indeed a type of fragrance in the palace that was unique to Xue Qinghe. This deepened his suspicions. Furthermore, long before Xue Qinghe arrived, Dugu had already examined Emperor Xia's body in the palace and confirmed the presence of traces of 2 types of poison in his system. Therefore, before summoning Xue Qinghe, Emperor Xia had basically determined that he was problematic. Today's meeting was merely a small warning for him. After immersing himself in his thoughts for a while, Emperor Xia wiped his tears and ordered the guards beside him, "Send my orders. From today, Crown Prince Xue Qinghe is not allowed to enter the palace without a summons. And those holding the Crown Prince's order are also not permitted. 4th Prince Xue Beifeng will immediately go to the Blue Tyrant Academy to study, residing in the student dormitory, and is not allowed to leave the academy without a summons. Prince Xue Xing will be responsible for accompanying him and is also not allowed to leave the academy without a summons. The public is not to spread this rumor any longer. Anyone caught gossiping will receive 10 lashes." After leaving the palace, Xue Qinghe returned to his prince's residence with a dark expression. The orders from Emperor Xia had already reached his ears. It was clear that he had been exposed. He now had no idea how much information Emperor Xia had. Did he only know that he had harmed the 2nd and 3rd princes? Or did he already know that he was not Xue Qinghe at all? After dismissing the guards beside him, he entered his room. After closing the door, he sat down in a chair took a deep breath, and then softly said, "Sishue, Shilong, come out." His voice was no longer the steady male voice from before, but rather the cold voice of a young girl. As the voice fell, a tall, thin elder over 2 meters high and a middle-aged elder appeared in the room together. As soon as they appeared, they respectfully said, "We have seen a young master." Xue Qinghe reached into his front collar, and then a strange mask that connected directly to the base of his hair was lifted. The face of a girl in her early 20s was revealed. She had already opened her angelic domain in the room, so she was not afraid of being spied on or eavesdropped. Only at such times could she dare to reveal her true face and be the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue. "How is the investigation you asked about going?" The tall elder, Shilong, shook his head and said, replying to the young master, "The rumor seems to have started from street vendors, and its spread is very wide and has been ongoing for a long time, making it impossible to trace its source." C.I. Xue continued, "Young master, a few days ago, an unidentified tadpole went to the royal palace, suspected to be the poisoned Dugu. Dugu went to the royal palace. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qianrenxue's voice was filled with anger. If Dugu had gone to the royal palace at this time, it meant that Xue must have known about her poisoning before their meeting today. What kind of ridiculous intelligence is this? Such a waste of time. C.I. Xue said helplessly, "Young master, it's just that Dugu's appearance has changed greatly, making it impossible to confirm his true identity. How much can a living person change? Can he change as much as I do? Wearing this broken human skin mask every day?" Qianrenxue frowned and shouted angrily while banging on the armrest of her chair. C.I. Xue also felt wronged. His memory of Dugu was still of that old man with green hair. But in the past couple of days, the one entering and exiting the royal palace was clearly a young man dressed flamboyantly like a rooster. After venting her anger, Qianrenxue leaned back in her chair and said lightly, "Xue has just ordered that I can no longer enter the royal palace. The plan to usurp the country is temporarily shelved. Pass the news to the Spirit Hall and let those old fellows decide what to do next. Also, have you cleared up the matter I asked you to investigate last time?" Upon hearing that the plan to usurp the country had been shelved, C.I. Xue and Shilong exchanged glances and reluctantly responded. After hearing Qianrenxue's next question, Shilong said in a deep voice, "We have found out some information. That kid has too many people protecting him, and it's easy to alarm the snake if we get too close. So far, we only know that this kid is the legitimate son of the second house of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, and he always presents himself as the young master outside. His soul power is extremely strong. Previously, he was able to defeat a level 41 genius from the Shunkong Academy with just his physical strength. However, this kid has a very bad reputation among the nobility. Almost all the noble young masters have been beaten by him. Another piece of information is that he has a marriage contract with the legitimate daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Young master, we must be cautious about the alliance between the two major sects of the upper 3 sections. This kid is usually very cautious, and we have only been able to find out this much." Qianrenxue pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. "Has there been a lot of conflicts with those foolish nobles? No wonder he was so indifferent to me last time. Then this time, I will go and play with you again as a commoner." Chapter 85. Rewards are negotiable. Indeed, Tang Wenhua did a great job with this matter. Looking at the hurriedly arriving Xue Bang and the assertive prince Xue Xing joining the education committee, Yu Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction. Originally, the news of Xue Qinghe poisoning was released to delay the Spirit Hall's progress in annexing the Tiando Empire. Now it seems that Emperor Xue must have confirmed the issue with Xue Qinghe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent Xue Bang to the Blue Tyrant Academy, which is protected by Dugu. The objective has been achieved. Now it depends on what Qianrenxue will do next. However, he didn't have time to think about Qianrenxue's issues right now, as the sect sent a message that the Meng family had arrived. Moreover, it was the whole family that came. This surprised Yu Xiaowei a bit. He originally thought it would be Long Gong and Sheep coming first to scout the situation and discuss the benefits of being a vassal of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, with Yu Yuanjin before moving the whole family here. Unexpectedly, the Meng family directly relocated. Since this matter was led by him, Yu Yuanjin specifically asked Yu Xiaoming to bring him back to the family. But from what Yu Xiaoming implied, it seemed that there was something wrong with the Meng family. Upon returning to the family, Yu Xiaowei saw dozens of horse-drawn carriages parked at the entrance, blocking the square in front of the gate. What surprised Yu Xiaowei was that these carriages were covered in scars. What happened? Did the Meng family get attacked before coming here? It's known that Long Gong and Sheep's martial soul fusion skill is comparable to a title Douluo. Who would dare to attack them? After arriving at Yu Yuanjin's study, Yu Xiaowei saw Long Gong and Shi Pe, who were still bandaged, and couldn't help but blurt out, "Senior, what happened?" "Sigh, don't mention it. We encountered a 100,000-year-old beast in the Star Do Great Forest and got injured by it." Meng Shu shook his head and said bitterly. He never expected to be so unlucky, encountering a titan giant ape, which is known as the king of the forest, while hunting for Meng Yiran's soul ring. "Then what's the situation with your convoy? Did you move here through the Star Do Great Forest?" Yu Xiaowei was shocked. Was the Meng family really that strong? Instead of taking the proper, official road, they chose to cross the Star Do Forest? Meng Shu sighed and said with a gloomy expression, "How is that possible? We're taking the official road? Damn it, it will be better to go through the Star Do Forest." He continued, "To be honest, it's a misfortune for our family. When our convoy reached the kingdom of Sylves, a wayward descendant saw an exceptionally alluring woman by the roadside and spoke rudely to her. But that wasn't just any alluring woman. That was Yu Guan, damn it. If Yu Guan hadn't been seriously injured somewhere, our Meng family would probably be finished, damn." The more Meng Shu spoke, the more agitated he became, feeling that the family had encountered an undeserved disaster. Originally, he and his wife had been injured by the Titan Great Ape, and then that idiot from the family had provoked Yu Guan. That was a level 95 Super Duel. Even when they were in perfect condition, they weren't a match for him. Therefore, after Yu Guan left, the troublemaker in the family had his legs broken by Meng Shu and was thrown into the wilderness to fend for himself. Hearing about their misfortunes, Yu Xiaowei felt sympathy. The original story didn't mention their encounter with a 100,000-year spirit beast in the Star Do Forest, but calculating the timeline, it was indeed true that the Titan Great Ape was nearby at that time. He didn't expect them to be so unlucky to encounter it. As for why Yu Guan was seriously injured, Yu Xiaowei understood clearly. He took the hit for Dugu and the other three, being smashed by Tang Hao's giant Shumi hammer. However, it was precisely because of this that he accidentally ran into Long Gong and Shi Pe. The subsequent matters were mainly handled by Yu Yuanjin, who personally negotiated with Meng Shu, and Yu Xiaowei's involvement was minimal. During their conversation, Yu Xiaowei learned that Meng Shu brought his entire family over because he felt that their family resources were too poor at the moment. Apart from Meng Yiran, there wasn't even a single soul respect among the younger generation. Especially compared to a prestigious family like Yu Xiaowei's, the gap was enormous. The conditions offered by the Yu family were also very generous. As long as their family could rise, what was wrong with being a vassal? Therefore, instead of wasting time going back and forth, it was better to relocate directly to Heaven-Do City. Thus, under his leadership, the Meng family successfully became a vassal family of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Meng Yiran was also personally sent to the Blue Tyrant Academy by Meng Shu. Now, the Blue Tyrant Academy was no longer like before. Apart from Yu Xiaowei, there were no standout students. The academy had 3 soul zones, including Yu Xiaowei at level 42, Yu Qianheng at level 41, and Ning Rongrong at level 41. The remaining soul respect members of the Blue Tyrant battle team were all at least level 35, with Dugu Yin at level 37, Zhu Zhuqing at level 36, and both Tai Long and Oscar at level 35. Except for Tai Long, the others had hopes of becoming soul zones before the Elite Soul Master competition. Originally considered a genius at the Exotic Beast Academy, Meng Yiran surprisingly couldn't even make the top 10 at the Blue Tyrant Academy. The strong strength and teaching power of the Blue Tyrant Academy also surprised Meng Shu, who couldn't help but secretly feel that his decision was not wrong. After observing the freshmen's orientation and the students' daily training, Meng Shu found Yu Xiaowei. "Young master, I am being shameless, but I'd like to ask if I could get a teacher from the academy? That would be great. If a senior wants to come, I would be more than happy." Yu Xiaowei laughed heartily and replied repeatedly, "This is truly a great thing." After gaining a soul Douluo teacher, the current Lamba Academy can already be said to have unparalleled teaching resources in the Heaven-Do Empire. There is 1 titled Douluo teacher, 1 soul Douluo teacher, and also 3 soul sage teachers, Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and Xiao Exai. Even the gatekeeper is a soul emperor like Li Yusong, making it incredibly wealthy. This truly makes other academies drool with envy. Just as Yu Xiaowei had just parted ways with Meng Shu, 2 unexpected guests found him. "Young Secmaster, please save my life." No longer the arrogant and overbearing young master from before, Xue Beng bent down and paid a great tribute to Yu Xiaowei. Xue Xing, standing beside him, hesitated to speak, but seeing Xue Beng's determined expression, he did not stop him. "Oh, isn't this Xue Beng, the prince of the Heaven-Do Royal Academy? What's wrong? Why are you begging me now?" Yu Xiaowei pretended to be unaware of the palace matters, looking at Avalanche with a mocking expression. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Avalanche's face as he, I was wrong before, but I had my reasons. I hope you can forgive me. Now that I'm facing a life-and-death crisis, I really can't think of anyone who can save me, so I have no choice but to come to you with this face." Yu Xiaowei feigned surprise and asked, "But you are a prince. Why not go find your emperor father? What use is it to come to me?" "No, my father can't protect me either." "Oh, if the emperor can't do it, then I can? Because the one who wants to harm me is my elder brother, Shueqinghe. And you are the young master of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, as well as the son-in-law of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. With 4 titled Douluos backing you, with your protection, my elder brother absolutely wouldn't dare to act." Yu Xiaowei smiled slightly and looked at Avalanche seriously, saying, TSK, you've done your homework. So you mean you're planning to hire me as a bodyguard?" Avalanche nodded heavily. "Well, the payment and all that can be discussed." Chapter 86, Yu Luomian, can you just act like a human? "Sure, if you can provide me with at least a 50,000-year-old soul bone, I can protect you." The words of Yu Xiaowei lingered in Xue Peng's mind, leaving him feeling helpless and on the verge of tears. Where was he supposed to find a soul bone that costs 50,000 years? Such a valuable item might not even be possessed by the Tiando royal family. And even if they did have it, it would never be given to him. It would be for those few offerings to absorb instead. Prince Xuexing, who was following Xue Peng, said, dissatisfied, "Humph, I think this Yu Xiaowei is doing on purpose. Let's find someone else." But among those of his generation, he was the only one suitable. The others were merely good-for-nothings, relying on their family's power to show off while having no real ability. As for that soul bone, Sai, it's better not to mention it. Xue Peng was also very frustrated. He did say the reward was negotiable, but this asking price was just too terrifying. After Shueqinghe was exposed, he had secretly rejoiced for a while. However, after the surprise, he suddenly thought of a terrifying question. Shueqinghe might very well resort to desperate measures and strike first, eliminating him. Otherwise, the Snow Knight Emperor wouldn't have hurriedly sent him and Prince Xuexing to Lamba Academy for refuge. In a state of panic, he suddenly thought of the Yu Xiaowei who had been beating him up daily before. This bastard was young, yet held a high position. From the intelligence in Xue Peng's hands, he not only had a high status in the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, but also possessed terrifying strength. If he could obtain his protection, it would definitely be as stable as Mount Tai. Even if Shueqinghe was bold enough, he wouldn't dare to make a move again. The unfortunate thing was that he simply could not afford such a reward. Damn it! After driving Xue Peng away, Yu Xiaowei's life has temporarily fallen into a state of tranquility. Many of the plans he previously devised have now been completed, leaving only tasks that are beyond his current capabilities. Aside from the unexpected enhancement of Dugu, Shrek Academy has already merged with Lamba Academy. The wild powerhouses, Long Gong and Shi Pe, as well as Flander and Zhao Wujia, have all been brought under his command. The resources of the Child of Luck, Tang San, have all been destroyed by him. Most importantly, the 100,000-year soul beast, Softbone Rabbit, is already in his possession, and in about 6 months, he will be able to obtain a piece of 100,000-year soul bone. He did not expect that the targets he designed at the beginning would be completed in just 1 month, achieving almost 1/3 of them. Although the remaining targets are the most difficult, the successes of this month can be considered a significant victory. In the following month or so, Yu Xiaowei has had rare time to fully devote himself to cultivation. However, after advancing to the Soul Zone rank, he has clearly felt the slow growth of his soul power. After more than a month of cultivation, he has not felt the impulse to advance in soul power. This pace has left Yu Xiaowei quite dissatisfied. It is too slow. Based on the current progress, by the time of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, he estimates he will only reach around level 47 or 48. The family crisis is far from resolved. As long as that crazy woman Bai Dong is still conducting the Rakshasa God examination, the great battle 6 years later is inevitable. With the current cultivation speed, becoming a god in 6 years is simply impossible. What to do? After finishing his cultivation, Yu Xiaowei sat on the barbell and began to think. The fastest way is actually to participate in the Sea God examination, but he has not yet obtained the Sea God's cover. Without this item, those Sea Soul Masters, whose heads are filled with water, would definitely not allow him to participate in the examination. Moreover, the national treasure of the Tiando Empire is not easy to negotiate for. When Xue Bong came to find him earlier, he did consider having Xue Bong bring the Sea God's cover, but after thinking it over, he felt it was inappropriate. That item is a treasure passed down through generations of the Tiando royal family. Yu Xiaowei, is not Ningfengji. Revealing such a secret treasure would only raise the vigilance of Emperor Shuiyi. It's troubling. Yuxiawei rubbed his temples with a worried expression. He definitely wouldn't go to the city of slaughter now, at least not until he became a Soul King. Otherwise, that dangerous place could very well take his life. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Lamba Academy, a black-haired, black-eyed girl was applying for admission with a recommendation letter in hand. Li Yusong looked at the charming girl before him with some difficulty. The enrollment period had long passed, and logically, the academy should not be accepting new students. However, this girl's soul power truly surprised him. At 18 years old, she had a soul power level of 38. Her martial soul was the Golden Sacred Dragon, a powerful offensive battle soul. The girl, who introduced herself as Yuxiaxu, not only had soul power far exceeding that of her peers, but also possessed a genuine top-tier beast martial soul. Li Yusong didn't dare to make a decision and could only say to Yuxiaxu, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go find the dean." After saying this, he hurriedly ran into the academy. Shortly after, Lu Erlong followed closely behind him. Having moved past her psychological shadow, Lu Erlong was no longer as dejected as before. Over the past 2 months, with Flanders by her side, the shadow of Yu Shaojiang in her heart had faded significantly. Now, she could only describe her feelings from back then in one word: regret. Deep regret. The passionate love from her youth had turned into the outcome of being a backup. It was laughable to think about. After coming to terms with it, she had recently returned to her sunny and fiery self. Since her return, the training intensity at Lamba Academy had suddenly doubled, and the entire academy was suffering. At that moment, everyone even missed Yuxiawei managing the academy. Standing at the school gate, looking at the girl before her, Lu Erlong was stunned. Just moments ago, she had been reprimanding someone at the gate when she heard Li Yusong report that a genius was coming to enroll, but the enrollment assessment period had already passed, so he had come to consult the dean. Upon hearing this, she hurried over. However, why did this girl look so much like Yulomian? No way. No way. What's your name? Lu Erlong's voice trembled slightly, her unreliable guess making her a bit anxious. The girl's next response filled her with despair. The name was obvious. My name is Yuxiaxu. I'm 18 years old, and my martial soul is the Golden Sacred Dragon. Yu Xiaoxue spoke and released her martial soul. Looking at the familiar golden giant dragon in front of her, Lu Erlong felt a pain in his roots. The Golden Sacred Dragon, the top-level mutated martial soul recorded in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Others may not know, but Lu Erlong knows that Yu Shaojiang's Luo Sanpao is actually an underdeveloped Golden Sacred Dragon. Their Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion skill essentially transforms into a true Golden Sacred Dragon. Therefore, as soon as Yu Xiaoxue revealed her martial soul, it was confirmed to be a genuine Golden Sacred Dragon. With the surname Yu, looking like Yu Luomian, and having a mutated blue electric Tyrannosaurus as her martial soul, this little girl's identity is already apparent. Yu Luomian, can you just act like a human being? Chapter 87. Sai, the misfortune of the family. While pondering life in the family, Yu Xiaowei suddenly received a notice from Lamba Academy. It said they had found his long-lost sister. When he received the news, Yu Xiaowei was filled with confusion. A long-lost sister? What the hell is this? Isn't his sister Lu Erlong? What do you mean they found another long-lost sister? And what does the word again mean? What has his old man, that unrepentant guy, done this time? This was serious, so he rushed into Yu Luomian's room, grabbed his father, and headed straight for Lamba Academy. A bewildered Yu Luomian asked, "Son, what's the rush?" "Oh, my sister said they found another long-lost sister of mine, and you need to go and do a blood test to identify her." Huh. Yu Luomian gasped in shock. This is impossible. He had been very careful. Ever since he accidentally left Lu Erlong outside all those years ago, he had been cautious, ensuring that his bloodline would not be scattered. How could a daughter suddenly appear now? Yu Luomian swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Son, has your sister's side confirmed it?" "Yes, she's 18 years old, with a martial soul Golden Sacred Dragon. The name clearly shows she is from my generation, called Yu Xiaoxue, and she looks quite a bit like you," Yu Xiaowei said without looking back. In fact, he didn't feel anything unusual. He had long known about Yu Luomian's past affairs with Dugu. When Yu Luomian was heartbroken after losing 2 sons, and they were both known as the princes of nightlife. In places like brothels, when emotions run high, it's inevitable to leave behind something unintentionally. Otherwise, how did Lu Erlong come about? However, Yu Luomian was a responsible man. After confirming that Lu Erlong was his biological daughter, he immediately redeemed her mother from her life of hardship without a second thought. Although he didn't dare to bring her home due to Yu Xiaowei's identity as a second wife, he still supported both of them generously until the second wife passed away. When Lu Erlong awakened her fire dragon martial soul, Yu Luomian wanted to take her home to recognize her roots. However, the strong-willed Lu Erlong insisted on bringing her mother back. The Yu family collectively opposed this, so he had no choice but to give up. Therefore, when he heard that Yu Luomian had another daughter who was lost, Yu Xiaowei didn't find it surprising. Upon hearing the name Golden Saint Dragon, aged 18, Yu Luomian's face twitched violently. This was exactly during the years when he remarried and also the time when his two sons had passed away. The most indulgent period of his life. This was indeed difficult to explain. Moreover, the Golden Saint Dragon, this martial soul, isn't it just the top-tier mutation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul? Yu Luomian scratched his head, quickened his pace, and urged Yu Xiaowei, son, hurry up. At Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong had already sent someone to relay the news back to the family. She believed that Yu Xiaowei and Yu Luomian would arrive soon. Just now, she had a long conversation with a girl who might be her younger sister. Like her, their mother was a woman of the world, and she didn't know who her father was when she was young. The difference was that Yu Xiaoshue's mother passed away when she was 3 years old. Therefore, all she knew was her name and that her father was a powerful man. Her mother didn't want to burden him and didn't tell Yu Xiaoshue her father's name. After her mother died, she lived alone in the village. Fortunately, the Wuhuan Hall awakened her top-tier beast martial soul, the Golden Saint Dragon, but strangely, the soul master responsible for her awakening did not take her to the Wuhuan Hall. She had to work as a student worker and struggled until now. She came to Tiannou City the day before to join the best academy. After inquiring along the way, she arrived at Lamba Academy. As the two talked more, Lu Erlong became increasingly convinced that Yu Xiaoshue was indeed her biological sister. The similar yet completely different life made Lu Erlong feel pity for this sister. Just as Lu Erlong was secretly cursing Yu Luomian, Yu Xiaowei and the others arrived. The moment he saw Yu Xiaoshue, Yu Luomian was stunned. Xiang Xiang, this girl bears some resemblance to me, but that face shape, that nose, is clearly my old flame from back in the day. Regardless of what her martial soul is, just based on her appearance, Yu Luomian was almost certain that this was his daughter. How is your mother? Yu Luomian asked hoarsely, feeling a bad premonition. Mother. She has been gone for 15 years. Yu Xiaoshue lowered her head and replied, tears shimmering in her eyes. Has it been 15 years? It's my fault for not being able to be with her. I didn't expect. She left me a daughter. Yu Luomian's mood instantly plummeted. Thinking of his two wives and the two lovers who had given birth to his daughters, all of whom had passed away early, he felt like a cursed lone star in life, causing him to burst into tears. Watching this touching scene of recognition made him emotional. Yu Xiaowei complained, what a sin. The recognition process is very simple, and there's nothing much to say. Once the martial soul is revealed, it's already confirmed. Douluo continent is different from Blue Star, where I was in my previous life. There is no magical DNA testing, nor is there any concept of blood recognition. Whether someone belongs to a family or not relies entirely on the martial soul. Even someone like Yu Xiaojiang, whose martial soul mutated into a pig, is still acknowledged by the family as a mutated blue lightning tyrant dragon. Therefore, once the Golden Saint Dragon martial soul was revealed, Yu Luomian immediately recognized her as his daughter. Yu Xiaowei inexplicably gained another sister. With this relationship, Yu Xiaoshue's enrollment became even easier. After completing the enrollment procedures, Lu Erlong asked Yu Xiaowei to take her to the student dormitory. Yu Luomian returned home, feeling somewhat dejected. Just like Lu Erlong back then, Yu Xiaoshue refused to acknowledge her ancestry. This left her father feeling quite saddened. However, thinking about how he indeed owed her mother an apology, he had nothing more to say. He could only return home with a furrowed brow. On the way to the student dormitory, Yu Xiaowei kept introducing various rules of the academy and the arrangements within it. However, what made him somewhat uncomfortable was that Yu Xiaoshue was always staring at him with bright eyes. This made him feel very unnatural, and he inexplicably felt a sense of irritation. Seemingly seeing through his emotions, Yu Xiaoshue took the initiative to speak up. Just now, they said you were my brother? Yu Xiaowei casually replied. Yuxiax's mood suddenly became excited. So does that mean I can play with you in the future? You know, ever since I was a child, people around me have said I was an illegitimate child. Now suddenly having an older sister and a younger brother, I really haven't experienced this feeling before. Looking at her excited expression, the little bit of displeasure that Yuxiaowei had also vanished. He couldn't help but sigh again. What a sin. After taking Yuxiaxu to a secluded dormitory entrance, Yuxiaowei knocked on the door. When Zhu Zhuqing opened the door, Ning Rongrong immediately saw him with a beautiful girl, raised her eyebrows, and was just about to ask. Yu Xiaowei sighed and interrupted her next words. I know what you want to ask. This is not an ordinary student. She is my long-lost sister. Please take good care of her for me. Alas, misfortune in the family. Chapter 88. I can't see any problems with her. The next day, regular training at Lanba Academy. Yu Xiaoxue followed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, chatting and laughing as they arrived at the playground. The friendship among girls is truly fascinating. Yesterday, when Ning Rongrong first met Yu Xiaoxue, her initial reaction was one of wariness. However, after learning that she was Yu Xiaowei's sister, the two quickly became inseparable friends. Zhu Zhuqing remained quiet, but since her martial soul evolved, her previously cold expression had become much more cheerful. In fact, when she signed the contract with Yu Xiaowei that day, she felt anxious for a long time, with many inappropriate images unconsciously surfacing in her mind. However, upon seeing that the contract stated she was to serve Ning Rongrong and ensure her safety at all times, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Comparing her situation to Daimu Bai, why was there such a significant gap between men? And comparing it to Ning Rongrong, why was there such a large difference among women as well? Shaking off her distracting thoughts, she rolled up her sleeves and pant legs. Today was the weekly practical training at Lanba Academy. She needed to warm up first. With her current strength, she could already rank among the top in Lanba Academy. However, due to her insufficient adaptation to her martial soul, there were inevitably risks of injuring others. The most dangerous incident occurred when she accidentally disemboweled Talon. If it weren't for Jiangzhu waiting nearby, Talon might have already passed away. Since then, Zhu Zhuqing trained even harder. Not only to surpass Zhu Jian, but also because of Yu Xiaowei's mocking words at the time. What kind of soul master are you, if you can't even control your own strength? This statement shattered Zhu Zhuqing's confidence, which had been built up after her martial soul upgrade. However, just 2 days later, she adjusted herself and threw herself into training even more diligently. Before today, as practical training, she received a special order, test Yu Xiaoxue. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't quite understand why Yu Xiaowei would give such an order. Wasn't she his biological sister? Why make her go all out and hit her to the point of near death? How is this different from the Star Luo royal family, or their Zhu family? To be honest, her all-night conversation with Yu Xiaoxue yesterday made her feel a sense of empathy for this girl who shared a similarly tragic fate. She really didn't want to act against Yu Xiaoxue. However, she couldn't refuse Yu Xiaowei's mission, nor did she dare to. So she had no choice but to brace herself and prepare to unleash her full strength. In an office of the teaching building, Yu Xiaowei stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with Flander, looking down at the battling students below. He asked in a serious tone, Four-Eyed Eagle, help me check if my sister's martial soul is really the golden Saint Dragon of your Golden Iron Triangle. I need you to confirm not only the form of her martial soul, but also her soul skills and her fighting style. Flander turned his head to look at him, his eyes filled with confusion. Didn't your father and ere long already confirm that she is your sister? TCH, I still don't know if she is my sister. Yu Xiaowei snorted coldly. Despite Yu Mian and Lu Eryong confirming her identity, he still held a skeptical attitude towards this suddenly appeared sister. What truly raised his suspicion was the so-called third sister. According to Yu Xiaoxue, her mother was a woman of the world. Furthermore, she knew Yu Lumian's name, understood the naming customs of their Yu family, and was aware that Yu Lumian held a high position and was an important figure. However, after giving birth to Yu Xiaoxue, she surprisingly did not seek out Yu Lumian. This was quite absurd. It should be noted that Lu Eryong's mother was also a woman of the world and a strong woman. Yet after giving birth to Lu Eryong, she immediately sought out Yu Lumian. Yu Xiaowei does not believe that a woman from the wind and dust would willingly give up the prestigious Yu family. Therefore, even though Yu Xiaoxue's martial soul is indeed a variant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he still harbors suspicions. For this reason, he specially arranged for Yu Tianheng and Zhu Zhuqing to test her, a 38-level golden sacred dragon, facing a 41-level blue lightning tyrant dragon and a 36-level extreme assault red gold tiger. If she cannot unleash her full power under such circumstances, there is no doubt that she must have a problem. On the Soul Arena, Talon is currently engaged in a battle with Huang Yuan. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing consumed that unknown celestial herb in her soul power sword, there has been no dispute from Huang Yuan and Jing Ling about her selection for the Blue Tyrant battle team. The two willingly became sparring partners. As for Yu Xiaowei, he is now no longer involved in practical training. The reason is simple. He is too strong. The last time Yu Tianheng advanced to the Soul Sect, he confidently attempted to challenge him. However, he was pinned to the ground and beaten, a scene so brutal that it made all the students in the school feel their eyelids twitch. Since then, no one has dared to challenge Yu Xiaowei. The battle between Talon and Huang Yuan quickly came to an end. The next match is what Yu Xiaowei is particularly focused on today: Zhu Zhuqing versus Yu Xiaoxue. One is an extreme assault similar to the Broken One clan, and the other is a variant Golden Sacred Dragon. The soul battles of these two beauties have attracted a large audience, drawing in students from both intermediate and lower classes. Soul battle preparation, martial soul release. As Qin Ming's voice fell, both of them unleashed their martial souls. After Zhu Zhuqing's red gold tiger martial soul manifested, a thin layer of golden light covered her body, and at the same time, a faint golden blade extended from each of her fingertips. Yu Xiaoxue also radiated a dazzling golden light. With a roar of a dragon, two large slits suddenly tore open in the clothes on her back, and a pair of huge dragon wings instantly unfurled. Dragon transformation. Yu Xiaowei frowned, realizing that the ability to transform into a dragon proved that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex bloodline was real. He turned to Flander and asked, "Is this the Golden Sacred Dragon?" Flander's eyes showed a sense of nostalgia as he nodded. "Indeed, it is the Golden Sacred Dragon, exactly like our soul fusion technique from back in the day." Could it be that he had been overly suspicious? This answer made Yu Xiaowei ponder. On the arena, the battle between the Crimson Gold Tiger and the Golden Sacred Dragon had already begun. After more than a month of training, Zhu Zhuqing could now skillfully harness the power of the Crimson Gold Tiger. She constantly remembered what Yu Xiaowei had said: ultimate strong offense means to attack, to charge forward relentlessly. If one fears for their life, then this martial soul would be useless. Usually, she had been cautious, afraid that her strong attack power might hurt other students. But now, Yu Xiaowei had told her to give it her all. So today, the students of Lamba Academy witnessed a different Zhu Zhuqing. Her figure transformed into a golden afterimage, attacking with the ferocity of a storm, dazzling everyone. Even more astonishing was that under the enhancement of the dragon wings, Yu Xiaoxue was able to dodge all of it. How is that possible? The situation in the arena made Yu Xiaowei serious. As a branch of the legendary bright, sacred dragon bloodline, the Golden Sacred Dragon had never been known for its melee combat abilities. How could it be so fast? Zhu Zhuqing was now a combination of agility and strong attack, and when she exerted herself, even ordinary agility-type soul masters couldn't keep up with her. 3 enhancement soul skills, Flanders stated confidently. Your sister's first 3 soul skills are all enhancements. Although I can't see exactly what they enhance, they definitely all enhance speed. Her current speed has at least increased by over 200. Based on the information available, I can't see any issues with her. Chapter 89. Doubts surrounding Yu Xiaoxue. The battle on the soul fighting stage continued. Most of the observing students initially thought they would witness some exciting scenes. However, as the battle progressed, their relaxed expressions turned increasingly serious, and the previously buzzing crowd fell silent. Both women were too strong. Zhu Zhuqing's attacks could reduce the solid soul fighting stage to flying debris with just a flick of her hand. Her terrifying attack power and astonishing speed made the soul masters feel their scalps tingle. Jingling and Huang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. When they first entered school, they could easily handle this small agility-type soul master. But now, when Zhu Zhuqing took a position in the Lamba battle team, Jingling and Huang Yuan had malicious thoughts, wondering if this fiery little girl had seduced Yu Xiaowei. But a month ago, after Zhu Zhuqing went out with the dean and returned with her soul power suddenly jumping to level 35 and then to level 36 after obtaining a soul ring, the huge gap left Jingling and Huang Yuan almost frantic. Initially, they thought that since Zhu Zhuqing had just upgraded to soul respect and lacked combat experience, they could still compete for a position in the Lamba battle team. However, after Zhu Zhuqing nearly knocked Talon out in the soul fighting stage, they immediately shut their mouths. This woman was terrifying and not to be provoked. Today, Zhu Zhuqing's performance further refreshed their understanding of agility-type soul masters. So powerful? Not only did she display speed that had never been shown before, but her terrifying attack power rivaled that of strong attack types, making it impossible for them to think about being her opponents. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was that this newly enrolled black-haired girl could dodge all those terrifying and dense attacks. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Tianheng immediately sensed that something was off. His uncle had tasked him with doing his utmost to test his cheap aunt's strength, but based on the current situation, whether he could even catch a glimpse of her was questionable. How to test? There was no way to test this. On the soul fighting stage, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a calm and composed demeanor, her attack showing no sign of panic despite all of them missing. Up to this point, she had used her first soul skill twice and her second soul skill once. These were her two favorite skills, low in soul power consumption and capable of explosive speed. However, all of them had missed. The situation was very unfavorable for Zhu Zhuqing. She saw that Yu Xiaoxue's 3 soul rings had all lit up, but no attacking soul skills had appeared. This indicated that Yu Xiaoxue was currently only using enhancement-type soul skills. Enhancement-type soul skills consume significantly less than attack-type skills. Now, while her soul power consumption was high, Yu Xiaoxue's condition hardly seemed affected, making defeat seem inevitable. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to use her newly acquired third soul skill to make a final push, she heard Qin Ming shout, "The outcome is clear, stop." According to Lamba Academy's rules, when a referee calls for stop, both must cease immediately. Violators will be expelled. Thus, upon hearing Qin Ming's call, both stopped without hesitation. In stark contrast to the panting and sweaty Zhu Zhuqing was Yu Xiaoxue, who had only a few beads of sweat on her forehead and was not even breathing heavily. The outcome was very clear. Zhu Zhuqing decisively said, "I lost." Then, without any hesitation, she left the stage. Looking at the still decent-looking Yu Xiaoxue, Qin Ming asked seriously, "Can you fight again?" Yu Xiaoxue nodded. "No problem. All right." Yu Qianheng is ready to take the stage. Hearing Qin Ming call his name, Yu Qianheng immediately walked towards the battle platform with a frown. Yu Xiaoxue's speed is really too fast. He thought for a long time just now, but couldn't come up with any good countermeasures. Just as he was preparing to brace himself and go on stage, he heard Yu Xiaowe's voice behind him. "Second nephew, you are not a match for him. I'll take this one." Yu Qianheng was momentarily stunned, then ecstatically hurried away from the battle arena. Looking at Yu Xiaowei standing in front of her, Yu Xiaoxue revealed a brilliant smile. "So, little brother, do you want to test your sister's strength as well?" Oh, by the way, I'm a bit curious. Which academy were you in before, second sister?" Generally, a regular junior academy doesn't have the resources to help students hunt for such high-quality soul rings. As Yu Xiaowei warmed up, she looked into Yu Xiaoxue's eyes and asked. There were two very strange points about her second sister, aside from the fact that she was their biological mother. One was her rapid upgrade speed. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul is known for its slow upgrades, especially after reaching level 30, where it becomes extremely slow. For example, Yu Tianheng, who has an innate soul power of level 8, only reached level 38 at the age of 22. This was still under the circumstance that Yu Tianheng's grandfather was Yu Engine, who had significant resources. If, as Yu Xiaoxue said, she was a work-study student supporting herself, then how did she manage to reach level 38 by the age of 18 under such harsh conditions? The second point was her soul rings. Most of the resources in the primary soul master academies of the Heaven Do Empire are poor, and only a few talented students have the best soul ring combinations. In a relatively mediocre advanced soul master academy like Songhui Academy, there are even students with white soul rings among those with the highest soul power. Could it be that her teacher was also named Yu Xiaojiang? Or was she disguised as the son of fortune, Tang San? So that's what it was. Yu Xiaoxue had a sudden realization and then said, "I am from the Xingluo Royal Junior Academy. I forgot to tell you all that my mother is from the Xingluo Empire, so I grew up in the Xingluo Empire. Also, I have innate full soul power. So even though I'm a working student, the teachers at the academy really like me." Xingluo Empire? Innate full soul power. Yu Xiaowei was taken aback. He really didn't expect the Star Luo Empire. How did his father end up so far away to indulge himself? He would have to ask him later to confirm the truth of this matter. However, if Yu Xiaoxue had innate full soul power, then her cultivation speed would make sense. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? Yuxiaxu's martial soul fusion state had not been D, and she smiled at Yuxiawei with a pair of dragon wings. It's gone. Yu Xiaowei spread his hands and then unleashed his martial soul. This was the first time he released his martial soul in a battle against someone since he was promoted to Soul Zone. For some reason, facing Yu Xiaoxue, the Godzilla martial soul always stirred a sense of impulse within him, a competitive impulse. This feeling caused Yu Xiaowei to feel inexplicably repelled whenever he saw Yu Xiaoxue. Therefore, he decided to take action himself. Chapter 90. A big showdown in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Lu Erlong and Flander stood side by side. When they saw Yu Xiaowei unleash his martial soul, Lu Erlong was taken aback, then angrily scolded, "What is wrong with this kid? Why is he being serious? Doesn't he know that S his second sister over there?" Flander pressed down on her shoulder, stopping Lu Erlong from rushing downstairs to confront him, then asked her, When have you ever seen your brother so reckless? This question left Lu Erlong speechless. Indeed, Yu Xiaowei only acted like a child in front of family. He was usually very composed around outsiders. But Yu Xiaoxue wasn't an outsider. She was confirmed to be his younger sister by her, and Yu Limyan, that old man. Could it be that Yu Xiaowei still refused to accept the fact that he had another sister? Seeing Lu Erlong in confusion, Flanders said, "Just now, your brother told me that this suddenly appeared sister has many suspicious points. You are an emotional person, and this Yu Xiaoxue's background is somewhat similar to yours. So you would definitely believe she is your sister. Therefore, these doubts cannot be resolved just by you and Uncle Yu. He must personally confirm it before he can feel at ease." Hearing this, Lu Erlong immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "This little brat, why didn't he tell me these things? When he comes back, I'm definitely going to give him a beating." However, she didn't say anything more and focused on the impending battle on the soul fighting platform. Not only was Lu Erlong surprised that Yu Xiaowei unleashed his martial soul right away, but all the observing students were also gasping in astonishment. Facing a freshman who was only a soul zone, Yu Xiaowei was even more serious than when he fought Yu Tianheng, who was already a soul zone. Did this mean that the freshman before them had already surpassed Yu Tianheng in strength? Among the observing students, Talon had the most complex expression. Having another genius in the academy was certainly a good thing, but it also meant he would have to leave the Blue Tyrant battle team, which was hard to accept. Once the Godzilla martial soul was released, it became very aggressive. Thus, Yu Xiaowei unabashedly displayed the aura of a soul zone, as his martial soul manifested. The aura emanating from Yu Xiaowei became increasingly violent, as if Yu Xiaoxue opposite him was his mortal enemy. The expressions of the students below the soul fighting platform changed repeatedly. The previous battle between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Xiaoxue had already opened their eyes. It turned out that a strong attack-type soul master could kite a soul master. And now, the terrifying pressure from Yu Xiaowei had completely reshaped their worldview. So this is how strong a soul sect can be? Especially those lower-grade students. They looked at Yu Xiaowei with admiration. Is this your true strength? Looking at the half-dragon transformed Yu Xiaowei in front of her, Yu Xiaoxue showed no fear at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Second sister, be careful. I won't hold back." After being possessed by Godzilla, Yu Xiaowei was already over 2 meters tall, and with his spiked dorsal fins, heavy tail, and a pair of ferocious claws, he looked just like a man-eating beast. Opposite him, Yu Xiaoxue, with just a pair of dragon wings, appeared particularly small and pitiful. The onlookers all held their breath, watching the two prepare to unleash their attacks. "Second sister, are you ready? Come on." The second soul ring on Yu Xiaowei suddenly lit up. The effect of the demon god body doubled his speed, specifically to counter Yu Xiaoxue's 3 enhancement soul skills. Thus, 2 afterimages once again appeared on the soul fighting platform. However, even with the demon god body enhancing his speed by 100 at this moment, Yu Xiaowei's speed was barely comparable to that of Zhu Zhuqing from before. In contrast, Yu Xiaoxue, who was being pursued, surprisingly still had the energy to speak. She said, "Little brother, you can't do it like this. You won't be able to catch up to your sister." "Really?" Yu Xiaowei was not anxious. Instead, she smiled wickedly. Upon seeing this smile, Yu Xiaoxue's heart suddenly rang alarm bells. The field of nuclear radiation erupted suddenly, instantly covering the entire soul fighting platform. The students below the platform couldn't see what Yu Xiaowei had done. They could only see that Yu Xiaoxue, who had originally been just a shadow, suddenly came to a halt. In that brief moment, Yu Xiaowei's tail had already whipped back. Bang! A loud explosion echoed throughout the playground. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the ground of the soul fighting platform was smashed into pieces. However, this fierce tail whip missed completely. Even Yu Xiaowei couldn't see what had happened. But Yu Xiaoxue had managed to dodge it. How'd she do that? A big question mark hung over everyone's heads. "Soul Bone!" Flender and Lu Erlong exclaimed in unison. Just at that moment, as soul saints, they clearly saw that a flash of golden light appeared on Yu Xiaoxue's leg, allowing her to break free from Yu Xiaowei's control and escape the range of the tail whip at an incredible speed. She actually had a soul bone. After a brief moment of distraction, Yu Xiaowei quickly realized this fact. Yuxiaxu's face no longer held a teasing expression. Instead, it was filled with gravity. The entire soul fighting platform was shrouded in the power that had suddenly caused her to freeze earlier. Under the influence of this power, her speed had significantly decreased. If she didn't take this match seriously, she might really get beaten up by her own brother. What happened next left everyone astounded. Yuxiwei stomped his foot fiercely. The soul fighting platform seemed to experience a magnitude 10 earthquake, instantly cracking, and countless pillars of fire shot into the sky, spreading the aura of destruction. Even those below the platform felt a wave of despair filled with death. Yuxiaxu, who was at the forefront, was pushed back repeatedly by the shockwave, and her mind went blank under the influence of the destructive aura. Back at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Yuxiawe had chosen to merge his mental power into a domain for the sake of learning distraction control, but it had inadvertently resulted in this manifested domain. Inside the domain, it was like a post-apocalyptic scene after a nuclear bomb explosion. Anyone within the domain would not only be affected by the new aura of destruction, but also have their every move captured by Yuxiawe. He named this domain Miss Chio's Domain, a name of great significance from his previous life. In Miss Chio's domain, Yuxiawe's combat power would increase by 30, while enemies would be weakened by at least 10, depending on their strength. Seeing Yuxiaxu standing there without moving, Yuxiawe swung his fist and charged forward. With a combination of control and strong attacks, Yuxiawe specialized in dealing with speed-type soul masters. However, just as his fist was about to hit Yuxiaxu's face, an unexpected change occurred. The previously dazed Yuxiaxu suddenly regained clarity in her eyes and, in a flash, slapped Yuxiawe, who was right in front of her. This slap not only stunned the onlookers, but also left Yuxiawe dumbfounded. He had never been slapped in the face before in his life. Chapter 91. Marriage Alliance Dad. You have to tell me, did you go to the Duluo Empire for a visit 18 years ago? Yuxiawe shouted angrily at Yuluo Mian, his face bearing a handprint. He was utterly humiliated today at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Being slapped by a soul master of only level 38 made him lose face to continue staying on the soul fighting platform. However, it also confirmed his suspicion that Yuxiaxa definitely had problems. If those issues didn't stem from her background, they were related to her identity. Thus, as soon as he got off the soul fighting platform, he hurriedly sought out Yuluo Mian to inquire about Yuxiaxa's mother. Which time are you talking about? This question left Yuluo Mian extremely embarrassed, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yu Xiaowei said irritably, "It's that time with your mother and Yu Xiaoxue. That time was many. You don't know, those 2 years after your second brother passed away. Your uncle was afraid I would be reminded of him, so he sent me to the family residence in the Duluo Empire." This answer was within Yu Xiaowei's expectations. In other words, from the perspective of her background, the probability that Yu Xiaoxue is her biological sister had become infinitely high. Now, there is only one question left. What kind of force does she belong to? At this age, with this level of cultivation, and possessing at least 2 soul bones, what kind of powerful force could she be associated with? The answer was already evident. The Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaowei squinted her eyes, not expecting that the Spirit Hall had actually found such a person. What kind of background is the Duluo Junior Royal Academy? It's a joke. Which Junior Soul Master Academy can help its students obtain 2 soul bones by the age of 18? So it can be basically confirmed that Yu Xiaoxue is indeed from the Spirit Hall. What Spirit Hall? Yuluo Mian frowned. The last time his son was almost kidnapped by Salus made him particularly sensitive to the word Spirit Hall. Yu Xiaowei snorted coldly. Your good daughter has joined the Spirit Hall. Jade Crown. In the student dormitory of Blue Bada Academy. Yu Xiaoxue slapped her right hand heavily and muttered to herself, "Why can't I control this hand?" After giving Yu Xiaowei a slap on the soul fighting platform today, she immediately knew it was a bad idea. She had spent a lot of energy investigating Yu Luomian's past and had carefully designed her plan for a long time. Yet, after only 2 days of using this identity, it was already at risk of exposure. It was really frustrating. However, given the situation at that time, if she hadn't fought back, she would have definitely taken a punch to the face. As the talented daughter of the Spirit Hall, she couldn't tolerate such humiliation. It was a miscalculation. She really didn't expect that Yu Xiaowei actually had a domain, and its strength could even rival her own talent domain. Under the circumstances of suppressing her own power, she couldn't even break this domain and could only passively take hits. Therefore, she had no choice but to expose her head spirit bone. In the sunny room, Yu Xiaoxue propped her chin on her hand, her face filled with worry as she pondered a big dilemma. How should she explain the origin of these 2 soul bones without raising their suspicions? What does it mean? Are you saying that Xiaoxue, like that useless person, has joined the Spirit Hall? This isn't right. Is someone trying to frame her? Yuluo Mian couldn't believe this matter. The daughter he had finally found. How could she be a member of the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall tested her innate full soul power and even a top-tier martial spirit like the Golden Sacred Dragon, and then the Spirit Hall didn't want her. Do you believe that? It's one thing if she had the best soul ring ratio, even at 18 years old with level 38. It could still be somewhat explained with innate full soul power. But she also has at least 2 soul bones on her. How can this be explained? Yu Xiaowei listed out all the doubts regarding Yu Xiaoxue one by one. The more Luomian listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. In the end, Yu Xiaowei concluded, "Considering all the doubts, I regret to inform you that she is your daughter, my sister. There is no question about that. However, based on her behavior, there's a 90 chance that she has joined the Spirit Hall and has been brainwashed into becoming a traitor. Therefore, this time she returned to the family. It is highly likely that she is not here to acknowledge her roots, but to act as an undercover agent." After listening to Yu Luomian, he sat in the chair, holding his head. It was one thing that his daughter had become a member of the Spirit Hall, but being brainwashed and turned into an undercover agent was something he couldn't accept at the moment. Thus, the father and son remained silent for a long time, and finally, Yu Luomian spoke with difficulty. "What do you plan to do about your second sister?" Hearing his hoarse voice made Yu Xiaowei feel particularly uncomfortable. Yu Luomian has always been very protective of his children. Even that son, Yu Xiaojing, who made him grit his teeth in anger. He was so furious but never took it out on him. Now, facing this rebellious daughter, Yu Luomian is heartbroken and unable to extricate himself. On one hand is the family, and on the other is his biological daughter. Weighing the two, he still chooses the family. "Dad, don't worry. Things are not completely confirmed yet. It's possible I might be wrong. I'll think of another way to test second sister." You go ahead, and let me know once you have results." Yu Luomian waved his hand, signaling Yu Xiaowei to leave. He needed some time to himself. In the following days, Yu Xiaowei did not show up again, which made the already anxious Yu Xiaoxue even more uneasy. She tried hard to convince herself that Yu Xiaowei must not have noticed her slip-up, but reason told her that unless Yu Xiaowei was mentally challenged, such a situation was absolutely impossible. At this moment, in the VIP room of Yuexian, Yu Xiaowei was sitting cross-legged, waiting for Tang Yuehua. These past few days, he had exhausted countless brain cells over matters concerning Yu Xiaoxue, and finally came up with a brilliant testing method. However, this method needed to involve Tang Yuehua. "I have already released the news about the poisoning in the snowy night, as you requested. Where is my second brother?" As soon as she entered, Tang Yuehua aggressively began to question Yu Xiaowei. "What is the rush? Your second brother is being well taken care of at my place. I can't find you this time for other matters." Upon hearing Yu Xiaowei's words, Tang Yuehua's attitude immediately changed. She stared into Yu Xiaowei's eyes and confidently said, "My second brother is not in your hands. Believe it or not, today's matter is also good for your Haotian sect, but it doesn't matter. It's not a must for you. If you don't agree, you can bear the consequences then." Yu Xiaowei said indifferently, then stood up and left without a trace of nostalgia. Watching his increasingly distant figure, Tang Yuehua's expression kept changing. Just as Yu Xiaowei was about to walk out of the Moon Pavilion, Ao Kong hurried over and shouted loudly, esteemed guest, please wait. The lady requests your presence." Moments later, Yu Xiaowei returned to the VIP room with a teasing expression and said, "So, Aunt Tang Yuehua, have you come to a conclusion? What is it this time?" Tang Yuehua's face showed no signs of fluctuation as she asked calmly. Yu Xiaowei ignored her attitude and said with a smile, "It's just a small matter, a marriage alliance. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and your Haotian sect. As for the marriage partner, it's my second elder sister and a genius of the same generation from your Haotian sect. How about that? I told you it's a good thing." Tang Yuehua's pupils suddenly constricted, but she did not outright reject it. Instead, she replied, "I can't make a decision on such a big matter. I need to wait a few days for my family to respond before I can give you an answer." "No problem, we have plenty of time. I'll wait for you." After saying this, a strange smile appeared on Yu Xiaowei's face. Chapter 92. The small moves of the 6 academies in the office of Dream Machine at the Tiando Royal Academy. High-ranking officials from 5 Extreme Flow academies gathered together. This was the first meeting of the 6 heavyweight academies in Tiando City since the establishment of the Blue Tyrant Academy. The initiator of the meeting was Dream Machine. The agenda of this meeting was how to respond to the emergence of another top genius from the Blue Tyrant Academy. The meeting was prompted by rumors circulating from the Blue Tyrant Academy. The universally acknowledged #1 genius, Yu Xiaowei, was beaten by a soul scholar, who was suspected to be a descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and had enrolled in the Blue Tyrant Academy. This news made the deans of the various academies unable to sit still. As the chief disciple of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Yu Xiaowei was famous, especially a month ago when he defeated Feng Xiaotian, who was at level 41, without even using his martial soul, shocking the deans of the other academies. However, The Blue Tyrant Academy had insufficient student reserves. Aside from him, the strongest was only level 38 Utianing. Therefore, the other academies were still relatively calm, as Team Soul battles were not solely dependent on one person, except for the Tiando Royal Academy, whose chief had been taken away. The other deans did not think their students were much weaker than those of the Blue Tyrant Academy. But now it was different. According to the recent intelligence leaked from the Blue Tyrant Academy, Yu Xiaowei had confirmed his promotion to Soul Scholar, and the direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had also advanced to Soul Scholar. These two pieces of bad news kept the old men awake at night, especially the dean of the Xinyun Academy. During this time, Feng Xiaotian had successfully pursued Huowu, enjoying his success and spending every day waiting at the gates of the Qihua Academy for her. In order to calm him down to focus on his training, the dean of Xinyun Academy, Feng Wanyun, issued a house arrest order and personally provided him with special training, hoping that this academy's top genius could reach level 45 or above in just over a year. All right, everyone, please share your opinions. What should we do now? Dream Machine, sitting at the head, was the first to ask. At present, their academy had become the most miserable in Tiando City. The original chief, Yu Tianheng, and the second-ranked Vivian had both been taken away, leaving only a newcomer, Dai Mu Bai, as the top combat power. Thinking about his deal with Yu Xiaowei, Dream Machine's head buzzed. He didn't know what he was thinking back then. He clearly knew this kid would cause trouble, yet he still agreed. The two new students were indeed talented, especially that Ma Hongjun, with his mutated phoenix martial soul, had an extremely high flame temperature and strong adherence, making it hard to extinguish. At just level 28, his attack power was comparable to a soul scholar. Moreover, since arriving at the academy, he had quickly advanced a level in soul power. Before the Soul Master League competition, he had a good chance of reaching level 35, which would allow his combat power to rival that of a level 37 soul scholar. However, the problem lay with his martial soul. That damn fat guy claimed his martial soul was the evil fire phoenix. What a joke. It should be called the leaky fire phoenix. This guy spent more time suppressing his evil fire than actually training. Then there was the new chief, Dai Mubai, with his so-called white tiger martial soul. No wonder Yu Xiaowei was hesitant to say anything. Dai Mubai's martial soul was clearly the white tiger martial soul of the Star Luo imperial family. And at the last Academy exchange, the attitude of the Star Luo Empire had already become extremely clear. They just wanted to provoke a war between the two countries. Now, that someone from the Star Luo imperial family was in their academy, how would he explain it to Emperor Shuya? Damn, he actually sold Qinming just for these two burdens. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, just as Dream Machine was rubbing his temples. The old man from Qihua Academy slammed the table and said angrily, "A powerful beast martial soul that is invincible at the same level, a top auxiliary martial soul. And now another soul scholar who can fight beyond levels. What the hell are we going to do in the Soul Master competition? We might as well go up and surrender." The dean of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yin Gang, also chimed in. "I heard that this soul scholar managed to send Yu Xiaowei flying dozens of meters with just one strike. I don't believe our Ollie can withstand the combined attack of him and Yu Xiaowei." The chief of the Water Academy, Shui Yun, shook his head helplessly and said, "The highest soul power in our academy is Bing-er, but we still haven't found a suitable soul ring. As for the Soul Master competition, we are confident we can hold off Yu Xiaowei, but if there's an even stronger student added to the mix, we won't be able to hold up." The remaining chiefs from Xinyun Academy and Thunder Academy remained silent. They knew their own situations. Feng Xiaotian had developed a fear of Yu Xiaowei syndrome. If they met on the battle platform, he might just raise his hands and surrender immediately. Yu Tianxin is in the same situation. He has been beaten by Yu Xiaowei for several years, and 2 months ago, he was severely beaten for refusing to change jobs. The current situation is that the Lamba Academy can secure the first place in the Soul Master competition with just these 3 people. Therefore, their plan is to figure out how to compete for second place. Looking at the crowd that has already backed down, Meng Xinji feels incredibly frustrated. Once upon a time, their Tiando Royal Academy was the strongest academy in the Tiando Empire, equal to the 5 major extreme flow academies. However, this previously unremarkable Lamba Academy has suddenly jumped to become the top academy in Tiando City, putting pressure on everyone. Meng Xinji scanned the crowd, whose expressions varied, and said, "Let us merge our 6 academies." Upon hearing this, the entire office erupted. The most hot-tempered, old fire, shouted angrily, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Qihua Academy is my hard work. No one can merge my academy." The others also voiced their disagreement. No one was willing to integrate their hard-built academies with others. After observing the reactions for a while, Meng Xinji pondered and spoke again. What I mean is not to merge everyone's academy together, but to gather the best students from each of our academies to prepare for the Soul Master competition. For example, we can have the defense-type Soul Masters from the Xiangjia Academy, the strong attack-type Soul Masters from the Qihua and Leitang Academies, the control-type Soul Masters from the Tianshui Academy, the agile attack-type Soul Masters from the Shunfeng Academy, and the healing-type Soul Masters from our Tiando Royal Academy. By combining the strongest forces from our 6 academies, we can form a team that is not weaker than Lambda-S. After this Soul Master competition, each academy will still have its own talents, and the rewards from the Spirit Hall will be distributed based on our own merits. My goal is simple. We cannot let this Lambda Academy become too arrogant, or else we'll struggle to recruit students. This time, the crowd did not immediately refute him as before, but began to consider Meng Xinji's words. It must be said that it makes a lot of sense. After a long silence, the Leitang Academy and Shunfeng Academy, which had not spoken before, were the first to respond. We from Shunfeng Academy agree. Our academy can provide Feng Xiaotian. We from Leitang Academy also agree. We can provide you Tianxin. After a while, the other 3 academies agreed to this proposal as well. After discussion, a brand new team, composed of the majority of talents from Tiano City, was formed. The members included Yu Tianxin, Feng Xiaotian, Huyan Li, Huowu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and Yi Lingling from the Tiando Royal Academy. Officially, they would enter the finals as exchange students from the Tiando Royal Academy, using the reserve spots. After all matters were settled, Meng Xinji felt an indescribable heartache seeing Dai Mubai, whom he had expended great effort to bring in, unable to even get a chance to appear. Chapter 93. I Will Kill You. The news of the merger among the 6 academies was kept under wraps. Even the 7 chosen students were unaware of it. This news would be released a few days before the Elite Soul Master competition across the continent to catch the Lambda Academy off guard. In the time to come, the training volume for these students from each academy would dramatically increase, hoping they could significantly surpass the Lambda team in soul power. The Lambda Academy remained completely unaware of this. The only change was that the puzzled Yu Xiaoxue was promoted to the Lambda team, replacing Talon. Yu Xiaowei, who had been absent for several days, returned to the academy, and compared to before, there was no noticeable difference. When he saw Yu Xiaoxue, he chatted and laughed, seemingly unaffected by the fact that he had been slapped. However, the more he acted this way, the more uneasy Yu Xiaoxue felt. She always thought that Yu Xiaowei would not let this matter go so easily. You have to know, based on what she learned from other students, Yu Xiaowei is a person with a very narrow mind, who holds grudges and seeks revenge. He is the type who would break your legs if you slap him once. How could he be so calm this time? Could it be that he really believes he is his sister? During the days when Yu Xiaowei was absent, Yu Xiaoxue lived with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, trying to indirectly learn about some of his secrets. After all, Ning Rongrong is Yu Xiaowei's fiancée. Reports indicate that these two have been childhood sweethearts who grew up together, so they must know much more than those students. However, to Yu Xiaoxue's disappointment, in Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Xiaowei is practically the perfect man in the entire Douluo continent, without a single flaw, a truly exceptional man. For example, when it comes to Yu Xiaowei beating up the noble children, by the time it reaches Ning Rongrong, it has been twisted. She insists that if Yu Xiaoga only beats them and not others, it must be because they did something wrong first and made him angry. They deserve to be beaten. Another instance is when Yu Xiaoxue maliciously commented on the contract Yu Xiaowei signed with Zhu Zhuqing, saying my brother wouldn't want a concubine, would he? She thought this would infuriate Ning Rongrong and create a rift between them. But to her surprise, Ning Rongrong merely pouted and said, Sister, why are you being so shallow like those awful men? Yu Xiaoga is only worried about my safety because I was being bullied, which is why he asked Zhu Qing to protect me, a frail support soul master. And Zhu Qing is not my maid. She is my good sister. After this exchange, Yu Xiaoxue felt her blood pressure rising. She couldn't understand why a scoundrel, notorious for his misdeeds, could be completely transformed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. It left her baffled. While the two sisters were chatting, they did not avoid mentioning Zhu Zhuqing. When hearing Ning Rongrong's extreme admiration for Yu Xiaowei, Zhu Zhuqing merely scoffed. In her heart, Yu Xiaowei was a demon. Back in the kingdom of Silvis, he had stolen the only valuable thing she had, and even beat her up. Later, in Soto City, she still felt a chill thinking about how violently he had beaten Dai Mubai. And, at the Lambda Academy, he ruthlessly exposed her secret, forcing her to sign that contract. However, this formed a stark contrast to Yu Xiaowei saved herself twice and even returned the stolen soul guide. She also gave her a precious herb, allowing her to escape the fate of the netherworld white tiger. Amidst the extreme contrast, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt she couldn't see through this man. Which one was his true self? In the early morning, Zhu Zhuqing was doing her usual morning exercises. Oscar rushed over, panting, and said to her, "Zhuqing, hurry, come with me, Boss Dai. Boss Dai is looking for you." Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned cold. What did this scumbag want with her? It was obvious just by thinking about it. She didn't really want to see Dai Mubai, but Oscar, with a troubled expression, persuaded her. "Zhuqing, Boss Dai said it's urgent, and he asked me to tell you something about the netherworld white tiger." Before Zhu Zhuqing could agree, Ning Rongrong leaned over and tilted her chin toward the school gate. "Go, Zhuqing, show him who's boss. You're now mine, and no scumbag coward can covet you." "Oh, right, I'll go get Jiangzhu to avoid any trouble." Watching Ning Rongrong skip away, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She had shared her story with Ning Rongrong before, regarding Dai Mubai abandoning his fiancée Yi and indulging in debauchery with twins. Ning Rongrong was furious. Without comparison, there was no harm. Compared to Yu Xiaowei, Dai Mubai was simply the archetype of a scumbag beast. Originally, she felt regretful that Dai Mubai had been sent to the Tiando Royal Academy by Yu Xiaowei, leaving her without a chance to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had come today. Moments later, Ning Rongrong returned with Jiangzhu and Yu Xiaoxue. As soon as they arrived, she immediately pulled Zhu Zhuqing's arm and urged, "Zhuqing, let's go. Today, the four of us sisters must teach that scumbag a lesson. Yes, scumbags must be taught a lesson, or they'll think we girls are easy to bully." From their words, Oscar sensed something was off. It seemed like they were planning to go beat someone up. Watching the four girls head toward the school gate, Oscar hurried after them, continuously praying, "Please don't start a fight. Please don't start a fight." As soon as he reached the academy gate, he saw a large crowd gathered. Dai Mubai's angry shouts could be heard, and his voice was getting more and more agitated, as if he was already arguing with Zhu Zhuqing and the others. "Zhuqing, isn't it good for you to come with me to the Tiando Royal Academy? What did you say? Not going? Why? Is this broken academy more important than your life? What is wrong with you? Aren't you afraid of Zhu Zhuqing? Come with me. Come to the Tiando Royal Academy with me. Who are you people? I'm disciplining my fiancée. It's none of your business. Do you know who I am? I'm Zhu Zhuqing's fiancée. We've been betrothed since childhood. She is mine. Zhu Zhuqing, why aren't you coming with me? Are you having an affair with that Yu Xiaowei?" With a loud bang, Dai Mubai's shouting suddenly stopped. Oscar desperately squeezed through the crowd to the front, and the scene before him left him speechless. The usually cold Zhu Zhuqing had completely transformed after activating her martial soul. Like an angry tiger, she was fiercely attacking Dai Mubai, who was in the white tiger form. Under her sharp claws, the white tiger's protective barrier couldn't hold up for even a moment before it shattered. And the speed of the white tiger's transformation couldn't keep up with Zhu Zhuqing at all. Clearly, Dai Mubai had higher soul power, yet the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. If Zhu Zhuqing had any killing intent, Dai Mubai might have already been beaten to death. In just a short while, Dai Mubai, who had been shouting just moments ago, was now lying on the ground, large gashes torn into him by the red-gold tiger's claws. Among the crowd of onlookers, Oscar also spotted a familiar figure, Ma Hongjun. However, at this moment, he seemed to be so frightened by Zhu Zhuqing's violent demeanor that he was trying to squeeze out of the crowd, completely ignoring Dai Mubai lying in a pool of blood. "Your martial soul. How did your martial soul change?" Dai Mubai, overwhelmed by Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault, yelled hoarsely. He stared in shock at Zhu Zhuqing's new martial soul, even forgetting the pain he was in. Zhu Zhuqing did not answer him. Instead, she coldly extended a tiger claw towards Dai Mubai's face and said in a deep voice, "Get lost, far away. Never mention that you are my fiancé again. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. If I hear any more crazy talk about this outside, I will kill you. Jiangzhu, heal him, and after that, let him go." After saying this, Zhu Zhuqing turned and walked into the Blue Tyrant Academy without looking back. Chapter 94. Tang San, direct disciple of the Haotian sect. When Meng Xinji saw Dai Mubai's injuries, he couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Are the students of the Blue Tyrant Academy all this ruthless? However, in reality, Zhu Zhuqing had not been too harsh, and with Jiangzhu present, Dai Mubai's injuries could be easily healed. Unfortunately, Jiangzhu was also quite cunning. When Ning Rongrong found her earlier, she had revealed all of Dai Mubai's background. Therefore, after a simple examination of Dai Mubai's injuries, she directly said, "Not enough soul power. Seek someone more capable." After the examination, she even casually kicked Dai Mubai in the groin. Then, narrowing her eyes, she scanned the surrounding male students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, pointing at Dai Mubai, who was rolling on the ground, holding his groin, and coldly shouted, "See that? The fate of a scumbag." Hearing Dai Mubai's piercing screams, the boys present couldn't help but shiver and tightly clasp their legs together. Meng Xinji calmly listened to Ma Hongjuan's lamenting. When he heard that Dai Mubai had been beaten to such a state by Zhu Zhuqing, he could no longer contain himself. What kind of monsters are these students of the Blue Tyrant Academy? Moreover, according to Ma Hongjun, that Zhu Zhuqing was previously at the same level as him, a level 28 Great Soul Master, and in just 2 months, her soul power was already on par with Dai Mubai's. What the heck? 8 or 9 levels in 2 months? Is she even human? Meng Xinji clutched his wildly beating heart, thinking that if the Blue Tyrant Academy kept delivering such surprises, his old bones might just shoot up to the heavens right then and there. He had originally thought he had raised his evaluation of the Blue Tyrant Academy, but it turned out he still underestimated them. Looking at the tearful Ma Hongjun, Meng Xinji was filled with rage and shouted at him, "Dai Mubai, isn't dead yet? Cry like a baby. Get out and train. Get out, get out, get out." At this moment, Yu Xiaowei was at home, preparing to discuss an important matter with Dugu Bo. Ever since Dugu Bo became a guest elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he had moved his entire family into the Yu family's territory, enjoying free meals every day at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Moreover, this old rogue, despite his age, unexpectedly took 3 concubines all at once. Suddenly having 3 grandmothers around his age, Dugu Yin was so furious that she didn't speak to him for several days. In a panic, Dugu Bo explained to her for a long time, saying that he did all this for the family, and after a long-winded explanation, Dugu Yin reluctantly forgave him. However, the fact remained, if Dugu Bo's current Jidora martial soul could be passed down, then in the future, there might be a big family called the Dugu family on the continent. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was also happy to see their ally thriving. Among Dugu Bo's 3 concubines, one of them was from the Yu family, and by seniority, she had to call Yu Xiaowei little uncle. Speaking of which, this time, Yu Xiaowei was even upgraded in seniority. However, looking at Dugu Bo, who was beaming with joy, he hesitated to call him his nephew-in-law. "Senior, there's a task that requires your help. I'm very busy lately, don't you know?" Dugu Bo said, sitting casually in a chair, somewhat dissatisfied. It was a joke. How could he, a newlywed, easily help Yu Xiaowei with work? "This task is very simple. Just protect someone. After it's done, I will pay you a reward, okay?" Seeing Yu Xiaowei's pain expression, Dugu Bo chuckled. "All right, a soul bone. No low-quality ones, at least 50,000 years old. This little brat only knows how to ask for soul bones and rewards from others. Today, he could finally take advantage of him." Yu Xiaowei curled his lips, knowing that Dugu Bo would say so. However, he was not angry. Instead, he asked with a serious expression, "Senior, who cured your poison?" "It was you." "Then, Senior, who cured Sister Yin Yan's poison?" "It was also you." Dugu Bo was a bit confused, wondering why Yu Xiaowei suddenly asked this. Was he trying to play the emotional card? But he had paid for all these treatments. Sigh. Yu Xiaowei sighed and said with a pained expression, "So who helped you evolve your Jidola, martial soul? Who was responsible for your old brother rejuvenating?" It was you." Then if in the future a super family called the Dugu family appears on the continent, with a family martial soul that is the same true dragon species, Jidola martial soul, as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, whose achievement do you think that would be? Still you. Dugu was suddenly panicked. He realized that this kid owed him far too much. The little reward he paid was simply not worth mentioning in comparison. "So, Senior, is this how you treat your benefactors? You still want a reward? Aren't you afraid that others will stab you in the back and laugh at you?" Yu Xiaowei stared at Dugu Bo, his face full of an expression that seemed to say, "How can you be so unreasonable?" This made Dugu Bo awkwardly chuckle. Since reasoning didn't work, let's use reasoning after all. However, the effect of reasoning was obviously good. Dugu Bo softened and said, "All right, little brat, tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" Yu Xiaowei revealed a victorious smile and said to him, "In a few days, my second sister will be going to marry someone from the Haotian sect. Senior, please help our family protect her in secret. If anyone attempts to capture or harm her, ensure her safe return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If she wishes to escape the marriage, follow her, see where she goes, and report her whereabouts back to the family for further decisions. However, if anyone tries to rescue her, regardless of who it is, they will be killed without mercy. In short, this time, no matter what happens, you must find a way to bring her back before entering the Haotian sect. Don't ask why. I have my reasons, just do as I say. If possible, I hope you can also draw a map to the Haotian sect. Dugu felt somewhat confused. He could understand a request to draw a map, but he struggled to grasp Yu Xiaowei's plan regarding his sister. Nevertheless, he didn't ask further questions, as he trusted Yu Xiaowei, and simply said, "Just notify me when the time comes." After Dugu left, Yu Xiaowei recalled her meeting with Tang Yuehua that morning. The Haotian sect was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall and urgently needed an ally to help divert their attention. Therefore, they agreed to the marriage alliance, which Yu Xiaowei had anticipated. However, Yu Xiaowei did not expect that the chosen candidate for the marriage alliance from the Haotian sect would be the son of the Haotian Douluo, the direct descendant of the Haotian sect, Tang San. It turned out that Tang Hao and his son did not retreat to the blue-silver emperor's seed in the Stardow Forest as he previously speculated, but returned to the Haotian sect. When the news of Tang Hao reached Tang Yuehua's ears, Yu Xiaowei's previous lies were instantly shattered. Realizing she had been deceived, Tang Yuehua was furious. However, since the family had already agreed to the marriage, her anger could not change anything. She could only coldly inform Yu Xiaowei of a date. 7 days later, someone from the Haotian sect would come to take the bride, Yu Xiaoxue, back to the sect. Chapter 95. Yu Xiaojing in a dead end 300 miles east of the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Tiando City, was the mountain gate of the once greatest sect in the continent, the Haotian sect. A gloomy Tang San was sitting at the entrance of the sect, gazing in the direction of Tiando City. That night, from Tang Hao's mouth, he had learned that Xiao Wu was actually a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. But so what? His mother was also a 100,000-year soul beast. Who said humans couldn't fall in love with soul beasts? And the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, how dare they take Xiao Wu away? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a cane tapping on the ground came from behind Tang San. Tang Hao's tall figure approached. Now, he had lost the imposing demeanor he had when he beat the chrysanthemum Douluo outside Tiando City. His once tall figure had slumped, his right pant leg now empty, and more than half of his originally black hair had turned white, with a face full of wrinkles. Anyone who looked at him would mistake him for an ordinary old man. After the battle outside Tiando City over Xiao Wu, Tang Hao indeed planned to take Tang San to find the seed left by Yin. However, he did not expect the aftereffects of the second explosion to come so quickly. At the beginning of the second explosion, his soul rings had merely cracked, and his soul power temporarily dropped to the soul saint level. But during the escape, his first 3 soul rings shattered in succession, causing his soul power to permanently drop by 20 levels. In just one night, Tang Hao went from the famous Haotian Douluo to a 75-level soul saint. And if it weren't for the 100,000-year soul ring sacrificed by Yin, he might have even fallen to the soul emperor level. Even worse, after his soul power dropped, the poison from Dugu, which was like a parasite, could no longer be suppressed. If he hadn't decisively severed his right leg, he would have likely succumbed to the poison long ago. After all this, Tang Hao dared not return to the Stardow Forest. If it were just himself, it wouldn't matter, but he could not take his son with him. Tang San's ability to protect himself was still inadequate. Relying on a half-disabled Tang Hao in the perilous Stardow Forest would not be enough to keep him safe. Thus, Tang Hao shamelessly took Tang San back to the Haotian sect. As he had imagined, the attitude of the Haotian sect's clansmen toward the father and son was extremely poor. If it weren't for Tang Zhao's intervention, the two of them wouldn't even have been allowed to enter the mountain gate. Dad! Seeing Tang Hao arrive, Tang San quickly stood up. Tang Hao looked at the bruises on his son's face and asked with concern, "Did you get into a fight with Tang Yun and the others again?" Yeah. Since Tang Hao and his son returned to the Haotian sect, it had become a daily occurrence for Tang San to be beaten up. Since it was all just fights among the younger generation, even Tang Xiao couldn't say much. As a result, Tang Yun and the others became even more reckless, often looking for trouble to beat up Tang San. On several occasions, after being beaten severely, Tang San even thought about pulling out hidden weapons to fight them to the death. But each time, he forced himself to hold back. After all, the hidden weapons in his hands were meant to kill. Aside from the freak Yu Xiaowei, there were probably few peers who could withstand them. If someone were to die in the Haotian sect, let alone Tang Xiao, even the king of heaven couldn't save him. At this moment, Tang Hao's voice sounded again. "Are you still thinking about Xiao Wu?" "Yeah, but Xiao Wu probably." Tang San's voice choked. 100,000-year soul beast in the hands of those sects could have a good ending. Xiao Wu may not be dead, Tang Hao suddenly said this, and Tang San's expression instantly changed from sorrow to joy as he anxiously asked, "Dad, do you mean that Xiao Wu is still alive?" Tang Hao nodded and calmly analyzed, "That's right. 100,000-year soul beast not only has soul bones, but also a more important 100,000-year soul ring. To absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, one needs a title Douluo who has just reached level 90. But reaching the title Douluo level is not easy. Your father is already the fastest in the entire continent. And it took me 4 years to break through from level 89 to 90. So in the case that their families decided to capture Xiao Wu on a whim, even if there's an 89 level limit Douluo in their sect, it would still take at least a year or two to act against Xiao Wu." Tang San's heart immediately ignited with hope, but when he thought of the powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, he felt disheartened and said, "But Dad, even if we know Xiao Wu is still alive, we can't get her back. In 2 years, I can't possibly become a title Douluo, and your body is also severely injured. We still have no hope." The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just when Tang San was feeling down, Tang Hao said coldly, "Now, we have a chance. Since the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is sending their direct daughter over for a marriage alliance at this time, it means Xiao Wu must be with the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. So, Tang San, you must seize this opportunity and make that direct daughter obedient to you. Then, with the power of the blue electric family, I'll ask your uncle for help, and with our 2 families working together, you'll have a chance to get Xiao Wu back." Tang Hao's plan made Tang San's blood boil with excitement, but when he thought of that direct daughter, he showed a troubled expression and said, "Dad, why does it have to be me? If it's a marriage alliance, wouldn't that be unfair to Xiao Wu? This is an opportunity your uncle fought for you. He hopes that the blue electric family will become your support in the future. Besides, a man should not be bound by trivial matters. That direct daughter is just a pawn for the marriage alliance, a bridge for our 2 families to cooperate. You have no feelings for her. It doesn't count as being unfair to Xiao Wu," Tang Hao said with a disdainful smile, as if what he said was just a trivial matter. After hesitating for a while, Tang San bit his lip and nodded. "At most, after we get married, I just won't touch her." At the spirit hall, Bibi Dong sat in high position, looking coldly at the man standing below. The man wore somewhat tattered clothes, had a face full of stubble, and his eyes revealed nothing but numbness and despair. "What do you want?" Bibi Dong's voice was like the cold ice of winter, piercing deeply into the man's heart. The man's gaze changed slightly as he self-deprecatingly smiled and said, "I have nowhere to go." In those simple words, bitterness was rife. Bibi Dong's expression showed no change. She looked down at the man from high position and said blandly, "Your lack of options has nothing to do with me." Her voice was not loud, but it was full of mockery. The man lowered his head, slowly bent at the waist, and half knelt before Bibi Dong. "I want to be the leader of the Spirit Hall Academy. I beg you." For the first time, a ripple appeared on Bibi Dong's cold face. "Beg." She never thought that this word would come from Yu Xiaojiang. After a moment of silence, she said, "Fine," leaving behind a cold statement. Bibi Dong heavily struck her staff on the ground and turned to leave. Chapter 96. She is actually Qianren Xue. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Xiaoxue looked bewildered at Yu Xiaowei and Dugu standing in front of her. Who could explain to her what it meant to be chosen for a marriage alliance with the Spirit Hall for the sake of the family? She understood each word separately. But why couldn't she comprehend them together? Seeing Yu Xiaoxue's confused expression, Yu Xiaowei explained, "Second sister, there's no choice. You're the only direct descendant of the family who is of the right age. The Spirit Hall requires a direct, legitimate daughter, and, after thinking it through, you're the only one suitable." Yu Xiaoxue gasped in shock, then pointed at her own nose and shouted angrily, "So you just sold me like this? Why should I?" "Hiss, second sister, don't say it so harshly. The Spirit Hall didn't spend a single cent, so it can't be considered a sale." After hearing Yu Xiaowei's explanation, Yu Xiaoxue's anger intensified, and her whole face turned red. "I do not agree to this marriage. Second sister, the people from the Spirit Hall have already arrived, so you have no say in this. Senior, take action. You." Yuxiaxu was just about to scream when she was subdued by Dugu, who sealed her mouth and body with his soul power. Unable to move or speak, Yuxiaxu could only watch helplessly as she was carried into a carriage and sat upright on a chair. In her anger, she exerted all her strength, but could not break through Dugubo's soul power seal. The carriage was shrouded in darkness, and she could see nothing. Outside, she could hear Yuxiawei loudly shouting at Dugu, "Senior, I'll leave the transaction with the Spirit Hall to you." The transaction between the Spirit Hall and the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? A marriage alliance? Whose ridiculous idea was this? Yu Xiaoxue thought bitterly in her heart. The carriage had set off from Blue Ba Academy. Yu Xiaoxue could only vaguely sense that she seemed to have walked a long way based on the sound she heard. However, as she continued walking, she realized that she could no longer hear any sound. This made her even more furious. It was likely that that bastard Dugu was afraid she would determine the route based on sound and had blocked her hearing again. If she caught who was trading with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, she would definitely skin him alive. In the moon pavilion, beside Tang Yuehua, stood a spirited old man. The old man was tall and thin, constantly complaining to Tang Yuehua. Why was the sect master going crazy? He actually gave the opportunity of an alliance with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family to that scoundrel from the Tang Hao family. Isn't my grandson good enough? Whether it's in cultivation or appearance, isn't he better than that scoundrel? The sect master is just biased towards his own nephew. Does he think my brothers and I are fools? Tang Yuehua's face turned pale, but she didn't dare to say anything. The news from the sect was not good. Tang Hao was seriously injured and had lost even the strength of a titled Douluo. If it weren't for her elder brother's protection, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the mountain gate. Just thinking about Tang Hao's current miserable state made Tang Yuehua's heart ache. According to her elder brother, it was Dugu from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family who had injured him. But that was in the competition for soul beasts. And afterward, the blue lightning tyrant dragon family did not strike hard against the weakened Tang Hao and even let him return to his family. Therefore, her elder brother couldn't say anything about seeking revenge. In fact, for the benefit of the family, they had to accept the marriage proposal from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. The more Tang Yuehua thought about it, the more frustrated she felt, as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest. At that moment, the still chattering Duelu suddenly stopped talking and looked seriously towards the door. Tang Yuehua followed his gaze and saw a flamboyantly dressed young man walking in, and that detestable Yu Xiaowei was walking alongside him. Upon seeing Duelu, the young man grinned and said, "I am Dugu, titled Duelu Kidora. This time I am here to escort the second young lady. Where are your people?" Duelu looked at the young man's youthful face in surprise and muttered to himself, "Kidora? What a strange title." Then he clasped his hands and stepped forward, saying to Dugu, "I am the seventh elder of Haotian sect, titled Douluo Liang. I am here to retrieve your second young lady back to Haotian sect." Although this young man looked strange, the fluctuations of soul power on him were undeniable. Liang Douluo showed sufficient respect to the titled Douluo who was stronger than himself. "Yes, the second young lady is in the carriage. We can set off now." After they left, Tang Yuehua looked coldly at Yu Xiaowei and shouted angrily, "The deal is over. You get out of Moon Pavilion. From today onwards, no one from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is allowed to step into Moon Pavilion again." Yu Xiaowei did not get angry, but instead looked at Tang Yuehua with ill intent from head to toe, then smiled and walked out. The chilling laughter made Tang Yuehua shiver involuntarily. After leaving Tindo City, Liang Duo did not drive the carriage towards Haotian sect, but instead made a big detour around Tindo City. Dugu knew that he did not want him to know the direction of Haotian sect, and he was too lazy to expose Liang Duo's little scheme. Moreover, before setting off, Yu Xiaowei had told him to drag things out as much as possible and go slowly. This slow pace suited him just fine. However, he did not let his guard down and remained vigilant. According to Yu Xiaowei, there was a high possibility that someone would come to kidnap Yu Xiaoxue along the way. If he let his guard down and someone was kidnapped, it would be troublesome. Sure enough, 2 hours after leaving Tindo City, the road blockers arrived. Two titled Douluo. Dugu immediately became alert. The four did not waste words, and with a greeting, they began to fight. In an instant, the sounds of explosions, curses, and roars filled the air. As the battle progressed, the two titled Douluo who were ambushing them became increasingly alarmed. Dugu's combat power was terrifying, and the tall titled Duo beside him was actually from Haotian sect. When did the blue lightning tyrant dragon family collude with Haotian sect? What was even more troublesome was that the two of them were only level 92 titled Douluo. Originally, they could handle a level 93 titled Douluo together. But what kind of monster was this three-headed giant dragon? How could it be so strong? Even if its martial soul was strange. The key was that it had all sorts of bizarre explosive moves, making the two suffer terribly. Before long, the two were already covered in wounds and blood. In a completely disadvantageous situation, the two exchanged glances, and years of tacit understanding let them know each other's intentions. At least they had to take down one person. With a shout, both of them activated their 9th soul rings, completely ignoring Dugu and turned their attacks towards Liang Douluo. Damn it! LightningTyrannosaurus cursed angrily and hurriedly used his strongest defensive soul skill. With a thunderous explosion, LightningTyrannosaurus was blasted away, covered in blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. The taller of the two titled bravely blocked Dugu, while the other rushed to the carriage, rescued the immobile Yu Xiaoxiu, and then turned and ran without looking back. Stop! Return the second miss to me. After a brief battle, the tall titled Douluo was killed by Dugu immediately. He flapped his wings and chased after the direction Yu Xiaoxiu had fled. By nighttime, Dugu returned alone to the blue lightning tyrant dragon family and reported the ambush to Yu Xiaowei. Upon hearing that someone indeed came to rescue Yu Xiaoxiu, Yu Xiaowei shook his head. As expected, his second sister was from the Spirit Hall. Senior, do you know the people who attacked you? Oh no. I only know one has a martial soul of a snake spear, and the other has a martial soul of a spiny pufferfish. I did as you said. Let them work together to heavily injure the titled Douluo from Haotian's sect, and then kill both of them. That Yu Xiaoxiu's true martial soul is very strange. With 6 pairs of wings, flying even faster than I do, coupled with the fact that those two fought desperately to block me. It's very regrettable that she got away. As soon as Dugu finished speaking, Yu Xiaowei's head buzzed, and a series of golden stars appeared in his mind. Damn it, this second sister's identity is also fake. This is clearly Qianrenxue. Is the disguise of the angel set this powerful? Chapter 97. Tang San resuming old business, Your Majesty. The young lady is receiving treatment. Would you like to take a look at her? Yu Eguan respectfully stood in front of Bibi Dong and said, bowing. This morning, the young lady of the Spirit Hall, Qianrenxue, returned heavily injured and collapsed on the ground as soon as she entered the door. The furious Yu Eguan rushed over, and after confirming that Qianrenxue was not in danger, he immediately reported to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing that Qianrenxue was injured, Bibi Dong's hand trembled involuntarily. However, she did not respond to Yu Eguan, but coldly asked, wasn't she executing the coup in the Tiando Empire? How could she be so badly injured? Did she get exposed? Cold sweat broke out on Yu Eguan's forehead, and he replied with difficulty, 2 months ago, rumors spread in Tiando City that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe poisoned the second and third princes and even poisoned Emperor Shui. Emperor Shui seemed to sense something and issued a house arrest order against the young lady. Why didn't I know about this? Bibi Dong's voice instantly filled with murderous intent. Such important intelligence was not reported to her. Feeling Bibi Dong's angry gaze fixed on him, Yu Eguan silently cursed. The intelligence of Tiando City was originally his responsibility. However, 2 months ago, he was severely injured by Tang Hao, and on the way back to the Spirit Hall, he was harassed by the Meng family. In a fit of rage, he beat up Long Gong and Shi Pe. Because of this conflict, his internal injuries were aggravated, and he collapsed as soon as he returned to the Spirit Hall. During his recovery, the intelligence of Tiando City was handed over to the Bear Douluo. However, he did not expect that the Bear Douluo had secretly allied with the Worship Hall and passed all the intelligence about Qianrenxue to the Worship Hall. Then, the Supreme High Priest personally ordered the cessation of the coup plan, prioritizing Qianrenxue's safety. In the Spirit Hall, the words of the High Priest are like a holy edict, and no one can defy them. Because of this, Yu Eguan did not dare to tell Bibi Dong about the High Priest's intervention, thinking he would just keep it hidden. However, he did not expect Qianrenxue to suddenly return heavily injured, directly alarming Bibi Dong. Facing Bibi Dong's questioning, Yu Eguan did not dare to say that it was the High Priest's order and could only play the ostrich, remaining silent. After a long silence in the hall, Bibi Dong suddenly laughed. You don't dare to speak. It seems those old fellows have acted. Humph, do they really not take me, the Pope, seriously? Bang. Bibi Dong's scepter slammed heavily on the ground. Yu Eguan's heart trembled, and he lowered his head even further. By nightfall, Bibi Dong quietly arrived at Qianrenxue's door. Faint sobbing sounds came from inside the room. Bibi Dong frowned, and just as she was about to knock on the door, her hand paused, focusing on listening to Qianrenxue's cries. Grandpa, Uncle Shi and the others were killed by that Dugu while trying to protect me. Grandpa, I was disguised perfectly, but I don't know which bastard in our Spirit Hall came up with the terrible idea of an arranged marriage with the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Qianrenxue gritted her teeth and growled. If it weren't for that bastard, how could I have been forcibly captured by Dugu? And how could Uncle Shi and the others have died? Grandpa, someone in the Spirit Hall wants to rebel. We must find out who it is. I want to torture him to death, or my hatred won't be alleviated. Listening to Qianrenxue's suppressed cries and Qiandaoliu's gentle comfort, Bibi Dong wiped away the tears that she didn't know when it had fallen and quietly left. The next day, Yu Guan began an internal investigation in the Spirit Hall with the Pope's edict. The investigation target: who exactly wants to marry into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? As for the issue of the two elders being killed by Dugu, the Spirit Hall could only swallow this bitter loss. After all, the matter of Yu Xiaoxue being Qianrenxue is not something that can be casually mentioned. With the heavily injured Sunlight Duo sent back by Dugu, the entire Haoyan sect was in an uproar. Tang Xiao looked at the dying seventh elder on the sickbed with a pale face, trembling with anger. The people from the Spirit Hall attacked us. Brother Sunlight was injured by them, but I've already killed those two tidal Douluos. However, the second miss was affected by the tidal battle and is severely injured, so our marriage alliance must be put on hold for now. Dugubo's words lingered in Tang Xiao's ears. When has the Haoyan sect ever suffered such humiliation? First, they were forced to seal the mountain, and now, just when they finally had the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family willing to share the pressure from the Spirit Hall, it was ruined by the Spirit Hall. Even the seventh elder of the sect was hurt this badly. Tang Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed, "Spirit Hall, you are too overbearing." The news of the failed marriage alliance quickly spread throughout the sect, and the emotions of anger and humiliation erupted among the members. When Tang Chun was around, the Haoyan sect was the #1 sect in the world. Even the Spirit Hall had to give way. Now, they have been forced to seal the mountain for over a decade, and the Spirit Hall even dares to ride on their backs and act tyrannically. It's all because of Tang Hao. The calls to expel Tang Hao and his son quickly grew louder. In these days, Tang San's frequency of being beaten also skyrocketed. He used to get beaten every 2 or 3 days, but now he would get beaten several times a day. After about a month of this, Tang San could no longer endure it. He came to an ancient pavilion within the sect. The sect's classics were stored here. Tang Hao had once told him that the true ultimate skills of the Haoyan sect were not the random hammering technique, but the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the Great Sumeru Hammer. The fame of the Haoyan Duel back in the day was built on the Great Sumeru Hammer. Moreover, according to Tang Hao, the Great Sumeru Hammer had a powerful killing move that could kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall and allow one to escape the pursuit of the Spirit Hall's grand offering. Unfortunately, neither the Haoyan 9 absolutes nor the Great Sumeru Hammer could be taught to Tang San without Tang Xiao's permission. The current situation was becoming increasingly dire for Tang San, with the failed marriage alliance and the malice directed towards him and his father within the sect. The best-case scenario for Xiao Wu's life was that she had at most 3 to 4 years left. Under heavy pressure, Tang San felt he could no longer continue like this. He recalled what his uncle had told him about a place that could quickly enhance his strength, Sea God Island. According to records from his great-grandfather Tang Chun, the soul masters living there called themselves the Children of the Sea, also known as Sea Soul Masters. Their martial souls were mostly aquatic creatures, and Sea Soul Masters on the ocean had terrifying combat power. A soul Douluo could even rival a tidal Douluo on land. Moreover, there was an extremely special opportunity on Sea God Island. If one seized this opportunity, their strength could soar in a short time, even jumping dozens of levels. Therefore, Tang Xiao advised Tang San to cultivate to at least Soul King and gain sufficient self-protection ability before going to Sea God Island. However, there was no time left. So in order to increase his strength, Tang San decided to go all out and take a gamble. He looked up at the pavilion before him, with only one thought in his mind, hoping that the cultivation methods for the Haoyan 9 absolutes and the Great Sumeru Hammer were here. Chapter 98. Your son has long been dead. What did you say? Xiaoxue is not your sister at all? The roar of Yu Lumian spread throughout the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He couldn't believe that someone with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul was not of their bloodline. I didn't expect it either, but she exposed her identity herself. The six-winged angel martial soul, a family heirloom martial soul of the Pope lineage from the Spirit Hall. The Pope lineage has a soul bone set called the Angel Divine Armor, and one of the soul bones can disguise one's appearance and martial soul. She must have used this soul bone's effect to disguise herself as the golden sacred dragon martial soul. That's why at the Blue Tyrant Academy, all her soul skills are enhancement skills, and that's how she was able to break my domain with 2 soul bones. After listening to Yu Xiaowe's analysis, Yu Lumian took a heavy breath. Once he calmed down, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, she is not my daughter. Good. Seeing Yu Lumian regain his spirits, Yu Xiaowei also felt happy. After all, no one wants to see family members turn against each other. With his father's worries resolved, the next step was to address the issue with the royal family of the Tiando Empire. He didn't believe that Qianrenxue would still dare to stay in Tiando City after exposing her true identity and pretending to be Shui Qinghe. At this moment in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Emperor Shuya was reviewing the reports submitted by his ministers. Once full of energy, he now had heavy dark circles under his eyes and looked somewhat listless. Recently, he had often been unable to sleep through the night. He couldn't understand how his son could commit such a rebellious act. But the more he read the intelligence reports from the spies, the more alarmed he became. It was now basically confirmed that the second prince and the third prince were killed by Xueqinghe. Even the food he usually ate had been tampered with by Xueqinghe. In comparison, his attempt to recruit geniuses seemed trivial. Now, Xueqinghe had been placed under house arrest by his orders. Initially, Emperor Xueya thought Xueqinghe might do something extreme. But unexpectedly, the reports from the spies every day indicated that Xueqinghe was staying obediently in the crown prince's residence and had not gone out at all. Therefore, Emperor Xueya couldn't understand what Xueqinghe was trying to do. Logically speaking, after poisoning his two younger brothers and attempting to poison their father, he should have been furious when exposed. Why was he now just sitting at home every day, seemingly indifferent to Emperor Xueya stripping him of his power? For a moment, the usually wise Emperor Xueya began to hesitate. Xuebing now appeared to be completely unqualified, obviously not suited to be an emperor, and compared to Xueqinghe, he was worlds apart. Thus, he found himself wishing that Xueqinghe could clear his own suspicions. Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu, has come to pay his respects with his son-in-law. Upon hearing the announcement from outside, Emperor Xueya quickly tidied up his appearance. It is important to note that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the only major sect supporting the royal family among the top 3 sects, having helped the Tiando Empire through several crises. If it weren't for their royal family's inherited martial soul being too weak, unable to produce powerful battle soul masters, which did not meet the marriage requirements of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the two families would have already formed a marriage alliance. In this situation, the Tiando royal family had to settle for less, allowing successive crown princes to take the head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as their master. If they couldn't become relatives, they could only become teacher and student. The current head of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, was Xueqinghe's teacher. Could it be that he has information about Qinghe to share with me? Just as Emperor Xueya speculated about Ning Fengji's intentions, Ning Fengji had already entered with Yu Xiaowei. Ning Zhongzhu, long time no see. Emperor Xueya smiled gently and nodded to Ning Fengji. Indeed, it has been so many years. Ning Fengji also smiled. Back then, Emperor Xueya had been a disciple under Ning Fengji's father, and the two had been close friends since childhood. Later, one inherited a vast empire while the other took over a sect. With their daily affairs keeping them busy, their meetings had become rare. Haha, Emperor Xueya laughed heartily. Meeting an old friend amid all his worries was indeed a delightful event. Is this your son-in-law? I didn't expect Rong Rong to have grown up so much. The little girl from back then has now found her husband. Yu Xiaowei bowed and smiled as he said, I have met the Snow Knight Emperor. He, truly a handsome talent. If it weren't for the fact that a royal daughter cannot be a concubine, I would really consider marrying Xueqinghe to you. In a cheerful mood, the Snow Knight Emperor began to tease Yu Xiaowei. Ning Fengji shook his head, not paying much attention to the joke, and with a serious expression. He said, Shui, I came to find you this time for an extremely important matter concerning the inheritance of your Tiando royal family. Is it about Qinghe? There's no need to mention it. I already know about his underhanded actions against me. The smile on the Snow Knight Emperor's face faded, and his expression became somewhat gloomy. He didn't expect that the royal scandal he had concealed for so long would still reach the ears of his old friend. Ning Fengji shook his head and then fixed his gaze on him, saying earnestly, It's not about him poisoning you. It's another very important matter. Xueqinghe, he is not your son. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor was immediately unwilling. Are you implying that I've been cheated on? Nonsense. I can tell at a glance that Xueqinghe is my son. How could there be a mistake? The Snow Knight Emperor's expression showed a hint of anger, and his tone became less polite. Fengji, one can eat indiscriminately, but one cannot speak indiscriminately. Qinghe is my son. How could he not be? At this moment, Yu Xiaowei, who was standing next to Ning Fengji, spoke up. The first sentence he said left the Snow Knight Emperor dumbfounded. Your son has been dead for a long time. The current Xueqinghe is a soul master from the Spirit Hall named Qianren Xue in disguise. It was he who plotted against the second and third princes and poisoned you as well. The source of the information is our undercover agent in the Spirit Hall, a soul master named Yan. It is absolutely correct. You can send someone to the Crown Prince's residence now to check. The person has already fled, and it will be very easy to confirm the authenticity of the news. After hearing Yu Xiaowei's words, The expression of the Snow Knight Emperor grew increasingly grim. By the end, he directly covered his chest, trembling all over, his face turning ashen. After taking a deep breath, he did not avoid Ning Fengji and Yu Shaowei, but directly ordered the guards to thoroughly investigate the Crown Prince's residence. After the guards received their orders and left, the study fell into an eerie silence. Ning Fengji watched his old friend's condition and wanted to offer comfort several times, but didn't know where to start. After half a day passed, the guards returned with a report that the Crown Prince's residence was empty, the rooms were clean, and not a trace was left. This news completely crushed the Snow Knight Emperor. He never expected that 3 of his 4 sons had already died. Chapter 99. Even gods can be killed before the Snow Knight Emperor fell ill. This man, hailed as the most outstanding emperor in the history of the Tiando Empire, was directly bedridden after a series of blows. At the same time, an unexpected message came from the palace. The former crown prince Xue Qinghe was deposed, and the 4th prince Xue Bong was in theft as crown prince. While he was at the Lamba Academy, pondering how to ask Yu Shaowei to protect him, Xue Bong was instantly overwhelmed by great joy. He never expected his father to be so decisive as to directly depose Xue Qinghe. In his elation, he felt as if he was floating while walking. After learning this news, Prince Xue Xing was also overjoyed. The uncle and nephew embraced each other, laughing and crying for a while before heading to the palace. However, as soon as they saw the Snow Knight Emperor, they were stunned. Looking at the frail, white-haired man before them, they couldn't believe this was the same Snow Knight Emperor who had been radiant just a month ago. What happened? A giant question mark appeared in their minds. Father! Xue Bong rushed to the Snow Knight Emperor's bedside, grasping his hand and crying bitterly. Good child, you have suffered all these years. Father, I have not suffered. The Snow Knight Emperor gently stroked Xue Bang's head, letting out a soft sigh. Now, your father has only you left as a son. However, all these years, I have been deceived and neglected your education. Now, with internal and external troubles in the empire, relying solely on you, I fear you cannot bear the responsibilities of an emperor. So, I have found a helper for you. He will supervise you on my behalf, and you must not act recklessly as before. Xiao Wei, Guomin. Upon hearing that he was the only son left, Xue Bong's expression froze. And upon hearing Yu Shaowei's name, Xue Bong could no longer hold back. How would he be my helper? After Ning Fengji led Yu Shaowei into the room, the Snow Knight Emperor mustered his spirit and said solemnly, "Send my orders. Infect Yu Shaowei of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as the Blue Lightning King, granting him the responsibility to supervise Crown Prince Xue Bong. If the Crown Prince acts improperly, he may directly punish him. Thank you, Your Majesty." In the face of Xue Bang's astonished expression, Yu Shaowei calmly accepted the title of Blue Lightning King. Following this, the Snow Knight Emperor clapped his hands, and the guards who had been waiting outside for a long time came forward with a tray in hand. Blue Lightning King, this is your noble title token. Yu Shaowei smiled as he took the item from the tray into his hands. Upon seeing what it was, both Avalanche and Prince Xuexing's expressions changed. It was a crystal blue object, only the size of a palm and shaped like a 3-dimensional triangle. At first glance, one might think it was a huge sapphire, its surface shimmering with blue light, and strange energy fluctuations were continuously emanating from within the gem. The Hanhai Qianquan Shield, the national treasure of the Tiando Empire. This was a transaction made between Yu Shaowei and the Snow Knight Emperor before Avalanche's arrival. He represented the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School in supporting Avalanche, with the price being the Hanhai Qianquan Shield. Normally, the Snow Knight Emperor would not agree to such a thing. However, after the incident with Xue Qinghe, the empire was left with no successors. There were concerns about the dwindling heirs to the throne inside, and the Spirit Hall and Star Luo Empire were watching closely from the outside. After careful consideration, the Snow Knight Emperor chose to agree to this matter. Exchanging a lifeless object for the future peace of the empire seemed like a worthwhile deal. Moreover, the Hanhai Qianquan Shield had been glorified in royal records, but after researching it for hundreds of years, they still could not figure out how to use it. After obtaining the Hanhai Qianquan Shield, Yu Shaowei did not linger in the palace and hurried back to his family. He had previously been worried about how to obtain the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, but unexpectedly, Qianren Xue provided him with this opportunity. However, he found it hard to understand why that woman, who had been acting as the crown prince so well, suddenly decided to impersonate his sister. The key was that she was not using her brain at all. The reason she fabricated didn't match up, and there were many flaws in her disguise. It was no wonder he saw through her. Looking at the sapphire-like Hanhai Qianquan Shield in his hand, Yu Shaowei smiled. Heart of the Sea God. After recognizing its master, one would gain the qualification to undergo the sea goddess trials. As long as he became a deity, he believed that with Godzilla's martial soul, no matter how powerful the Rakshasa god or angel god was, none of them could stand a chance. In his memory, Tang San had recognized the Hanhai Qianquan shield with his bloodline. The requirement for recognition was possessing a physique capable of withstanding the power of the Hanhai. Yu Xiaowei used the Hanhai Qianquan shield to cut his hand. As the fresh blood gushed out and dripped onto it, it seemed to come to life, excitedly starting to spin around, then tightly adhering to the wound in Yu Xiaowei's palm. With the deep red blood flowing in, the originally crystal blue Hanhai Qianquan shield surprisingly turned a bright red. After about 2 minutes, the red glow gradually faded, returning to its crystal blue state, and a phantom figure slowly took shape in the air. An ancient voice suddenly echoed in the air. After so many years, I finally found someone who can withstand the power of the Hanhai. Before the sea goddess phantom could finish speaking, he was interrupted. He suddenly realized that the look in the eyes of the kid before him was not right. Yu Xiaowei's eyes transformed again into yellow with black pupils, his expression becoming increasingly ferocious. An ancient and violent, terrifying aura suddenly erupted from him, sweeping towards the sea goddess phantom. At the same time, at the moment this aura appeared, everyone from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family felt a strong sense of trembling. Even Yu Yuanjin and Dugu were no exception. They clearly sensed that this was the fear emanating from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, martial soul, and the Ghidorah, martial soul. It was as if some terrifying creature had descended upon the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. At this moment, the Godzilla martial soul emerged from Yu Xiaowei's body. The terrifying aura of the King of Monsters became increasingly intense. Even a true deity like the sea god felt a strong sense of fear. God-level soul beast? Or a god-king-level soul beast? The panicked sea god's phantom screamed repeatedly. What kind of soul beast is this? How can it be so terrifying? Upon hearing the voice of the sea god's phantom, the Godzilla martial soul slowly raised its head and locked eyes with him. This time, Godzilla was different from before. Its gaze was filled with vitality, as if a true Godzilla had descended into the human world. Buzzing, a blue halo began to glow on Godzilla's tail fin, gradually spreading up to its eyes. Terrifying energy fluctuations appeared from its mouth. Yu Xiaowei sensed that his mental power and soul power were being severely consumed. Unlike the previous time in the illusion, this time, the Godzilla martial soul was stimulated by the aura of the sea god and actually took the initiative to attack using its own power. Faced with Godzilla's terrifying momentum, the sea god's phantom retreated repeatedly, trying to find a place to escape. However, Godzilla did not give it a chance. A dazzling blue beam suddenly erupted from its mouth, striking the sea god's phantom with a loud bang. The sea god's phantom, which had just been calm and composed, could not resist at all and was instantly vaporized. In front of Godzilla, even a god had to be killed. After the sea god's phantom disappeared, Godzilla looked down at Yu Xiaowei and let out an angry roar before vanishing. Looking at the intact room, Yu Xiaowei revealed a wry smile. If it weren't for the fact that his soul power and mental power were almost completely exhausted, he would have thought that the scene just now was merely an illusion. The Hanhai Qianquan shield that he had worked so hard to obtain turned to ash after the sea god's phantom disappeared. Chapter 100. The disturbance brought by the spiritual world, the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon family was in an uproar. Check. Find out what that thing was just now. Yu Yuanjin was roaring angrily in the clan's conference hall. The terrifying aura of Godzilla had previously descended, causing everyone in the clan to feel uneasy, and some clan members with weaker soul power even fainted from fear. After receiving the orders, the experts of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family all came out and began to carefully investigate the clan's territory. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei sat in his room, staring blankly at the light blue ashes in his hand. The vast sea universe cover was gone. The sea goddess trial was also gone. But why did Godzilla do this? Ever since Yu Xiaowei arrived in Douluo continent, Godzilla had only roared to help him when he was under mental attack, never showing itself. This was its first time actively attacking an enemy. Thinking back to when Qian Rinchue's fake golden sacred dragon martial soul appeared at Shrek Academy, his Godzilla martial soul had also been inexplicably agitated. Could it be that the god-level power stirred Godzilla's hostility, similar to the battles with other titans in King of Monsters? But why did it want to destroy the sea goddess heart? Was it a mismatch of divine positions? Or did it simply not want him to inherit the divine position? If it was just a mismatch of divine attributes, that could be accepted. there was still the Shura God position to try for. But if Godzilla didn't want him to inherit a divine position, and instead wanted him to create his own, that would be a big problem. Qianren had suffered a great loss this time, and would definitely return to the Spirit Hall. And it was possible that the Angel God trial would start earlier within a year or two. Bibi Dong was also undergoing the Rakshasa God trial. Regardless of who became a god first, Qian Douluo could no longer control the Spirit Hall. It's possible that the soul hunting plan would be advanced because of this. Originally, after obtaining the vast sea universe cover and reaching the Soul King level, he could attempt to go to Sea God Island. He was confident that he could become a god within 5 years. But now, with Godzilla's interference, let alone 5 years, even 10 years might not be enough to become a god. What to do? Yu Xiaowei sat blankly in the room, his worries about the future momentarily leaving him feeling confused. Yu Xiaowei sat there for a whole day. At first, Yu Luomian noticed that he was sitting there motionless. Yu Luomian thought his son was just sitting and thinking, so he didn't disturb him. However, when it was time for dinner, a servant came to report that Yu Xiaowei was still sitting there without moving, and no matter how they called him, there was no response. Yu Luomian was inexplicably anxious. He hurried to Yu Xiaowei's room to observe his son's condition. Sure enough, just as the servant had said, Yu Xiaowei was sitting there in a daze, his brows tightly furrowed, completely unresponsive to his calls. Yu Yuanjin, who had come upon hearing the news, quickly stopped Yu Luomian from trying to wake him. Xiaowei has sunk into his mental world. Don't force him to wake up, or it could cause irreversible damage to his brain. Yu Luomian stopped and asked anxiously, "Brother, are we really going to just watch like this and not do anything?" Yu Yuanjin shook his head, his expression equally grim. Unless there is a soul master who specializes in a mental system, or a soul master with a mental system headbone, they could forcefully enter the spiritual world to awaken Xiao Wei using their powerful mental strength. Otherwise, it would depend solely on Xiao Wei's own will. After hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Yu Luomian did not hesitate for a moment and immediately ran out to search for mental system soul masters. However, mental system soul masters are rare, and for a while, he couldn't find a single one. Soon, Ning Fengji, having heard the news, arrived at the blue lightning tyrant dragon family with Ning Rongrong. Even Liu Eryong, who hadn't stepped into the family gate for over 20 years, came with Flanders to Xiao Wei's room. After Ning Fengji's examination, he reached the same conclusion as Yu Yuanjin. It is known that the issues of the spiritual world have always been the most mysterious in the Soul Master community. No one can clearly explain how it comes about, but everyone knows that once one falls into the spiritual world, the chances of survival are slim. In this case, it requires a soul master with extremely strong mental power to actively enter the spiritual world to rescue someone. Yet no one can guarantee that they will definitely be able to save the person. The situation for Yu Xiaowei this time can be described as extremely dangerous. As the bad news of not finding a spirit-type soul master came back once again, everyone's spirits sank to the lowest point. Yu Luomian looked at Yu Xiaowei with tears streaming down his face, his body softened, and he slumped down to the ground, continually murmuring, "Could it be that I really am a doomed lone star? Damn it, if you want to harm someone, just harm me, but don't touch my son anymore." Seeing Yu Luomian in such sorrow, Liu Erlong also burst into tears, while Yu Yuanjin and Ning Fengji couldn't help but shed tears as well. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's choked voice reached everyone's ears. "I can give it a try." "Rongrong, what do you mean by that? Are you saying you can save Xiao Wei?" Yu Luomian's cry suddenly rushed to Ning Rongrong's front like a teleportation, grabbing her shoulders and repeatedly asking, "What nonsense?" Ning Fengji quickly pulled Ning Rongrong to his side and shouted, "Rongrong, don't be ridiculous. You are a support soul master, not a mental system soul master. How could you possibly save Xiao Wei?" "Ning Fengji, what the hell do you mean? Are you just going to watch my son die?" Hearing Ning Fengji's words, Yu Luomian was immediately furious, summoning his martial spirit and preparing to attack Ning Fengji. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo immediately stepped in front of Ning Fengji, while Liu Erlong and Flinder stood behind Yu Luomian, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Seeing this, Yu Luomian quickly positioned himself between them, trying to persuade everyone. Calm down. Mian, you're just panicking. Ning Zhongzhu is right. You know Rongrong is a support soul master." Just as everyone was arguing, a brilliant rainbow light floated up from Ning Rongrong's head. The previously tense crowd was stunned when they saw this light. "Soul bone. Mental system soul bone." Yu Luomian exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Ning Rongrong actually had such a spirit bone of the mental system. This was the spirit bone that Yu Xiaowei obtained after killing the illusion dream 7-colored lizard. Since it didn't match his own attributes, He gave it to Ning Rongrong after returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, it had become a powerful tool that could save his life. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong reveal her spirit bone, Ning Fengji sighed. Such a young girl, only 13 years old. Why does she understand such deep emotions? Now that the spirit bone was revealed, he had no reason to stop Ning Rongrong. Just then, a puzzled voice came from behind Yu Engine. Hey Dad, Uncle, Big Sis. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Sword, Uncle Ning, Rongrong, what you all doing in my room? Hearing this voice, everyone was momentarily stunned. They quickly turned around and saw Yu Xiaowei staring at them with wide eyes, his eyes sparkling with clarity, completely different from his previous dazed expression. Chapter 101. Let's settle the marriage for these two children after regaining consciousness. Yu Xiaowei felt a wave of fear after hearing Yu Luomian recount the earlier situation. He had just been thinking about how he couldn't become a god and the tragic fate of his family being destroyed. Unknowingly, the illusion he had seen with the illusion dream 7-colored lizard appeared before him. Unlike the previous illusion in the Stardow Forest, this one was particularly vivid. He didn't know how many waves of enemies he had helped his family defeat, but each time ended in the destruction of his family. He had tried countless methods, but none worked. It was as if the people from the Spirit Hall were endless, with one wave coming after another. Until finally, he was exhausted. Facing the dual gods Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, he could only smile bitterly. At that moment, a familiar beast roar echoed. The ground began to tremble, and a terrifying aura of destruction swept over. Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong also stopped, looking at Yu Xiaowei's Godzilla with serious expressions. Just like when they defeated the sea goddess Phantom before, this time Godzilla's eyes were filled with vitality, releasing the pressure of the king of monsters against the two gods. Soon, a fierce battle was about to break out. What amazed Yu Xiaowei was that Godzilla was actually able to force the two gods to retreat step by step. When Godzilla trampled Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue underfoot and then incinerated them into ashes with a blast of radioactive breath, Yu Xiaowei suddenly realized, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. What is the divine calculation of Douluo continent? As long as I'm strong enough, as long as my Godzilla is strong enough. What Rakshasa god, what angel god, what sea god, what Azura god, I can kill them all for you to see. Who says that to kill a god, one must first become a god? After this realization, Yu Xiaowei instantly became clear-headed. He did not know how dangerous he had just been. He only knew that he had been saved by Godzilla once again. Moreover, through this experience, he learned one thing. His martial soul Godzilla is not an unconscious dead object. It is alive, and it has always been protecting him. In the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong was looking at the reports sent by Yu Egwan. They did not find the insider preparing for the marriage alliance, but they found another undercover agent related to the Tiando Empire. The genius soul master of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, Yin. The information came from the Tiando Imperial Palace, where the Yu Xiaowei of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family personally admitted to this matter. Yu Egwan suggested torturing Yin, just as Bibi Dong was about to approve this. An inexplicable sense of heart palpitations suddenly surged in her heart. In her perception, there was actually a feeling of death. Her two martial souls were also trembling at the same time. What is going on? Bibi Dong clutched her chest, her face filled with confusion. As a powerful being approaching God level, undergoing divine examination, she would not have such strange feelings out of nowhere. Could it be a warning that someone could threaten her life? Besides Qian Daolu and Poseidon, how could there be such hidden powerhouses in this world? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, trying to suppress this feeling of heart palpitations. What she did not know was that Qian Renxue, who was recuperating, also felt a similar sense of palpitations. This sudden feeling made her extremely restless. However, the six-winged angel martial soul did not tremble like the Death Spider Empress and Soul-Eating Spider Empress, but directly generated a death omen in her consciousness. Qian Daolu, who was taking care of her, saw the sudden change in Qian Renxue's expression and gently asked, Xiaoxue, what's wrong? Grandpa, I don't know why, but it seems the six-winged angel has sensed something and is constantly warning me. If there was anyone Qian Renxue trusted the most in the Spirit Hall, it was undoubtedly her grandfather. So she had nothing to hide and told all her feelings to Qian Daolu. After listening, Qian Daolu immediately furrowed his brows. After pondering for a moment, he uncertainly said, could it be that another god-level martial soul has appeared? Qian Renxue exclaimed in disbelief, impossible. How could there still be god-level martial souls? Xiaoxue, you don't know. There are still many out there. Hee, what good is a strong martial soul? It doesn't mean he can really become a god. Our Xiaoxue is destined to become a god. Qian Daolu shook his head, not taking this matter to heart. However, he knew that in this world, there was another type of god-level martial soul, the sea god martial soul. Could be your child? He then looked towards the direction of Sea God Island, seeming to carry some regret. In the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yuxiawei's bedroom is still a bit small. Therefore, after he woke up, everyone went to the conference hall together. As soon as they sat down, Yulong'an eagerly asked Xiaowei, "How'd you do that just now?" "I just felt like I was dreaming of a group of people attacking me, and then I killed them all. And I woke up." Yu Xiaowei shrugged, and from his expression, it seemed that this was just a trivial matter. Earlier, on the way to the conference hall, Yu Yuanjin had already explained the issues of the spiritual world to him, so he was also aware of how dangerous his situation was this time. Fortunately, Godzilla had come to his rescue again. However, such matters definitely couldn't be shared with Yu Yuanjin and the others. "Is there any discomfort now?" "No, I feel pretty good. And it even seems like my mental strength has increased a bit." After hearing Yu Xiaowei's words, Yu Yuanjin nodded. No matter what, as long as Yu Xiaowei was out of danger, he felt relieved. This nephew of his was the first genius in the history of their blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Even if something happened to him, Yu Xiaowei absolutely couldn't have any problems. "Xiaowei, Uncle Ning has something to tell you." Ning Fengji smiled and waved to Yu Xiaowei from the side. Seeing his gesture, Yu Luomian snorted coldly. Yu Xiaowei was unaware that they had almost fought earlier. Now, seeing Yu Luomian's attitude, he walked over with some confusion. What happened between these two old men? "Xiaowei, take this and keep it safe." Ning Fengji pulled out a box from the soul guide device and handed it to him. "What is this?" The box in his hand was heavy, somewhat resembling the kind of box that Yu Luomian used to store soul bones. It couldn't be. Yu Xiaowei felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly opened the box. Sure enough, a piece of right arm bone lay quietly inside. However, Yu Xiaowei was not bold enough to accept such a generous gift without any merit. "Uncle Ning, what are you doing?" Ning Fengji smiled and shook his head, not answering his question. He turned to Yu Luomian and Yu Yuanjun and calmly said, "Brother Mian, Master Yu, let's arrange for Xiaowei and Rongrong to get engaged. This item shall be considered the engagement token from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. I wonder how your blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect feels about this." Chapter 102. I want that rabbit's soul ring a day later. A piece of news spread throughout the city of Tiando. The second and third sects, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and 7-treasure glazed tile school, had formed an alliance through marriage, second only to the Spirit Hall. Although it was just an engagement for now, the betrothal gifts exchanged were even more lavish than the entire fortunes of some small families. However, Yu Xiaowei, who was at the center of public attention, remained oblivious to the outside world, focusing on his cultivation within the family. Since breaking through his mental barriers, his cultivation speed had surged. Just a few days later, his soul power had reached level 43. At the current pace, he should reach the Soul King level by the time of the Elite Soul Master competition. As for his 5th soul ring, Yu Xiaowei had an extremely bold idea. However, to realize this idea, a prerequisite condition needed to be met. "Uncle, I want the soul bones from the family. The higher the age, the better, and the more, the better." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjun, who had been calmly drinking tea, almost spat out. After a few intense coughs, Yu Yuanjun looked at Yu Xiaowei in shock and asked, "Xiaowei, what do you need soul bones for right now? Don't you know how dangerous it is for low-level soul masters to absorb high-age soul bones? As one of the rarest treasures on Douluo continent, second only to soul rings in terms of enhancing strength, the competition for soul bones had always been extremely fierce, especially those over 50,000 years old. Each appearance would trigger a bloodbath. Therefore, these high-age soul bones were invariably held by at least soul Duo-level soul masters. If other soul Duo, or even title Duo, learned about the 50,000-year-old soul bone within Yu Xiaowei's body, they would not hesitate to offend the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, to kill Yu Xiaowei and take the soul bone. But what was Yu Xiaowei saying now? He wanted the family's treasured high-age soul bones, and the more, the better? Was he looking for death, thinking his life was too long? Uncle, I still need 4 pieces. Head, torso, right leg, and left arm. The family should have some stock, right? The last time you mentioned the soul bone of the Chien Turtle King, wasn't it originally prepared for me? If you can't provide other soul bones, then just give me this one. I can make do with it." Yu Xiaowei's nonchalant attitude toward soul bones amused Yu Yuanjun. This kid really seems to treat soul bones like blue silvergrass. Their blue lightning tyrant dragon family indeed has high-age soul bone inheritances and even has a 100,000-year-old soul bone inheritance. But all 3 of those soul bones are on him. After counting, it turns out that only the Chien Turtle King soul bone he obtained earlier is suitable. But Yu Xiaowei is only a soul master right now. Ning Fengji also gave him 2 soul bones, so with this one, it means he already has 3 high-age soul bones. To other soul masters, he's like a moving treasure trove. Concerned about Yu Xiaowei's safety, Yu Yuanjin decisively refused. No way, no matter what you say today. I can't give you the soul bone. I still stand by my words. Wait until you at least reach Soul Sage, and then I'll give it to you. Seeing Yu Yuanjin's attitude, Yu Xiaowei bit his lip, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground, then said firmly, "Uncle, I must have this soul bone today. Don't ask why. I have my reasons. The sooner I absorb this thing, the better. If I keep it for later, it will be useless." Yu Yuanjin watched his nephew's sudden actions, his brows tightly furrowed. His nephew had never reached out for family resources before. Moreover, the last time Yu Lumian wanted to give him a soul bone, he firmly refused. What was going on today? Why was he so stubborn about the soul bone? Seeing Yu Yuanjin's tense expression and unwillingness to relent, Yu Xiaowei began to play the emotional card. "Uncle, at most, before I reach Soul Sage, I won't run around anymore. Everything will be under the family's watch. This soul bone is really very useful to me. Anyway, it's going to be mine sooner or later. Whether you give it to me now or later, it doesn't make much difference. You see, last time I even gave Long Shuegua to Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, and I brought one back for the family. Just the value of these 3 Long Shuegua is more than a soul bone." Hearing this, Yu Yuanjin shook his head with a wry smile. The little brat made a good point. Those 3 Long Shuegua could bring 3 titled Duoluos to the family. Currently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family only had a pitiful Thunder Douluo, but with the help of Long Shuegua, there could be at least 5 titled Duoluos in the future. All of this was thanks to Yu Xiaowei. With this in mind, Yu Yuanjin made a decision in his heart. He would go for it at most. He would leave the family management to Yu Lumian in the future, while he personally ensured Yu Xiaowei's safety. Yu Yuanjin took out a box and threw it into Yu Xiaowei's arms, saying helplessly, "Xiaowei, get up. The soul bone is here. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Do not expose the soul bone until you become a soul sage." After receiving the soul bone, Yu Xiaowei respectfully bowed to him, and then left quickly with a joyful expression. Looking at his nephew's back, Yu Yuanjin rubbed his chin, pondering, what is this kid in such a hurry for with the soul bone? After obtaining the soul bone, Yu Xiaowei did not rush to absorb it, but went to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to meet Ning Fengji. As for the request he made, it nearly made Ning Fengji fall off his chair in shock. It was one thing to ask for a high-year soul bone, which he could barely understand. But what did it mean that if Lin Li couldn't reach level 90, then that rabbit soul ring would belong to him? Did Yu Xiaowei want to absorb a 100,000-year soul beast's soul ring at level 50? Was he tired of living? "Uncle Ning, I want the soul bone for this reason. If your family has a dragon-type soul bone that is over 50,000 years old, that would be even better. I still need 3 more soul bones. I've calculated that if I can fill my soul bones before level 50, I can definitely handle a 100,000-year soul beast soul ring. As for mental impact, you don't need to worry about that. My mental power may not be strong, but I have a treasure to protect me. Any mental attacks are ineffective against me. You should know how terrifying a soul king who can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring can be, right? Moreover, I currently have at least 4 pieces of information on 100,000-year soul beasts. If I succeed this time, I'll be a titled Douluo with 500,000-year soul rings. Can you imagine how powerful a titled Douluo with 500,000-year soul rings is? I am also the son-in-law of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So matters of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future will also be my Yu Xiaowei's matters. So, while it may seem like you're a loss now, it will definitely be a great profit in the future. Under Yu Xiaowei's earnest persuasion, Ning Fengji began to feel tempted. Just as he said, he was his son-in-law. If his son-in-law became stronger, wouldn't he that mean the 7-treasure glazed tile school became stronger? "Xiaowei, are you sure that you can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring with full soul bones?" Ning Fengji still asked doubtfully. Yu Xiaowei's revolutionary method of absorbing soul rings made him cautious. Yu Xiaowei remained silent and directly released his soul ring. Looking at the deep black soul ring, Ning Fengji suddenly became somewhat entranced. Yu Xiaowei shrugged. This is a 20,000-year-old soul ring, and at that time, absorbing the soul ring was very easy for me. Given my state back then, I felt that even absorbing a 30,000-year-old soul ring would not be a problem. Therefore, with the enhancements brought by high-year soul bones, I can definitely absorb a 100,000-year-old soul ring. After hearing this, Ning Fengji no longer hesitated and immediately nodded in agreement. The 7-treasure glazed tile school also had a preserved right arm bone from a 50,000-year-old dragon-type soul beast. Upon receiving the confirmed news, Yu Xiaowei smiled. Now he already had 4 soul bones. As for the head soul bone, the champion prize of the Soul Master competition included one. As for the right leg bone, he now knew the location of a 100,000-year-old right leg bone. Moreover, he had a way to get it. Your wife is in my hands. As time passed, the opening of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition was getting closer. Each academy was intensifying training for their students. After a long absence, Yu Xiaowei returned to the Lamba Academy to participate in the training of the Lamba battle team. However, unlike other academies where main team members practiced against substitutes, the Lamba battle team's practice involved everyone except Yu Xiaowei fighting against him. Even though Yu Qianheng had already reached level 41, with the enhancement from the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Oscar sausage enhancement, and the control help from Dugu, he was still being beaten down by Yu Xiaowei, unable to unleash his martial spirit. After such high-intensity training, half a year later, both Yu Qianheng and Ning Rongrong reached level 43. Dugu had also reached level 40, and Dugu was preparing to take her to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Among the others, Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had both reached level 38. Surprisingly, Tai Long, who had the worst talent in the Lamba battle team, had made a remarkable leap to level 39 after being inspired by the previous incident where he was replaced by Yu Xiaoxue. Initially, Liu Erlong hoped that they could have 1 or 2 Soul Masters before the Elite Soul Master competition, but now it seemed very likely that they would all be Soul Masters by then. However, all the academies had sealed the information about their students and did not announce it to the outside world. Therefore, Lamba Academy was unaware of the situations in other academies, nor did anyone know about their rapidly growing strength. Yu Xiaowei had a very relaxed attitude towards the Elite Soul Master competition. His only opponent was the 3 members of the Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall Academy. Last time in the palace, he had tricked Yen. He believed that there must be spies from the Spirit Hall around the Snow Knight Emperor. It was uncertain how they would deal with Yen once this news reached the Spirit Hall. In the Stardoe Forest, Yu Luomian was meticulously searching inch by inch. He firmly remembered the place mentioned by Yu Xiaowei, a valley surrounded by mountains, with a large waterfall about 20 meters wide. The waterfall fell vertically for 200 meters, and below it was a clear, bottomless pool. Behind the waterfall, there was a peculiar blue-silver grass, a type of grass with golden fine lines on its leaves. Yu Xiaowei's original words were, "Dad, we must find that blue-silver grass and bring it back to the family. But remember to be careful and don't kill it during the transplanting process. With this, I have a way to exchange for a 100,000-year spirit bone." Yu Luomian didn't know where Yu Xiaowei got the information, nor did he know if this thing could be exchanged for a 100,000-year soul bone. However, it was the first time his son had asked him to do something in all these years, so no matter what, he had to fulfill his request. The problem was that he had been searching here for half a year and still hadn't found Yu Xiaowei's location. The Stardoe Forest was simply too vast. He had found a dozen suspected locations, but in those places, there was no trace of the peculiar blue-silver grass that Yu Xiaowei had mentioned. Second Master, wandering around like this isn't a solution. We've been searching for half a year. The young master wouldn't have been talking nonsense, would he? Yeah, Second Master. Us old brothers are tired of eating barbecued soul beast meat. When can we return to Heavendoe City? As soon as they sat down to rest, those following Yu Luomian began to complain. Who doesn't love the bustling nightlife of Heavendoe City? Who would want to spend every day in this desolate wilderness? Especially coming from a 13-year-old child, it's hard to know if the information is true or not. I believe in Xiaowei. The Jade Crown spoke concisely. The stern tone silenced everyone. Second Master, a valley with a waterfall has been discovered ahead. At that moment, a distant shout was heard. Yu Luomian swallowed 2 pieces of soul beast meat in 3 bites, then rushed toward the source of the sound. After searching behind the waterfall for a while, he found a mechanism. It was a very simple mechanism, hidden but otherwise unremarkable. Once Yu Luomian activated the mechanism, a seemingly seamless rock suddenly caved in, revealing a cave. Inside the cave, a blue-silver grass with golden edges was swaying. As soon as it noticed the group S in trance, a sense of fear emanated from it. Despite the absence of any soul power fluctuations, such intense emotions were present. Yu Xiaowei was right. This is indeed a peculiar blue-silver grass. I finally found it. A huge sense of surprise instantly flooded into Yu Luomian's mind. He quickly directed everyone to carefully dig out this blue-silver grass and transplant it into the flower pot that had been prepared long ago. Just as everyone was joyfully preparing to leave, a furious roar came from all directions. Humans, put down the king. A strong mental shock suddenly struck following Yuluomian.